In the midsummer of 2003, a heartbreaking scene unfolded in front of Pingqing prison. Chen Xuewan's parents knelt on the ground, holding up a blood-written plea of injustice. Opposite them stood the family of the campus beauty, all dressed in white mourning clothes. The two sides clashed in front of the prison transport vehicle. Chen Jingwo was beaten until his head was bleeding, yet he still shouted desperately at the police van. "Son, don't be afraid. I know you're innocent. Even if it costs me my life, it'll clear your name." Just a week earlier, a class reunion had completely changed Chen Xuewan's fate. After being rejected in front of everyone by the campus beauty he had secretly loved for 3 years, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol and passed out. When he woke up, she was lying dead beside him, naked and covered in bruises. Several witnesses claimed they saw him forcibly take her to the hotel that night. The case was quickly closed, and he wasn't even given a chance to defend himself. The 7-man cell became his personal hell. Led by Scarface, the prison bullies strung him up with bed sheets and beat him relentlessly, simply because he insisted he was innocent. For 3 months, he was used as their punching bag, suffering constant abuse. When he tried to seek help from a guard, it only earned him a night of brutal retaliation that nearly cost him his life. His parents' monthly visits were his only source of hope, but this month, they suddenly stopped coming. After guard Zhang Dong helped him find out why, an even crueler truth shattered him. 2 weeks earlier, his parents had died in a motorcycle accident while traveling to the city to appeal his case. Devastated, Chen Xuewan was confronted again by Scarface and his gang, who stole his food and spat in his tray. Seeing his empty, lifeless eyes, Scarface grew even bolder, ordering him to eat every bit of the dirty food. Clutching his chopsticks, Chen Xuewan trembled with rage. The news of his parents' deaths had snuffed out his will to live, but before he died, he was determined to use those chopsticks to blind these beasts. As Scarface raised a tray to smash it into his face, Chen Xuewan suddenly let out a furious roar. His chopstick shot forward like a viper, stabbing straight at Scarface's eyes. In an instant, Scarface's right eye was stabbed. Blood gushed through his fingers as he let out a piercing scream and staggered backward. Chen Xuewan seemed to have flipped a switch, transforming into a wild beast immune to pain. He lunged from behind the table, tackling Scarface to the ground. Again and again, he smashed his forehead into Scarface's head, and soon both of their faces were streaked with blood. Scarface's henchmen were momentarily stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. The mild-mannered scholar was gone, replaced by someone fighting as if he had nothing left to lose. Even as blood poured from his own head, Chen Xuewan kept his grip tight around Scarface's throat, determined to crush his enemy no matter what. "Let go of my boss, you bastard." One of the henchmen finally snapped out of it and punched Chen Xuewan in the head. The others quickly joined in, raining blows and kicks down on him. But Chen Xuewan seemed to feel nothing. There was only one thought in his mind. If he had to die, he was taking Scarface with him. Scarface's eyes rolled back as he was strangled, and just then, one of his men grabbed a stool, ready to smash it over Chen Xuewan's head. At the critical moment, several guards rushed in, trying to break up the fight. But Chen Xuewan was in a frenzy, and even 3 guards struggled to restrain him. It took several more reinforcements before they could finally subdue him. Seizing a brief opportunity, Chen Xuewan bit down hard on Scarface's ear. In full view of everyone, he tore it off, chewed it, and spat it onto the floor. The sight left everyone in the room chilled to the bone. Even Scarface's own men were too terrified to get any closer. The head guard arrived and turned pale at the bloody scene. "What do you think you're doing? Don't you know causing trouble in prison is a very serious..." Before he could finish, Chen Xuewan suddenly broke free from the guards and charged headlong toward the wall. Just as it looked like he was about to crack his skull open, an elderly inmate dove forward, tackling him to the ground. The other guards finally snapped to attention and swarmed him, pinning him down for good. Given his suicidal tendencies, Chen Xuewan was taken to the infirmary and strapped into a special restraint jacket for psychiatric patients, tied securely to the bed. But he still refused to eat, the trauma of his parents' deaths having completely destroyed his will to live. The medical staff could only keep him alive by injecting nutrients, but his body was growing weaker by the day. One day, a thin, elderly man came into the ward to clean. It was the same inmate who had saved Chen Xuewan earlier. While the guards were elsewhere, he walked to the bedside, looked at Chen Xuewan's vacant eyes, and sighed softly. "Kid, you can't just give up like this." Chen Xuewan seemed oblivious, his eyes hollow as he stared fixedly at the ceiling of the hospital room. The old man spoke to himself. "I'm not here to tell you to let it go, and I don't expect you to feel better. I just want you to know one thing. If you die now, no one will avenge your parents." Those words finally sparked a glimmer of life in Chen Xuewan's eyes. He turned his head, staring hard at the old man, but remained silent. The old man continued sweeping the floor, his voice cold. "Do you really think your parents died in an accident? Let me tell you the truth, they were murdered." Silenced. Chen Xuewan's face turned deathly pale. Fear and confusion flashed in his eyes as he finally spoke. What did you say? How do you know that?" The old man let out a cold laugh. "I guessed." Chen Xuewan frowned deeply. "Guessed? A sneer curled at the old man's lips. What? You think I'm messing with you? I've lived a long life, seen all kinds of people, all kinds of things. If there's one thing I know after 60 years, it's this. When something doesn't add up, there's always more to the story. What's not adding up? Chen Xuewan was stunned, unease growing in his chest. The old man set down his mop and looked straight at him. Let me ask you, did you really kill that campus beauty? Chen Xuewan flinched, shaking his head desperately. Absolutely not. The old man shrugged, his eyes cold. Exactly. You didn't kill her, but there's enough evidence and witnesses to send you to prison. What does that tell you? Someone set you up. The campus beauty was murdered, and you got framed for it. As for your parents, they must have found out something crucial, and that's why they were silenced. Remember, they died on their way to appeal your case. It was no simple car accident. Chen Xuewan's heart sank, his face turning ashen. Had never considered that there might be more to his parents' death. Now, a wave of pain washed over him, joined by a rising fury. His parents had been murdered? The thought nearly suffocated him, and a cold, murderous resolve began to flicker in his eyes. Seeing this, the old man nodded slightly, satisfied. So what now? Do you want to die here? Or do you want to live and avenge your parents? Chen Xuewan clenched his jaw, his eyes growing more determined, but a sense of helplessness crept in. I am nothing right now. How am I supposed to get revenge? The old man smiled faintly. If you're truly set on revenge, I can help you. Chen Xuewan stared in shock, hope flickering in his eyes. Do you mean it? The old man nodded calmly. That's right. But first, you have to prove you have the determination to go through with it. Chen Xuewan frowned nervously. How do I prove that? The old man smiled again. Start eating today. In a few days, you'll be sent back to prison. Scarface has already made it clear wants you dead. If you can survive him, he'll help you. Chen Xuewan's expression grew even more serious. Scarface was notorious in prison, with dozens of men under him. If Scarface really wanted him dead, how could he possibly survive? Sensing Chen Xuewan's anxiety, the old man said quietly, how you survive is up to you. The world is a cruel place. If you can't even keep yourself alive, how could you ever get your revenge? Chen Xuewan took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. I will survive, no matter what. The old man nodded, tossing a book onto the bed. If you want more chances, read this. It'll do you good. Chen Xuewan glanced down and saw the title on the cover: Basic Medicine. It was a standard manual for the hospital staff, nothing special at all. He looked up at the old man in confusion. Why should I read this? The old man's gaze was sharp, and a mocking smile played at his lips. Learn which parts of the body are most vulnerable, and where to strike if you want to be lethal. If you want to survive, if you want revenge, you need to know how to hurt others first. Suddenly, it all made sense to Chen Xuewan. He gripped the book tightly, his eyes burning with resolve. He would settle his parents' injustice and his own personally. As Chen Xuewan began eating again, his strength gradually returned. During this period, the old man would appear in the hospital room every day like clockwork, acting as a strict yet patient mentor, teaching Chen Xuewan various survival skills. Sometimes, the old man would sit by the bedside, quietly explaining deadly techniques, his fingers tracing shapes in the air while his gaze remained sharp as a blade. Other times, he would teach Chen Xuewan how to survive in dangerous situations, his calm voice always precise and meaningful. Remember, the old man said solemnly on the very first day, tapping his finger on the table, the first rule of survival. If something seems off, there's always a reason. Always think twice before you act. Understand the logic behind things before making any decisions. In the days that followed, the old man taught Chen Xuewan how to read people, how to pick up on a glance or a subtle gesture to discern someone's intentions. Through these conversations, Chen Xuewan was amazed to discover the old man's vast knowledge, which spanned history, human nature, and much more. His insight and perspective were far deeper than most could ever hope to achieve. All of this convinced Chen Xuewan that the old man had been anything but ordinary before ending up in prison. One day, when the room was empty, Chen Xuewan cautiously asked, Sir, who are you really? The old man's lips curled into a faint smile, a mysterious glint flickering in his eyes. He leaned in close, lowering his voice. Let me give you another rule for survival: don't be too curious. Curious people usually don't last long. He patted Chen Xuewan on the shoulder, his tone leaving no room for argument. Don't ask about my identity. Just remember my surname is Du. 10 days later, Chen Xuewan's injuries had mostly healed. A little after 2 in the afternoon, the doctor finished the final checkup and told him to pack his things, saying he'd be sent back to his cell that night. Chen Xuewan glanced at the clock on the wall, thought for a moment, and suddenly spoke up. Doctor, could I go back now instead? The doctor looked at him in surprise. In his experience, inmates always try to stay in the hospital as long as possible, but Chen Xuewan was asking to leave early, which was unusual. Still, the doctor didn't ask any further questions after all. Once Chen Xuewan left the ward, he was no longer his responsibility. He'll arrange for the guards to take you back, the doctor said, turning to make the arrangements. Nearby, old Du was sweeping the floor. Seeing the doctor walk away, he immediately put down his broom and moved closer to Chen Xuewan, frowning. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? If you return now, Everyone's still working. Chen Xuewan glanced at old Du, lowering his voice. There are 8 people in my cell tonight. All of them work for Scar. If I go back then, do you think he'll survive the night? If I go now, at least I have a fighting chance. Old Du was taken aback, then looked at Chen Xuewan with newfound respect, a smile of approval spreading across his face. Not bad. You really are something. All right, they'll be watching. Remember what I told you. If you make it through this, it'll help you get out of prison. Chen Xuewan clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, determination shining in his eyes. Soon after, Chen Xuewan was escorted back to his cell by 2 guards. Just as old Du had said, the inmates from his group were working on repairs up on the roof. He was brought directly to the rooftop and handed over to the guard stationed there. The moment Chen Xuewan appeared on the rooftop, the inmates immediately noticed him. The place erupted in noise, especially among Scar's gang. They dropped their tools, yelling and hurling crude threats at Chen Xuewan, declaring that he was as good as dead. If not for the guards shouting them back to work, a fight would have broken out on the spot. Even so, Scar, with his one good eye, stood not far away, glaring at Chen Xuewan with pure hatred. He made a slow, unmistakable gesture across his throat, the threat perfectly clear. Chen Xuewan ignored it. After listening to the guard's instructions, he quietly walked into the work area and started his task. Before long, Scar slipped up behind him, his voice low and filled with venom. Chen, you cost me this. I am not done with you. I came back from the hospital early just to settle the score. Just wait until we're back in the cell. You'll see how I deal with you. Chen Xuewan glanced coldly at Scarface, his expression unreadable. Scarface's eyes glinted with menace as he gritted his teeth and spat. Damn it. You're still not giving in? Fine. Tonight, when we're back in the cell, we'll see just how tough you really are. Chen Xuewan said nothing, only locking eyes with Scarface, a murderous intent gradually rising in his gaze. The look unsettled Scarface, who snapped. Keep staring, and tonight I'll gouge your eyes out myself. Chen Xuewan took a deep breath and looked around, then suddenly turned back to Scarface. Just as Scarface opened his mouth, Chen Xuewan lunged at him like a wild bull, grabbing him around the waist and charging toward the edge of the building. No one saw it coming. By the time people realized something was wrong, Chen Xuewan had already leapt off the rooftop with Scarface in his arms. A loud crash echoed from below. Everyone froze in shock. This was the 4th floor. Was Chen Xuewan trying to kill himself? People rushed to the edge, the guards blowing their whistles and scrambling to restore order. No one wanted to back away. All eyes were glued to the scene below. On the ground, Scarface lay flat on his back, motionless, while Chen Xuewan was sprawled on top of him. During the fall, Scarface had taken the brunt of the impact, cushioning Chen Xuewan and sparing him from serious injury. Scarface, however, was in bad shape, multiple fractures, blood foaming from his mouth. Even so, Chen Xuewan didn't let up. With everyone watching, he grabbed Scarface by the head and smashed it against the wall. Once, twice, 3 times. Blood poured from Scarface's skull. He was powerless to resist. The entire crowd was stunned. Everyone here was tough, but no one had ever witnessed such brutality. Chen Xuewan looked like he was going to kill Scarface right in front of them. The guards upstairs shouted in panic. Chen Xuewan, stop. Don't do anything stupid. Let him go. But Chen Xuewan ignored them, continuing to slam Scarface's head into the wall. By then, guards from below had rushed over and pinned Chen Xuewan down. Scarface, covered in blood, was carried away, his fate uncertain. The guard captain stormed over, furious, pointing at Chen Xuewan and yelling, "Are you insane? Do you realize you were only sentenced to a little over 20 years? Last time, you blinded his eye. Now you've beaten him half to death. With all this, the judge could sentence you to death." Chen Xuewan wiped the blood from his face and stared at the captain. Suddenly, he stepped forward and roared, "Kill me. Just kill me already." Blood streamed down his face, his eyes wild and terrifying, his voice filled with a chilling madness. The captain recoiled, genuinely frightened. Had never seen anyone so unhinged. The other inmates went pale. They were tough, but they weren't crazy. Faced with someone so desperate for death, who wouldn't be scared? Scarface didn't die in the end, but he was crippled for life and would spend the rest of his days bedridden. Chen Xuewan's sentence was immediately doubled, but he didn't seem to care at all. After spending half a month in solitary confinement, he was sent back to his cell. This time, the guards were much more cautious. They took him straight back and increased security. Chen Xuewan sat quietly in the cell, while the other 7 inmates huddled together on the opposite side, watching him with fear in their eyes. All 7 had been Scarface's men, but now none of them dared to mention revenge. After a while, Chen Xuewan suddenly stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade as he swept his eyes over the group. "I heard you guys want to kill me to get back at me for Scarface?" The 7 men jumped in fright, waving their hands frantically. "No, no, absolutely not." Chen Xuewan's face remained expressionless as he continued, "You've probably heard about me. My parents died because of me, and I don't plan on living much longer either. But dying alone is too lonely. If I can take a few of you with me before I go, it won't be a wasted death, right?" Everyone went pale with terror. Faced with someone who had no fear of death and was already desperate, it didn't matter how many of them there were. There was no way they could bring themselves to kill Chen Xuewan when they still hoped to get out someday. But Chen Xuewan didn't care about living or dying, and if he got the chance, none of them could afford the consequences. Scarface was proof enough of that. One quick-witted man immediately forced a flattering smile and said, "Winch, you've got it all wrong. Scarface was a bastard who bullied everyone. None of us liked him. You taking him down was actually doing us all a favor. We should be thanking you. From now on, you're our boss. Whatever you say, we'll do. Isn't that right, everyone?" The others all nodded, calling Chen Xuewan boss. Chen Xuewan spat at them in disgust and snapped, "Bunch of cowards. Get lost." None of them dared talk back. They shrank away to the side, heads down, not even daring to lie on their bunks. From that moment on, Chen Xuewan became the leader of the cell, his intimidation far surpassing what Scarface had ever managed. A single look from him was enough to make the others tremble. The next morning, during breakfast, Chen Xuewan walked into the cafeteria with his tray, drawing everyone's attention. Scarface had 3 or 4 dozen men in prison, while Chen Xuewan's own cellmates had been cowed. The men from other cells still glared at him with open hostility. Chen Xuewan ignored them, collected his food, and headed straight for a table. Seated at this table were more of Scarface's men, but not from Chen Xuewan's cell. In the past, they had bossed him around and beaten him up more than once. Now, as Chen Xuewan approached, his icy gaze fixed on them. Their expressions darkened, and one burly man glared back, cursing, "What the hell are you staring at?" Before he could finish, Chen Xuewan struck. With a flick of his right wrist, a slender stone slipped from his sleeve. A shard head picked up during outside work detail, one end ground sharp as a blade. Ever since Chen Xuewan blinded Scarface in the last incident, chopsticks had been banned in the prison, forcing Chen to look for other weapons. During his recovery in the infirmary, he hadn't wasted any time. Instead, he immersed himself in medical books, memorizing every fatal point of the human body in preparation for today's fight. As the burly men surrounded him, Chen's gaze turned steely. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. The stone in his hand flashed like lightning, stabbing into the first man's neck, followed by a swift horizontal slash. Blood spurted out as the man clutched his throat desperately, collapsing to the ground, limbs convulsing uncontrollably as his life ebbed away. The sudden burst of violence stunned everyone nearby. For a moment, no one dared to move. Chen didn't pause. Seizing the moment, he grabbed another man by the neck and drove the stone forward. This one reacted quickly, instinctively raising his hand to block, but the sharp edge pierced straight through his palm, blood dripping down his wrist. "Help! Somebody help!" The man screamed in agony, his face contorted with fear. His cries finally jolted the others into action, and several men lunged at Chen together. But even surrounded, Chen kept his cool. One arm shielded his head, while the other gripped the stone tightly. Each strike aimed precisely at his attacker's thighs. Though he took his share of punches and kicks, his face bloodied. His opponents suffered worse, each retreating with deep wounds, clutching their injuries. Just as the chaos peaked, the guards finally arrived, wrestling Chen to the ground with their batons and restraining him. The guard captain, breathless and furious, arrived on the scene, veins bulging on his forehead as he took in the blood and wounded inmates. "Chen Xuewan, are you trying to get yourself killed?" The captain spat, glaring down at the subdued Chen. "I'm reporting everything you've done to the higher-ups. Keep this up, and you'll be facing the death penalty for sure." Pinned to the ground, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead and staining half his face, Chen lifted his head, his eyes blazing. He replied coldly, "Then you'd better hurry. Because if you're not fast enough, they'll make sure every one of them is dead." The wounded men instinctively stepped back, intimidated by the murderous glint in Chen's eyes. In that moment, he didn't look like a subdued prisoner, but a wild beast straining against its chains. The other inmates exchanged nervous glances, silently relieved they'd never crossed this madman. As a result, Chen was sentenced to another 2 weeks in solitary confinement. But more importantly, the fight cemented his reputation in the prison. No one dared mess with him now. On the day Chen was released from solitary, Scarface's old crew gathered before him, heads bowed, offering apologies and begging for mercy. Word had spread that Chen had nothing to lose, and no one wanted to provoke a madman who wasn't afraid to die. With the other prisoners firmly under his control, Chen sought out Old Du again. "I survived," Chen said, meeting the old man's eyes. "Now, it's time you told me how to get out of here." Old Du smiled, nodding with satisfaction. "You've surprised me, kid. Since you've proven yourself, they'll keep my promise. You help me create an opportunity, and they'll get you out." Chen frowned slightly. "What kind of opportunity?" "A chance to throw the prison into chaos," Old Du replied in a low voice. "Once things get messy and all the guards are distracted, you sneak off with me to the kitchen." He patted Chen on the shoulder. "Leave the chaos to you. As long as you can stir things up, they'll get you out." Chen thought for a moment, a sharp glint in his eyes, then nodded slowly. "All right, they'll take care of it." As Chen turned to leave, Old Du watched his back, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 3 days later, during a routine work assignment, Chen Xuewan ran into another prison boss face-to-face. This man had bullied Chen before, but ever since the incident with Scar, he had always gone out of his way to avoid him. This time, the boss tried to lighten the mood with a joke, but ended up touching a nerve. Without warning, Chen erupted, attacking the man like a wild animal. He grabbed the boss by the throat and viciously tore at his ear, nearly ripping half of it off. The boss writhed on the ground, screaming in pain, while Chen, eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched, threatened, "This isn't over. I won't let you off." That night, the boss gathered a few other big players in the prison to discuss what to do. These men used to rule the place, but now they were all suppressed by Chen alone. Though they were furious, faced with a madman who had nothing to lose, they had no choice but to join forces so they wouldn't be picked off one by one. Because of the fight, Chen was put in solitary confinement for 2 days. As soon as he got out, he called together all his men, most of whom had once followed Scar. He gave a simple, direct order: at dinner, take care of that boss. In the dining hall, Chen slammed the table hard. At that signal, his men rushed forward, surrounding the boss. The other side was ready, too, quickly gathering their own allies. The whole hall erupted into chaos as guards scrambled to restore order. Amid the confusion, Chen quietly slipped into the kitchen and made his way to the spot he had arranged to meet Du Lao. Du Lao was already waiting, holding a bundle in his hand. When he saw Chen, he smiled approvingly. "You did well." Chen glanced at the bundle, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Du Lao didn't say much. He quickly opened a hidden entrance to the sewer and led Chen inside, carefully covering their tracks afterward. The pipe was used for waste disposal, filled with floating debris and a stench that was almost unbearable. The tunnel was so narrow that only one person could crawl through at a time, with filthy water up to their chins. One wrong move, and it would flood into their mouths. The freezing water in the dead of winter was unbearable, but Chen clenched his teeth and forced himself forward. This was his only chance at escape. No matter how hard the road ahead, he was determined to seek justice for his parents. The 5-kilometer crawl left him gagging more than once, but each time, he forced himself to push on. At last, the two of them heard the sound of running water ahead. Du Lao brightened and quickened his pace. "We're almost there." Soon, a faint shaft of moonlight filtered through a gap ahead, illuminating the dim sewer. The exit was right by the riverbank, but a sturdy iron grate was welded firmly across it, blocking their way. Chen Xuewan frowned as he examined the grate. "How are we supposed to get out?" Du Lao chuckled, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. "Don't worry, I've planned for this. The people outside have already sawed through most of the bars. Just give it a good push and it'll open." Chen Xuewan nodded. "All right, he'll give it a try." He crawled over, gripped the bars tightly, tensed his muscles, and pushed with all his strength. Sure enough, the grate shook, and several iron bars snapped with a loud crack. As Chen Xuewan focused on pushing the grate, Du Lao silently moved up behind him. In the moonlight, a dagger had somehow appeared in Du Lao's hand, its blade gleaming coldly. His eyes flashed with malice, and while Chen Xuewan was fully absorbed in his task, Du Lao suddenly drove the dagger straight toward his heart. Caught completely off guard, Chen Xuewan was stabbed. His body went limp, collapsing into the filthy water. Du Lao sneered, looking down at his fallen companion. "Kid, your job is done. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. No need to thank me." With that, he turned and began pushing at the loosened bars of the grate. Suddenly, there was a loud splash behind him. Before Du Lao could turn around, Chen Xuewan sprang up like a ghost, slamming him to the ground. A dagger flashed in Chen Xuewan's hand, aimed straight at Du Lao's throat. Du Lao reacted instantly, raising his arm to block the strike. At the same time, he twisted his other hand around, his fingers claw-like, locking around Chen Xuewan's neck. Grabbing Chen Xuewan's wrist, he twisted, quickly reversing their positions. "Not bad, kid. Faking your death, huh?" Du Lao sneered. "But all your skills, I taught you. What makes you think you can take me on?" Before he could finish, Chen Xuewan's other hand shot up, flinging a small object at Du Lao. Instinctively, Du Lao raised his arm to block it, only to smash it open. A cloud of fine powder burst into the air, flying straight into his eyes. With a cry of pain, Du Lao staggered back, rubbing furiously at his face. In that split second, a sharp pain exploded in his abdomen. A dagger had been driven silently into his stomach. Du Lao stumbled backwards, tumbling out of the sewer and crashing heavily onto the muddy riverbank. He looked down in disbelief at the dagger embedded in his gut, then up at Chen Xuewan's hand. Only then did he realize Chen Xuewan was holding a stick, not a knife, in his right hand. The real dagger had been hidden in his left all along. Du Lao coughed, blood bubbling from his mouth and staining his shirt. He stared at Chen Xuewan in shock. "You, how could you?" Standing at the mouth of the sewer, Chen Xuewan looked down at him and spoke coldly, word by word. "Do you remember the first rule of survival you taught me?" Du Lao let out a bitter laugh, his lips twitching. "When something's out of the ordinary, there's always a reason." Chen Xuewan nodded calmly. "Exactly. If something seems off, there's always a catch. We had no ties, and you went out of your way to help me. If you didn't have an ulterior motive, that would have been impossible. Du Lao's face was deathly pale, the moonlight turning him into a ghostly mask. He gritted his teeth. So you've been on guard against me from the very beginning? Chen Xuewan nodded slowly, his eyes cold. Ever since you taught me that first rule, I've been wary of you. In fact, I've stopped trusting anyone in this world. Du Lao let out a bitter laugh. I never expected you to be so perceptive. The survival rules I taught you actually used them against me. But tell me, how did you know I would come after you? Chen Xuewan's gaze fell on the bulging bag beside Du Lao, his tone calm. You should know that everyone in this prison is afraid of me now. There's nothing that happens here without my knowledge. 2 weeks ago, you arranged for someone to smuggle in a knife and several bottles of concentrated sulfuric acid. Du Lao's face changed dramatically, his voice trembling. That doesn't prove anything. I kept wondering what you needed the sulfuric acid for. Chen Xuewan's eyes were sharp. When you brought that bag along as we tried to escape together, I finally understood. You wanted to use the acid to destroy my body, disguise me as yourself, and then vanish for good. Helping me from the start was just part of your own escape plan, wasn't it? Du Lao's face turned ashen, his voice shaking uncontrollably. Those are just your assumptions. You're right, they are. As Chen Xuewan spoke, he slowly took off his prison uniform, revealing something that left Du Lao stunned. Thick slabs of pork had been carefully strapped over his vital areas, especially his heart, layered for extra protection. No wonder Du Lao hadn't suspected anything when he stabbed him earlier. Who would have thought the knife had only pierced a piece of meat prepared in advance? You taught me to be cautious in everything I do. I made this meat armor to guard against you. And that bag of yours doesn't have anything dangerous in it, it's just flour from the kitchen. I wasn't sure I could beat you, so I planned to use the flour to blind you and give myself a fighting chance. Du Lao was silent for a moment, then let out a wry chuckle. You really are something. If I'm beaten by you, I have nothing to complain about. Who would have thought, after a lifetime of cunning, I'd be outsmarted by a kid like you? As he spoke, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His body twitched a few times before he slowly collapsed to the ground, motionless. Chen Xuewan didn't approach. Instead, he used an iron rod to pull Du Lao's bag closer. Opening it, he found 2 books, some miscellaneous items, and several glass bottles filled with liquid. Chen Xuewan picked up one of the bottles and, without hesitation, splashed the liquid onto Du Lao's body. Suddenly, the supposedly dead Du Lao sprang up like a starving wolf, lunging at Chen Xuewan. The old fox had been playing dead, trying to lure Chen Xuewan close. But he hadn't counted on Chen Xuewan's caution. Instead of checking the body, he tested it with sulfuric acid, forcing Du Lao to reveal himself ahead of time. It was as if Chen Xuewan had anticipated this moment all along. The glass bottle in his hand slipped free, arcing through the air straight toward Du Lao's face. Under the harsh light, the concentrated sulfuric acid inside shimmered with an eerie glow. Du Lao's pupils contracted sharply. In a split second, he raised his arm to shield himself. The bottle was knocked aside, shattering on the grass a short distance away. In that electrifying instant, Chen Xuewan lunged forward, the iron rod in his hand striking like a venomous snake, plunging directly into Du Lao's chest. Du Lao let out a howl of pain, but didn't collapse. Instead, he lashed out in a final burst of fury, his hands clamping around Chen Xuewan's neck like iron vices. You brat, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Die. A suffocating pressure seized Chen Xuewan. His face turned crimson as he desperately tried to pry Du Lao's hands off, but it was useless. In a flash of desperation, he caught sight of the nearby river. Clinging to Du Lao, he threw himself into the water. The icy river swallowed them both in an instant. Beneath the surface, Du Lao refused to let go, but Chen Xuewan held on just as tightly, forcing him down toward the riverbed. The underwater struggle became a brutal test of willpower. Whoever could last longer would win. Du Lao, weakened by age and the wound in his chest, was no match for the younger, stronger Chen Xuewan. When he felt Du Lao's grip finally begin to loosen, Chen Xuewan seized the chance to break the surface, gasping and choking for air while still pinning Du Lao below. Several more minutes passed before Du Lao's struggles ceased completely. Only then did Chen Xuewan release his grip. He pulled the knife from Du Lao's abdomen and delivered a few more blows to vital spots to make sure he was truly dead. Then, dragging the corpse to the riverbank, he collapsed, gulping in deep breaths. Suddenly, a searchlight swept across the night sky in the distance. Chen Xuewan's expression hardened. The prison had discovered the escape. He quickly scanned his surroundings and came up with a plan. Efficiently, he swapped prison uniforms with Du Lao, then collected the broken bottle of sulfuric acid and poured the remaining liquid onto Du Lao's face. The acid quickly disfigured the corpse beyond recognition. After cleaning up the scene, Chen Xuewan pushed Du Lao's body into the swift current of the river. But he didn't flee just yet. Instead, he grabbed Du Lao's backpack and slipped back into the foul-smelling sewer, retracing his steps. Within moments, several police cars screeched to a halt at the scene. The guard captain, inspecting the area with his team, shouted angrily, "I knew it. They escaped through the sewers. They must still be nearby. Search along the river. leave no stone unturned. A guard glanced nervously at the dark sewer entrance and hesitated. Captain, should we check inside? Are you crazy? The captain snapped, glaring at him. Who would go back into that stinking hellhole? If you want to search, go in yourself. The guard, overwhelmed by the stench, quickly backed away, waving his hands, and said nothing more about searching the sewers. Chen Xuewan crawled back through the pitch-dark sewer for nearly 2 miles before stopping at a fork that led to a nearby village. He didn't risk leaving immediately. Instead, he found a small protrusion inside the pipe, where he could barely balance himself, and curled up there. The clatter of wheels and hurried footsteps echoed clearly from outside the prison, was clearly conducting a thorough search. Soaked to the skin, Chen Xuewan felt the chill of the filthy water from the earlier struggle seep into his bones, the sub-zero temperature making him shiver uncontrollably. But he clenched his teeth and kept silent. This was his only chance. The hope of avenging his parents rested entirely on this escape. If he was caught, not only would he lose his life, but his parents' deaths would have been in vain. At that thought, he silently vowed that even if he starved or froze to death, he would not give up. It wasn't until an entire day had passed that the sounds of the search gradually faded away. Even then, Chen Xuewan remained hidden in the foul-smelling sewer for several more hours. Not until the early hours of the morning did he cautiously climb out, finding himself near a rundown village. He quickly located a small stream and didn't hesitate to plunge into the icy water, which was covered by a thin layer of ice. The bitter cold made him shudder, but he forced himself to wash thoroughly. Once ashore, he opened Du Lao's bag and took out a set of clothes that had been prepared in advance. He had noticed them before, but changing in the filthy sewer would only have caused more trouble. Now, pulling on clean, warm clothes felt like a new lease on life, and he let out a long, relieved breath. He found a secluded spot to bury his prison uniform, then quietly set off toward Pingqing. To avoid possible patrols, he chose to travel through the mountains and forests, taking nearly 2 hours to reach the city before dawn. Gazing at the place where he was born and raised, Chen Xuewan felt a sharp pain in his heart. This city had once been his home, but now it was filled only with hatred and sorrow. He slipped into the city along a rural path. By then, dawn was breaking and people were starting to appear on the streets. Chen Xuewan pulled down a hat that covered half his face and, seeing that no one was paying him any attention, finally relaxed a little. Taking some money from what Du Lao had left him, he bought 4 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge at a breakfast stall. After nearly 40 hours without food, he could hardly resist the urge to devour it all in one gulp. In the end, though, he didn't dare do it, drawing that much attention would only make things worse. Forcing himself to relax his shoulders, Chen Xuewan tried to eat his breakfast slowly, just like any other customer. Suddenly, the sound of synchronized footsteps approached. Several officers in uniform were heading his way, their polished shoes clicking crisply against the floor. Chen Xuewan's Adam's apple bobbed as he instinctively gripped the edge of the table, the urge to run nearly overwhelming him. But reason won out over instinct. If he tried to escape now, he'd immediately expose himself, and the entire city would be put on lockdown for a manhunt. All he could do was take his chances. Fortunately, the officers walked straight past him to the next table. The owner greeted them warmly. "Old Gu, you're up early. Still searching?" The lead officer waved him off tiredly. "Don't even mention it. That escaped convict is still out there. Every squad in the city's been working nonstop. We haven't slept for a day and a night. Weren't there 2 who got away?" The owner asked, setting down steaming plates of breakfast. "We found the younger one. He's dead," Old Gu sighed. "Just the old repeat offender left now." Chen Xuewan's heart skipped a beat. Had swapped clothes with Du Lao and used acid to destroy the body. It seemed the authorities believed the dead man was him. The misunderstanding wouldn't last forever, but for now, it gave him a brief respite. "The young man's dead? That's such a shame," the owner exclaimed. "What's so shameful about it?" Another customer at the next table chimed in. "That scum raped and killed someone. Dying was too easy for him." The owner quickly turned to argue. "You can't say that. The kid went to school with my son, always seemed decent. I can't believe he'd do something like that. You never really know someone." The customer spat. "There's evidence and witnesses. If it wasn't him, who else could it be?" The owner shook his head with a sigh. His parents had it even worse. They went everywhere trying to clear his name, and then they got into a car accident. The whole family's gone. They deserved it. The customer sneered. "You know what his parents did? They stole the victim's autopsy report to try to overturn the case. If that's not karma, what is?" Chen Xuewan's knuckles turned white from gripping the table, anger surging in his chest. Every word from the customer cut into him like a knife. The owner stared in shock. "Is that true? The girl was my relative." "Of course I know," the customer spat. "That bastard got off easy." Chen Xuewan couldn't hear the rest of the conversation. His mind buzzed with a single thought. His parents actually managed to steal the school bowtie's autopsy report. No wonder Du Lao had said they must have found some crucial evidence, and that's why they were silenced. Clearly, there was a shocking secret hidden in that report. The news Chen Xuewan overheard at the breakfast stall helped put his mind at ease. The law enforcement team had temporarily identified the deceased as Old Du, which meant their investigation would focus on elderly people for the time being and not on him. This realization allowed Chen Xuewan to relax a little. After finishing his breakfast, he casually left the stall. Lao Gu and the others were still eating and paid no attention to his departure. Their focus was entirely on the elderly passersby. Every elderly person who walked by was scrutinized, and some who wore hats were even stopped so their hats could be removed and their faces examined closely, every wrinkle and expression carefully observed. As a young man, Chen Xuewan barely warranted a glance from anyone. He entered Pingqing and checked into a well-appointed hotel across from the law enforcement office. At that time, hotels didn't require identification for check-in, so the process went smoothly for Chen Xuewan. Based on what had learned in prison, law enforcement typically targeted cheap inns and internet cafes when searching for fugitives, since those places were crowded and chaotic, ideal for someone trying to hide. With this in mind, Chen Xuewan deliberately chose a larger hotel located right under the authorities' noses, employing a hiding in plain sight strategy. Old Du had once said that the most dangerous place was often the safest. As it turned out, Chen Xuewan's decision was a wise one. Most of the law enforcement officers had already been dispatched to block off the roads around Pingqing and were focusing their searches on small inns and internet cafes, paying little attention to better hotels like his. After all, no one would expect a prison escapee to hide right across from the law enforcement office. So, Chen Xuewan spent the whole day in the hotel, resting and regaining his strength and peace. He took a nap in his room, and by the time he woke up, night had fallen. Walking over to the window, he carefully surveyed the scene outside. Everything seemed calm and ordinary, which reassured him. He made himself 2 packets of instant noodles and turned on the TV, starting with the local news. The news channel covered routine local events, but a ticker at the bottom of the screen displayed a wanted notice for the Pingqing prison escapee. Chen Xuewan glanced at it and saw that old Du was still listed, which eased his mind a bit more. This meant the authorities still hadn't identified the true victim. Thanks to his own methods, Chen Xuewan had left old Du's body almost unrecognizable, so it would take a forensic examination to confirm the identity. Given Pingqing's limited resources, such examinations had to be sent to the provincial capital, Pingzhou, which would take considerable time. It had been 2 days since Chen Xuewan escaped from prison, so the real identity of the body would soon come to light. For now, though, the authorities hadn't made any significant breakthroughs. He quickly finished his noodles, took a deep breath as he looked out into the night, put on his hat, and resolutely decided to leave the hotel. The night was dark, and there were few people on the street. Taking advantage of the darkness, Chen Xuewan arrived outside a hotel. This was the same hotel where the campus belle had met her tragic end, and also the place where Chen Xuewan had been arrested. The best hotel in Pingqing stood before him, its lights spilling onto the street through the glass windows. A night here started at no less than 150 yuan, and the luxury suite where the campus belle died cost over 1,000 per night. Chen Xuewan knew very well that, with his father's monthly salary barely reaching 800 yuan, this was not a place he could ever afford. Yet it was 2 hotel staff from this very place who had testified in court, swearing that he had rented the room and dragged the campus belle upstairs, making them the key witnesses who sealed his fate. The cold wind bit through him as Chen Xuewan huddled in a narrow alley outside the hotel, eyes fixed on the entrance and exit. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock that a few uniformed staff left one after another. Chen Xuewan's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized one of them, a tall, thin young man named Zhao Dong, one of the witnesses who had testified against him in court. He silently followed at a safe distance. After walking for a while, the staff members went their separate ways. At a crossroads, Zhao Dong turned down a side street alone. Chen Xuewan quickened his pace, moving like a silent predator, closing in on its prey. In a deserted alley, Chen Xuewan suddenly rushed forward, clamping one hand over Zhao Dong's mouth and forcing him to the ground with the other. Zhao Dong struggled desperately, kicking wildly, but Chen Xuewan pressed a knife to his throat. "Don't move." The cold blade pricked his skin, drawing a thin line of blood. Feeling the threat of death, Zhao Dong immediately went limp, raising his hands and stopping his resistance. Chen Xuewan kept his hand over Zhao Dong's mouth, gesturing with the knife for him to move in another direction. With no other choice, Zhao Dong was forced to walk with Chen Xuewan through the alley and into a nearby field. They trudged along a muddy path for over half an hour until they reached an abandoned brick factory. The area was deserted, the only sound the wind whistling through the dilapidated buildings. Once they reached this secluded spot, Chen Xuewan finally released his grip on Zhao Dong's mouth. Thinking Chen Xuewan had let his guard down, Zhao Dong bolted like a startled rabbit, trying to escape. But he had barely taken 2 steps before Chen Xuewan grabbed his collar and stabbed his thigh with the knife. "Ah!" Zhao Dong's scream of pain echoed through the empty factory. Chen Xuewan quickly pressed the blade to his throat. "Shut up." Terrified, Zhao Dong immediately fell silent, his mouth shut tight, whimpering in pain. Blood oozed from his thigh wound, looking especially vivid in the darkness. Staring at his attacker in fear, he trembled and stammered, "Please, man, I don't have any money." Chen Xuewan was wearing a hat with the brim pulled low over his face. Coupled with the darkness, Zhao Dong had no idea that his attacker was Chen Xuewan himself. Chen Xuewan stared coldly at him, his voice low and menacing. I don't want your money. I just have a few questions for you. Zhao Dong froze, clutching his bleeding leg. What questions? Chen Xuewan stepped closer, the knife glinting faintly in the moonlight. Tell me, who told you to frame Chen Xuewan? Instead of answering, Zhao Dong squinted at Chen Xuewan, frowning. Suddenly, he snapped. Who the hell are you? Are you one of Chen Xuewan's friends? Listen, this isn't something you can get involved in. If you don't want to end up like Li Yong, with your arms and legs broken, you'd better let me go right now. Anyone who gets involved in this will end up dead. This made Chen Xuewan's expression change instantly. Li Yong was his childhood friend, the one who had shouted in court, vowing to get justice for him when he was sentenced. Now, from what Zhao Dong was saying, it sounded like Li Yong had been crippled because of him. This news only fueled Chen Xuewan's murderous intent, though he didn't show it. Instead, he asked in a low voice, who hurt Li Yong? Zhao Dong saw the suppressed expression on Chen Xuewan's face and mistakenly thought he was scared. A smug, cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Humph, he was beaten up by his own boss. Chen Xuewan frowned deeply. Li Yong had always been involved with the underworld, often boasting about how brave his boss was and how well he looked after him. But now, this so-called boss had broken his limbs? It made no sense at all. His boss. Why would his boss break his arms and legs? Chen Xuewan's voice was full of disbelief. Zhao Dong's sneer grew even more pronounced, a look of contempt flashing in his eyes. What? You don't believe me? Humph, you have no idea how powerful the people behind this really are. He lowered his voice threateningly. Li Yong kept shouting about seeking justice for that guy named Chen, and came to us witnesses for help. He was asking for trouble. With one word from the boss behind all this, Li Yong's own boss personally broke his arms and legs. Zhao Dong glanced at Chen Xuewan with disdain. Kid, you'd better think about how many lives you've got left. If you don't want to die, let me go right now. Otherwise, I promise you'll end up worse than Li Yong. Chen Xuewan's face turned icy cold. From Zhao Dong's words, he could tell this guy definitely knew something. Who's this boss you're talking about? His voice was low and every word squeezed out through clenched teeth. Zhao Dong was stunned for a second. Then his expression turned cold. Don't ask me, kid. I don't know who the boss is either. Like I said, if you want to live, let me go. If not. Before he could finish, Chen Xuewan stabbed him again without hesitation. Zhao Dong let out a miserable scream and struggled violently, snapping the knife in half. Chen Xuewan frowned, holding the broken blade. This knife was terrible quality. He quickly stepped forward, pressed his foot on Zhao Dong's neck, and pointed the half-blade at his forehead, his voice cold as ice. Scream again, and he'll drive this right through your skull. Zhao Dong was almost scared out of his mind. After those 2 stabs, he was sure Chen Xuewan wasn't bluffing. He immediately stopped screaming, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Bro, you really don't know anything. Chen Xuewan said coldly. You were just talking about a boss, and now you say you don't know? You think he'll believe that? Zhao Dong's face was full of fear as he choked back tears. I was just guessing. Someone gave me 20,000 yuan to testify against that kid. Think about it. That's a lot of money to hand out so easily. It must be a big boss. Booty really don't know who it is. Chen Xuewan pressed. Who gave you the money? Zhao Dong hesitated, unwilling to answer. Chen Xuewan lost his patience and stabbed the half-blade into Zhao Dong's shoulder. Zhao Dong cried out in pain and quickly blurted, it was Wu Lihong. She gave me the money and told me to be a witness. Wu Lihong. Chen Xuewan froze, his hand trembling slightly. He knew Wu Lihong. She was a classmate of his. Even back in school, she was trouble, always wearing heavy makeup and hanging out with delinquents. After graduation, she didn't continue her studies and was often seen in nightclubs and bars. Rumor had it she worked as a hostess at one of them. She had even attended their last class reunion, showing up alongside the class beauty. The two of them seemed close, laughing and chatting together. Now, the class beauty had died near Chen Xuewan, and Wu Lihong was bribing witnesses behind the scenes. The whole thing was just too much of a coincidence. It seemed clear now that Wu Lihong must know the truth behind the campus bowtie's death. Chen Xuewan frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on Zhao Dong. Suddenly, he asked, do you want to live or die? Zhao Dong's face was ashen. He stammered, to want to live, of course. Brother, I've told you everything I know. Please, I'm begging you, give me a chance. Spare me. Fine, Chen Xuewan replied coldly. Then call Wu Lihong. Tell her someone is investigating your false testimony and ask her to meet to discuss a solution. Listen carefully. If you slip up and let her get suspicious, I'll kill you myself. As he spoke, he pressed the broken blade of a knife against Zhao Dong's neck. Zhao Dong trembled all over and nodded frantically. They'll call. He pulled out his old phone, his fingers shaking as he tried to dial. Chen Xuewan stopped him, his voice low and firm. Wait until you've calmed down. Right now, your voice is shaking. Your Michelle knows something's wrong the moment you speak. It took more than 10 minutes for Zhao Dong to regain his composure. Only then did Chen Xuewan let him make the call. Soon, Wu Lihong picked up. Zhao Dong, following Chen Xuewan's instructions, said, "Sister Hong, something's happened. Someone's come to me about the Chen Xuewan case. They suspect I gave false testimony. What should I do? Where are you? Let's meet and talk it over," Wu Lihong replied, her voice low. "Can we meet now? I'm really scared," Zhao Dong said anxiously. "Damn it. I'm with Brother Hu's friends tonight. I don't have time to come over." Wu Lihong snapped. "Don't worry. I heard that Chen Xuewan was killed when he broke out of prison a few days ago. Even if someone investigates, he's already dead. What's there to be afraid of? Just stick to your story. Relax, my boss will take care of it for you." With that, she hung up. Zhao Dong looked at Chen Xuewan, panic written all over his face. "Brother, you heard her. She won't come out tonight." Chen Xuewan frowned deeply. He had hoped to settle everything tonight, but with Wu Lihong refusing to show up, the investigation would have to wait another day. The longer this dragged on, the more dangerous it became. After thinking for a while, Chen Xuewan took a deep breath. "We'll meet tomorrow, then. By the way, where's your usual meeting spot? How do you usually get in touch?" He questioned Zhao Dong carefully, and Zhao Dong told him everything in detail. Chen Xuewan noted down all the information. Then, he took out a rope head prepared earlier and tied Zhao Dong up tightly. For extra security, he wrapped several layers of clear tape around the rope. Once he was sure Zhao Dong couldn't escape, Chen Xuewan dragged him to the entrance of an abandoned cellar. This place had once been a sweet potato cellar for the neighborhood, but it had long been deserted, overgrown with weeds, the entrance covered with a stone slab to prevent accidents. Chen Xuewan looked at Zhao Dong and said sternly, "Until I've settled everything, you'll stay in this cellar. Let me be clear. If anything happens to me and I can't come back, you'll starve to death in here. So we'll give you one last chance. Think carefully. Is there anything else you haven't told me? We're in this together. If you try to betray me and I get caught, you won't survive either." Zhao Dong, pale and shaking, said, "I'll tell you everything." He hurriedly added a few more details about his meetings with Wu Lihong. Chen Xuewan's face turned even colder. As he suspected, Zhao Dong had been holding something back. Luckily, head pressed him further, otherwise, there might not have been a chance to meet Wu Lihong tomorrow. After Zhao Dong had confessed everything, Chen Xuewan sealed his mouth with tape, then tossed him into the cellar and covered the entrance with the stone slab, trapping him inside. With everything done, Chen Xuewan turned and walked alone through the vast night, heading back to Pingqing. South District, Pingqing. Chen Xuewan walked along a crumbling concrete road, the silence broken now and then by barking dogs. The ground was uneven and full of potholes, and the shabby houses on either side looked bleak and deserted. This place was no different from the countryside. It was the poorest corner of Pingqing. His childhood friend, Li Eryong, lived in this rundown neighborhood. Li Eryong's family was poor, his father was lame, and his mother, once a textile factory worker, had lost her job and now sold vegetables at a street stall with her husband to make ends meet. Chen Xuewan's family was a bit better off, so he often helped out his friend. Li Eryong was smart and should have been a good student, but with younger siblings to support, he had to drop out of school to work. At first, he took a job at a game arcade run by a local thug, and later started following that boss around, getting mixed up in street life. Chen Xuewan still remembered the day he received his college acceptance letter. Li Eryong got drunk, crying as he begged Chen to finish his studies no matter what. But fate can be cruel. Before Chen Xuewan could even set foot on his college campus, disaster struck. What moved him most was that Li Eryong was beaten up and crippled because of what happened to him. Knowing his days were numbered, Chen Xuewan had come to see his lifelong friend one last time. Tomorrow, when the real culprit was revealed, he was determined to avenge himself, even if it cost his life. As he crossed an empty lot, he noticed a flicker of firelight in the distance. When Chen Xuewan got closer, he saw Li Eryong sitting on the ground, burning paper offerings. Li was covered in injuries, with bandages wrapped around his arm and leg, barely able to support himself with two crutches. Chen Xuewan hid behind a stone wall and heard Li Eryong muttering to himself, "Brother, back when we were in school, we were dirt poor. You always said you'd buy a color TV, a car, and a big house someday. Well, I'm burning them all for you now. In a bit, I'll even burn you a few beautiful women. They'll burn more money, too, so you can spend it however you want down there. But how could you just die like that, man?" As he spoke, Li Eryong broke down in tears. Behind the wall, Chen Xuewan felt his eyes sting. When Li finished burning the paper, he struggled to his feet and said, "Brother, there are 2 shares of paper money here. They'll leave my share with you for now. Once I recover, they'll find out who killed you and get revenge. If I make it, this share is yours. But if I can't, you hold on to mine, all right?" With that, he poured out half a bottle of liquor onto the ground and drank the rest in one gulp. Sitting by the dying embers, Li Eryong began to hum their favorite song, "Years of Friendship." Let's forget right and wrong. Let's remember the past. Even hard times together had their joy. Hidden behind the stone wall, Chen Xuewan softly sang along. After a long while, he let out a quiet sigh. He looked at Li Eryong, who was already fast asleep on the ground, and a determined glint flashed in his eyes. His clenched fists trembled slightly as he turned and strode toward the city center. After seeing his old friend tonight and settling that wish, It was time to take care of his own unfinished business. Though the night was deep, the lights outside the Pingqing funeral home were still bright. Chen Xuewan noticed a few shops along the street were still open after all. Life and death wait for no one, day or night. He stopped by a small store to buy some stacks of joss paper, then knelt on an empty patch of ground outside the funeral home. He didn't dare ask about the location of his parents' graves. Revealing his whereabouts could ruin all his plans for revenge. Fortunately, people often came here to pay their respects, so his actions didn't attract any attention. The joss paper burned in the night breeze, the flames lighting up the tears streaming down Chen Xuewan's face. When the last sheet turned to ash, he bowed 3 times with deep respect and whispered, "Dad, Mom, if there's a next life, I'll repay you 100-fold." The debt of gratitude for his parents' love remained unpaid, and now he would never have the chance. The guilt cut into him like a knife. Inside the funeral home, a few family members and staff were still keeping vigil. Chen Xuewan found a quiet corner and lay down without undressing. He didn't dare return to the hotel. His identity might have been exposed, so he made do with this place for the night, gathering his strength for tomorrow's revenge. Resting here, he wouldn't attract any suspicion. At first light, Chen Xuewan woke up. He put on his hat and grabbed some breakfast from a nearby food stall. As he passed a butcher's stand, a sharp, boning knife caught his eye. It was sturdy and razor-sharp, able to work around bones without damage, just what he needed to replace the broken knife from the night before. He pretended to buy some meat, and when the butcher wasn't looking, he hid the boning knife among the meat and walked off. In a secluded spot, he retrieved the knife and carefully tucked it into his waistband. With a weapon in hand, Chen Xuewan felt a little more secure. He bought a copy of the Pingqing Daily and saw that the wanted poster still featured Old Dust's face, which meant the authorities hadn't discovered his identity yet. That morning, he chose to blend into the crowds at a busy shopping mall, knowing even if a search took place, it would be hard to find him there. Around noon, he grabbed a quick bowl of noodles nearby before heading out. Next, he needed to meet Wu Lihong and find out who had set him up from the shadows. The old place that Wu Lihong mentioned to Zhao Dong was an internet cafe on this side of Pingqing. According to Zhao Dong, the cafe was protected by Wu Lihong's lover and was a spot she frequented. Chen Xuewan pulled his cap low and slipped cautiously into the internet cafe. The moment he entered, he was hit by the pungent smell of smoke and sweaty feet, which made him wrinkle his nose in disgust. The place was tucked away in a remote corner. Without any business license, it was the kind of shady underground joint that avoided the authorities. Looking around, Chen Xuewan saw a bunch of young punks with brightly dyed hair, shouting and laughing in the haze of cigarette smoke, their faces barely visible. In one corner, a few students with glasses and backpacks huddled nervously behind computer screens, clearly skipping school. All around the cafe, some people were fiercely battling monsters in online games. Others were locked in heated matches on CS maps. The sounds of clacking keyboards and clicking mice filled the air. Seeing all this, Chen Xuewan felt a wave of bitterness. Not so long ago, had been just like them, hanging out with friends at internet cafes, playing games without a care in the world, living out his youth with reckless abandon. Now, he was nothing more than a fugitive, forced to hide in the shadows and desperately cling to any chance of survival. He took a deep breath, pushing down the surge of sorrow inside him, and followed Zhao Dong's instructions, heading toward the back of the cafe. After passing through the noisy main hall, Chen Xuewan reached a small private room at the far end of the cafe. According to Zhao Dong, this was the private office of He Fei, the cafe's unofficial manager. Inside, there was a computer and a small bed. He Fei was 6 or 7 years older than Chen Xuewan and was a well-known local thug. In his early days, had made a name for himself by extorting students from nearby schools. Somehow, had managed to climb the ranks and was now running this internet cafe. Back when Chen Xuewan used to come here, had heard people gossiping that He Fei had taken the virginity of at least dozens of girls in this little room. Rumor had it that even Wu Lihong had been one of his conquests here. At the time, Chen Xuewan had chalked it up to idle gossip, but now he realized those rumors weren't unfounded. Wu Lihong really did have a thing with He Fei. He crept up to the private room and peered carefully through the gap in the door. Inside, a slender girl sat with her back to the door, dressed in revealing clothes. Her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, looked especially alluring in the dim light. Her waist was slim, while her chest and hips were full and curvy, giving her a strikingly seductive figure. Chen Xuewan recognized her at one seat was Wu Lihong. Back in school, Wu Lihong wasn't exactly the campus beauty, but she was even more popular. Unlike the innocent charm of the campus queen, Wu Lihong had a sultry appeal. While her features weren't quite as delicate, she was undeniably attractive. Most importantly, her figure far surpassed that of the campus beauty, and she knew how to dress and wasn't afraid to show off. Naturally, she became the dream girl for countless classmates. As he stared at her familiar silhouette, Chen Xuewan's initial nostalgia was quickly replaced by a surge of rage. This was the woman who had sent him to prison, who had caused his parents' deaths. His hand tightened unconsciously around the boning knife hidden in his clothes, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. But in the end, Chen Xuewan managed to suppress his fury and didn't act rashly. He first scanned his surroundings, making sure no one had noticed him, and then slipped silently into the private room. Wu Lihong was still sitting at the computer, listlessly playing a game. Her slender fingers tapped weakly at the keyboard, completely unaware that someone was approaching from behind. Chen Xuewan slowly approached Wu Lihong, ready to restrain her. Just then, a voice called out from outside the door, "Sister Hong, there's a phone call for you." Chen Xuewan froze, his body stiffening as if had been jolted by electricity. At that moment, Wu Lihong turned to look at him, her brows knitting together in suspicion. "What are you doing here?" she demanded coldly, a wary glint in her eyes. "This room is off limits. Get out." Before her words had even faded, she brushed past Chen Xuewan and walked out of the private room. Chen Xuewan stood rooted to the spot, cold sweat seeping from his palms. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to back down. Now that someone had spotted him, if he made a move here, he faced people would swarm in, and there'd be no chance of escape. For now, he had no choice but to set aside his plan. Wu Lihong strode quickly to the bar and grabbed the phone. The internet cafe was filled with the blaring noise of music and games, forcing her to cover one ear and raise her voice. "My cell has no signal. I didn't get the call." "What did you say?" "Say it again." Suddenly, her tone changed. "Who's not dead?" At that moment, Chen Xuewan was hiding on the other side of the bar, planning to wait until Wu Lihong finished her call before luring her out. But when he heard her last sentence, his face instantly turned pale. At the same time, Wu Lihong's expression twisted with shock. She whipped around, her gaze sweeping the crowd like a hawk searching for prey. When her eyes landed on Chen Xuewan, standing on the other side of the bar, she froze. Even though Chen Xuewan wore a hat that covered half his face, he knew in that instant that Wu Lihong had recognized him. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuewan turned and bolted, shooting out of the internet cafe like an arrow. Behind him, Wu Lihong let out a shrill scream, her voice filled with terror. Chen Xuewan didn't dare look back. He ran desperately down the narrow alley, his lungs burning, his legs heavy as lead. But survival instinct drove him onward. He only stopped when his chest felt like it would burst. Looking around, he realized he had reached a deserted field, with no one in sight. He quickly found a thick clump of grass, burrowed into it, and covered himself with weeds. Gasping for breath, he tried to calm his racing heart as his thoughts gradually cleared. When Wu Lihong asked over the phone, "Who's not dead?" Chen Xuewan instantly realized his secret was out. The panic in Wu Lihong's eyes confirmed it. Clearly, the autopsy report on old Du had come out, and the Pingqing law enforcement team knew it was Du Lao who had died, not Chen Xuewan. Someone behind the scenes must have notified Wu Lihong as soon as this news broke. When she realized the stranger in the hat might be the back from the dead Chen Xuewan, she started searching for him and finally found him. Fortunately, Chen Xuewan reacted quickly and escaped. Had he been a moment slower, he would have fallen into He Fei's hands by now, losing his chance for revenge forever. Now that his identity had been exposed, the path to vengeance was even more treacherous. Chen Xuewan faced two choices: stay in Pingqing and continue his plan for revenge, though with the current situation, he'd likely be caught within 3 days and face certain death, or flee Pingqing and disappear, which might offer a sliver of hope for survival. Chen Xuewan didn't hesitate, he chose the first path. The truth was, he wasn't afraid of death. What he feared was dying without having avenged himself. That would be the ultimate humiliation. But now that his cover was blown, how could he possibly get his revenge? Chen Xuewan lay hidden in the tall weeds, trying to regain his strength while his mind raced with thoughts of revenge. Right now, his most urgent task was to uncover the mastermind behind everything. To get to the truth, he needed to extract crucial information from Wu Lihong. But he knew all too well that, now that his identity had been exposed, Wu Lihong would be on high alert. How could he get close to her, or even get her to reveal the truth, while she was so guarded? To make matters worse, the Pingqing law enforcement team was searching for him relentlessly. One wrong move, and he'd be caught and trapped with no way out. He turned the problem over and over in his mind, weighed down by anxiety. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a workable plan. At last, he crawled out of the weeds and made his way to the nearby riverbank. The icy water shocked his skin, jolting him awake. Without hesitation, he plunged his head into the river, hoping the cold would help him clear his mind. The freezing water numbed his face, but he kept his eyes tightly shut, taking deep breaths and forcing himself into a state of intense focus. Underwater, memories of his life and death struggle with old Du surfaced in his mind. The thought flashed by, and suddenly he jerked his head out of the water, gasping as he muttered to himself, if old Du were in this situation, what would he do? In prison, old Du had often shared clever schemes and strategies with him. Though some of these tricks were underhanded, they had often turned the tide in desperate situations. Old Du once told him, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. That advice had saved Chen Xuewan's life before, and old Du's approach to problems had inspired him many times. Old Du never looked at things only from his own perspective. He always considered the situation from the other side's point of view, and and even from that of an outsider, to find the best solution. Now, Chen Xuewan finally understood the true meaning of those words. Sitting by the river, he thought quietly. If he were in Wu Lihong's position, facing this predicament, what would he do? The man she had framed had escaped captivity and was now seeking revenge. Wu Lihong would be terrified. In moments of intense fear, people instinctively look for a safe haven, a place where they can hide and feel secure. So, where would Wu Lihong feel safest? Chen Xuewan's eyes lit up as the answer came to him. Hefei's internet cafe, he whispered. Not only was this place run by Wu Lihong's boyfriend, but there were more than a dozen of Hefei's men nearby, and the cafe was always crowded, making it hard to track anyone. More importantly, Chen Xuewan had been there before, so most people would assume he would never return to the same place. That made it all the more likely that Wu Lihong would feel comfortable hiding there, convinced she was safe. With this realization, Chen Xuewan felt a sense of clarity. He knew his next move had to take him in that direction. But how could he get Wu Lihong out of the internet cafe? Chen Xuewan stood in the shadows at the street corner, his brow furrowed in thought. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. Their daring prison break. Surrounded by heavy security, Du Lao had cleverly created a diversion, using a feint to help him escape. The memory struck him like lightning. If he could create chaos inside the internet cafe, maybe he could get Wu Lihong out the same way. The idea instantly lifted his spirits. Leaning against the wall, he worked through every detail of the plan, spending over an hour refining it. Once he had it figured out, he let out a long breath, finally seeing a glimmer of hope for revenge. It wasn't until 5 in the afternoon, as dusk began to fall, that Chen Xuewan rose from the patch of weeds where he'd been hiding. He quietly slipped into a nearby village and stole a few pieces of clothing from a clothesline clothes that belonged to a middle-aged man. After changing, he used the cover of dusk to sneak into Pingcheng by a side road. There were noticeably more patrol cars on the streets. Clearly, the enforcement team had learned his identity and ramped up their search. Chen Xuewan didn't head straight for Hefei's internet cafe. Instead, he went into a barbershop first. Pretending he wanted a hair wash, he collected some stray hair clippings. Finding a secluded spot, he carefully glued the hair to his face. In the dim light, the makeshift beard looked surprisingly convincing. He put on a hat that covered his ears, transforming himself into an unremarkable middle-aged man. Sure enough, the enforcement teams on the street paid no attention to this middle-aged man. Their focus entirely on the younger crowd. Chen Xuewan strolled casually into Hefei's internet cafe and did a quick reconnaissance. Everyone inside was absorbed in their games, giving him no notice. Through the glass of a private room, he saw Wu Lihong with Hefei. From her anxious expression, it was clear she was terrified. After confirming their location, Chen Xuewan slipped into a back alley and pulled out Zhao Dong's old cell phone, ready to execute the second phase of his plan. He called several school discipline officers one by one, impersonating Director Ho and pressuring them with claims about fugitives hiding out and students skipping class. He deliberately lowered his voice, leaving the other side to guess at his identity, and the tactic worked. Within 20 minutes, discipline officers from several schools had gathered outside the internet cafe. Seeing the moment was right, Chen Xuewan quietly blended in with the group, getting ready to catch students. He knew the chaos that would follow was exactly the cover he needed. A third of the customers in Hefei's internet cafe were students skipping school. Today, several discipline officers from nearby high schools barged in, instantly turning the atmosphere tense and chaotic. Hefei was hiding in a private room, getting intimate with Wu Lihong, when a commotion erupted outside. He immediately flew into a rage, jumped off the couch, and slammed his hand on the table. Damn it! Who's the bastard causing trouble in my place? Wu Lihong was startled, her face paling. Could it be Chen Xuewan? She whispered. Hefei froze for a moment, frowning. No way. That kid wouldn't dare come here, would he? As he puzzled over it, one of his underlings burst through the door. Fei, bad news. Discipline officers from several high schools are Herathire rounding up students playing truant. Hefei's heart skipped a beat, and he almost fell off his chair. What the hell is going on? His expression changed. He quickly opened a drawer, grabbed a few packs of cigarettes and several wads of cash, and hurried to the door. Let's go see what's happening. Wu Lihong started to follow him, but as she reached the doorway, she spotted Director Wang from her former school standing nearby. Her face darkened instantly. She quickly stepped back and whispered, I'm not going out, I don't want to run into him. She had some unpleasant history with Director Wang. Even though she had dropped out, running into him would be awkward. Hefei nodded, understanding her hesitation. He didn't want her getting involved either. He rushed out with a few of his men, putting on a friendly face as he tried to smooth things over with the discipline officers and defuse the sudden crisis. The internet cafe was thick with tension. Several students had been caught stood off to the side, heads bowed, trembling, none daring to speak. Amid the chaos, Chen Xuewan quietly slipped in through the back door, heading straight for Hefei's private room. Wu Lihong was peeking out, watching the commotion, completely unaware of someone approaching from behind. Chen Xuewan sneered, silently grabbed a boning knife, and crept up to her. In one swift motion, He clamped a hand over her mouth and pressed the blade to her pale neck. Don't make a sound, or he'll kill you, he hissed, his voice cold and low. The blade nicked her skin, and blood trickled down. Wu Lihong shuddered, terror filling her eyes. She nodded in compliance. Chen Xuewan kept one hand on her shoulder, and the knife pressed firmly against her waist, dragging her out of the room like they were a couple. The blade never left her side, ready to strike at any moment. Her heart pounded wildly, her body rigid with fear. She didn't dare move. She didn't resist. She wasn't even sure if she was paralyzed by fear or if she had simply given up. Chen Xuewan easily led her out of the internet cafe and down a dark alley, avoiding the crowds. The whole way, it was eerily quiet until they reached an abandoned brick factory, where he finally let out a sigh of relief. He shoved Wu Lihong roughly to the ground, gripping the boning knife, looming over her with hatred in his eyes. Do you know who I am? He demanded. Wu Lihong slowly sat up, gasping for breath, her chest heaving in panic and her face drained of color, her eyes wide with fear. But Chen Xuewan didn't even glance at her appearance. The only thing shining in his eyes was a deep, burning hatred. Did you not hear me when I asked you a question? Chen Xuewan's voice suddenly turned cold, his gaze sharp as a knife. Wu Lihong let out a bitter laugh, a hint of resignation on her face. We've been classmates for 5 years. How could I not know who you are? Chen Xuewan was taken aback, his brows knitting together. 5 years. Wu Lihong looked at him, her eyes complicated. You don't remember? We were classmates for 3 years in elementary school and 2 years in high school. Chen Xuewan frowned deeply. Memories of elementary school were already a blur to him. He couldn't recall those details. But Wu Lihong's words only made his frustration grow, his chest tightening with anger. 5 years as classmates, and this is how you treat me? Chen Xuewan clenched his teeth, his voice trembling with rage. Bribing witnesses, framing me, and sending me to prison? Wu Lihong, what did I ever do to you? Wu Lihong gave another bitter smile, her eyes darkening. Frame you? Chen Xuewan, do you really think I have that kind of power to set you up like this? 7 witnesses, at least 20,000 each, that's 140,000. And that's not even counting all the other people who had to be bribed. All told, it would take at least 6 or 700,000. If I had that kind of money, do you think I'd still be working at clubs or living in that rundown internet cafe? Chen Xuewan's frown deepened, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Then who set me up? Wu Lihong sighed, her shoulders slumping. Chen Xuewan, my advice is to let it go. Even if you find out who did this to you, there's nothing you can do about it. You manage to get out, just run far away and try to live your life. If you keep digging, you'll end up dead. Chen Xuewan let out a cold laugh, determination shining in his eyes. Wu Lihong, do you really think I care about my life anymore? My parents are dead. My whole life is ruined. What's the point of just surviving? The only thing keeping me going is revenge. Wu Lihong looked at him deeply, a hint of pity in her eyes as she sighed. Since you put it that way, I won't hide it from you anymore. The person who set you up is someone you know, Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao. Chen Xuewan froze, disbelief in his voice. Which Zhou Hao? Of course it's Zhou Hao from our class, Wu Lihong replied calmly, though there was a trace of helplessness in her tone. His father is a famous businessman in Pingqing, incredibly wealthy. Chen Xuewan frowned, and Zhou Hao's face came to mind. A high school classmate, the spoiled son of a rich family, used to getting his way at school because of his family's money. Chen Xuewan had barely interacted with him, only ever exchanging a nod in passing. I never did anything to him. Why would he want to frame me? Chen Xuewan demanded, his fists unconsciously clenching. Wu Lihong shook her head. It's not like he set you up on purpose. Framing you cost 6 or 700,000. It's not pocket change, even for him. It was just a matter of circumstances. What do you mean? Chen Xuewan asked, his brow furrowed. Wu Lihong met his eyes. Do you remember that night you got drunk and confessed your feelings to the school beauty? Chen Xuewan's expression turned awkward, shame coloring his face at the memory. The truth is, she was already with Zhou Hao long before that, Wu Lihong continued. He had an apartment outside of school, and she moved out of the dorms to live with him. Her words hit Chen Xuewan like a knife to the heart, leaving him breathless. He never imagined that the girl had admired for 3 years had already been with someone else. Seeing his reaction, Wu Lihong went on. That night, after the class reunion, she went to see Zhou Hao. He was entertaining some friends from out of town, other rich kids. They were all drunk, and some were addicts. That night, they took her to a hotel, and she died there. Chen Xuewan's eyes widened, his lips trembling. He hadn't expected that was how the school beauty died. How could that happen? Wasn't she Zhou Hao's girlfriend? Chen Xuewan exclaimed, unable to believe it. Wu Lihong snorted, a hint of contempt in her eyes. Girlfriend? Zhou Hao's had plenty of girls like her. To him, she was just a plaything. The guys he entertained that night were all the city's rich kids. They offered a lot of money, and the girl you admired went with them willingly. No one expected they'd go too far and end up killing her. Chen Xuewan staggered back, his legs weak. Everything he'd just heard shattered his worldview. He never imagined the girl who seemed so pure was living such a double life. It took him a long moment to recover. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he asked in a low voice, then how did I get involved? Wu Lihong explained calmly. Someone died. It was a big deal. They needed a scapegoat, someone to take the fall. You happened to confess to her that night. So they picked you, making it look like you killed her in a fit of rage after being rejected. They took you, drunk, to the hotel, bribed the witnesses, and set the whole thing up. Suddenly, everything made sense to Chen Xuewan. He finally understood what had happened that night. It had all been orchestrated by Zhou Hao. Chen Xuewan sat on the ground, overwhelmed by pain and regret. His hands rested weakly on the cold floor as he stared blankly ahead. If only he hadn't confessed to the school beauty that day, none of this would have happened. His parents would still be alive. The thought stabbed at his heart again and again, like a sharp knife. But in this world, there's no medicine for regret. After a long while, Chen Xuewan took a deep breath. His shoulders trembled, but he lifted his head once more. The emptiness in his eyes was replaced by a piercing sharpness, and he bit down hard on his lower lip. What's your relationship with Zhou Hao? Chen Xuewan asked through clenched teeth, his voice simmering with suppressed anger. Wu Lihong let out a mocking laugh, her expression filled with self-deprecation. Me? To Zhou Hao? I'm nothing more than a waitress. He thinks I have a bit of sense and that I look decent enough, so when he needs someone to entertain guests, he brings me along to liven things up. She paused, her tone growing even colder. To put it bluntly, I'm like a stray dog to him. If he's in a good mood, he throws me some scraps. If not, I'm sent out to work the floor and make my own living. Chen Xuewan frowned, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. Then why were you the one bribing those witnesses? Wu Lihong's gaze drifted for a moment before she looked Chen Xuewan straight in the eye. I was there that night. Zhou Hao gave me a sum of money and told me to buy off the witnesses. I didn't have a choice. If I hadn't done it, I probably wouldn't be alive now. Chen Xuewan let out a cold laugh, his lips twisting into a bitter sneer. So you think you're innocent? Wu Lihong shook her head with a wry smile, her eyes dimming. Innocent? I took the money and did something so heartless. Sooner or later, you'll get what's coming to me. Chen Xuewan glanced at her, surprised by how calm she was. He had expected Wu Lihong to beg for mercy like Zhao Dong, but she hadn't pleaded once. She just sat there, accepting everything, as if she had already seen through life and death. This woman really was different from the others. What about my parents? What happened to them? Chen Xuewan asked, his voice trembling with anxiety. At his words, Wu Lihong's body shook, her shoulders shrinking noticeably. For some reason, Chen Xuewan noticed her eyes turning red, a sudden glimmer of tears in her usually calm gaze. Wu Lihong was silent for a long time before she spoke in a barely audible voice. They got hold of the first autopsy report and wanted to appeal your case in the provincial capital. Zhou Hao, her voice broke. Zhou Hao was afraid the truth would come out, so he had someone stage a car accident and killed them. Although Chen Xuewan had suspected his parents were murdered, hearing it confirmed hit him like a sledgehammer. His heart felt like it was being torn apart. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, but he didn't notice. All he could think of was his parents' loving faces and the image of their tragic deaths. Seeing his pain, Wu Lihong said quietly, her voice filled with genuine remorse. Chen Xuewan, I'm sorry. Chen Xuewan suddenly looked up at her, tears still wet on his cheeks, and slapped her hard across the face. Wu Lihong's cheek swelled instantly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Sorry. Do you think apologizing now makes a difference? Chen Xuewan's voice was hoarse with rage. Wu Lihong covered her bruised cheek, looking at Chen Xuewan's twisted expression. She opened her mouth, but in the end, said nothing, silently enduring his anger. Chen Xuewan took several deep breaths, trying to tamp down his fury. What was in the first autopsy report? He asked in a low voice. Wu Lihong lowered her hand and explained calmly. After the school beauty died, they did the first autopsy. That report found 3 different men's DNA in her body. None of it was yours. Chen Xuewan's eyes widened in shock. Now he finally understood why Zhou Hao had been so desperate. The first autopsy report was solid proof of his innocence. If that report existed, then how did I end up in prison? Chen Xuewan asked urgently, leaning forward without realizing it. Wu Lihong sighed, her tone resigned. Zhou Hao spent a lot of money to have the first medical examiner transferred. Then he had someone conduct a second autopsy. That second report only showed one person's DNA, yours. Chen Xuewan's expression turned icy, his fists clenching involuntarily. Zhou Hao, you're truly despicable. Wu Lihong's voice trembled in the cold wind. Your parents had just received the first autopsy report, and Zhou Hao immediately sent someone to kill them. What's even worse is that he bribed people to spread rumors, claiming your parents stole the report, completely distorting the truth. Bang! Chen Xuewan slammed his fist against the stone wall, his knuckles instantly bleeding as his whole body shook with rage. Zhou Hao, I'll never let you get away with this. He growled through gritted teeth, his voice thick with hatred. Chen Xuewan, Wu Lihong lowered her voice. We're old classmates, so let me give you some advice. Zhou Hao isn't easy to deal with. You should leave Pingxing while you still can. I have nothing left to lose. Why should I be afraid of him? Chen Xuewan sneered. Wu Lihong sighed. I know you're not afraid of dying. But do you realize Zhou Hao now has 8 bodyguards around him? Half of them are skilled martial arts graduates, and the rest are retired special forces. His father hired them as soon as news of your escape broke. Even if you risk your life, you probably won't get anywhere near him. Chen Xuewan took a deep breath, his brow furrowing. With so many bodyguards, revenge would be far more difficult. He wasn't afraid of dying, but to die for nothing without even hurting Zhou Hao would be the greatest regret. It was clear this vengeance would require careful planning. Chen Xuewan, Wu Lihong pulled out a stack of cash from her bag. I have 100,000 yuan here. Take it, leave Pingcheng, and start over somewhere no one knows you. Your parents would want you to live on. Chen Xuewan looked coldly at Wu Lihong's sincere expression, a mocking smile playing at the corner of his lips. You're really generous for an old classmate. 100,000 looks like you've made a lot working in the clubs these years, huh? A flash of anger crossed Wu Lihong's face, but it quickly melted into a weary sigh. For a woman, as long as you're willing to open your legs, money comes fast. This is all I've saved up. Whether you see it as compensation or just old classmates helping each other, it's yours if you're willing to leave. Chen Xuewan straightened, his voice icy. No need. If I can't get revenge, what's the point of living? Zhou Hao must die. You'd better tell me everything you know about him and where he might be hiding. Maybe then he'll consider sparing you. After Wu Lihong finished sharing all the information, Chen Xuewan tied her up using the same method and threw her into the cellar where Zhao Dong was being kept. Wu Lihong, I'm going after Zhou Hao. You'd better hope I make it back alive, or you'll be stuck here waiting to die with Zhao Dong. With that, he shut the cellar door and walked away without looking back. In the cold, damp darkness, Wu Lihong leaned against the earthen wall as silent tears slid down her face. At night, outside the Nightscape Club in Pingcheng, Chen Xuewan followed the lead head gotten from Wu Lihong. Head learned that Zhou Hao had recently become infatuated with a new girl at the club, spending lavishly every night in an attempt to win her over. The best way to find Zhou Hao was to wait for him at the entrance of the Nightscape Club. Chen Xuewan went to great lengths to disguise himself. Wearing a hood that partially covered his face and carrying a basket of flowers, he posed as a street vendor at the club's entrance. Flower sellers were a common sight here. After a night of partying, the rich kids often bought flowers for the girls they fancied, hoping to improve their chances. Chen Xuewan paced back and forth at the door, blending in with the crowd. The security guards at the entrance would occasionally shoo the vendors away, not allowing them to get too close to the club. The night was bitterly cold. Chen Xuewan waited for nearly 2 hours, his hands and feet numb from the chill. Finally, just before midnight, a group of people filed out of the club. Chen Xuewan's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized the arrogant young man at the front, dressed head-to-toe in designer brands. It was Zhou Hao, his former classmate of 2 years. Zhou Hao, clearly drunk, had his arm draped around a young woman, staggering as he walked and letting his hand roam freely over her. The girl didn't resist. Instead, she looked pleased, enjoying Zhou Hao's affection. Several burly bodyguards followed close behind, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. As Zhou Hao and his entourage appeared, several flower vendors rushed over, calling out, "Sir, buy a flower." And "Sir, buy a flower for the lady." Chen Xuewan took the opportunity to blend in, holding out his basket and pretending to eagerly peddle his flowers to Zhou Hao. Just as Zhou Hao let his guard down, Chen Xuewan's expression suddenly turned cold. He swiftly pulled a boning knife from his basket, aiming straight for Zhou Hao's throat. The strike was quick and ruthless, targeting the carotid artery. At the critical moment, Zhou Hao was suddenly overcome with nausea and doubled over to vomit. This movement shifted his neck, causing the blade to only graze the surface of his throat rather than severing the vital artery. Blood instantly sprayed out, covering Chen Xuewan's hands. A flash of surprise crossed Chen Xuewan's face. He hadn't expected Zhou Hao to be so lucky. Gritting his teeth, he lunged again, determined to finish the job. The shock of the attack instantly sobered Zhou Hao. Faced with mortal danger, he instinctively grabbed Chen Xuewan's wrist, struggling with all his strength. The knife was forced off course, leaving only a bloody gash across Zhou Hao's cheek. Chen Xuewan's hands, now slick with Zhou Hao's blood, became slippery and hard to control. He pressed down with all his might, while Zhou Hao fought desperately to resist. In the struggle, the knife suddenly slipped from Chen Xuewan's grasp and flew out of his hand. Stunned by the loss of his weapon, Chen Xuewan hesitated for a split second. In that instant, one of the bodyguards charged over and landed a heavy kick to his abdomen, sending him flying and rolling across the ground. The other bodyguards quickly closed ranks, shielding the wounded Zhou Hao behind them. Zhou Hao clutched his bleeding neck, his rage boiling over after his narrow escape. Pointing at Chen Xuewan on the ground, he screamed hysterically, "Kill him!" 2 burly men charged at Chen Xuewan, their faces fierce and determined, clearly intent on capturing him in one swift move. Chen Xuewan's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he bent down, grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground, and flung it into their faces. Instinctively, both men raised their arms to shield themselves, their movements faltering for a split second. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuewan spun around and sprinted away. Behind him, the 2 men roared in fury and chased after him, their footsteps pounding faster, unwilling to give up. From a distance, Zhou Hao's frantic voice rang out. You too, catch him. He'll pay 100,000. The promise of such a hefty reward lit a wild gleam in the men's eyes. They picked up their pace, like bloodhounds catching the scent of prey. Chen Xuewan didn't dare look back. He could feel the threat closing in, as if two wild beasts were snapping at his heels. He knew all too well that both men were trained fighters. Either one could easily end his life. If he hesitated even for a moment, he'd be torn apart. Desperate, he ran with reckless abandon, like a cornered stray, dirt flying and his clothes flapping wildly. He had no idea how long he ran. His lungs burned as if being ripped apart, and black spots danced before his eyes. Gradually, the sound of pursuing footsteps faded into the distance, and at last, the world around him fell quiet. Chen Xuewan didn't relax for a second. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to keep running for several more miles until he was utterly spent. Only then did he collapse at the base of an old locust tree, gasping for breath. He scanned his surroundings, making sure no one was in sight before allowing himself a brief sigh of relief. He now found himself in a wooded area on the western outskirts of Pingcheng, thick with trees and tangled undergrowth, a good place to hide. Still panting, Chen Xuewan stumbled deeper into the woods, doing his best to blend into the shadows. But he didn't dare linger. He knew that after his failed attempt to assassinate Zhou Hao, not only would Zhou Hao's men be searching for him, but the law enforcement teams would be mobilized as well. After a short rest, he quietly slipped out the other side of the woods, heading back toward the city. Sure enough, not long after he left, a flash of headlights lit up the area as squad cars roared in, and crowds of officers began a thorough search. The two bodyguards, exhausted from the chase, could only give a vague account of Chen Xuewan's escape route, so the law enforcement teams could only follow that lead in their pursuit. By then, Chen Xuewan had already taken a different path. His caution, honed by countless brushes with death, had once again saved him from the brink. On his way back into the city, he found a house with clothes drying in the backyard, stole a few garments, and changed out of his soaked, muddy clothes. Blending in with the crowd, Chen Xuewan slipped back into the city. As night fell, he made his way to the funeral home, sneaked inside, and hid there for the night. The next day, he used the same trick, mingling with the crowds in Pingcheng's busiest shopping mall to cover his tracks. But just then, news reached him that made his heart sink. Because Chen Xuewan had escaped multiple times and injured several people, the provincial authorities had decided to send in the Special Enforcement Unit to join forces with the local Pingcheng law enforcement for a citywide manhunt. The news hit him like a cold blade to the heart. Head managed to evade capture in Pingcheng because the city was large and resources were stretched thin. But once the Special Enforcement Unit arrived, the city could be locked down, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Chen Xuewan knew time was no longer on his side. If he didn't take Zhou Hao's life tonight and avenge his family, he might never get another chance. Suppressing all distractions, he began preparing for his mission that night. During the day, he visited several markets, quietly gathering the tools and supplies he needed. Everything was moving according to plan. As night fell, Chen Xuewan hurried to the abandoned brick factory. From a distance, he could see that everything near the sweet potato cellar looked normal. The overgrown weeds showed no signs of having been disturbed clearly. This hidden spot had not yet been discovered. He quickly made his way to the cellar, lifting the heavy wooden board. Inside, it was pitch black, and he could hear faint breathing. Zhao Dong, who had been locked up for 2 days, was barely hanging on, curled up in the corner. In comparison, Wu Lihong, who had only been brought in yesterday, was in slightly better shape, though she was obviously exhausted and parched. When Wu Lihong saw Chen Xuewan, a complicated mix of relief and hope flickered in her eyes. Perhaps she was glad he was still alive, or maybe she saw a chance to be rescued. Chen Xuewan reached in and pulled her out of the cellar, quickly tearing the tape from her mouth. Did you kill Zhou Hao? Wu Lihong asked urgently, her voice hoarse from not speaking for so long. Chen Xuewan shook his head grimly. I failed last night. Tell me, where could Zhou Hao be hiding? Tonight, I have to finish this. Are you crazy? Wu Lihong stared at him in disbelief. Zhou Hao's house is crawling with bodyguards. See out, be walking to your death. I don't have a choice, Chen Xuewan replied coldly. The special enforcement team from the provincial capital is already here. If I don't kill him tonight, I'm as good as dead. This is my last chance. Wu Lihong sighed. Zhou Hao owns a lot of properties. I don't know where he'll be tonight. Give me back my pager, I can help you find out. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuewan took the pager, with its battery removed, from his pocket and handed it to her. Wu Lihong quickly reattached the battery and turned it on. Immediately, a series of message alerts sounded. She glanced at the screen, her expression suddenly changing. Chen Xuewan, something's happened, she said, her voice trembling. Zhou Hao has captured your childhood friend, Li Eryong. Chen Xuewan's expression changed dramatically. He snatched the phone and quickly scanned the text messages. The messages were from different people. One of them was from He Fei, asking where Wu Lihong had gone. It seemed that after Chen Xuewan had taken Wu Lihong out of the internet cafe, He Fei had also tried to find her, but he had only sent a brief message, showing little real concern. Chen Xuewan scrolled to the last message, and his brow furrowed. Instantly the sender was Zhou Xiao. The content was blunt and direct. Tell Chen Xuewan, Li Eryong is with me. This message was obviously intended just for him. There was no doubt that Zhou Xiao was Zhou Hao. Chen Xuewan felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't expected the situation to involve Li Eryong. Since his parents had died, Li Eryong was his only family. Although they had grown up together, their friendship now felt as close as kinship. Now, with Zhou Hao taking Li Eryong hostage, he had exposed Chen Xuewan's most vulnerable spot. He knew that ever since Zhou Hao had nearly been stabbed by him, Zhou Hao had held a deep grudge and was clearly planning to use Li Eryong to force him out of hiding. Chen Xuewan tightened his grip on the phone, his mind racing. He needed to act quickly. After a moment's thought, he finally dialed Zhou Hao's number. The phone rang a few times before Zhou Hao picked up, his voice smug. Well, old classmate, I thought I wouldn't be able to reach you. Chen Xuewan took a deep breath, his voice low. Zhou Hao, this is between you and me. Li Eryong has nothing to do with it. Let him go. Zhou Hao laughed mockingly, his tone full of sarcasm. Come on, old classmate, you know that's not how it works. If it weren't for your childhood friend, I'd have no way to talk to you right now. Let him go? How else would I find you? Chen Xuewan clenched his jaw, struggling to contain his anger. What do you want? Zhou Hao's voice turned relaxed, with a hint of provocation. It's simple. I just want to be a good citizen and cooperate with the law enforcement team. As long as you turn yourself in and accept the punishment, Li Eryong will be safe. Chen Xuewan frowned. If he really surrendered, he would almost certainly face the death penalty. But if he didn't, he couldn't guarantee Li Eryong's safety either. The choice before him was agonizing. He took a deep breath, his mind racing, and finally found a way to break the deadlock. He spoke in a low voice. Zhou Hao, do you really think turning myself in will keep you safe? Let me tell you, the autopsy report my father took has a backup copy, and it's in my hands right now. Zhou Hao's laughter stopped abruptly. There was a brief silence on the other end. A few seconds later, Zhou Hao's cold laugh came through again. Chen Xuewan, are you trying to bluff me? If you really had a backup, you would have tried to kill me or report me a long time ago. Why bother talking to me now? Chen Xuewan's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Zhou Hao to see through his bluff so easily. Wu Lihong gave a bitter smile at his side, her eyes full of resignation, as if she had already anticipated this outcome. Chen Xuewan's anxiety grew. Zhou Hao's ruthlessness was putting him under immense pressure, and he knew his situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Since you don't believe me, there's no point in talking any further. Chen Xuewan's voice was icy cold. I can't save Li Eryong, but this backup is enough to make you pay for it with your life. With that, he hung up without hesitation. Moments later, his pager rang again. Zhou Hao's anxious voice came through the receiver. Chen, what exactly do you want? I want to live, Chen Xuewan replied, calm but determined. What do you mean? It's simple. I want you to clear my name so I can survive. And I want a sum of money, a large sum. There was a brief silence on the other end before Zhou Hao's tone suddenly lightened. So that's all. That's easy enough. If there's one thing I have, it's money. If you're really sincere, let's meet and talk face to face. What do you say? Wu Lihong desperately shook her head beside him, signaling Chen Xuewan not to agree, but he ignored her and answered calmly, all right. Zhou Hao immediately gave him a meeting location. Chen Xuewan memorized it, hung up, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Chen Xuewan, are you insane? Wu Lihong said urgently. Zhou Hao surrounded by people. You're walking right into a trap. I know, Chen Xuewan replied, looking at her. But I have no other choice. This is my only chance. I can't let Li Eryong get hurt because of me. But you don't even have the autopsy report. Zhou Hao won't let you go. We'll see who's luckier. Chen Xuewan took a deep breath and sealed Wu Lihong's mouth again. Before locking her in the sweet potato cellar, he hesitated, then loosened the ropes a bit and tore off half the tape. If you struggle hard enough, you'll be able to get free and call the police in a few hours. Wu Lihong lay in the cellar, tears streaming down her face, shaking her head desperately in a silent plea, but Chen Xuewan covered the entrance with a stone and left without looking back. Back in the city, he began preparing for the night ahead. He bought a leather jacket, 2 canisters of gasoline, 2 bottles of strong foreign liquor, a bag of lime, a pair of large frame glasses, and a piece of rawhide. On the way, he also pocketed 2 boning knives. In a secluded spot on the outskirts, Chen Xuewan started assembling his gear. He poured the gasoline into the liquor bottles and cleverly hid the boning knives inside, the labels perfectly concealing the blades. He fashioned the rawhide into makeshift armor and wore it under his clothes and the leather jacket. He packed the lime into his socks and the seams of his clothing and wrapped his hands in white cloth. When everything was ready, Chen Xuewan knelt in the snow, facing the direction of his home, and knocked his head 3 times on the ground. Dad, Mom, please watch over me tonight as I kill Zhou Hao and avenge you. He'll be seeing you soon. Amid the swirling snow, he picked up his gear and walked alone toward Zhou Hao's villa. The snow was marked by a single line of determined footprints as he marched toward what would surely be a fight to the death. On the western outskirts of Pingqing, there was a sprawling, standalone villa. Behind the villa lay a spacious fish pond, surrounded by tranquil scenery and far from any villa. Perfect spot for some peaceful fishing. This villa belonged to the Zhou family, and Zhou Hao's father often spent time there. Today, it was also the meeting place Zhou Hao had arranged with Chen Xuewan. The location was chosen specifically for its seclusion, with no one nearby. Even if something major happened, it was unlikely to attract outside attention. With a grim expression, Zhou Hao entered the villa with a team of bodyguards, giving a low command. When that guy shows up, make sure he doesn't leave. Remember, no matter what happens tonight, he can't walk out of here alive. The 8 bodyguards responded in unison. All of them were armed, clearly prepared to use force if necessary. 4 bodyguards followed Zhou Hao upstairs, while the other 4 spread out around the villa, patrolling downstairs. As time ticked by almost 2 hours, Zhou Hao began to grow restless. Just then, a message came from the guards downstairs. Chen Xuewan has arrived. Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. He immediately walked over to the window and looked outside. In the courtyard, Chen Xuewan was making his way slowly through the snow. Zhou Hao recognized him instantly and, feeling a bit relieved, signaled to his men. One of the bodyguards understood right away, pulled out his phone, and began alerting the others to block Chen Xuewan's escape routes, in case he sensed trouble and tried to run. As Chen Xuewan reached the courtyard, he suddenly stopped and looked up toward the second floor. Zhou Hao's brows furrowed with suspicion. Had Chen Xuewan sensed something and was planning to escape? The bodyguards around him tensed, ready to act at any moment. At that moment, Chen Xuewan's voice rang out, cold and firm. Zhou Hao, come out. Zhou Hao raised an eyebrow, clearly annoyed, but he stepped out onto the balcony with a smile. Old classmate, you finally made it. It's freezing out here, why not come inside and talk? Chen Xuewan's gaze was sharp as a blade. He replied icily, where's Li Er-yong? Let him go first. Zhou Hao forced a relaxed laugh. Come on, what's the rush? Let's go upstairs, talk business, and I'll have a car take you home later. Chen Xuewan's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he said, let him go, or I'm leaving right now. He paused, then added coldly, Zhou Hao, if you think you can stop me, you're welcome to try. Zhou Hao stared at Chen Xuewan in the courtyard, his heart tightening. After several encounters, had realized Chen Xuewan was extremely cunning. Taking him down wouldn't be easy. Especially now, with the bodyguards spread out, there was no guarantee they could catch him before he escaped. And if Chen Xuewan got away, luring him back would be nearly impossible. After a moment's thought, Zhou Hao finally made up his mind and waved to the bodyguards beside him. Release Li Er-yong. The bodyguards exchanged uncertain glances, clearly hesitant. But Li Er-yong is our bargaining chip. If we let him go, we lose our leverage. Zhou Hao remained calm, brushing off their concerns. Don't worry. Li Er-yong's lost the use of one hand, and one leg. He's not going anywhere. If Chen Xuewan tries to escape with him, he'll be dragging dead weight. There's no way he gets far. Seeing Zhou Hao's decision, the bodyguards quickly went to carry out his orders. Moments later, Li Er-yong was brought into the courtyard, covered in blood, clearly having suffered during his capture. But he didn't seem to care. His eyes were fixed on Chen Xuewan in the distance. Spotting Chen Xuewan, Li Er-yong paused, then burst into tears. Leaning on his crutch, he hobbled toward him as quickly as he could, his cries echoing through the yard. The snow was like a mirror, and after only a few steps, Li Er-yong slipped and fell hard, pain shooting through his entire body. He ignored it, gritting his teeth as he threw aside his crutch and forced himself to crawl toward Chen Xuewan. He lunged forward, grabbing hold of him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. You're alive. I thought you were dead. Damn it, he shouted at the top of his lungs, on the verge of breaking down. Moved by Li Er-yong's emotion, Chen Xuewan felt a pang in his heart. He gently patted his friend's shoulder, his voice low and heavy. Brother, you've been through enough. Go on, you should leave now. I'll handle the rest myself. Li Er-yong clung to Chen Xuewan's clothes, furious. Don't give me that crap. Do you think I'm a coward? This isn't just your problem, it's ours. With that, he turned and glared at Zhou Hao in the distance, shouting angrily, Zhou, come on, I'm not afraid of you. I'll take you all on if I have to. Zhou Hao spat contemptuously and sneered. Calm down, old classmate. I've already let your guy go. Now, are you ready to come inside? Hearing this, Li Er-yong immediately tightened his grip on Chen Xuewan, his voice urgent. Don't go in. That bastard's got people waiting inside. If you go, you're done for. Chen Xuewan took a deep breath and patted Li Er-yong's shoulder again, speaking softly. I know what I'm doing. You need to leave, brother. Li Er-yong shook his head desperately. I'm not leaving. A hint of determination flashed in Chen Xuewan's eyes. He grabbed Li Er-yong's wrist and spoke in a low voice. Stop arguing. You have parents, siblings, you can't die here with me. Go. Live. Someone has to be around to visit my grave and burn offerings for me. With that, he shoved Li Er-yong aside and raised his voice. Zhou Hao, get him out of here. He'll go in myself. Zhou Hao waved his hand, and several bodyguards quickly surrounded them. 2 of them rushed to Chen Xuewan, grabbing his shoulders and holding him in place. Chen Xuewan didn't resist. His gaze was steady and cold as he looked at Zhou Hao. Take him outside. Zhou Hao hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. He ordered, carry him out. Several bodyguards quickly picked Li Er-yong up and threw him outside the yard. Li Er-yong struggled desperately, pounding on the door and shouting in anger, but no one paid him any attention. Surrounded by bodyguards, Chen Xuewan walked into the villa with a blank expression. As soon as Zhou Hao saw Chen Xuewan enter the hall, a smug smile appeared on his face. He hurried down the stairs to greet him, laughing as he spoke. "Old classmate, we finally get to talk face to face. So, did you bring what I asked for?" Chen Xuewan's face remained calm, his voice low. "Do you take me for a fool? There's no way I'd bring that with me." A flash of anger crossed Zhou Hao's face. He pointed at Chen Xuewan and shouted, "What are you playing at? Chen, do you think I'm scared of your so-called evidence? Let me tell you, as long as you're dead, none of this matters. Even if you brought the evidence, no one would care." He started toward the hall, but before he could get close to Chen Xuewan, a bodyguard stepped in to block him. "Mr. Zhou, don't get too close. We should search him first," the bodyguard reminded him. He could be hiding a weapon. Zhou Hao froze, suddenly remembering his previous brush with death. He quickly gestured, "Search him." Several bodyguards rushed forward, restraining Chen Xuewan and searching him thoroughly. They found nothing. Suddenly, one of the bodyguards pointed at Chen Xuewan's hands. "What's wrapped around his hands?" "I got hurt yesterday. It's just a bandage," Chen Xuewan answered calmly. The bodyguards didn't ask any more questions. After all, Chen Xuewan had indeed been injured during Zhou Hao's attack last night. His wrist was tightly bandaged, making it impossible for him to hide any weapons. Carrying 2 paper boxes, Chen Xuewan was forcibly taken aside by the bodyguards. One of them opened a box and, upon seeing a bottle of foreign liquor inside, looked momentarily confused. "What's this?" Chen Xuewan glanced over indifferently and replied offhandedly, "Liquor. Don't you recognize it?" Zhou Hao was also surprised. "Liquor? Chen Xuewan, instead of bringing what I asked for, you show up with 2 bottles of booze? Are you trying to bribe me or something?" Ha ha! The people around joined in the laughter, completely unaware that the bottle actually concealed something else. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewan quietly scanned the room, quickly sizing up the number of people and the environment as he considered his next move. Just as he was about to act, the door suddenly swung open. Several people entered, led by a heavy-set man with a large belly. Zhou Hao's father, Zhou Wanqing. Zhou Hao looked stunned. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Zhou Wanqing shot him a cold glance. "If I didn't show up, who would clean up this mess for you tonight?" Zhou Hao was confused. "What do you mean?" Zhou Wanqing's tone was grim. "Since you've decided to kill him, you need to eliminate all loose ends, no witnesses left behind. Are you really planning to leave trouble for yourself later?" As he spoke, he gestured, and a few more people entered the room. Behind them were 3 others: Li Er-yong, Wu Lihong, and Zhao Dong, who was unconscious. Chen Xuewan's expression changed dramatically when he saw the 3 of them. He hadn't expected that when Zhou Wanqing talked about eliminating loose ends, he was referring to them. Seeing these 3 people, Zhou Hao stopped in surprise. "Hey, weren't these 2 taken away by Chen Xuewan? How did you find them?" Zhou Wanqing replied calmly. "Chen used Wu Lihong's pager to call you. I had someone trace the signal, and that's how we found them." Zhou Hao's eyes lit up as realization dawned on him. He laughed and said, "Dad, you really are the experienced one here." Zhou Wanqing shot him a glance, his tone tinged with displeasure. "You need to start using your head. Look at these 3. You already knew Chen Xuewan would come looking for you. If you really wanted to get rid of him, how could you leave so many loose ends? You should have taken care of all of them." Zhou Hao waved it off, unconcerned. "Dad, you mean these people? Don't worry. Wu Lihong is on my side. Zhao Dong took our money, so he won't be a problem. As for Li Er-yong, if he dares to talk, I'll deal with him myself. There won't be any trouble." Zhou Wanqing frowned, his voice stern. "You're still too naive. Do you really believe Wu Lihong is completely loyal?" Zhou Hao hesitated, confused. "What do you mean?" Zhou Wanqing took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "I just got word today. Wu Lihong told Chen Xuewan's father about the first autopsy report. Otherwise, how would that old man know such details?" Chen Xuewan felt a buzzing in his head and stared at Wu Lihong in shock. He never imagined Wu Lihong would do something like this behind his back. He was baffled. If she had already helped Zhou Hao frame him, why would she leak the autopsy report to his father? What was going on? Zhou Hao's face changed instantly, and he said in disbelief, "Dad, are you serious?" Zhou Wanqing glared at him, exasperated. "You still don't believe me? My people recovered Chen Xuewan's father's phone data and found the messages Wu Lihong sent him." Zhou Hao's expression turned dark. He glared at Wu Lihong and demanded furiously, "You traitor, is this true?" Wu Lihong's face was ashen. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. "Yes, I did it." Zhou Hao was livid. Losing control, he slapped her several times and shouted, "Are you crazy? I gave you so much money, and you stabbed me in the back? What the hell do you want?" Wu Lihong's face was swollen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She spat back through gritted teeth, "Screw you, Zhou Hao. Do you really think I care about your money? If I wasn't afraid you'd kill me to cover things up, would I have helped bribe those witnesses? Yes, I'm a worthless woman in your eyes, but I'm not an idiot." Watching Chen Xuewan's parents kneel outside begging those witnesses, I couldn't take it anymore. Chen Xuewan looked at Wu Lihong in surprise. He hadn't expected this tough, Scorned girl to have such a sense of justice. Her actions weren't exactly praiseworthy, but at least she still had a conscience. Zhou Hao, consumed by rage, slapped Wu Lihong again and shouted, "You brought this on yourself. First, I'll deal with Chen Xuewan, then I'll bury you with him." Wu Lihong spat out blood defiantly and sneered, "Go ahead. I'm not afraid of you." Zhou Hao, blinded by anger, rushed forward and began beating her, but Wu Lihong refused to back down, cursing him with every blow. Zhou Wancheng walked up to Chen Xuewan with heavy steps, a scornful sneer on his face. "So, you're Chen Xuewan?" Chen Xuewan stared at the man responsible for the destruction of his family, a wave of sorrow washing over him. "You've ruined me, and yet you don't even recognize me?" He replied coldly. "To me, you're worth less than an ant," Zhou Wancheng said with disdain, waving his hand dismissively. "Be honest, where's the first autopsy report?" When Chen Xuewan remained silent, a flash of menace appeared in Zhou Wancheng's eyes. "What's wrong? Do you really think that evidence can bring me down? Let me tell you, I didn't become one of Pingcheng's top 10 wealthiest by luck. Even if you dig up more evidence and find more witnesses, you can't touch me. The people backing me are beyond your imagination. Crushing you would be as easy as stepping on an ant." With a wave of his hand, Zhou Wancheng barked, "If you want talk, don't blame me for what happens next. You deal with him." Then he leaned close to Chen Xuewan's ear, his voice icy and mocking. "See those two over there? They're the ones who killed your parents. Now you'll die at their hands too. I'd say that's a fitting end." Chen Xuewan's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot rage as he stared at the two murderers, a cold fury burning within him. "Zhou Wancheng," he roared. "What, ready to talk now?" "Too late." Zhou Wancheng laughed. "I don't care about the report anymore. I just want you gone for good. I'll tell you one thing." Chen Xuewan's voice was like ice. "Even an ant will bite back when pushed to the edge." Before Zhou Wancheng could react, Chen Xuewan suddenly broke free from the men holding him and lunged toward a bodyguard standing near some foreign liquor. He snatched up a bottle, smashed it on the floor, and oil splattered everywhere. Two boning knives clattered to the ground. Moving quickly, he grabbed them and used a strip of cloth to tie the handles firmly to his hands, a lesson had learned from the fight the night before. A bodyguard rushed at him, trying to kick him down, but slipped on the slick floor and fell. In a flash, Chen Xuewan sliced the man's throat with deadly precision. Blood spurted as the man twitched, and then lay still. The onlookers blanched in shock. Zhou Wancheng exploded with rage. "Get your weapons and kill him." As the bodyguards closed in, Chen Xuewan spun around and flung a handful of lime powder from his sleeve, filling the air with a choking cloud. Caught off guard, several men screamed as the powder burned their eyes. Seizing the chaos, Chen Xuewan put on his glasses, gripped his knives, and charged headlong into the crowd. Chen Xuewan had already prepared a pair of goggles, and sure enough, they came in handy, at least shielding his eyes from the flying lime. The oil covering his body also provided unexpected protection. He had smeared oil not only all over his body, but also thickly on his face and around his eyes. Since lime can be wiped away with oil, he remained completely unaffected. In contrast, the bodyguards who hadn't anticipated the lime attack were in trouble. Their eyes burned, making it impossible for them to see what was happening around them. On top of that, the oily floor was dangerously slippery, causing many to slip and fall in the chaos, turning the scene into complete disorder. Taking advantage of the moment while the bodyguards were distracted by the pain in their eyes, Chen Xuewan rushed into the crowd. He first lunged at two bodyguards who were desperately rubbing their eyes, unable to focus because of the stinging lime and the blur before them. Without hesitation, Chen Xuewan struck swiftly, his two boning knives flashing as he slashed their throats. The two men collapsed instantly, blood gushing from their wounds, creating a chilling spectacle. Chen Xuewan didn't pause and immediately charged toward his next target. From a distance, Zhou Wancheng watched helplessly as his bodyguards descended into chaos. When he saw two of them cut down by Chen Xuewan, panic gripped him. In terror, he shouted, "Forget about your eyes. Stop that Chen kid. Don't let him get close, or you'll all die." Hearing Zhou Wancheng shout, the bodyguards realized how dire the situation was. But unable to open their eyes, they swung their blades blindly, desperately trying to defend themselves. They stood close together, their eyes burning from the lime, making everything even more chaotic. A few even accidentally injured each other in the confusion. Chen Xuewan slipped nimbly through the turmoil and struck again. 3 quick flashes of cold steel, and 3 more bodyguards fell, their throats slashed. 6 bodies now lay on the floor, blood pooling around them. Chen Xuewan's moves were swift and lethal, every strike merciless. To him, these bodyguards were the ones who had once harmed his parents. His fury fueled his ruthless killing. As Zhou Wancheng watched his men fall one after another, his fear only deepened. If this continued, all his bodyguards would be dead at Chen Xuewan's hands. The cold-blooded efficiency of Chen Xuewan's attacks made Zhou Wancheng realize he might not escape with his life either. Frantically scanning the room, his eyes landed on the liquor cabinet in the distance, and an idea struck him. He quickly gestured to Zhou Hao. "Hauer, quick, the liquor cabinet." Zhou Hao immediately understood and turned to run toward the cabinet. intending to use the alcohol to wash out the bodyguard's eyes. But just then, Wu Lihong suddenly lunged at him, tackling Zhou Hao to the ground. Taken completely off guard, Zhou Hao lashed out in anger, punching Wu Lihong in the face. "You bitch, let go of me." His fist landed squarely, causing blood to pour from her nose and mouth, but she refused to let go, clinging tightly to him and preventing him from reaching the cabinet. Cursing, Zhou Hao kicked and punched Wu Lihong, but she held on with grim determination. In the end, he had no choice but to drag her along as he struggled toward the liquor cabinet. On the other side, Zhou Wanqing rushed over to the liquor cabinet to grab some alcohol. Enduring the searing pain in his leg, Li Eryong hopped on one foot toward Zhou Wanqing, threw his arms around him, and clung to him tightly, refusing to let him get any closer to the cabinet. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewan was locked in a brutal fight. Amid the chaos, he kept attacking the bodyguards, but things were far from optimistic. Although the bodyguards were blinded by the lime and couldn't open their eyes, they swung their machetes wildly on instinct to defend themselves. In the confusion, Chen Xuewan had already been slashed twice. Fortunately, the oil-soaked leather jacket he wore caused the blades to slide off, and the layer of cowhide wrapped tightly against his body had saved him from several potentially fatal blows. But his head was completely unprotected. One of the bodyguards brought his machete down hard on Chen Xuewan's forehead, and blood instantly gushed down his face, covering half of it. Dazed and seeing stars, Chen Xuewan gritted his teeth, wiped the blood from his eyes with the back of his hand, and lashed out again, slitting the bodyguard's throat. The chaotic melee didn't last long. In the end, Zhou Hao dragged Wu Lihong over to the liquor cabinet. He grabbed a bottle of liquor and hurled it at a bodyguard. The bodyguard reacted quickly, caught the bottle, unscrewed the cap without hesitation, and poured the alcohol over his face. The alcohol washed away the lime, and though his eyes still burned, he could finally open them. Quickly wiping away the remaining powder, the bodyguard shoved the bottle to a nearby colleague. "Wash their faces. Damn it, they'll take care of this guy." With that, he charged at Chen Xuewan. The other bodyguard took the bottle and did the same, clearing the lime from his face. The first bodyguard caught up to Chen Xuewan and tackled him hard to the ground. Seeing this, both Zhou Hao and Zhou Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. These bodyguards were either martial arts school graduates or former special forces extremely capable fighters. As long as even one of them could see, Chen Xuewan was as good as finished. There had originally been 15 bodyguards in the room, and Chen Xuewan had already taken down 10 in the chaos. Of the 5 remaining, 2 had been accidentally injured by their own people and were barely able to fight. But the last 3, still unscathed, were more than enough to deal with Chen Xuewan. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and barked, "Don't kill him yet. Break his arms and legs. I want him to suffer before he dies." Then he turned to Wu Lihong, his eyes burning with rage. "You bitch, you dare help him? He'll show you what happens to anyone who crosses me." Fuming, Zhou Hao grabbed a bottle and smashed it over Wu Lihong's head. The bottle shattered with a sharp crack, and blood streamed down her face. She slumped to the ground, staring in despair at Chen Xuewan, who was now pinned by the bodyguards. Just moments ago, seeing Chen Xuewan take down so many bodyguards, she had dared to hope they might escape. But now it was clear that Chen Xuewan stood little chance, and she too was doomed. Meanwhile, Li Eryong was being held down by Zhou Wanqing, but he refused to give in. He shouted, "Nice going, Winsy. Damn it, taking one with you is worth it, taking 2 is a win." Chen Xuewan's arm was twisted behind his back, a bodyguard's knee pinning him to the floor. But Chen Xuewan's body was slick with oil, making him slippery and hard to hold. With a desperate struggle, he managed to free one hand. Without hesitation, he plunged his boning knife deep into the bodyguard's thigh. The bodyguard let out a shrill scream and, in a rage, punched Chen Xuewan hard in the head. The blow was so fierce that Chen Xuewan saw stars and nearly blacked out. But he gritted his teeth, dragged the knife through the bodyguard's thigh, then twisted his body in a sudden, powerful motion, flipping the bodyguard off him. The bodyguard reacted quickly and grabbed Chen Xuewan's leg, trying to regain control. But Chen Xuewan had already rolled over, and with his other hand drove the boning knife straight into the bodyguard's temple. The man let out a final scream, convulsed, and then fell motionless in a pool of blood. But the danger was far from over. The 2 bodyguards who had just washed the lime from their eyes closed in on Chen Xuewan from both sides. Seeing this, Zhou Hao, no longer venting his anger, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Kill him. Finish him off." The previous bodyguard had tried to capture Chen Xuewan alive and paid the price. Now, with Zhou Hao's direct order, the 2 remaining bodyguards had no reservations. Each gripped a sharp machete, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they advanced on Chen Xuewan. Wu Lihong and Li Eryong watched helplessly, their faces full of despair. With 2 battle-hardened bodyguards now determined to kill Chen Xuewan at all costs, how could he possibly have any chance of survival? Chen Xuewan kept a wary eye on the 2 men as he bent down to pick up his shoe from the ground. Just a moment ago, one of the bodyguards had clung desperately to his leg, pulling his shoe right off. Holding the shoe in his hand, Chen Xuewan took a few steps back and bent as if to put it on. In that seemingly vulnerable moment, the two bodyguards suddenly sprang into action, seizing the opportunity to lunge at him. Cold steel flashed as both raised their long knives and swung them down at him. But just as they were about to reach him, Chen Xuewan abruptly straightened up. He hadn't put on his shoe. Instead, he yanked off his sock. Hidden inside was a plastic bag packed with lime powder, all prepared in advance. His earlier act of putting on his shoe was just a ruse to get the bag ready and to lure the bodyguards closer. As expected, the two men had fallen right into his trap. With a sudden swing, Chen Xuewan smashed the sock in his hand, bursting the plastic bag open. The lime exploded in a thick, white cloud, blasting straight into the faces of the two bodyguards. Caught completely off guard, they were engulfed in the blinding powder, their vision clouded and their throats burning. Realizing too late that it was a setup, they tried to retreat, but there was no time. Desperately, they waved their knives in the air to keep Chen Xuewan away, while frantically rubbing at their faces to wipe away the powder. But Chen Xuewan, eyes bloodshot and jaw clenched, charged forward through the cloud, ignoring the stinging dust. A blade flashed, slashing through his leather jacket and leaving a gaping tear. Another knife struck his shoulder. If it hadn't been for the thick cowhide sewn inside his jacket, the blow might have shattered his shoulder completely. Even so, the leather split open, and a deep, bone-deep wound instantly gushed blood. Despite the searing pain, Chen Xuewan didn't flinch. Gripping his boning knife tightly, he lunged forward and drove the blade into the necks of both bodyguards. The knife sliced through their windpipes and severed their arteries. With a flick of his wrist, he yanked the blade sideways, slashing their throats wide open. Blood sprayed everywhere. The two men collapsed to the floor like marionettes with their strings cut, twitching a few times before lying still in a spreading pool of blood. Chen Xuewan wrenched the knife out of his shoulder, took a deep breath, veins bulging on his forehead. He raised his head, fixing a savage, animal-like glare on Zhou Wancheng and Zhou Hao, who stood frozen in terror in the distance. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "It's your turn now," he said, each word as cold and sharp as ice. Zhou Wancheng and Zhou Hao were petrified, their souls all but fled. They never imagined that Chen Xuewan alone and outnumbered could take down all 15 bodyguards they brought with them. His methods might have seemed underhanded, even ruthless, but the result was undeniably a crushing victory. The two men exchanged a panicked glance, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, they spun around and tried to run, but Li Eryong and Wu Lihong had been waiting for this moment. They leapt forward, blocking the way, clinging on with all their strength to prevent their escape. Chen Xuewan, gripping his boning knife, advanced steadily and relentlessly. In an instant, he was upon them. Zhou Wancheng was so frightened he could barely speak, stammering, Wait, brother, let me explain, actually." Before he could finish, the blade flashed again. Chen Xuewan plunged the knife hard into Zhou Wancheng's cheek. Blood spurted out, streaming from the corner of his mouth as he howled in pain. Chen Xuewan showed no mercy. With a swift twist, he drew the blade across Zhou Wancheng's throat. Zhou Wancheng's eyes bulged, blood frothing from his mouth as his body convulsed violently. He collapsed into the pool of blood, not even able to utter a final sound. Zhou Hao watched in horror as his father fell dead at his feet, his face turning as white as a sheet, his whole body trembling. As Chen Xuewan's gaze shifted toward him, Zhou Hao dropped to his knees with a thud, kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Brother Wen, please, I know I was wrong, I swear, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, please, I beg you, spare my life. Please." As he spoke, he dropped to his knees and began banging his head against the floor, the sound echoing through the room until blood streamed down his face. Chen Xuewan said nothing. He simply crouched in front of him, watching coldly, his eyes like a predator fixated on its prey. When Zhou Hao met those icy eyes, he began to tremble uncontrollably, his voice shaking. "Brother Wen, please spare my life. I can help clear your name. I can give you money any amount you want. My father is dead, and I control all the family's money now. Whatever you ask, it's yours. Just please let me live. He'll do anything you say." Chen Xuewan remained silent, the boning knife in his hand glinting coldly under the light as he slowly raised it. Seeing this, Zhou Hao was so terrified he wet himself, the urine running down his leg and pooling on the floor. He cried out desperately, "Brother Wen, I'm telling the truth. There's a safe upstairs if you don't believe me. They'll open it right now and give you everything inside. And besides, if you kill me, you won't get away either. The law enforcement team will never let you go." Chen Xuewan replied coldly, "Do you think I'm afraid to die? My parents are both dead. I never planned to keep living. Killing you and your father is the only way I can answer to them. Joining them below seems just right." Zhou Hao's face turned as white as a sheet, and he hurriedly tried to shift the focus. You might not be afraid of death, but what about your friend? He helped you fight us as an accomplice. So many people have died. How many years do you think he'll get in prison as your accomplice?" At those words, Chen Xuewan's hand froze midair. He turned to look at Li Eryong, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. It was true he wasn't afraid to die, But with so many deaths here, Li Eryong would be in serious trouble too. Earlier, Li Eryong had fought with Zhou Wanqing. If the law enforcement team investigated, Li Eryong would likely be treated as his accomplice. Sensing Chen Xuewan's hesitation, Li Eryong immediately shouted, "Wenzi, don't listen to him. I'm not afraid." Chen Xuewan took a deep breath and thought for a moment before suddenly asking, "How much money is in the upstairs safe?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, Zhou Hao quickly replied, "There should be several 100,000 at least. If you want more, I can get it for you elsewhere. How about 5 million? Or even 10 million if you need it." Chen Xuewan did some quick mental calculations, then said coldly, "Go. Open the safe first." Zhou Hao didn't dare delay and led Chen Xuewan upstairs. In the study, a black safe was built into the wall. Zhou Hao's hands shook as he entered the code and opened it. Inside, there was indeed a large amount of cash, along with gold bars and various pieces of jewelry. At a glance, there was over 300,000 in cash, 10 gold bars, and assorted jewelry. If everything was sold, it could easily fetch 4 to 500,000. That money would be enough for Li Eryong to support his family. Standing to the side, Zhou Hao forced a flattering smile. "Brother Wen, he'll have another 10 million sent to you tomorrow. And about tonight, he'll pull some strings and make sure it all goes away. You can stay in Pingsheng without anyone bothering you. From now on, he'll be your man. Whatever you say, he'll do it." Chen Xuewan turned to look at Zhou Hao, his expression frosty. "My parents' deaths can't be settled with money. I told you both you and your father have to die, and I keep my word. Otherwise, how could I face my parents in the afterlife?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xuewan brought the knife down, stabbing Zhou Hao in the neck. Blood spurted out as Zhou Hao fell to the floor, eyes wide in disbelief, his face frozen in shock before his breath faded away. With his final enemy gone, Chen Xuewan finally exhaled deeply. He picked up both boning knives and emptied the contents of the safe, stuffing all the valuables into a bag. He intended to give the money to Li Eryong, so he could support his familiar way to offer him a way out. After a moment's thought, Chen Xuewan took 5 gold bars out of the bag. He planned to give them to Wu Lihong. That woman had been forced into this, and she had helped him by sending a message to his father, revealing details of the first autopsy report. Once everything was prepared, Chen Xuewan double-checked the safe to make sure nothing was left behind. On his second inspection, he noticed something odd. The upper section of the safe had a slight bulge that looked out of place. Curious, Chen Xuewan ran his fingers over it and discovered a hidden compartment. Carefully, he opened it and pulled out a thick notebook. He couldn't help but wonder if gold bars and cash were left in plain sight. Why was this ordinary notebook hidden so carefully? Could it be even more important than the money and gold? With this thought, Chen Xuewan opened the notebook and began to read. After a while, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. This notebook mainly contains records of money transfers and various transactions. Chen Xuewan flipped through its pages, his eyes quickly scanning each one. He noticed that every transfer record was accompanied by a detailed receipt. The account names meant nothing to him, but the sums involved were staggering hundreds of thousands, even millions at a time. The first half of the notebook was filled with these transfer records. But when he turned to the second half, Chen Xuewan's breath caught in his throat. A flood of photos appeared, blunt and shocking in their content. Most were pictures taken in bed, featuring adults in intimate situations. Some even showed men in their 50s or 60s with young, beautiful girls. Chen Xuewan's hands trembled slightly as he turned the pages. To his astonishment, he recognized the school beauty in some of the photos. She appeared in bed with at least a dozen different men, all clearly documented. What shocked him even more was the presence of several celebrities he recognized, brazenly captured in these compromising scenes. The transfer records had confused him at first, but after seeing these photos, everything started to make sense. There was no doubt these pictures had been taken by Zhou Wanqing. The men involved were probably powerful or influential figures. Zhou Wanqing would use these young women to entertain them, secretly take photos as evidence, and then use the evidence to blackmail them. It was now clear that those huge transfers were likely the result of this extortion. Zhou Wanqing had probably climbed to his current position by using these despicable tactics, step by step. Staring at the notebook in his hands, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Chen Xuewan's mind. Maybe he could use this evidence to help Li Eryong avoid conviction, or at least keep him out of prison. He sat down cross-legged on the floor, his brow furrowed, thinking deeply for a while as a plan slowly took shape in his mind. Then, he placed Zhou Hao's corpse to one side, picked up the money and valuables, and headed downstairs. In the main hall below, Li Eryong and Wu Lihong were still sitting on the floor, their faces pale. Around them, more than a dozen bodies lay scattered, blood spreading across the floor, filling the air with a sharp, metallic tang. Only now did real fear begin to set in. Wu Lihong was especially terrified, shaking violently as she stared at the bodies, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Li Eryong was a bit more composed. When he saw Chen Xuewan coming down, he immediately said anxiously, "Wenzi, hurry. No one's discovered us yet. Run while you still can. If you leave Pingqing now, maybe you can get away. Go far, change your name, start a new life. There's still hope." Wu Lihong, though terrified, nodded desperately in agreement, her eyes pleading. But Chen Xuewan slowly shook his head, his voice low. There's no escape. With so many dead, even if I run to the ends of the earth, the law will catch up with me. Li Eryong grew anxious, stepping forward and grabbing Chen Xuewan's shoulder. You have to try? You can't just give up. Your parents risked everything to try to save you. Are you going to throw that away? If they could see you now, do you think they'd want you to survive or to give up? Those words struck deep at Chen Xuewan's heart. His parents had given their lives to appeal for him, hoping he could live on. If he gave up now, wouldn't that betray their hopes and sacrifice? In that moment, for the first time, the ice in Chen Xuewan's heart began to crack, and the desire to survive quietly emerged. He looked down at the bag in his hands, hesitated for a moment, then handed it to Li Eryong. Youngzi, this has gotten out of hand. You'll probably end up in prison too, and that's on me. Take this money home to your family. If you get dragged down with me, at least this will help them get by for a while. Li Eryong waved his hand firmly, his face set with determination. What are you doing? Take the money, you'll need it to get away. Don't worry about me. I'm not afraid of them. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Chen Xuewan shoved the bag full of cash into Li Eryong's hands, his voice low and resolute. Enough talk. Keep it. Listen, you still have parents and younger siblings to take care of. Make sure they're safe first. Everything else can wait. With that, he forcefully pushed Li Eryong out the villa door, standing in the doorway, teeth clenched. Tonight, he'll handle everything. If I don't make it, you have to live on. Someone has to visit my grave and my parents during the holidays. You wouldn't want us to be down there with no one to burn incense for us, would you? The bitter wind howled as Li Eryong's eyes reddened, his fists trembling with emotion. Wenzi, I know you're trying to shoulder everything yourself, but we're brothers who face things together. No matter what, I want just watch you walk to your death. If it comes to it, we die together. Tears welled up in Chen Xuewan's eyes, warmth flooding his heart. Having a brother like this made everything worthwhile. He strode forward and hugged the friend he'd grown up with, then gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. I promise you, I'll do everything I can to survive. You know me, Li Eryong, when I give my word, I always keep it. Li Eryong took a deep breath and nodded hard. All right, then I'll wait for you. He gave Chen Xuewan's shoulder a heavy slap, grabbed the bag, leaned on his crutch, and walked into the swirling snow, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Xuewan stood at the door, watching his friend's figure disappear into the storm until he was gone from sight, then finally turned back into the villa. Wu Lihong was still sitting on the floor, quietly wiping the dried blood from her face. When she saw Chen Xuewan return, she forced a bitter smile. Chen Xuewan, after all these years as classmates, can I ask you for one thing? Chen Xuewan looked at her impassively. Go ahead. Wu Lihong took a shaky breath, her voice trembling. When you kill me later, could you not cut my throat? Leave my body whole. I don't want to die looking too horrible. Chen Xuewan gazed at her, his tone unexpectedly calm. What makes you think I'm going to kill you? Wu Lihong shook her head with a wry smile. Look at where you are now. I may not be the mastermind, but I was definitely an accomplice. And your parents, they died because of me, even if indirectly. You sent Li Eryong away and kept me here. Isn't this your way of getting revenge? Chen Xuewan didn't answer her question. Instead, he bent down and pulled 5 gleaming gold bars from his bag, tossing them at her feet. The bars hit the floor with a heavy thud, still shining temptingly in the dim light. Wu Lihong stared, confused. What's this for? Chen Xuewan replied simply. They're for you. Wu Lihong looked up at him, disbelief etched on her face. You're not going to kill me? Chen Xuewan stood his ground, his voice as calm as if he were discussing someone else's story. I'm not stupid. I know the difference between good and bad. Yes, you were involved, but you were forced by Zhou Hao. If it hadn't been you, someone else would have helped him. I was just unlucky confessing to the campus bell, getting caught up in this, being picked by Zhou Hao to take the fall. None of that was your fault. He sighed softly. As for my parents, you can't be blamed either. You were trying to help, not hurt them. Wu Lihong's eyes filled with tears, silently streaming down her cheeks. She took a deep, trembling breath. Thank you. At least there's someone in this world who understands me. She struggled to her feet, leaning against the wall, the wounds on her face looking even harsher under the light. You should keep the gold. You might need it if you have to run. Since you're not going to kill me, they'll leave now. You know I always look out for myself. If the authorities catch me, I can't promise I won't talk. So it's better if I don't know where you're going. She limped toward the door, but Chen Xuewan stopped her with an outstretched arm. He looked at her steadily. I'm not running. I couldn't get away even if I tried. I'm giving you the gold for a reason. I need your help with something. Wu Lihong paused and turned, surprised. What kind of help? Chen Xuewan took a worn notebook from his pocket and handed it to her. You've been with Zhou Hao for a while. You know the major players in Pingqing. I want you to look through this and tell me who these people are. I need to know their backgrounds. Wu Lihong took the notebook, frowning. What are you planning? A determined light shone in Chen Xuewan's eyes as he spoke softly. I'm going to clear my name and walk free again. Wu Lihong flipped open the notebook, her eyes freezing as her fingers instinctively stopped on one of the pages. She knew Chen Xuewan wasn't wrong. After years of working in nightclubs, Even as a minor figure in Pingnan province, she had been around long enough to learn the secrets of some powerful people. The names and identities in this notebook were all too familiar. These were people she knew better than most. Taking a deep breath, she slowly set the notebook down. Chen Xuewan, do you realize what this means? Wu Lihong looked at him, her tone heavy, almost carrying a hint of warning. She turned her head, her expression growing serious. If this information ever gets out, Pingnan province will be thrown into chaos. You have no idea how many lives could be upended by this. These people, they're the ones who truly hold power here. Chen Xuewan sat quietly beside her, his expression calm and unmoved. Tell me who these people are. Wu Lihong stared at him, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. In the end, she shook her head, her voice rising slightly. I know exactly what you're thinking. You want to use these names to threaten those big shots, force them to help you escape tonight's mess, clear your name, and save your own skin, right? Her gaze sharpened, as if she could see right through Chen Xuewan's facade. But have you thought this through? You're just a nobody with no connections or backing. If you try to use this notebook to threaten those people, you're basically signing your own death warrant. Still, Chen Xuewan remained composed, as if her words hadn't affected him at all. He looked back at her, calm and a little cold, and asked, do you think I have any other choice? Right now, I can either take a risk or wait to die. There's no way out for me anymore. Wu Lihong paused, seemingly struck by the desperation of his situation. She sighed. So you really have nowhere else to turn. After a moment's hesitation, she finally relented, her voice lowered. Fine, I'll tell you who these people are. You should at least know what you're dealing with. As she spoke, she went through the names and backgrounds listed in the notebook, one by one. Chen Xuewan listened in silence, occasionally nodding. Each name represented a complex web of interests, powerful families, or deep connections with Zhou Wanqing. Chen Xuewan understood that none of these people could truly solve his current predicament. Zhou Wanqing's business empire was vast, but he himself was involved in the murky world of smuggling. Even though these big players had ties to him and did business together, they couldn't help Chen Xuewan now. He analyzed the information quietly, his gaze growing sharper. You mentioned earlier that Zhou Wanqing has powerful forces backing him. Do you know who they are? Chen Xuewan suddenly asked, a hint of tense anticipation in his voice. Wu Lihong hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. She looked at Chen Xuewan, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. You know Zhou Wanqing has people supporting him, and those aren't ordinary folks. But she trailed off, as if intentionally keeping her distance and maintaining a sense of mystery. Wu Lihong shook her head, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. I don't know either. It's just that, when Zhou Hao used to get drunk, he'd slam the table and boast about his father's powerful connections, said no one dared cross him. Chen Xuewan frowned, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Judging by the way Zhou Wanqing acted tonight, I'd bet he's killed before. When he did things like this in the past, didn't he have someone to clean up after him? Wu Lihong's eyes lit up and she leaned in slightly. Now that you mention it, I remember something. Zhou Wanqing has some ties to Lord Ho from the West District. All his business is protected by Lord House people. Whenever Zhou Hao got into trouble he couldn't handle, Lord Ho would step in to fix things. A sharp look flashed in Chen Xuewan's eyes. Lord Ho was a legendary figure in Pingcheng's underworld, powerful, feared, with influence on both sides of the law. He hadn't expected Zhou Wanqing to be connected to someone of that caliber. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He remembered seeing several entries in that notebook transfers from Zhou Wanqing to Lord Ho. So, it seems Lord Ho is backing Zhou Wanqing. This realization gave Chen Xuewan a new sense of purpose. He stood up quickly, bent down, and picked up the notebook from the floor, tearing it in half with practiced hands. Looking up at Wu Lihong, his gaze was steady. Would you be willing to do me one more favor? Wu Lihong stared at the half notebook in his hand, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Tell me. Chen Xuewan handed her the half. I'm going to meet Lord Ho soon. I need you to hide this for me. Tears welled up in Wu Lihong's eyes, her voice trembling. Are you crazy? You have no idea what kind of relationship Lord Ho really has with Zhou Wanqing. If you go to him like this, what if Lord Ho wants revenge for Zhou Wanqing? What will you do then? A bitter smile tugged at Chen Xuewan's lips. If Lord Ho really wants revenge, then I'll take my chances. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll leave Pingcheng for good go as far as I can. If I don't make it, I need you to send these things to the law enforcement team in the provincial capital. Wu Lihong looked into his resolute eyes, tears streaming down her face. She knew full well that Chen Xuewan was risking his life. Lord Ho was in a league of his own, Pingcheng's true underground boss, with bodyguards far more formidable than any ordinary businessman's. If Chen Xuewan fell into Lord Ho's hands, there would be no escape. All right, I promise. Wu Lihong bit her lip, her voice soft but unwavering. Chen Xuewan gave her a grateful smile and waved her off. Thank you. Go on now, I still have a few things to take care of. Wu Lihong looked at him, wanting to say more, but in the end she turned away in tears, her figure quickly disappearing into the swirling snow. Chen Xuewan watched as her silhouette faded in the storm and exhaled deeply. His revenge was complete, but now he had to fight for his own survival. If he succeeded, he would see the light of day again. If he failed, there would be no way out. He bent down and picked up a knife from the ground, the blade glinting coldly in the dim light. Walking over to Zhou Wancheng's body, he brought the blade down, severing Zhou Wancheng's head in one swift motion. Blood splattered across the snow, leaving a shocking red stain. He carefully wrapped the head, then found a motorcycle in the courtyard. The engine roared, shattering the silence of the night. With the blood-soaked bundle in hand, Chen Xuewan sped off through the heavy snow toward Lord House residence. Master Ho lived in a standalone villa in the Western District, which was much larger than Zhou Wancheng's residence. The villa was heavily guarded, with security stationed outside and bodyguards patrolling inside. All of them were trusted men of Master Ho. At 2 a.m., the piercing roar of a motorcycle engine shattered the silence of the night. The security guard on duty was jolted awake and looked out the window of the guardhouse, spotting a young man standing outside. "What the hell are you doing? This is private property," the guard shouted angrily. "Get lost, or he'll come out there and break your legs so you'll never ride a motorcycle again." Chen Xuewan approached the window calmly. "Sir, I need to speak with Master Ho." The guard was taken aback, sizing up the unexpected visitor with a frown. "Are you out of your mind? Coming to see Master Ho at this hour? You think he doesn't need to sleep? Sorry, but it's urgent. Please let him know I'm here." Chen Xuewan replied in a steady voice. "Are you deaf? Master House asleep. Whatever you want, come back tomorrow." The guard barked, reaching to shut the window. Chen Xuewan's brow furrowed slightly. "Fine. Take a look at this first, then decide if you want to pass on the message." As he spoke, he handed over a bag with a strange, pungent smell. Grumbling about the stench, the guard opened the bag out of curiosity. The next moment, a bloody human head rolled out onto the floor. "Oh my God!" the guard screamed, shrinking back into the corner in terror. Several bodyguards rushed over at the commotion. When they saw the head on the ground, they were stunned. One of them tried to keep his composure. What the hell do you want?" "That's Zhou Wancheng's head," Chen Xuewan said, his expression unchanged. "I know he had ties with Master Ho, so I'd like to talk to him." At those words, the bodyguards' faces went pale. As Master House trusted men, they knew Zhou Wancheng was an important business partner who had made a lot of money for him. One of the guards immediately ran inside to report, while the others surrounded Chen Xuewan, making it clear they wouldn't let him leave, even though they didn't lay a hand on him. Chen Xuewan stood there calmly. Bringing Zhou Wancheng's head was all part of his plan. It was his ticket to see Master Ho. Sure enough, before long, the villa's lights blazed on. A bodyguard came out and said in a low voice, "Master Ho will see him, but he needs to be searched first." Several bodyguards stepped forward and frisked Chen Xuewan thoroughly. This time, he wasn't carrying anything. Chen Xuewan knew perfectly well that no amount of preparation could make a difference in front of an underground boss like Master Ho. His purpose for coming here was simple negotiation. After a few bodyguards frisked him, they led him through the courtyard and into a luxurious villa. The grand hall was already filled with more than a dozen bodyguards in black, their presence heavy and oppressive. An elderly man with graying hair sat comfortably on a leather sofa, dressed in silk pajamas, exuding authority with every gesture. By his side stood a graceful woman, respectfully pouring him tea. There was no need for introductions. Chen Xuewan immediately recognized him as the infamous Ho Wuyi. Just as Chen Xuewan was about to step forward, several bodyguards blocked his way. Ho Wuyi took his time finishing his tea before finally glancing up at him. "You must be Chen Xuewan. You know me, Master Ho." Ho Wuyi shook his head lightly. "I don't. But Zhou Wancheng borrowed my men, saying he wanted to deal with you. Now you're here with his head. Tell me, shouldn't I get to know you?" Chen Xuewan took a quiet breath. "Master Ho, you're truly extraordinary." Ho Wuyi didn't reply right away. He took the pipe handed to him by the woman, took a long drag, and exhaled a swirl of smoke before speaking. "So what brings you here?" "I want to live. I'm asking you to give me a way out," Chen Xuewan said firmly, drawing surprised looks from everyone in the room, including the woman. Ho Wuyi let out a mocking laugh. "Interesting. You killed my friend, brought his head to see me, and now you're asking for a way out? Are you crazy, or am I hearing things?" Chen Xuewan's expression didn't change. "Master Ho, was Zhou Wancheng really your friend? If he was, you can kill me right now, and I won't complain. But if he wasn't, then I think we still have something to discuss." Ho Wuyi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as if weighing the situation. After a long pause, he laughed heartily. "You've got guts. No wonder you escaped from prison and managed to throw the Pingqing law enforcement team into chaos, giving Zhou Wancheng no peace. Fine, I'd like to hear what you have in mind." He took another drag on his pipe and sneered. "You want to live? It's possible, but let's see if you have a good enough reason to convince me." Chen Xuewan let out a subtle sigh of relief. He could tell that Ho Wuyi didn't care about Zhou Wancheng at all. That meant there was hope. He pulled out half a notebook from his coat. "How about we make a deal with this?" Ho Wuyi motioned for his men to bring over the notebook. After flipping through a few pages, his eyes lit up, clearly interested in the contents. But he soon set it aside, giving a half smile. "Kid, has no one taught you not to show all your cards too soon in a negotiation? Now that I have this evidence, what else do you have to bargain with?" Chen Xuewan met his gaze, a faint smile on his lips. Who says that's all the evidence? In business, ID never show all my cards at once. Chen Xuewan's words caught Lord Hou off guard for a moment, but then he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, kid, you're pretty sharp. But you're still too green. As soon as he finished speaking, a few bodyguards in the room began to quietly close in on Chen Xuewan, clearly preparing to restrain him. Despite this, Chen Xuewan remained unfazed. He calmly scanned the room and said in a cool, even tone, Lord Wu, do you have any idea how many people I killed tonight? The smile on Lord Hou's face froze slightly. His brows knitted together and a flicker of annoyance appeared in his eyes. What? Are you trying to scare me? His voice carried a hint of chill. Chen Xuewan shook his head, his voice steady and calm. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just telling you I have no way out anymore. He took a deep breath and went on. Tonight, at Zhou Wancheng's villa, I killed 18 people, including Zhou Wancheng and his son, as well as a witness who framed me. Tell me, if you don't help me, how much longer do you think you'll survive? Lord Hou's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with thought. Chen Xuewan glanced slowly around the room and let out a low chuckle. You're all surrounding me, trying to take me down. But don't you think that dying here or dying outside makes no difference to me? His tone was cold and resolute, as if he had already accepted his fate. So even if you manage to catch me, don't expect to get the evidence you want from me. Lord Hou's face grew gloomier, unease stirring within him. He stared at Chen Xuewan and gave a cold snort. I don't necessarily need all of that evidence. Half of it is already useful enough to me. His voice turned even icier. You killed 18 people. Do you realize how serious that is? Do you really think I'd risk everything just to help you cover this up for the sake of some evidence? A faint smile tugged at the corner of Chen Xuewan's mouth, his gaze unwavering. Lord Wu, I'm afraid this isn't something you can refuse, he said quietly. Lord Hou's brows furrowed even deeper. He asked in a low voice, what do you mean? Chen Xuewan smiled slightly. If you don't help me, the other half of the evidence will be mailed out to law enforcement teams all over the region. By then, whether I live or die here won't matter anymore. But you, Lord was the last person to see me alive, you'll be in trouble. Lord Hou scoffed dismissively. And what does that have to do with me? Are you threatening me? You think I'd be scared? Think it through, Chen Xuewan replied calmly. I killed Zhou Wancheng, and the last place I was seen was right here with you. Whether I die here or get caught by the law, you're still the last person to see me. If this evidence really gets out and the big shots start looking for someone to blame, do you think they won't pin it all on you? Lord Hou's expression changed instantly as he finally understood Chen Xuewan's real plan. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Chen Xuewan wasn't just using the evidence as leverage, he was dragging him into the mess as well. No matter what he did to Chen Xuewan, if the evidence was exposed, he would never be able to wash his hands of it. Lord Hou took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he stared at Chen Xuewan. So that's your plan, you want to drag me down with you? Chen Xuewan just smiled coolly. Lord Wu, when I was in prison, I learned one thing. When you run into a problem you can't handle, the best way is to pull in someone powerful and make sure they're in it with you. Once you're in the same boat, they'll have no choice but to help you clean up the mess. His eyes grew firm as he looked at the notebook on the table. I don't have the power to use this evidence, but you do. Fifth Master, if you help me, then all this evidence will be yours to use, and it could earn you a fortune. If you don't help me, then we'll go down together. I don't care about my life, but you have a lot more to lose. Think carefully. Fifth Master Hao's face turned ashen, his eyes like daggers fixed on Chen Xuewan, full of rage as if he wanted to tear him apart. Everyone in the room exchanged nervous glances, no one daring to make a sound. They'd followed Fifth Master Hou for years and knew his temperament usually calm and composed, never showing his emotions. But today, this was something none of them had ever witnessed before. After a long silence, Fifth Master Hou finally gritted his teeth and said coldly, Chen Xuewan, do you really think you can scare me like this? If I kill you, they'll track down everyone connected to you. Getting that evidence won't be hard at all. But Chen Xuewan remained calm, his voice steady. You're welcome to try, Fifth Master. But let me warn you, if you make a mistake, the consequences might be more than you can handle. Fifth Master Hou stared at him, his expression shifting as he weighed his options. At last, he took a deep breath, and a hint of amusement appeared on his face. Impressive. I haven't met a young man like you in years. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, his whole demeanor changing. He slapped the table and looked Chen Xuewan up and down. Chen Xuewan, you've got guts. They'll help you this time. But I have a condition. Chen Xuewan felt a surge of relief, knowing he had made the right gamble and finally seized his chance. Please, Fifth Master, go ahead. Fifth Master Hao's gaze was deep as he spoke slowly. Starting tomorrow, you'll work for me. Chen Xuewan was momentarily stunned. Fifth Master Hou was a powerful figure in the underworld, involved in all sorts of shady dealings. Working for him meant stepping into the darkness as well. He bit his lip, conflicted, his brow furrowed in hesitation. Sensing his doubt, Fifth Master Hou said evenly, you've barely escaped with your life. Don't you want to make something of yourself? If you follow me, I promise you'll never live an ordinary life again. Chen Xuewan lowered his head, thinking of his parents' ordinary workers who had placed all their hopes in him. He was supposed to be their pride, but now he was in trouble, unable to finish college, with no job prospects. Standing at this crossroads, he realized that if he didn't follow Fifth Master Ho, his life might spiral out of control. As Fifth Master Ho said, since Head survived, how could he settle for mediocrity? Taking a deep breath, he looked up and said firmly, "All right." Fifth Master Ho's face broke into a satisfied grin, and he laughed heartily. "Good. Xuewan, you really are talented." He waved his hand. "Binzi, go to Zhou Wancheng's villa and take care of things. Most of the people I sent there are fugitives from out of town. Dispose of their bodies, don't worry about it. Leave the rest in the villa and set it on fire. They'll make arrangements to have it handled as a fire accident." The bodyguard nodded immediately. "Yes, Fifth Master." With that, the bodyguard led his men out to clean up the scene. Chen Xuewan stood there, shaken. He never imagined that Zhou Wancheng's case could be resolved so easily. 18 bodies, just erased by a fire? And even the authorities could be made to cover it up? Fifth Master Ho seemed to read his mind and smiled slightly. "Xuewan, do you really think things are that simple? Getting rid of those people isn't hard. The real challenge is making the authorities believe it was just a regular fire." Master Ho picked up his teacup and said softly, "Do you have any idea how many connections I had to pull and how much money I had to spend just to get the enforcement team to classify this as a fire? The fact that you came to me today is your good fortune. In Pingqing, no one but me could help you out of this mess." Chen Xuewan took a deep breath and nodded slowly. "Thank you, Master Ho. They'll never forget what you've done for me." Master Ho laughed heartily. "Enough. From now on we're on the same side. No need to be so formal. I'm getting old and can't stay up late anymore, so we'll head upstairs to rest. Aru, find him some clean clothes and arrange for him to stay the night here. By tomorrow morning, everything will be back to normal." The elegant woman beside him nodded with a smile, stood up, and said, "Come with me, young man." Chen Xuewan hesitated for a moment and said quietly, "Master Ho, I'm still a fugitive." "About that," Master Ho replied in a leisurely tone, "that's easy. I have the autopsy report from the campus beauty. ITLL, clear your name." Chen Xuewan's heart skipped a beat as he realized just how shrewd these old foxes were. Master Ho actually had a copy of the autopsy report, obviously something he could use to threaten Zhou Wancheng. These old foxes always kept something in reserve and never showed their full hand. Outwardly, Chen Xuewan's expression didn't change, but inwardly he became even more cautious. He knew he'd have to be extra careful dealing with people like them, or he might end up being outmaneuvered. Led by the elegant woman, Aru, Chen Xuewan was shown to a guest room downstairs. Aru handed him a set of pajamas, her fox-like eyes sizing him up with a playful smile. "You look like you've had a rough day," she said. "Why don't you take a hot shower first?" Feeling a little embarrassed, Chen Xuewan took the pajamas and mumbled, "Thank you, Auntie Ru." Aru's brows furrowed, and she sounded a bit annoyed. "What did you just call me, Auntie? My last name is Fong Ru. I'm only 23. Chen Xuewan scratched his head awkwardly. "Then should I call you Sister Ru?" Fong Ru finally smiled and nodded gently. "Good boy. Go take your shower." With the pajamas in hand, Chen Xuewan went into the bathroom and finally let out a sigh of relief. After a hot shower, he changed into the pajamas and stepped out, only to find Fong Ru still in the room. She was lounging casually at the head of the bed in silk pajamas, her graceful figure impossible to ignore. Her enchanting eyes lingered on him with a hint of mischief. The room was filled with a subtle fragrance, her perfume creating a delicate and ambiguous atmosphere. Feeling awkward, Chen Xuewan asked quietly, "Sister Ru, is there something else you need?" Fong Ru chuckled softly. "Nothing much. Master Ho just asked me to make sure you're comfortable tonight. I was just wondering, are you used to sleeping alone? Or do you think you'd relax more if you had a woman with you?" Fong Ru's beauty was, without a doubt, unparalleled. Even when compared to the so-called innocent campus belle, she still outshone her by far. For any man, a woman like her would be the ultimate temptation. However, Chen Xuewan seemed completely unmoved. He shook his head and said calmly, "Thank you, Sister Ru, but I'm used to sleeping alone." Fong Ru was taken aback. It was the first time she had encountered such a reaction. For years, she had always been the object of men's pursuit. Being ignored like this was a first. But she quickly recovered, her smile turning a bit provocative. "Well, I didn't expect you to be so virtuous. Tell me, are you shy, or are you just afraid of Master Ho? Relax, this is all at his request. Besides, I'm not the one keeping you company." As soon as she finished speaking, Fong Ru clapped her hands lightly, and a few tall, graceful young women entered the room. Smiling, she said, "Pick one to keep you company. If one isn't enough, take 2 or even 3. You can have all of them if you like." Chen Xuewan remained expressionless. "Thank you, Sister Ru, but I'd really just like a good night's rest." Fong Ru glanced at him, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes. She hadn't expected this young man to be so composed. The girls Shed brought were all hand-picked beauties. Most men would have been dazzled at the mere sight of them. But Chen Xuewan didn't so much as bat an eye, which left Fong Ru a little shaken. She hadn't met a man this calm before. "It seems you really are tired," she said with a smile. "All right then, get some rest. Once you're recharged, you can enjoy yourself properly." With that, Fong Ru turned and left. Chen Xuewan watched them go, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He locked the door behind him, lay down on the bed, but his mind was in turmoil. To be honest, he was still a young man, and he had his desires. In the past, faced with a situation like this and surrounded by so many beautiful women, he might have lost control. But after everything had been through, he was no longer the naive boy who would throw everything away for love, nor the weakling who'd lose himself at the sight of a woman. Old Du had once said, if a man wants to succeed, he must learn to restrain his desires. Ruthless as he was, Old Du's words carried a certain wisdom. Chen Xuewan knew that, despite Master Hao's claims of treating him as one of his own, he couldn't fully trust him. He always kept his guard up, otherwise he might not even know how he'd end up dead. Feng Ru returned upstairs, where Master Ho was sitting by the bed, smoking a long pipe and exhaling clouds of smoke. How did it go? Master Ho asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Feng Ru couldn't help but roll her eyes. Don't even ask. I went in myself, and he didn't even give me a second glance. Master Ho frowned. Really? Even you couldn't get through to him? Feng Ru was clearly annoyed. Yeah, makes me wonder if he likes men instead. Master Ho chuckled. That mess he got into before was all because he confessed to that campus bellino way he's into men. Feng Ru shot back. Then what's his deal? Am I somehow less attractive than that campus belle? Master Ho laughed, his gaze sweeping over her. No campus belle could compare to you. You're the most beautiful woman in Pingqing. Feng Ru's mood eased a bit at his words, a hint of pride showing on her face. She then asked, so what do you think is going on with this kid? Master Ho was silent for a moment, taking a deep drag on his pipe. His expression gradually turned cold. He's not simple, that one. At his age, there aren't many who can keep their desires in check. Feng Ru paused, then asked in a low voice, you mean you want to groom him? Master Ho sneered, groom him? Someone that shrewd would only become a problem if kept around too long. Don't alert him just yet. Later, arrange for a girl with a clean background to get close to him. Once he hands over the other half of the evidence, we'll take care of him. Feng Ru nodded. Arranging a girl isn't a problem, but judging by his attitude, it might not be easy to get close. The girls I sent today were all top-notch, and he didn't even look at them. Master Ho smirked. If all else fails, you might have to make a sacrifice yourself. Taking down a kid like him shouldn't be too hard for you, right? A cold glint flashed in Feng Ru's eyes, but she kept her smile. Me? Make a sacrifice? Aren't you jealous? Master Ho laughed, tapped the ashes from his pipe, and walked toward the inner room. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. He closed the door behind him, leaving the outer room. Feng Ru stood by the door, her expression gradually turning cold, a slight smile on her lips. Finally, she let out a quiet sigh, turned, and lay down in the outer room to rest. Even though the two of them weren't sharing a bed, the tension in the air was unmistakable. Chen Xuewan slept soundly until broad daylight. The blinding sunlight streaming through the window woke him, and he glanced at the clock. It was already past 10. He hurriedly pulled on some clothes and stepped out of his room, catching the faint sound of a television coming from the living room. Following the sound, he was greeted by a sight that made his heart race. Feng Ru was lounging lazily on the sofa, her figure accentuated by perfectly tailored pajamas. The warmth from the radiator filled the room, creating a stark contrast to the icy world outside. Instinctively, Chen Xuewan took a step back and asked cautiously, Sister Ru, where's Fifth Master? Feng Ru turned her head, a hint of a seductive smile on her lips. You're awake. Fifth Master went out with some people. He left? Then, what about my situation? Before Chen Xuewan could finish, Feng Ru pointed at the TV. Look, it's on the news. The TV was broadcasting a local news segment about a villa in the outskirts of Pingqing that had caught fire due to illegal heating equipment, resulting in 3 deaths. Chen Xuewan immediately realized it was Zhou Wancheng's villa. What had originally been 18 deaths was now being reported as only 3, and the incident was being described as an accidental fire. Seeing the shock on his face, Feng Ru explained casually, most of those 15 people were fugitives that no one cares about. As for the rest, we'll arrange for them to be listed as accidental deaths, handle the autopsy reports, and give their families some compensation. Her words made Chen Xuewan even more aware of Fifth Master House influence in the underworld. Feng Ru patted the empty seat beside her and smiled invitingly. Why are you just standing there? Come, have a seat. She shifted over, leaving an ambiguous space for him. Thank you, Sister Ru, but I'll stand. Chen Xuewan declined firmly. Afraid Fifth Master will see? Feng Ru smiled slyly. Don't worry, it's just the 2 of us. Everyone else is out with Fifth Master, and the only people nearby are a few guards at the door. Unless I call for them, they won't come in. Despite her obvious invitation, Chen Xuewan remained unmoved. No need, I've been sleeping all night. I'd rather stand for a bit. His cool response clearly irritated Feng Ru. She was used to men fawning over her at the slightest hint of attention, so his indifference left her visibly displeased. Chen Xuewan, on the other hand, didn't even spare Feng Ru a glance, despite how blunt she had been. For the first time, Feng Ruho had always been confident in her own charm began to doubt herself. She quickly composed herself and managed a sweet smile. By the way, are you hungry? Would you like me to fix you something to eat? No need. "I'm not hungry," Chen Xuewan replied, his eyes glued to the TV screen, not even turning his head. Fang Ru bit her lower lip in frustration. On TV, after a news report about a fire, another major story broke, one directly related to Chen Xuewan. There had been a new development in the case of the murdered campus beauty. According to the law enforcement team's autopsy report, someone else was the true culprit. Witnesses who had previously testified against Chen Xuewan had also recanted their statements. The authorities officially declared Chen Xuewan completely innocent and announced he would receive compensation. Hearing this, Chen Xuewan froze, as if struck by lightning. He had finally cleared his name, but the price was unbearably high. Had lost his parents forever. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuewan turned to Fang Ru. "Sister Ru, I need to go home for a bit. Please let Uncle Wu know that once I've taken care of my parents' affairs, I'll come help him." With that, he strode out without looking back. Fang Ru stood rooted to the spot, her face dark with anger. From start to finish, this man hadn't even looked her in the eye. The feeling of being so thoroughly ignored made her seethe. Chen Xuewan hopped onto the same motorcycle head used the previous night and sped toward the city. Half an hour later, he arrived at the familiar alleyway where he had grown up. Here stood the 40-square-meter-old house his parents had bought years ago. Walking through the narrow lane, surrounded by familiar sights, he could no longer hold back his tears. His parents, who used to wait at home for him to come back for dinner every day, were now gone forever. In front of the weathered door, two people were anxiously looking out for him: Li Er-yong, leaning on a crutch, and Wu Li-hong, disheveled and still in her pajamas. When they saw Chen Xuewan, they were stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Wu Li-hong rushed forward and hugged him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. "You're back. You're really back." Li Er-yong, just as excited, hopped over on one leg, laughing loudly. "Wenzi, I told you nothing would happen to you. You promised me, and I knew you'd keep your word." His laughter soon turned into tears. Seeing these two people, who had worried and wept for him, Chen Xuewan felt some of his sorrow ease. Although he had lost his parents, he wasn't completely alone. There were still people waiting for him at home. At noon, Chen Xuewan went out to buy some groceries while Wu Li-hong was busy in the kitchen, and soon a delicious aroma filled the air. Li Er-yong sat at the table, looking at the spread of colorful, fragrant dishes, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, I had no idea. Hongji, you're really good at this." Chen Xuewan glanced at Wu Li-hong, in surprise too. He had always thought of her as a tough, no-nonsense woman, but he hadn't expected her to cook such a great meal. The dishes on the table weren't just vibrant and appetizing, they tasted as good as the ones his mother used to make. Wu Li-hong smiled proudly. "Hey, I started cooking when I was 8. Back then, I made every meal for the whole family." Chen Xuewan's eyes widened in astonishment. "You started cooking at 8? Your parents really had you working early." Wu Li-hong's expression changed, and her eyes turned a little red. Chen Xuewan paused, suddenly remembering something. Back in school, had never seen Wu Li-hong's parents. Even when she got into trouble and the school called for her family, it was always her elderly grandmother who showed up. Only now did he realize that her home life wasn't as good as had always assumed. "All right, let's eat. I'm starving." Li Er-yong quickly cut in, sensing the awkwardness. He picked up his chopsticks and started digging in. The three of them had barely eaten anything since last night and were all famished. Watching them eat hungrily, Wu Li-hong's face softened into a smile. She went into the kitchen and came back with 2 bottles of liquor. "Let's celebrate Wen's fresh start. Tonight, we drink until we drop." Li Er-yong immediately grabbed a glass, but Chen Xuewan waved him off. "You guys go ahead. He'll pass." Li Er-yong protested. "Come on, man, it's a happy day. You have to drink." Chen Xuewan shook his head. "Last time I drank, it nearly destroyed my family. I'm done with it." Li Er-yong and Wu Li-hong exchanged a look and quietly put down their glasses, a trace of sadness on their faces. Chen Xuewan's family, so honest and hardworking, was a pain he would never truly get over. No one said anything more. After they finished eating, Wu Li-hong quickly cleared the table. Li Er-yong took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Chen Xuewan. "Want one? Nothing beats a smoke after a meal." Chen Xuewan smiled and shook his head. "When I was in prison, an old guy told me, if you want to get ahead in life, stay away from anything addictive. Only those who can control themselves can go further and stand taller." Li Er-yong was taken aback, looking a bit lost. "Wenzi, where'd you pick up all this wisdom?" "It's just a cigarette, seriously." Chen Xuewan just smiled and didn't answer. Li Er-yong took a few drags, then stubbed out his cigarette. "All right, so what's next?" Chen Xuewan's voice was low, as if he was lost in thought. "If none of this had happened, I'd probably be in another city at college right now." Li Er-yong couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, Zhou really messed things up for you. Why don't you go back to school? You're only 19, you still have a chance." Chen Xuewan shook his head and gave a bitter smile. "Forget it. After half a year in prison and everything that's happened, there's no going back." He paused, his eyes turning somber. "My parents spent their whole lives being honest, but they were bullied all the same. Their biggest hope was for me to make something of myself. If I've survived, then I have to fulfill their wishes. Since I'm still alive, I'm going to live life to the fullest," Chen Xuewan said, his eyes full of determination. Li Eryong studied his old friend, who seemed like a completely different person, and couldn't help but grin. Wenzi, after this stint in prison, you really have changed. You'd never have said something like that before. Just then, Wu Lihong finished tidying up and walked out. She deftly took the pack of cigarettes from Li Eryong, lighting one with practiced ease. As smoke curled around her, she asked casually, "What are you two talking about?" Li Eryong teased, "Look at that, even the girls are tougher than you. It's just a cigarette, what's the big deal?" Chen Xuewan turned his gaze to Wu Lihong. "By the way, don't you have a younger brother? How is he doing now?" Wu Lihong paused, her long hair falling to cover half her face. She took a deep drag and forced a smile. "He's not in great health, just resting at home." It was obvious she was hiding something. Chen Xuewan noticed her unease, but wisely didn't press further. Before long, Wu Lihong finished her cigarette and got ready to leave for work. Just as she was heading out, she suddenly turned around and tossed a heavy bag to Chen Xuewan. "Since you're still alive, I'm giving this back to you." When he opened it, he found the 5 gold bars he had left behind. The woman who had always been known for her love of money had actually returned them of her own accord. Li Eryong quickly chimed in, saying he wanted to give Chen Xuewan back the money and gold bars too, but Chen Xuewan waved him off. "What I gave you is yours to keep." "That's nonsense. You risked your life for this," Li Eryong said heatedly. Even Wu Lihong, who's in such a tough spot, gave it back. "Why should I keep it? How is she in a tough spot?" Chen Xuewan asked, puzzled. With a sigh, Li Eryong explained Wu Lihong's story. Her parents died young, she was raised by her grandparents, and her younger brother had kidney disease and needed regular dialysis. To pay for his treatment and save up for a transplant, she had no choice but to work at a nightclub. Hearing this, Chen Xuewan suddenly understood. He used to look down on this shameless woman, but now he realized what she had been through. Compared to her, that so-called innocent campus belle was nothing. In the end, it all comes down to being poor, Chen Xuewan said, rubbing his temples. "Eryong, what's the fastest way to make money these days?" "I only know how to spend money fast," Li Eryong replied with a smirk. After a moment's thought, Li Eryong leaned in and lowered his voice. "How about we find ourselves a sugar mama? It's fun and pays well." Chen Xuewan burst out laughing and gave him a light smack. "With your looks, you think you could sell yourself? Go look in the mirror." Li Eryong immediately grabbed the mirror off the table and started fixing his hair with pride. "You don't get it. That's exactly what sugar mama's like." Chen Xuewan couldn't be bothered with his ridiculous friend and went into his room to rest. That evening, Li Eryong returned home, leaning on his cane. Chen Xuewan sat alone in the empty room, his mind racing. After a while, he stood up and went into the inner room, retrieving a bag from the corner, a very one that old Du had carried with him during his escape from prison. He placed the bag on the table and examined it carefully. Aside from a stack of cash, there was something else wrapped inside. For a cunning old fox like old Du to cling to this bag, even in such a desperate situation, whatever was inside had to be extraordinary. Now that everything had settled down, Chen Xuewan finally had the time to find out. He cautiously opened the bag, uncovering layer upon layer of plastic, with brown paper tightly wrapped within. After peeling away all these protective layers, 2 yellowed ancient books appeared before his eyes, one titled Xin Shu, and the other Qi Jing Ba Mai. Chen Xuewan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. They were just books, why treat them with such importance? He opened Qi Jing Ba Mai and discovered it was a meticulously annotated manual of assassination techniques, detailing the lethal effects of striking various acupoints. No wonder old Du's methods had always been so precise. This was the source. When he turned to Xin Shu, he was even more stunned. This was no ordinary book, but a secret manual on understanding and manipulating the human mind. What old Du had previously taught him was just the tip of the iceberg. The contents of this book could completely upend a person's worldview. If someone could truly grasp its secrets, even an ordinary person could soar to great heights. Feeling as if he had discovered a priceless treasure, Chen Xuewan spent the entire night poring over Xin Shu, reading until the early hours. Suddenly, a knock at the door broke his concentration. He quickly hid a dagger up his sleeve, walked to the door, and called out, "Who is it?" "It's me," came Wu Lihong's voice. He opened the door and saw Wu Lihong in a revealing short skirt, reeking of alcohol, stumbling into the room and collapsing directly onto the sofa. Chen Xuewan frowned but still poured her a glass of water. "What brings you here?" Wu Lihong drained the glass in one go, leaned back, and said, "I just got off work and have nowhere to go. Thought I'd crash here for the night." "Is that a problem?" "Not really," Chen Xuewan hesitated. "It's just that I'm the only one at home right now. A girl staying at my place." Wu Lihong cut him off immediately. "Come on, I'm not scared, why should you be? What? Are you afraid you'll eat me or something?" As she spoke, she lounged on the sofa with her legs crossed, her long, slender legs trembling slightly with the movement. Her red high heels gleamed provocatively, as if challenging Chen Xuewan at any moment. Chen Xuewan could only shrug helplessly. "All right then, which room do you want?" "Doesn't matter," Wu Lihong replied casually. In the end, Chen Xuewan had no choice but to give up his own room for Wu Lihong and moved his things into his parents' room. Lying in bed, Chen Xuewan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He felt uneasy. After all, he was still young, and now there was a woman sleeping in the next room. It was hard not to let his mind wander to inappropriate thoughts from time to time. Still, he forced himself to suppress those impulses, closed his eyes, and tried to sleep. For the next half-month, Chen Xuewan's life was relatively calm. Li Eryong came by every day, handing over the 300,000 in cash and several gold bars. Wu Lihong had practically made his place her base cooking for the two of them during the day, heading out to work at night, and coming back to Chen Xuewan's place in the early hours. With the three of them under one roof, it almost felt like a family. During this period, aside from occasionally visiting his parents' graves, Chen Xuewan spent most of his time wandering the streets. He was observing the business landscape and pitching, planning to pick a promising industry to invest in. Meanwhile, none of Ho Wu's men seemed to come looking for Chen Xuewan. Although Ho Wu had made it clear he wanted Chen Xuewan to work for him, Chen Xuewan doubted the man had truly forgotten about him. Knowing Ho was cunning, he was probably still watching from the shadows, just not making any obvious moves. Chen Xuewan didn't reach out to Ho Wu either. He knew that if he did, he'd lose the upper hand. After reading Xinshu, Chen Xuewan had grown more mature and understood how to handle these potential threats. One morning, as usual, Chen Xuewan was out strolling the streets with Li Eryong. As they walked through an alley, three young men approached from the opposite direction. Their hair was dyed in all sorts of colors, bold tattoos snaked up their necks, and their faces were full of mockery and provocation. At the sight of them, Li Eryong's expression changed instantly. He whispered, "Wenzi, let's get out of here quick." Chen Xuewan looked confused. "What's going on?" Before Li Eryong could answer, the leader of the three called out loudly, "Hey, isn't this Eryong? Out for a stroll, huh? Looks like we didn't beat you hard enough last time." Chen Xuewan glanced over and saw the three young men sneering, clearly mocking Li Eryong. Li Eryong's face was a mix of embarrassment and anger as he muttered, "Yangzi, I haven't messed with you. Don't go looking for trouble." The guy in front Yangzi scoffed. "Come on, Eryong, that's not how it works. Haga said you're not allowed around here anymore. If we see you, we'll beat you up every time. Now that we've run into you, how could we just let you go?" Li Eryong was desperate. "Yangzi, I'm just passing through, no need to take it this far, right? Look, they'll leave right now, just let it go." Yangzi grinned. "If we let you walk away that easily, what would that say about us? But since we used to be friends, they'll give you a chance. Crawl out of here, and they'll pretend I didn't see you. How about it?" "Ha." The other two burst out laughing, their eyes full of contempt. Li Eryong clenched his teeth, about to say something, but Chen Xuewan stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Chen Xuewan stared at Yangzi and asked in a low voice, "Was it you who broke Eryong's arms and legs?" Yangzi was caught off guard, then his face twisted in anger. "Who the hell are you?" Chen Xuewan ignored the question, repeating coldly, "I'm asking you, were you the one who broke Eryong's arms and legs?" Yangzi scoffed, swearing, "Yeah, I did. So what? You." Before he could finish, Chen Xuewan moved. Without hesitation, he kicked Yangzi hard between the legs. Yangzi collapsed to the ground, clutching himself in agony and instantly unable to move. Chen Xuewan didn't stop. He spun around and landed a punch squarely on the next guy's face, sending him stumbling back and falling to the ground. The last guy saw what happened, rushed forward to fight back, but before he could react, Chen Xuewan lunged at him. "Get him." Without a word, Li Eryong picked up his cane and swung it at the guy without hesitation. The fight started and ended in a flash. Chen Xuewan darted toward Yangzi, landing a vicious kick right between his legs. Yangzi didn't even have time to react, dropped to the ground clutching himself, face pale with pain. Another thug tried to step in, but Chen Xuewan's fist smashed squarely into his eye socket. The man howled, barely keeping his balance, when Li Eryong's cane came crashing down on his head, splitting the skin and sending blood streaming down his face. The last young man was quick on his feet and managed to land 2 punches to Chen Xuewan's chest, but to someone well-versed in the art of Qijing Bamai, it was little more than a tickle. Chen Xuewan sneered and delivered blow after blow to the man's vital points, quickly leaving him unable to fight back. In under 5 minutes, the three of them were huddled in the corner like beaten dogs, clutching their heads and wailing. Remembering how they'd broken his arms and legs before, Li Eryong's anger flared. He swung his cane at them again and again, only stopping when swollen lumps covered their heads. "Fine, you win today." Yangzi spat through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. "Tell me your name if you've got the guts. My big brother will make you pay." Li Eryong, furious, lashed out with his cane once more. Yangzi, pushed to the edge, cursed loudly, "Screw you, Li Eryong. If you've got the guts, kill me now. If you don't, I swear I'll never let you off." Li Eryong panicked, but Chen Xuewan remained calm. He walked over to Yangzi, looking down at him. "Want revenge? Fine. My name's Chen Xuewan. I live at number 13, Lane 5, Xingfu Village. They'll be waiting at home for your big brother tonight." As Chen Xuewan and Li Eryong walked away, Yangzi stood up with a twisted grin. "Damn it, I'm getting my brother. Tonight, Those two are dead meat. On the way home, Li Eryong stomped his feet in frustration. Wenzi, are you crazy? Yangzi's big brother is Lao He. You mean the guy who used to be your boss? Chen Xuewan asked calmly. That's right, that bastard. Li Eryong spat. I treated him like a brother, but just one word from Zhou Hao, and he broke my arms and legs. I must have been blind. Well, perfect, Chen Xuewan said with a cold smile. Tonight, they'll break his limbs for you and settle the score. Are you out of your mind? Li Eryong stared at him. Lao He is way more ruthless than He Fei. He can call in dozens of guys with just one phone call. How are you going to take him on? Didn't I already take down all those bodyguards Zhou Hao hired from the martial arts school? Do you really think Lao He is tougher than Zhou Hao? Come on, that's not the same thing at all. Chen Xuewan gave Li Eryong a light pat on the shoulder and said with a calm smile, you were willing to risk everything against Zhou Hao. But with Lao Haikal, do you really go that far? You've finally cleared your name, so you can't afford to get involved in anything deadly again. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chen Xuewan replied, steady and composed. Let's head back and get ready. On the way, fill me in, what exactly is this Lao He? Li Eryong hobbled after Chen Xuewan, surprised by his calmness, but he started explaining in detail. Lao He is a local thug here in Pingqing, just like He Fei runs protection rackets. But his territory is a couple of arcades. Arcades? Chen Xuewan raised his eyebrows. Didn't you say Lao He is doing better than He Fei? Why would he just run a few arcades? Li Eryong flashed a knowing smile. That's what you don't get. Arcades make money way faster than internet cafes. Really? It's just selling tokens for game show. Much could you possibly make? Tokens don't bring in much, Li Eryong whispered, lowering his voice. These days, the real money in arcades comes from the slot machines. Each arcade has a dozen or so, and they rake in tens of thousands a day. It's almost like printing money. Lao He gets a 20 cut, just from the slots. Chen Xuewan sucked in a breath, a glint of interest in his eyes. What if we opened an arcade ourselves? Don't even think about it. Li Eryong shook his head firmly. All the arcades in Pingqing are monopolized by a handful of big players. Anyone who tries to muscle in is finished. Big players? Like Ho Wei's level. You're kidding, right? Li Eryong snorted. Ho Wei is in construction. His projects are worth tens or hundreds of millions. He wouldn't bother with arcades. I'm talking about those mid-level bosses in Pingqing. At Chen Xuewan's urging, Li Eryong gave a detailed rundown of the arcade bosses' backgrounds. When he finished, he eyed Chen Xuewan suspiciously. Why are you asking all this? Are you seriously thinking of opening an arcade? I'm considering it, Chen Xuewan replied calmly. But right now, dealing with Lao He comes first. Once he's out of the way, then we can talk about other things. Li Eryong stared at Chen Xuewan in silence for a moment, then took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Fine, he'll go all in with you. Damn it, let's take this bastard down. Wait here, he'll call a couple of guys to back us up. Li Eryong kept his word and called over two of his buddies. One was Lai Ho, a nickname that suited him well, who was small and skinny, with sharp features, looking every bit like a slime monkey. The other was Li Taizhu, Eryong's cousin, a big, burly guy with muscles that made him look intimidating. The only problem was that Li Taizhu wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but he had a massive appetite. At lunch, Wu Lihong prepared a table full of dishes, and he devoured them like a starving wolf, yet still wasn't full. Left with no choice, Wu Lihong cooked 2 more packs of noodles for him, and only then did he finally pat his belly in satisfaction. While pouring a glass of water, Li Eryong introduced the two to Chen Xuewan. Wenzi, these two have been my brothers since we were kids. You can trust them, he said. Chen Xuewan nodded, showing no sign of doubt. After all, he trusted Li Eryong deeply, and with his help, things were looking promising. He explained the situation, that Lao He would be bringing people tonight for revenge, and the mood in the room immediately grew tense. Li Taizhu sat in silence, expressionless, as if he didn't care at all. Lai Ho, on the other hand, looked confused. He scratched his head, furrowing his brow, and asked quietly, Eryong, is your friend out of his mind? Lao He can gather dozens of men with a single call. What chance do we have against them? As soon as he finished, he glanced at Li Eryong, clearly not understanding why he would take such a risk. Chen Xuewan remained calm. Lai Ho, it was Lao He who broke Eryong's hand. This is a debt that must be repaid. If you're afraid, you can leave now. Lai Ho shot him a glare and scoffed. Afraid? Not a chance. If someone hurts Eryong, we all have to settle the score. But we should use our heads. If we fight, we won't even be able to touch the dust on their shoes. Do you really think this will work? This isn't revenge, it's suicide. Chen Xuewan smiled slightly. Don't worry. With my plan, beating Lao He won't be hard. Lai Ho shook his head, unconvinced. Don't try to fool me with those stories where the few defeat the many. That's the army, we're just street guys. It's not the same. Chen Xuewan's smile didn't falter. Who says you can't use strategy on the streets? With that, he leaned in and quietly laid out his plan for the three of them. When he finished, all of them looked shocked, as if they were realizing his plan actually made sense. Lai Ho scratched his head. It sounds doable, but what about after? Lao He holds grudges. If we get the upper hand tonight, he'll be back for us tomorrow. What then? Chen Xuewan gave a calm, confident smile. After tonight, Lao He will be history. Lai Ho and Li Er-yong exchanged glances, both shocked and confused. Li Er-yong began to waver, wondering what exactly Chen Xuewan meant by that. Night fell. Around 9, several vans rolled into Xingfu village. About 20 men climbed out, including Yangzi and 2 others. Leading them was a dark-skinned, fierce-looking man, Lao He, Li Er-yong's former boss. Once the vehicle stopped, a figure emerged from a dark alley. It was the man sent earlier to keep watch. Lao He called out, "How's it look?" "They're all inside. No one's left," the man replied quietly. "How many?" Lao He frowned, clearly suspicious. "With Li Er-yong, that cripple, there are 4 in total," the man confirmed. Lao He paused, biting his lip in frustration. "For people?" Li Er-yong, along with his 2 companions Lai Ho and Li Taiju, plus a man named Chen Xuewan. I looked into it. Chen Xuewan used to be a quiet, honest student, until he was falsely accused of rape and murder and spent a few months in prison. Now that he's out, he seems tougher than before. Old Hay spat on the ground and sneered. "Please, a few months inside, how tough could he get? I did a few years myself. Look at us. Which one of the brothers here hasn't done some time? A few little stints in jail, what's the big deal?" The guys around him all nodded, their eyes full of scorn. To them, time in prison was like a badge of honor. Everyone in this world had to go through it at some point. Yangzi leaned in and asked quietly, "Boss, what now? Should we call them out, bring them here, and teach them a lesson?" Old Hay waved him off. "No, there's only 4 of them, and we've got the numbers. If we just rush in, we'll scare them off for sure. But they're slippery. If they scatter, we might not catch them all. Better to sneak in quietly, trap them in the house, and catch them like rats in a cage." Yangzi grinned awkwardly. "Boss, you're always the smartest." Old Hay looked pleased with himself and waved his hand. "Grab your weapons, let's go." A group of men quietly pulled out their weapons and moved down the alley. Their footsteps were steady and silent. The alley was old and run down, barely any streetlights, cold air pressing in, and the streets were empty. Old Hay and his men reached the door to Chen Xuewan's house with ease. Still, Old Hay wasn't satisfied. He peeked through the window to be sure. Inside, Chen Xuewan and the other 3 sat around a table, speaking in hushed voices. Old Hay watched for a moment, confirmed there were only 4 men inside, and finally relaxed. He signaled to one of his men, who stepped up and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Chen Xuewan's voice came from inside. The man said nothing, just kept knocking. Chen Xuewan sounded a bit impatient now. "Who is it? The door's not locked, just come in." Hearing this, the man turned the handle and, sure enough, the door swung open easily. Old Hay grinned and charged in. The others followed close behind, and suddenly, more than 20 men poured into the small room. It was instantly crowded. The last man shut the door behind him and locked it. Old Hay gripped his weapon, looked at Chen Xuewan with arrogance, spat on the floor, and barked, "You Chen Xuewan? Do you know who I am?" Chen Xuewan's face was expressionless as he glanced at them, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "I know. You're Old Hay." Old Hay was caught off guard, then started cursing. "So you know who I am, but you still dare stand there talking to me? Are you tired of living? Boys, show him how things work around here." A goon stepped forward, pointing at Chen Xuewan's face. "Who do you think you are, standing and talking to our boss? I'm going to count to 3, get on your knees, or he'll break your legs, and you won't even get the chance." Chen Xuewan shot him a cold glance and smirked. The goon, furious, swung at him, but Chen Xuewan was faster, kicked the man hard in the groin. The guy doubled over in pain and dropped to the floor, clutching himself. Old Hay's face darkened, and he roared, "You dare fight back." Before he could finish, Chen Xuewan stepped back, quickly pulled a pair of glasses from his pocket, and put them on. Then he shouted, "Now?" Lai Ho moved like a monkey, leaping onto the table and grabbing a rope hanging from the ceiling. With a strong tug, a tarp came down, and with it, white smoke poured into the room, filling the air instantly. Old Hay was caught in the smoke before he could react. His eyes started burning, and as he tried to wipe them, the pain made him cry out, "Damn, it's lime." With a startled shout from Lao He piercing the silence, chaos erupted in the room. Plastered dust rained down like a sudden storm, instantly blinding the gang members and filling the air with their anguished cries. The intense burning and corrosive sensation caused by the lime reacting with moisture only made things worse. Some instinctively rubbed their eyes, which only aggravated their pain. Chen Xuewan and his team, however, had come prepared. The moment Lai Ho yanked off the tarp, they quickly put on protective goggles. While not entirely impervious to the lime, combined with shutting their eyes in time, they were able to avoid serious injury. Even more cleverly, each of them carried 2 bags of special oil, which they used immediately to flush their eyes and quickly restore their vision. Moving swiftly, Chen Xuewan slipped a pair of brass knuckles onto his hand and, like a nimble predator, plunged into the chaos. The punks following Lao He were bullies who preyed on the weak, but lacked any real fighting experience compared to Zhou Wansheng's professional bodyguards. Now, blinded and panicked, they could do nothing but scream for help, unable even to defend themselves. With precise knowledge of the human botus weak points, Chen Xuewan landed every punch squarely on his opponent's most vulnerable spots. Empowered by the brass knuckles, his blows were devastating. One hit was enough to take someone down. Lai Ho and Li Taiju joined in, and the three worked seamlessly together, taking out most of the gang within moments. Those still standing soon realized the tide had turned and tried to escape, only to find themselves trapped by the very door they'd locked. Groping in the dark, their efforts to open it were futile. Chen Xuewan seized the opportunity, taking them down one by one. When he finally faced Lao He, he delivered a vicious punch to his chest, the crack of breaking ribs ringing out as two of Lao He's ribs snapped under the blow. When the fight was over, Chen Xuewan had someone bring oil to help rinse out the gang members' eyes. As their vision returned and they took in the devastation around them, they were all stunned. Lao He, clutching his aching chest, managed to stand upright, trembling with rage as he looked at his defeated crew. For the first time, this boss who always relied on numbers to bully others experienced utter humiliation. Chun, you son of a bitch. You set a trap in here just to get Yusiri nothing but scum. Lao He spat out through gritted teeth. Chen Xuewan just sneered. Scum, huh? Humph. You brought over 20 people just to gang up on the four of us. Does that make you some kind of hero? Chen Xuewan sneered, his voice low and threatening. Let me tell you, this is called strategy. Numbers mean nothing in this world. What matters is your brain. Lao He's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched in rage. Chun, don't get cocky. I won't forget this. Next time I come for you, you won't be so lucky. Chen Xuewan's gaze was sharp as a blade, his expression unreadable. Next time? Lao He, do you really think you'll get another chance? Before he finished speaking, his eyes had already turned icy cold. Lao He froze for a second, then came to his senses, his face growing even darker. Are you trying to scare me? If you've got the guts, finish me off right here. Otherwise, once I've recovered, I swear I'll kill you. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Xuewan's mouth as he stepped up to Lao He, gave him a few pats on the shoulder, and replied with a cold chuckle, listen to yourself. Why would I kill you? Murder is against the law. Lao He let out a mocking laugh. Just admit you're a coward. If you don't have the guts to finish me, then when I'm back on my feet, I'll make sure you regret it. Chen Xuewan's eyes were cold as ice. He shook his head slowly. Not killing you doesn't mean I'm giving you a chance at revenge. With that, he suddenly reached out and grabbed one of Lao He's legs. With a loud bang, Chen Xuewan, wearing brass knuckles, slammed his fist down hard on Lao He's knee, shattering the kneecap instantly. Lao He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his knee and howling uncontrollably. But Chen Xuewan didn't stop. Watching Lao He suffering with a cold gaze, he struck again, his fist smashing into Lao He's other knee, this time targeting the joint itself. Another brutal bang. The second kneecap was destroyed, the knee grotesquely twisted. Lao He's screams grew even more piercing, his tears mixing with blood as he nearly lost consciousness from the pain. Chen Xuewan looked down at him, his voice chilling. Lao He, you broke my brother's arms and legs. Today, I'm breaking both of yours. Listen carefully, if you can ever stand again, they'll be waiting for your revenge. Lao He could no longer even scream, just clinging to his ruined legs, crying in agony. The men around them watched in shock, frozen in fear. The gang that moments ago had been so aggressive now cowered like mice, all fight gone from them. These guys were nothing but a ragtag mob, brave only when they had the upper hand. The moment things turned against them, they folded without resistance. They were nothing like true criminals with nothing to lose. Chen Xuewan swept his gaze around, stopping on the young man had kicked earlier. The young man was ghostly pale, trembling, still caught in the terror of what had just happened. Weren't you the one who wanted me to kneel while I talked? Chen Xuewan walked toward him, his voice low and cold as thunder. The young man nearly lost control of himself, shaking his head and waving his hands frantically. No, big brother, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Chen Xuewan eyed him coolly, raising an eyebrow. Since you like talking on your knees so much, why don't you kneel and say it now? The young man's face flushed with shame, caught between fear and embarrassment, but he still didn't kneel. Chen Xuewan ran a hand over his brass knuckles and said coldly, either kneel, or you'll never kneel for the rest of your life. As soon as his words fell, Chen Xuewan suddenly raised his voice and barked, kneel down. The young man's eyes flashed with terror, and almost involuntarily, his knees buckled toward the ground. The young man was trembling all over, his face ashen. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. Chen Xuewan spat at him with utter contempt, then swept his gaze around the room, his eyes filled with disdain. Pathetic. All of you. No one dared to make a sound. The air seemed to freeze, and all that remained in everyone's eyes was raw, naked fear. In stark contrast, Li Eryong and Lai Ho, standing off to the side, were visibly thrilled. Their eyes shone with excitement, and they could barely contain their trembling. Everything that happened tonight had far exceeded their expectations. Chen Xuewan had actually led them, outnumbered, to completely defeat Lao He. For a moment, it all felt like a dream. Chen Xuewan strode confidently to Li Eryong's side and asked calmly, I broke both of his legs. Is that enough? Or do you want me to do more? Li Eryong quickly waved his hands, his voice urgent. That's enough, more than enough. He pointed to the man writhing on the floor in pain. He just has some broken bone shell recover in time. But Lao He? He's finished. He'll never walk again. Li Eryong took a deep breath, anxiety flickering in his eyes as he lowered his voice. Wenzi, what do we do now? Maybe we should lay low for a while. Tonight was a big deal. He swallowed hard. We crippled someone if that's serious. In his mind, after causing such a huge mess, Chen Xuewan would have no choice but to go on the run. But Chen Xuewan looked completely unfazed. He replied casually, why hide? Your revenge is settled. Now, call the police. As soon as he said this, Li Eryong and Lai Ho both shouted in shock. What? Even Li Taizhu, who wasn't the sharpest, stared at Chen Xuewan in confusion. He might not have understood everything, but he knew that calling the police after something like this was basically walking into a trap. Chen Xuewan remained calm, even sounding a bit impatient. What are you waiting for? Call the police. Let the law handle them. Li Eryong and Lai Ho exchanged bewildered glances. Li Eryong leaned in and whispered, Wenzi, are you crazy? After all this, you still want to call the police? Chen Xuewan gave a slight, confident smile. Relax. I'm not going to jail. Don't worry, I have it all worked out. With that, he calmly took out his phone and, in front of everyone, dialed the police. It wasn't long before sirens wailed in the distance and the law enforcement team arrived on the scene. When Lao He saw them, his eyes lit up as if he'd seen his saviors. He immediately started yelling, I want to press charges. He attacked me on purpose, everyone here saw it. Make sure he goes to jail. The squad leader took in the carnage around the room, his face grim. Cases of this level of violence were rare in his career. Take them for medical examinations. He barked. And bring these men in for questioning. Chen Xuewan and his group offered no resistance as they were escorted away. On the way, Lai Ho couldn't stop sighing, despair written all over his face. We're done for this time. Eryong, your friend really got us into trouble. But Li Eryong kept his eyes on Chen Xuewan, who remained calm, and said quietly, I trust my brother. If you trust me, don't worry. He's got a plan. Lai Ho shot Chen Xuewan a skeptical look, then after a moment's thought, whispered, if your buddy can get us out of this, he'll call him my boss from now on. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a bitter wind and snow swept across the entrance of Mr. House Villa. Braving the cold, a woman walked alone Wu Lihong. Earlier that afternoon, Chen Xuewan had called her out privately, handed her a bag, and instructed her to deliver it to Mr. Ho in person that night. For this errand, Wu Lihong had taken special leave and made the trip here. The security guard at the gate eyed her warily and was about to stop her, but his attitude changed immediately after learning she was sent by Chen Xuewan. He hurried inside to report the situation. After all, everyone still remembered how, just a few days ago, Chen Xuewan himself had arrived with a human head. No one in the villa, let alone the security staff, dared to provoke someone like that. Soon, the villa's door opened, and Wu Lihong was led into a spacious living room. Mr. Ho was reclining on the sofa, coughing as he smoked a pipe, while Feng Ru stood beside him, gently lighting his cigarette. As Wu Lihong entered, Feng Ru sized her up several times, her gaze tinged with disdain. After finishing his smoke, Mr. Ho sat up straight, his eyes fixed coldly on Wu Lihong as he spoke. Chen Xuewan sent you to see me. What's this about? Wu Lihong kept her head down, visibly nervous, her voice trembling. He asked me to deliver something to you. As she finished, she handed over the bag. A bodyguard quickly stepped forward and took the bag. Mr. Ho tore it open and found a bank transfer slip inside, the recipient being a prominent figure in the city. He raised his eyebrows, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, then casually set the slip aside and asked, what has he done? Wu Lihong hurriedly explained the situation between Chen Xuewan and Lao He. She didn't know that Chen Xuewan had already dealt with Lao He's minimally, that Lao He was seeking revenge, and tonight's delivery was arranged by Chen Xuewan. Mr. Ho frowned slightly, his tone tinged with displeasure. What? Does Chen Xuewan expect me to help him deal with Lao He? If that's the case, I'm disappointed in him. Wu Lihong quickly waved her hands. No. Wenzi isn't asking you to deal with Lao He. He wants me to tell you that he hopes you can put in a good word for him with the law enforcement team. Mr. Ho was taken aback. The law enforcement team? What do you mean? He turned to Binzi, who was standing nearby. Binzi let out a cold laugh and chimed in. Don't tell me he called the cops on Lao He's guys? How embarrassing, calling the police over a few petty thugs. Feng Ru scoffed and said quietly, Binzi, can you use your head for once? If it was really about calling the police, Chen Xuewan would be the victim. Why would Mr. Ho need to get involved? You're making it sound like a joke. Binzi was momentarily stunned, his face showing a hint of annoyance, but he could only bite his tongue. Mr. Ho smiled slightly and looked at Feng Ru. You seem to know that kid pretty well. What do you think he actually wants? Feng Ru smiled and nodded. I wouldn't say I know him well, but judging by how he handled Zhou Wancheng, he's clearly not ordinary. Lao He is just a small-time thug. If Chen Xuewan couldn't handle someone like that, he wouldn't dare come to you for help. My guess is, he's already won, but maybe he suffered some losses in the process, so now he needs you to pull some strings and help him get out clean. Mr. Ho laughed, Xiaoru, your thoughts match mine exactly. He paused, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Looks like that kid's got some ambition. Fangru smiled back, her gaze meaningful. Beating Lao He isn't much. But if he can walk out of the law enforcement team unscathed, that's real skill. This kid is trying to step on Lao He to climb up. Lord Ho let out a hearty laugh, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Interesting, very interesting. He stood up, tucked away the transfer receipt, and called out in a loud voice. Binzi, go to the office and get the lawyers. Have them visit the law enforcement team and find out what's going on. If no one's dead, figure out a way to get him out. Binzi looked displeased, but could only nod in the end. Yes, Lord Ho. With Fang Ru's help, Lord Ho made his way back upstairs to his room. After making a phone call, Fang Ru turned and looked at Lord Ho, a faint smile playing on her lips. Lord Ho, we were right. That kid took down Lao He's entire crew. Lao He got both his legs broken. He'll probably be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. And after it was all over, he even called the police himself. The law enforcement team took all of them away. A spark of intrigue flashed in Lord Ho's eyes. He asked, really? How many people did Lao He have? Around 20, Fang Ru replied. Lord Ho frowned slightly and continued. And what about Chen Xuewan's side? 3 people, if you don't count one who's half disabled, Fang Ru answered. Lord Ho was taken aback, his tone full of doubt. 3 people managed to injure more than 20? How did they pull that off? Fang Ru chuckled. Pretty much the same trick they used against Zhou Wancheng. Chen Xuewan bought some lime, hung it in a tarp from the ceiling, and while Lao He's group wasn't paying attention, he dumped the lime on them and took away their ability to fight. Lord Ho burst out laughing. That kid's got some ruthless moves. He smacked the table in satisfaction. But it works. Otherwise, how could 3 people possibly take down 20? Fang Ru smiled gently and nodded in agreement. Ruthless? Yes, but definitely effective. Without that move, there's no way 3 people could have won. Lord Ho's smile faded a bit as he nodded thoughtfully. He placed the transfer receipt on the table and looked at Fang Ru. Xiaoru, what do you think of Chen Xuewan? Fang Ru paused for a moment before answering softly. He's not an ordinary young man. He's ruthless, meticulous, and decisive. If he gets the right support, I think he could go very far. A sharp glint flashed in Lord Ho's eyes as he leaned back in his chair and spoke quietly. It's a pity he's still so guarded with Mei He won't work for me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used this evidence as leverage. My worry is, if I help him rise, I might just end up raising a wolf that turns on me. Fang Ru gave a faint smile and walked over to Lord Ho's side, speaking softly. Lord Ho, you've been running things in Pingqing for years. None of these small-timers can compare to you. In this city, you're like the Buddha himself. No matter how talented he is, he'll never escape your grasp. In fact, if you use this piece well, you might just be able to swallow up the other 2 old bosses' territory and unify the entire underworld here. Lord Ho's eyes flickered at her words, clearly wavering. After a moment of silence, he suddenly looked at Fang Ru, his voice low. Xiaoru, I don't care what it takes, you must win him over. Remember, whatever it costs. Fang Ru nodded lightly, answering in a soft voice. Understood. She knew very well what Lord Ho meant by whatever it costs, that included herself. In other words, if necessary, Lord Ho wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice her to achieve his goal. A wave of bitterness rose in her heart. She knew she was nothing but a tool to him. Still, she could only bury those feelings deep inside, silently enduring, never daring to let it show. Chen Xuewan and the others were brought to the law enforcement squad, cold handcuffs tightly securing their wrists to the railing. They were separated and questioned individually about the incident. Lai Ho looked deflated, slumped on the ground with vacant eyes, letting out a long sigh. This is real trouble, he muttered in a low voice. I've only been out for less than half a year. If I get convicted again, the sentence will be even harsher. Chen Xuewan turned to look at him, frowning. You just got out? What were you in for? Lai Ho shrugged his thin shoulders, his gaze shifting uneasily. Just took a few crates of booze and some cigarettes no one wanted. Nothing major. Chen Xuewan was momentarily speechless. He cursed in Warlith. This guy made it sound so trivial, as if had suffered some huge injustice. But thinking it over, wasn't that just theft? He patted Lai Ho on the shoulder, his tone firm. Don't worry, brother. I promise you'll be fine this time. Lai Ho curled his lips, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. We'll see once we're out. If you really get me out of here, they'll call you boss and follow your lead from now on. Chen Xuewan just laughed and said nothing more. Before long, Li Eryong and Li Taizhu were brought out, their faces etched with exhaustion. The squad leader walked over with a steady stride, preparing to take Chen Xuewan and Lai Ho in for questioning. Just then, footsteps echoed from the entrance. A man in a sharp suit strode in, his polished shoes clicking crisply against the floor. He walked straight up to the squad leader, a confident smile on his face. Captain Wang, it's been a while, the man said, his voice steady and strong. Captain Wang immediately frowned, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. Lawyer he? What are you doing here? Lawyer he smiled faintly. I'm here as the legal representative for Mr. Chen Xuewan. Lai Ho was stunned, turning to Chen Xuewan in surprise. You hired a lawyer? Chen Xuewan simply gave a faint smile, saying nothing. He knew this must have been arranged by Ho Wuyi. Captain Wang's expression darkened. So what if you're a lawyer? Chen Xuewan seriously injured someone. There are witnesses and evidence. What are you trying to do here? If you want to defend him, save it for court. Lawyer, he let out a light laugh, speaking calmly. Captain Wang, I think you're mistaken. My client is the plaintiff, not the defendant. He called the police, and he's the victim here. Captain Wang's eyes widened. What did you say? He doesn't have a scratch on him, and you call him the victim? Do you know what kind of shape the other guys are in? Lawyer, he remained composed, speaking slowly. Captain Wang, I think you might need a refresher on the law. Being a victim isn't determined by the severity of one's injuries. Strictly speaking, my client acted in self-defense. He then turned toward Lao Hei's group, raising his voice. Most of these people have criminal records, which should be on file with your squad. These ex-cons, armed with dangerous weapons, broke into my client's home intending to harm him. Captain Wang, if you were in his shoes, wouldn't you fight back? Wouldn't you defend yourself? Captain Wang's face turned livid as he snapped back. Stop twisting words. They set up traps and used lime in their own house. It was clearly a premeditated assault. Lawyer, he replied calmly. Captain Wang, my client's parents just passed away. He bought lime to scatter at their graves. What's wrong with that? Now, when 4 people are facing over 20 armed thugs, how do you expect them to defend themselves? The fact that they managed to protect themselves was pure luck. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Captain Wang was left speechless, his face alternating between red and pale. Finally, he snapped angrily, telling me this is useless. I'm just following procedure. If you want to argue, take it up in court. Lawyer, he smiled faintly and said nothing more. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Captain Wang picked it up and listened for a moment. His expression changed instantly. He turned to look at Chen Xuewan and the others, his face darkening as he frowned deeply. Finally, he waved his hand angrily and said in a deep voice, let them go. The officers were clearly stunned, not reacting right away. Captain, are you sure? Just let them go? Captain Wang glared at them, his anger obvious. Do I need to repeat myself? Release them. The officers exchanged glances, confused but not daring to question further. They stepped forward and released Chen Xuewan and the other 3. Lai Ho and Li Er-yong were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected the situation to be resolved so easily. Chen Xuewan gently rubbed his wrist and offered Captain Wang a faint smile. Thank you for your trouble, Captain Wang. Captain Wang's face remained grim. He didn't even look at them, turning away coldly. Chen Xuewan and his group left the law enforcement building. Not long after, Captain Wang received another call. A cold voice came from the other end. I heard you let those 4 kids go. What happened? Captain Wang sighed, his voice low. I can't say much. Orders from above, I had no choice but to follow them. There was a pause on the other end before the voice asked sharply. So this kid has someone backing him? Captain Wang warned quietly. Be careful. The people behind him aren't ordinary. As for Lao Hei, I doubt anything will come of it. Don't even think about getting revenge. There was another moment of silence, then the call ended. After leaving the law enforcement team, Chen Xuewan walked straight to Lawyer He and smiled. Thank you for your help, Lawyer He. Lawyer He smiled back. Just doing my job. By the way, Wei asked me to tell you that he can settle things with the law enforcement team for you. As for everything else, you're on your own. Chen Xuewan nodded, a knowing look in his eyes. I understand. He knew very well that Wu Yi was actually pushing him. With Wu Yi's power, fixing this issue was effortless, but Wu Yi wasn't the kind of person to help for nothing. This time, Chen Xuewan had to trade a key piece of evidence in exchange for his freedom. Wu Yi's help would only go so far. If Chen Xuewan wanted help again in the future, he'd have to provide something new. Wu Yi would slowly squeeze all the leverage out of him, until eventually, Chen Xuewan would either become his pawn or be completely destroyed. After seeing Lawyer He off, Chen Xuewan returned to Li Er-yong and the others. As soon as he approached, Lai Ho rushed over and dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice sincere. Wengu, I'm convinced. From now on, you're my big brother. He'll follow your lead. Chen Xuewan couldn't help but laugh and quickly pulled Lai Ho up. Come on, it's not the old days anymore. You guys are Er-yong's brothers, so you're my brothers too. As long as you're with me, I can't promise you riches, but I promise you'll never be mistreated. Lai Ho grinned widely. Wengu, I knew I was right about you. You're destined for bigger things. Chen Xuewan smiled, determination in his eyes. All right, with Lao Hei taken care of, it's time to get down to business. Li Er-yong looked puzzled. What kind of business? Chen Xuewan spoke calmly. With Lao Hei gone, the game arcades he ran are left unguarded. I plan to take over those places. Li Er-yong and Lai Ho exchanged glances, finally understanding Chen Xuewan's true intentions. This wasn't just about avenging Li Er-yong, it was about taking over Lao Hei's operations. Chen Xuewan had planned this all along. Seeing their hesitation, Chen Xuewan raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Don't you want to take over those arcades? Lai Ho immediately shook his head and said quietly, Wengu, those arcades are money machines who wouldn't want them? But there's just a few of us. Can we really pull it off? Li Er-yong nodded in agreement. Yeah, Lao Hei's gone, but others have their eyes on those places too. Once word gets out tonight, there'll be plenty of people trying to grab them tomorrow. Taking them over won't be easy. Chen Xuewan chuckled. We don't need to worry about the others. As long as the arcade owners agree, those places are ours. Half an hour later, Chen Xuewan and his companions arrived outside a private residence in the southern district of Pingqing. Among all the villages within a 10-mile radius, this place was by far the most luxurious. It covered at least an acre, with meticulously arranged front and back gardens and lavish, refined decor, making it stand out in the entire area. The owner, Zhou Jinghui, was the region's most well-known tycoon. He had once made his fortune through underworld dealings, but after getting rich, he cleaned up his act and moved into legitimate business. Still, Zhou Jinghui found the steady pace of legal ventures too slow for his liking, so he ventured into the entertainment industry. He owned 7 arcades, 5 internet cafes, 2 bars, 2 bathhouses, and a nightclub. With so many establishments to oversee, Zhou naturally had a small army of men working for him. He had at least 5 trusted lieutenants as capable as Lao He. In Pingqing, Zhou Jinghui was considered a major player. He wasn't quite on the same level as someone like Master Ho, but he was far beyond the reach of someone like Li Eryong. Standing outside Zhou Jinghui's gate, Li Eryong was visibly nervous, his legs trembling. After all, this was his boss. Wenzi, maybe we should just forget it, Li Eryong whispered anxiously. Lao He has always been Zhou Jinghui's right-hand man. We crippled Lao He, and now we're here to demand his turf? Aren't we just pouring fuel on the fire? I think we should go back and find another way to make money. Chen Xuewan shot him a calm look. Eryong, in this line of work, fortune favors the bold. You won't get anywhere without some guts. I get that, Li Eryong replied with a helpless shake of his head. But we've already made enemies. Do you really think he'll let us get rich off him? I'm just worried we might not make it out of here in one piece. Who knows how many bodyguards Zhou Jinghui has inside. And he keeps 2 vicious dogs I've killed before. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chen Xuewan's mouth. Relax. Zhou Jinghui won't touch us, at least not here at his own place. Before Li Eryong could respond, Chen Xuewan strode forward and rang the doorbell. Soon, someone came out to ask their business, then went back inside to announce their arrival. Moments later, several men came out, opened the gate, and led Chen Xuewan's group into the courtyard. Entering the spacious living room, Chen Xuewan saw 7 or 8 men standing inside, all watching them warily. On the sofa sat a burly man, Zhou Jinghui himself. He was idly rolling 2 steel balls in his right hand, while his left gripped 2 iron chains, each attached to a fierce-looking dog that had clearly seen violence before. The moment Chen Xuewan and Li Eryong stepped in, the 2 dogs bared their teeth and growled, lunging toward them. Li Eryong jumped back in fright, raising his cane to defend himself. Chen Xuewan, however, stood perfectly still, hands behind his back, his calm gaze fixed on Zhou Jinghui, as if he hadn't even noticed the snarling dogs. Just as the dogs were about to leap at Chen Xuewan, Zhou Jinghui gave a cold snort. Back! The dogs immediately stopped in their tracks and obediently retreated to Zhou Jinghui's side, sitting at his feet. Zhou Jinghui looked Chen Xuewan up and down, a dangerous glint in his eyes. He spoke in a chilling tone. So you're Chen Xuewan? You've got guts. You crippled my sworn brother Lao He, and now you dare show up at my house. So, are you here to challenge me? Chen Xuewan asked with a calm smile, his eyes steady as he looked at the man in front of him. Brother Zhou, whatever's going on between old He and me is just a personal matter. I'm here to talk business. How could that be considered a provocation? Zhou Jinghui smirked, the corners of his mouth curling up in disdain. Business? What business could you and I possibly have to discuss? Chen Xuewan remained composed. I heard old He was helping you manage those arcade halls. Now that he's out of the picture, the arcades still need to keep running, right? I'm here to do you a favor, Brother Zhou. From now on, my crew will help you look after those arcades. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Jinghui's men erupted like firecrackers. Who the hell do you think you are? You want to get involved in our boss business? One of the henchmen, his face covered in scars, shouted angrily. Kid, have you completely lost your mind? Another snarled through gritted teeth. We've got plenty of people to run those arcades without your help. Are you looking to get yourself killed? More insults followed, one after another. Beside Chen Xuewan, Li Eryong turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had thought Chen Xuewan would negotiate with Zhou Jinghui, not openly challenge one of Pingqing's most powerful underground figures. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Zhou Jinghui's expression grew icy, his eyes glinting with menace as he stared at Chen Xuewan. Kid, did you even look in the mirror before coming here to talk big? You want to manage my arcades? And what makes you think you're qualified? Instead of backing down, Chen Xuewan stepped forward, closing the distance between them, still wearing that faint, infuriating smile. I'm not finished yet. Zhou Jinghui frowned. What? You have more conditions? Chen Xuewan nodded. That's right. He'll help you run those arcades, but we need to renegotiate the split. Zhou Jinghui was taken aback, then burst out laughing at the absurdity. You want to talk about splitting the profits? How do you think we should split them? Chen Xuewan replied evenly, 60-40. I take 60, you take 40. The moment he said this, Zhou Jinghui's rage exploded. He smashed his glass on the ground, shards flying everywhere. His men surged forward, surrounding Chen Xuewan, their eyes burning with fury. To make things even more tense, the two fierce wolfhounds in the corner, sensing their master's anger, began growling and baring their teeth, ready to leap at Chen Xuewan at any moment. Yet, even in the face of this imminent danger, Chen Xuewan kept his hands in his pockets and remained perfectly calm, as if none of the threats around him concerned him in the slightest. "Chen, are you looking to die?" Zhou Jinghui spat, his voice filled with murderous intent. Chen Xuewan maintained his irritating composure. "Brother Hui, I'm just here to talk business. Whether you agree or not is up to you. No need to get so worked up." He glanced coldly at the menacing henchmen and the snarling dogs before adding with a smirk, "Brother Hui, if your dogs bite someone, you'll be responsible. If you can't control them and something happens, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle the consequences. Don't end up like Zhou Habern by your own fire. That wouldn't be a good look." At those words, Zhou Jinghui's face changed, a flash of panic flickering in his eyes. Zhou Jinghui had been close with Zhou Hao. It was Zhou Jinghui who had ordered Old He to break Li Eryong's limbs. Later, Zhou Wanqing and Zhou Hao died in a mysterious fire at a villa in the suburbs, a case that had always troubled Zhou Jinghui, as he had never been able to uncover the truth. Now, Chen Xuewan's words made him wonder. Could Zhou Hao and Zhou Wanqing's deaths really have something to do with Chen Xuewan? He also recalled how Zhou Hao had once framed Chen Xuewan, and how Chen had escaped from prison. This young man, it seemed, was far more dangerous than he appeared. Thinking it over, it actually seems possible. If Chen Xuewan really did kill Zhou Wanqing and Zhou Hao, then covered it up with a fire, his background must be far from ordinary. Zhou Jinghui's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened as he stared intently at Chen Xuewan, as if trying to read something from his expression. But Chen Xuewan remained calm, his smile unchanged, his face completely composed and unruffled. In stark contrast, several of Zhou Jinghui's men looked ready to explode with anger. They realized that even though Chen Xuewan seemed to be talking about those two dogs, he was actually insulting them. One of the men couldn't hold back any longer. Furious, he lunged forward, grabbing Chen Xuewan's collar and growling in a low voice. "What the hell did you just say, punk?" Before Chen Xuewan could respond, Zhou Jinghui suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Enough! All of you, get back in line." The men exchanged confused glances, their faces full of uncertainty. Why did the boss lose his temper all of a sudden? Not daring to argue, they reluctantly stepped back to their places, standing straight and silent. Zhou Jinghui fixed his gaze on Chen Xuewan, his jaw clenched tight. "You've got guts, Chen Xuewan, but I'm not someone who can be intimidated. If you think you can take over my place, keep dreaming." He abruptly stood up, his tone icy. "Consider yourself lucky. I've changed over the years. I don't go around fighting and killing anymore. But don't forget, I'm not letting what happened to Lao He slide." Chen Xuewan smiled faintly, his eyes calm. "Hui, I hope you'll reconsider. Tomorrow morning, I'd like to hear a different answer from you." With that, he turned and left with Li Eryong. As Chen Xuewan's figure disappeared from sight, Zhou Jinghui's trusted aide, Xiaoma, rushed upstairs, his face anxious. "Boss, you're just letting him walk out like that? That bastard is way too arrogant. I can't stand it." Zhou Jinghui shot him a glare and snapped coldly. "You think I can stand it? But Luke just got out of the law enforcement team and came straight to me. If anything happens to him here, who's going to take the blame?" He paused, taking a deep breath, his voice low and steady. "Besides, there's definitely someone powerful backing him. Even Captain Wang wouldn't say anything outright that tells you this isn't simple. Let's wait and see, figure out what's really going on, then decide how to deal with him." Xiaoma let out a frustrated sigh, clearly unhappy, but could only nod. "Understood, boss." He left quietly, swallowing his frustration, while Zhou Jinghui stood in silence, gazing at the empty space below, deep in thought. Chen Xuewan and Li Eryong walked out of the villa, turned the corner, and immediately saw Lai Ho and Li Taiju standing there. As soon as Lai Ho spotted them, he hurried over, his face full of concern. "So, what did Zhou Jinghui say?" Li Eryong shrugged helplessly. What else could he say? He kicked us out on the spot. If Zhou Jinghui hadn't minded getting his hands dirty at home, would probably have been dragged out instead. Lai Ho's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you serious? What happened in there?" Li Eryong sighed and recounted everything that had happened inside, especially repeating almost word for word what Chen Xuewan had said. When Lai Ho finished listening, he was completely stunned. "Old He only asked for 20%, and you went straight for 60? Anyone would lose their temper. Zhou Jinghui, not roughing you up, was already being polite." Li Eryong glanced helplessly at Chen Xuewan. "Wenzi, what were you thinking?" Chen Xuewan still didn't answer. His gaze remained fixed on Zhou Jinghui's villa in the distance, as if lost deep in thought. Lai Ho scratched his head. "1. We're nowhere near strong enough to take on Zhou Jinghui. Going to him like this is hopeless. Why don't we look for other ways to make money, build up our strength, and come back to settle the score when we're ready?" Chen Xuewan shook his head. "No. I've got my eye on the arcade he owns. That arcade he'll hand it over, whether he wants to or not." Lai Ho stared at him, shocked. "1. Are you planning to take it by force?" Chen Xuewan smiled faintly, a determined look in his eyes. If you won't give it, then we'll take it. With that, he patted Lai Ho on the shoulder and nodded toward the villa in the distance. Lai Ho, do you know how to pick these locks? Lai Ho glanced over and nodded without hesitation. No problem. But what exactly are you planning? Chen Xuewan smiled and slowly laid out his plan. Lai Ho and Li Eryong exchanged glances. The plan sounded downright crazy. Li Eryong swallowed nervously and whispered, "Are we really doing this?" Chen Xuewan nodded calmly. He needs to feel fear. Otherwise, why would he ever give up the arcade? Li Eryong looked at Lai Ho, who nodded in agreement. I think it's worth a shot. We've already offended Zhou Jinghui. Worst case, we just lie low for a while if things go south. With Lai Ho on board, Li Eryong sighed and nodded as well. All right, let's do it. Next, Lai Ho went to a nearby hospital and stole some anesthetics from the pharmacy. Chen Xuewan mixed the drugs into some sausages, and once everything was ready, they waited quietly in an alley outside the villa. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, Chen Xuewan took the sausages and slipped into Zhou Jinghui's backyard. The 2 dogs were chained up in the yard. When they heard movement, they only whimpered a little. Chen Xuewan tossed the sausages in, and the dogs sniffed at them, then quickly gathered around and started eating. Within minutes, both dogs had devoured the sausages and soon fell into a deep sleep. Chen Xuewan paced back and forth in the yard a few times to make sure the dogs were completely unconscious. Only then did he quietly approach the front gate. Lai Ho was waiting there. When he saw Chen Xuewan, he waved and whispered, "Let's get started." Lai Ho pulled out a set of tools from his clothes and, with nimble fingers, quickly picked the lock. It clicked open without a sound. Chen Xuewan slipped silently into the villa. Unlike Ho Wuye's heavily guarded residence, Zhou Jinghui's place was far less secure. Although there were plenty of bodyguards inside, it was late at night, and everyone was fast asleep, completely unaware of any intruders. At around 2 or 3 in the morning, when everything was at its quietest, Chen Xuewan moved silently through the backyard and found the 2 vicious dogs, now unconscious. He drew a sharp, boning knife and, with cold precision, severed their heads, blood spraying everywhere. Without hesitation, he picked up the 2 bloody dog heads and walked straight into the villa. He went to Zhou Jinghui's room, stuffed the 2 dog heads under his blanket, and slipped out as quietly as he had come. The next morning, Zhou Jinghui was woken by the commotion outside. Annoyed, he sat up and cursed. Damn it, who's making all that noise so early in the morning? As he spoke, he felt something sticky at his feet and, irritated, lifted his blanket to check. The moment he did, he was greeted by the gruesome sight of 2 bloody dog heads. Blood had soaked the sheets and stained his legs red. A chill shot straight through Zhou Jinghui. Had witnessed his fair share of violence, but this scene left him completely stunned, frozen at the edge of the bed, not knowing what to do. At that moment, one of his men burst in, his face pale with fear. "Boss Hui, something terrible's happened. Someone snuck in last night and killed your dogs. Both their heads are missing." Before he could finish, he spotted the heads on the bed and was struck speechless. It took Zhou Jinghui a long moment to collect himself. He jumped out of bed in a panic, hurriedly washed the blood off, changed into clean clothes, and gradually regained his composure. Outside, his men were running back and forth, searching the grounds for clues. Zhou Jinghui's face was ashen, his eyes filled with both anger and fear. Just then, his trusted aide, Xiao Ma, approached and said quietly, "Boss Hui, this has to be Chen Xuewan's doing. That bastard is ruthless. Want me to take some guys and make sure he never bothers us again?" Zhou Jinghui glanced at Xiao Ma, but said nothing, hesitation written all over his face. Sensing this, Xiao Ma pressed on, "Boss Hui, what's there to hesitate about? He's walking all over us now. If we don't deal with him, who knows what he'll do next?" Zhou Jinghui took a deep breath and finally spoke. "That guy broke out of Pingqing prison, and the city's entire law enforcement team has been searching for him for 3 days without success. Are you sure you can take him down in one go?" Xiao Ma was momentarily stunned, suddenly unsure of himself. Zhou Jinghui frowned and said calmly, "I'm not afraid to kill him. What worries me is if you fail to finish the job. If he survives, his revenge will be unbearable. He's got nothing to lose, but we have a lot at stake. There's no need to risk everything." Xiao Ma hesitated before cautiously asking, "So, Boss Hui, what do you want to do?" Zhou Jinghui's eyes turned cold as he said quietly, "Get in touch with him. Tell him I want to invite him to dinner tonight." Xiao Ma was caught off guard, surprise flickering in his eyes. "You want to take care of him at dinner? Should I bring more men, just to be safe?" Zhou Jinghui shook his head. "If I personally invite him and something happens, he'll be implicated. Don't forget, he's got connections too. If law enforcement gets involved, we'd be digging our own graves." Xiao Ma immediately understood and asked anxiously, "So what's the plan?" Zhou Jinghui took a deep breath, his gaze firm. "I'm thinking of giving him 2 arcade halls." Xiao Ma was stunned. "What?" Xiao Ma looked defiant, his brow tightly furrowed and his voice thick with dissatisfaction. "Huigu, what are you talking about? Treating him to dinner and giving him 2 arcades? If word gets out, people will think we got scared by some snot-nosed kid. How are any of the guys supposed to keep their heads up after this?" Zhou Jinghui spun around, eyes wide with fury, and grabbed Xiao Ma by the collar. Keep your head up. Is your brain made of crap? All you know is how to act tough. How many times have I told you we're businessmen now, not thugs? Startled by Zhou's sudden anger, Xiaoma shrank back, awkwardly scratching his head as he tried to explain. We go. All I mean is, if we back down to this kid now, anyone will think they can walk all over us. These punks are just low-level troublemakers. If you're worried about them coming after us, you could take a trip for a few days. I'll take care of them for you. Zhou Jinghui let go of Xiaoma's collar, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. Who said I was scared? I'm just telling you, we're businessmen now. You can't solve everything with your fists, so you've got to use your head. He stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and walked slowly to the window. Looking down at the street through the glass, he sneered, Chen Xuewan's a madman. Taking him out wouldn't be hard. But whether we kill him or cripple him, what do we get out of it? Xiaoma blinked in confusion. But giving him 2 arcades isn't going to help us, either. Zhou Jinghui turned around, a sly smile spreading across his face. Who says it won't? The 2 arcades I'm giving him are both near the old square. Xiaoma froze for a second, eyes widening as realization dawned. A grin broke out on his face. Huigu, you mean? Zhou Jinghui burst out laughing and waved his hand dismissively. If he's crazy, they'll find another lunatic to play with him. No matter who comes out on top, I won't be the one losing. Xiaoma laughed along, nodding eagerly. Huigu, you really are sharp. If Chen takes those 2 arcades, I can't wait to see how he gets burned. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'll invite him to dinner tonight. 6 p.m., Pingqing Leban Hotel, private room on the 2nd floor. Chen Xuewan arrived right on time, with Lai Ho following nervously behind him. As soon as they stepped into the hotel lobby, Lai Ho stuck close to Chen, his body trembling slightly as he whispered, Wengu, could this be a trap? After what we did last night, it doesn't make sense for Zhou Jinghui to invite us to dinner instead of coming after us. Chen Xuewan gave a faint, calm smile. Relax, nothing's going to happen. Lai Ho looked at him puzzled. Wengu, how can you be so sure? Zhou Jinghui isn't exactly a saint. Chen Xuewan spoke quietly as they walked. If Zhou Jinghui wanted to come for us, he would have done it already. Why go to all the trouble of hosting a dinner? And look at the hotel he chose. He gestured out the window. The Leban Hotel is right across from the law enforcement office. If he really wanted to set us up, would he dare do it right across the street from them? Lai Ho followed his gaze to the sign outside the law enforcement office. His tense shoulders relaxed a little, and he took a deep breath. They walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor and headed straight to the private room Zhou Jinghui had booked. Xiaoma and a group of men in black t-shirts were standing guard at the door, all of them looking hostile. As Chen Xuewan and Lai Ho approached, a glint of menace flashed in Xiaoma's eyes, and he led his men forward. The group quickly surrounded Chen Xuewan and Lai Ho, glaring at them fiercely. Lai Ho's face went instantly pale, his fists clenching involuntarily. But Chen Xuewan remained calm, his gaze fixed straight ahead, seemingly unfazed by the threatening atmosphere. With his hands in his pockets, he ignored Xiaoma and the others, heading straight for the door. The group immediately puffed up their chests and moved to block his way, shoulders pressed together to form a human wall, their eyes full of determination to keep Chen Xuewan out. Chen Xuewan stopped, his gaze icy as he swept a glance over Xiaoma, a mocking smile curling at his lips. His voice was sharp as a blade. What's this supposed to mean? Zhou Jinghui invites me to dinner, but leaves a few dogs at the door? Is he too cheap to host a guest, or just can't keep his dogs in line? At those words, Xiaoma and his friends' faces turned ashen, eyes blazing with anger. One young man stepped forward, jabbing a finger at Chen Xuewan's nose and shouting, Screw you. Who are you calling a dog? Instead of backing down, Chen Xuewan stepped closer, a taunting grin on his face. What, wasn't it obvious? I'm talking about you guys. His words were like fuel thrown on a fire. Xiaoma and his crew erupted with rage, especially Xiaoma himself, whose face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead. Had only meant to give Chen Xuewan a little warning, to intimidate this cocky newcomer. He never expected Chen Xuewan to not only stand his ground, but hurl insults right back at them, leaving him in an awkward spot with his pride on the line. Xiaoma shot a glance at one of his men, who immediately understood. The man raised his hand and swung a slap at Chen Xuewan's face, shouting, How dare you insult us? But Chen Xuewan was ready. The moment the man moved, he darted forward, closing the distance in a flash. His left hand snatched the man's arm with eagle-like precision, while his right fist struck out, landing hard on the man's ribs. A sharp crack sounded as the man's ribs gave way. Eyes wide in shock, he clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain, his face drained of all color. The sudden violence stunned everyone. Fear flickered in their eyes. Xiaoma's expression changed instantly as he cursed, You bastard! How dare you hit my brother? Before he could finish, Chen Xuewan moved again, swift as lightning. He grabbed Xiaoma by the throat, and out of nowhere produced a gleaming boning knife, pressing the tip against Xiaoma's carotid artery, breaking the skin so a thin line of blood trickled down the blade. Xiaoma froze in terror, his face turning ghostly pale as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He never imagined Chen Xuewan would be so ruthless, striking without warning and with deadly precision. At that tense moment, The private room doors suddenly swung open. Zhou Jinghui strode out, frowning at the scene. Xiaoma, what are you doing? Chen is my guest. Is this how you treat guests? He turned to Chen Xuewan, forcing a smile. Chen, my apologies. These boys don't know any better, and we're out of line. Please forgive them. Slowly, Chen Xuewan lowered the knife, shooting Zhou Jinghui a cold look and letting out a chilly laugh. Brother Hui, didn't I tell you? Keep your dogs on a leash. If you can't handle them, just let me know. I may not be good at much, but I do know how to train dogs. The double meaning in his words was crystal clear, reminding Zhou Jinghui of his two beloved dogs that had been killed and comparing Xiaoma's group to dogs. The faces of Zhou's men darkened further, and the air seemed to freeze. But Zhou Jinghui forced down his anger and managed a strained smile. You're joking, Chen. Come on, let's sit inside. He gave Xiaoma a look, then walked up with feigned warmth and took Chen Xuewan by the arm, helping to defuse the situation. Chen Xuewan shot Xiaoma a scornful glance, swaggering into the private room with Lai Ho at his side. Xiaoma stood where he was, fists clenched and unclenched, his face still dark with anger. In the end, he didn't dare say a word, was truly afraid of provoking this madman any further. As they entered the private room, Zhou Jinghui acted as though nothing had happened, greeting everyone with a warm smile and throwing his arm around Chen Xuewan's shoulders. He looked every bit the old friend, reunited after years apart. Chen Xuewan responded in kind, matching Zhou's enthusiasm with a friendly grin, as if last night's conflict had already been forgotten. Lai Ho stuck close to Chen Xuewan, radiating nervous energy. As a former pickpocket, he knew he didn't even measure up to someone like Li Er-yong in the underworld, let alone have the right to sit at the same table as Zhou Jinghui. His palms were slick with sweat. Zhou Jinghui gestured for Chen Xuewan to take a seat. He asked casually, where's Er-yong? Why didn't he come? He had something to take care of. It wasn't convenient for him to join us, Chen Xuewan replied with a faint smile. Zhou Jinghui narrowed his eyes, sizing Chen Xuewan up. This was a shrewd and ruthless man. Coming here tonight without Li Er-yong had to be a deliberate move. The thought made Zhou even more cautious, wary of making any rash decisions. No problem. Zhou quickly put on a hearty smile. As long as you're here, that's what matters. Xiaoma, bring out those 2 bottles of wine I've been saving. Chen Xuewan raised his hand to stop him. No need for wine. I don't drink. Come on, my friend, Zhou urged. This is top-shelf stuff I've been saving for over 20 years, worth tens of thousands now. I brought it out tonight just for you. It'd be a shame to waste it. Without another word, Chen Xuewan simply turned his glass upside down on the table. Sorry, I really don't drink. Zhou Jinghui's expression darkened immediately. In pitching, even big shots on his level wouldn't dare embarrass him like this. He stared at Chen Xuewan, but Chen just sat there, calm and collected, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After a tense moment, Zhou Jinghui managed to force a smile. Not a drinker, huh? Well, that's your loss, not mine. No worries, let's skip the wine and go straight to the food. Xiaoma watched in awe from the side. With Zhou's temper, anyone else refusing a toast no matter how important to have been in for a fight. But tonight, he held back. Without the usual rounds of drinking, the meal wrapped up quickly. In less than half an hour, everyone had put down their chopsticks. Zhou Jinghui wiped his mouth and smiled. Chen, I invited you here tonight mainly to talk about what you mentioned yesterday. After thinking it over, I agree that what happened to Er-yong was Lao Hei's fault. As the boss, I should make it right. Lai Ho, who'd been focused on his food, nearly choked in surprise. Had come in fearing a trap, but not only had they eaten well, Zhou Jinghui was even offering compensation. He couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of Chen Xuewan's approach last night. Chen Xuewan, however, remained calm, as if had expected this all along. He smiled and said, you really are generous, Hui. Zhou Jinghui let out a sigh, a troubled look appearing on his face. I wouldn't call them conditions, just a minor change. To be honest with you, Chen, I really can't hand over all the arcades for you to manage. I wouldn't be able to explain that to the others. Chen Xuewan sat upright at the tea table, saying nothing as he slowly sipped his tea, waiting for Zhou to continue. Zhou Jinghui leaned in and lowered his voice. I spent the whole night thinking about this and finally came up with a solution. Let's forget about management rights. They'll just give you 2 arcades outright, all future profits are yours. How does that sound as compensation? Lai Ho, standing to the side, widened his eyes in shock. In Pingqing in 2003, 2 arcades were no small matter. Just the rent, renovations, and equipment would cost over 100,000 yuan. The most valuable assets were the slot machines, not to mention the business licenses. Those licenses in Pingqing had long been divided up, and most people couldn't get their hands on one. At the going rate, with licenses included, 2 arcades would be worth at least 300,000. For perspective, a nice apartment in the city center cost less than 100,000 at that time. But Chen Xuewan remained calm, took another sip of tea, and finally looked up at Zhou Jinghui with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Zhou, feeling a bit uneasy under his gaze, shifted back in his seat and tried to compose himself. Chen, this really is the best I can do. If it's not enough, there's nothing more I can offer. How about the locations of these shops? Chen Xuewan set down his teacup and asked. They're top-notch. Zhou replied quickly. Both are in the busiest areas of Pingqing. Each storefront rents for 30,000 a year. And the facilities? Ready to open for business down to the trash cans. If you need anything else, just let me know and he'll provide it for free. Chen Xuewan fell silent, deep in thought. Lai Ho tugged urgently at his sleeve. This was practically a gift from the heavens. What was there to hesitate about? After a deep breath, Chen Xuewan finally spoke. All right, let's do it your way, Hui. But I have one condition. Zhou Jinghui's face lit up. Name it. If it's within my power, consider it done. These two shops represent a significant investment from you. I can't just take them for nothing, or people will think I'm taking advantage of you. Chen said seriously. I intend to buy them. Let's sign a transfer agreement. Sure, we can sign something, but there's no need to talk about money. We're like family. Zhou waved his hand dismissively. But Chen insisted that won't do. A transfer like this can't be done without payment. He rummaged through his pockets and finally pulled out 2 crumpled 5 yuan notes. Sorry, Hui, I didn't bring much cash today. How about 5 yuan each? Zhou almost jumped out of his seat in anger. He thought, you made such a big deal out of this, and now you want to buy my arcades for 5 yuan each? Are you messing with me? Gritting his teeth, Zhou lowered his voice. Come on, Chen, there's really no need for this between us. But money still has to change hands, Chen replied earnestly. Although, Hui, I was talking about 5 yuan for both shops. You'll need the other 5 for cab fare when Lai Ho and I head home later. In the end, Chen Xuewan bought the 2 shops for just 5 yuan. When they signed the contract, Zhou Jinghui's fingers trembled violently on the paper, his face ashen. It wasn't about the money. The real humiliation was the token price of 5 yuan, which infuriated him even more. Still, he forced himself to hold back his anger. After enduring so much, there was no point in losing it at the very last moment. We go, thanks a lot. When we open, you must come by and show your support, Chen Xuewan said with a smile. Then his eyes caught sight of the 2 bottles of liquor on the table, and he lit up. Lai Ho, grab those bottles. This is Hui Guess kind gesture. Even if I don't drink them, they'll put them on display every day as a reminder of our friendship, right, Hui Go? Zhou Jinghui pressed his hands hard against the table, his nails almost digging into the wood, veins bulging on his forehead. He managed a smile that looked worse than crying. Yes, that's right. Lai Ho quickly packed up the bottles and followed Chen Xuewan out, both of them leaving with a triumphant air. Moments after they walked out, there was a loud crash behind them. What happened? Lai Ho jumped in surprise. He's smashing plates, Chen Xuewan replied with a cold laugh. Inside the private room, chaos reigned. Every dish and piece of cutlery had been thrown to the floor, shards scattered everywhere. Zhou Jinghui stood shaking by the window, while Xiao Ma stood nearby. Pale-faced, he had never seen his boss so furious. Hui Gu, that bastard went way too far. If you hadn't signaled me, I really would have stabbed him, Xiao Ma said through gritted teeth. Zhou Jinghui stared silently in the direction Chen Xuewan had left, his face growing even darker. Xiao Ma, you did the right thing by holding back. I heard this morning that in prison, that kid crippled Scarface and even took over Scarface's crew. More importantly, he managed to escape after injuring people during a jailbreak and walked away without charges. Do you know what that means? Xiao Ma drew in a sharp breath. Scarface had a big reputation in the underworld. If Chen Xuewan could take him down and get away unscathed, his background clearly wasn't simple. Hui Gu, what if he comes after us again? Xiao Ma asked anxiously. Zhou Jinghui sneered. That's exactly why I handed over those 2 arcades. Remember, the best way to deal with someone is to use someone else to do it. Those 2 shops are a hot potato. I want to see if he can handle them. When Chen Xuewan got home, Li Eryong and Li Taizhu were waiting anxiously. Seeing them return safely, both men finally relaxed. Wenzi, Monkey, are you guys all right? Li Eryong asked excitedly. Lai Ho jumped up, ecstatic. Of course we're fine. And this time, we hit the jackpot. Li Eryong's eyes widened in astonishment. Hit it big? How? Lai Ho was so excited he could barely contain himself, waving his arms as he recounted everything that had happened. As Lai Ho talked, the confusion on Li Eryong's face slowly turned to shock, especially when he heard that Chen Xuewan had bought 2 arcade halls for just 5 yuan. He could hardly believe his ears. 5 yuan? Are you serious? Li Eryong's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he stared at Chen Xuewan in disbelief, as if he were looking at someone from another planet. Lai Ho, looking smug, pulled the contract out of his pocket and waved it in front of Li Eryong. Here, see for yourself. Li Eryong took the contract and read it carefully. His expression shifted from suspicion to surprise, and finally to sheer joy. This is real? My God, both arcades are in Wenzi's name now. He turned to Chen Xuewan, still confused. Wenzi, how did you pull this off? Zhou Jinghui isn't exactly a generous guy. Why would he let these go for so little? But unlike the other 2, Chen Xuewan remained serious. He raised his hand, signaling for them to calm down. Don't get too excited just yet. I have a feeling there's something off about these arcades. Lai Hao's smile froze. Something off? Like what? He asked, frowning. Didn't Zhou Jinghui say the locations are great, the equipment's all there, and the rent is paid up for a year? We can start operating right away. What could possibly be wrong? Chen Xuewan's voice was low and grave. That's exactly the problem. He leaned forward, both hands on the table. Zhou Jinghui's been way too accommodating with us. Tonight, I tried to provoke him a few times, but he never lost his temper. That's not normal. He's holding something back, definitely setting us up for a fall. Lai Ho and Li Er-yong exchanged worried glances, their expressions growing serious. Li Er-yong, who knew Zhou Jinghui better than most, understood just how unlikely it was for him to be so generous. Lai Ho flipped through the contract, muttering, "What could be wrong with 2 arcades? They can open for business, the location's great. I don't see a problem." Suddenly, Li Er-yong seemed to remember something important and asked urgently, "Where are these arcades located?" "By the old square," Lai Ho replied offhandedly. "That's one of the busiest spots in Pingqing." Li Er-yong's face turned ghostly pale. He snatched the contract from Lai Hao's hand. "Are you sure? It's really by the old square?" Lai Ho pointed at the address on the contract. "Yeah, right here. It's clearly written." Staring at the address, Li Er-yong looked as if had been struck by lightning. He collapsed into a chair, stunned. After a long moment, he finally snapped out of it and cursed. "That bastard Zhou Jinghui's really screwed us over." Lai Ho looked at Li Er-yong in confusion, his brows tightly knit. "What's going on?" Li Er-yong let out a sigh, leaning forward and lowering his voice so only they could hear. "Monkey, you probably don't know yet. The old square? That's Viper's turf now." Lai Ho's eyes widened instantly, his lips trembling. Viper? You mean that crazy guy who keeps snakes?" Li Er-yong nodded slowly, a hint of fear flashing across his face. "Yeah, he did a stint inside for 8 years after getting into trouble. Ever since he got out 6 months ago, he's been even more ruthless. Just took over the old square. There used to be 7 arcades there, owned by 3 different bosses. Viper showed up and forced all 3 of them to shut down. Not one of them dared to make a sound. They just closed up shop like he told them to." Li Er-yong turned to look at Chen Xuewan, his expression turning serious. Zhou Jinghui is one of those 3 bosses. Chen Xuewan, however, remained unusually calm. He leaned back in his chair, eyes half closed, like a cat deep in thought. It was impossible to read what he was thinking. Lai Ho, on the other hand, looked as if had just had a bucket of cold water dumped over his head. His face changed dramatically, and he said urgently, "Damn it. I knew Zhou Jinghui wasn't being generous for no reason. Turns out, that bastard is just trying to set us up. He's giving us those 2 arcades, so we'll end up crossing Viper." Li Er-yong gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tight on the table. "That bastard Zhou Jinghui's trying to use us to do his dirty work." He turned to Chen Xuewan, his tone seeking advice. "Wenzi, we can't take those 2 arcades. Maybe we should ask Zhou Jinghui to swap them for 2 others." Chen Xuewan shook his head slowly, tapping his fingers on the table. "There's no way he'll swap. Zhou Jinghui never really intended to give us 2 arcades. He picked these 2 because he can't open them himself. They're worthless to him now. And besides," he paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over Li Er-yong and Lai Ho, "he wants to use us to do his dirty work, but he also wants to see if we've got what it takes." He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice even more. "If we can't even hold on to these 2 arcades, that just proves we're not up to the job. At that point, forget about swapping. Zhou Jinghui will probably come after us himself." Li Er-yong and Lai Ho exchanged worried glances. "Wenzi, so what are you saying?" Li Er-yong asked. Chen Xuewan stood up, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Since those 2 arcades are ours now, we have to take them. This is our first step to getting established in Pingqing." His voice grew more determined. "If we can hold our ground, it means we've stood up to both Zhou Jinghui and Viper. After that, people in Pingqing will have to take us seriously. If we can't, well, maybe this line of work just isn't for us. We'd be better off finding a factory job and screwing in bolts." The expressions on Li Er-yong and Lai Ho turned grave. Lai Ho almost blurted out, "One, are you saying we're going to go up against Viper?" Fear was obvious in his voice. "Do you even know what kind of person Viper is?" The guy grew up on a snake farm. Anyone who pissed him off had show up at their house with a bag full of snakes. Plenty of people have been scared out of their minds by him. Li Er-yong hurriedly added, "Wenzi, that guy is a real lunatic. Do you know why he went to prison last time?" He lowered his voice, as if telling a ghost story. 8 years ago, he messed around with some guy's wife. The husband tried to fight him with a knife, and Viper threw the guy into his own snake pit. The guy almost got bitten to death by 1,000 snakes. Lai Ho sucked in a sharp breath, shuddering involuntarily, the hairs on his arms standing on end. After all, who isn't afraid of snakes? What happened after that? He couldn't help but ask. Li Er-yong replied in a low voice. The guy survived, thanks to quick medical help, but he lost his mind from the shock. He ended up serving 8 years for that, and when he got out, he became even more ruthless. Rumor has it, he even started messing around with pythons. The 3 bosses at the old square were just as powerful as Zhou Jinghui, but even they bowed down to him without question. Lai Ho's face turned pale instantly. He looked at Chen Xuewan in panic, his eyes filled with fear. "You want to mess with him? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" His voice trembled as he hoped Chen Xuewan would reconsider. But Chen Xuewan remained calm, his gaze unwavering. "It's just a few snakes. What's the big deal? People are the most dangerous creatures in this world. If I'm not afraid of people, why would I fear a couple of snakes? He stood up, his voice steady and resolute. I'm set on getting those two shops. Young, monkey, if you two don't want to tangle with poisonous snakes, I'll give you both a share of the profits later. You don't have to get involved directly. Li Young clenched his teeth and spat on the ground. What kind of nonsense is that, Wenzi? We've been brothers since we were kids. No matter what you do, I'm with you. His fists were tight, and his eyes shone with determination. Lai Ho took a deep breath, his gaze flickering between the floor and Chen Xuewan, finally settling on Chen Xuewan's face. Honestly, Wenj, I'm scared. But I respect you and I trust you. Fortune favors the bold, damn it. I'm in. Whatever you say, I'll do. Chen Xuewan burst out laughing and slapped both of them on the shoulders. All right, tomorrow let's pick a good day and get ready for the grand opening. But for now, let's go grab something to eat and call it our victory dinner. At that moment, Li Taiju, who had been silent for over an hour, suddenly looked up, his eyes lighting up. Food? What are we eating? Chen Xuewan, Li Yong, and Lai Ho exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Chen Xuewan teased. We've been discussing business for ages and you were off in your own world. But the moment you hear food, you're right back with us? He gave Li Taiju a hearty slap on the shoulder, laughing. Come on, let's go get some meat. Chen Xuewan went inside, grabbed 20,000 yuan, and then led the group out of the alley. Instead of heading straight to a restaurant, they first stopped by the Pingxing Technology Market. With the new shop opening soon, he decided to buy each of his brothers a phone for easier communication. As they walked into the tech market, Li Yong grumbled. Wenzi, why buy phones? They're crazy expensive. Those little pagers are way cheaper. Chen Xuewan waved him off. Pagers have terrible reception and can cause problems. Remember Wu Lihong's pager? The signal was always cutting out, and calls would drop all the time. Lai Ho glanced around at the people passing by, then leaned in and whispered to Chen Xuewan. Wench, we don't really need to buy them. It's just 4 phones. Give me a minute, and I can snag a few for free, save us some money. Chen Xuewan smacked him on the back of the head. Monkey, you really need to break that habit. We're running a business now, no more petty theft. Lai Ho grinned sheepishly, rubbing his hands together. Old habits die hard. But I'll work on it, wench. Chen Xuewan led the group into a phone shop, where they spent a while picking out phones. They finally settled on the Nokia 7210. After some haggling, they got 4 phones for 11,000 yuan. They also bought SIM cards, and Li Yong and Lai Ho strutted out with brand new phone holsters clipped to their belts. They lifted their shirts to show off the phone holsters and exaggerated their walk so the phones would sway, clearly enjoying the attention from passersby and standing a little taller with pride. Li Taiju, on the other hand, looked a bit clumsy with his new phone. His rough fingers fumbled with the buttons for a long time before he figured out how to make a call. Then, like a kid with a new toy, he kept calling Chen Xuewan, Lai Ho, and Li Yong, a big smile on his face. After a few calls, Chen Xuewan realized Taiju was just playing around, so he turned off his phone since he didn't need it right now anyway. Lai Ho and Li Yong, however, were having a blast. Every time their phones rang, they would solemnly take them out, check the caller ID, realize it was just Taiju, hang up, and clip them back onto their belts over and over again. Chen Xuewan couldn't help but laugh at their antics. He kept things low-key, simply slipping his phone into his jacket pocket without any show. Just as they were about to leave, Chen Xuewan suddenly stopped. His eyes landed on a display of stylish flip phones. After a moment's thought, he pointed to a pink one and asked, "How much for this phone?" The shop owner, still beaming from the big sale, grinned. "Great eye? That's Motorola's new model this year. Not expensive, 4000. Chen Xuewan shot him a look, and the owner quickly smiled apologetically. "All right, for you for 1000. In the end, Chen Xuewan got the phone for 3800. The owner quickly packed it up, giving him a knowing smile. "For your girlfriend, right? This is the perfect gift for a lady. Trust me, give her this, and she'll be yours tonight." Chen Xuewan shook his head and carefully put the phone away. "I don't have a girlfriend. It's just a gift for a friend." Chen Xuewan took Li Yong and the other two to a well-known restaurant in the city. The 4 of them found a private room, sat down, and ordered a table full of dishes. Li Taiju was glued to his phone, barely looking up until it was time to order. "Do they have pork knuckle?" Li Taiju suddenly asked, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Li Yong shot him an annoyed look. "Already ordered it for you. And I got you 3 pounds of beef too. You'll be stuffed tonight." Satisfied, Li Taiju nodded with a slight smile before dropping his head to focus on his phone again. After ordering, Chen Xuewan tapped his fingers on the table, thinking for a moment before turning to Li Yong. "Yong, give Wu Lihong a call. The club isn't open yet, ask her to come join us for dinner." Li Yong's eyes lit up and he straightened in his seat. "I was just thinking the same. Sister Hong's always cooking for yous, it's about time we treated her to something nice." Lai Ho glanced at the phone box next to Chen Xuewan and grinned knowingly. "You didn't even need to suggest it. When already thought of everything, even bought a phone for her." Only then did Li Yong notice the fancy phone box, suddenly understanding. "Wait, is that phone for Wu Lihong? Don't tell me you've got a thing for her." His tone was playful and curious. Chen Xuewan shot him a cold look. What do you mean, a thing for her? The phone is just a thank you for all her help. That's all. Not giving up. Li Eryong leaned closer and lowered his voice. When, honestly, Wu Lihong's a great girl. She treats you well. Are you just not interested? Chen Xuewan frowned and glared at him. What are you talking about? I don't have any feelings for her, so there's nothing to be interested or not interested in. His expression grew heavy and he sighed. After everything that's happened, even my parents are gone. I don't trust women anymore, and I definitely won't fall for anyone again. Seeing the pain in Chen Xuewan's eyes, Li Eryong could only sigh and let it go. He pulled out his phone and called Wu Lihong. Soon after, the private room door opened and Wu Lihong walked in, dressed stylishly in high heels, a bright smile on her face. How did you know I hadn't eaten yet? I was just about to make instant noodles with some friends when you called. Looks like I'm in luck tonight. Li Eryong perked up immediately, his eyes gleaming. With your friends? Why didn't you bring them along? Wu Lihong rolled her eyes at him and smirked. Oh please, stop acting so desperate. Look at yourself, hobbling around like that. And you're still thinking about women? Maybe focus on getting better first. Li Eryong puffed out his chest, not backing down. What's wrong with that? It's just my arm and leg that are broken, not the important part. Why can't I think about women? Liho burst out laughing. Come on, with one arm and one leg out of commission, what are you going to do, hop around? Li Eryong was at a loss for words and scratched his nose awkwardly, while Wu Lihong covered her mouth, giggling with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. At that moment, Chen Xuewan picked up the elegant phone box from the table and handed it to Wu Lihong. This is for you. Wu Lihong froze, blinking in surprise. What's this? Chen Xuewan replied calmly. We stopped by the phone store earlier and each got a new phone. I thought this one would suit you, so I picked it up too. See if you like the color. Standing there, Wu Lihong stared at the phone box in his hand, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, momentarily at a loss for words. Sensing the awkwardness, Li Eryong quickly spoke up. What are you waiting for? When picked this out just for you, it's way nicer than ours. Come on, take it. Wu Lihong snapped out of it, hurriedly reaching out to take the box, holding it carefully in her hands, her smile growing as she looked at it. Chen Xuewan gave Li Eryong a silent look, then said calmly, I just picked it up on the way. Didn't put much thought into it. It's just to thank you for helping out recently. Wu Lihong smiled as she opened the box. When she saw the phone inside, her eyes lit up. She picked it up, her face full of delight, and whispered to herself, This is the latest Motorola. It's so beautiful. It must have cost a fortune. Honestly, my old phone was good enough. There was no need to buy something so expensive. Chen Xuewan smiled gently. It wasn't that expensive. Compared to all the help you've given me, this is nothing. Oh, and I got you a SIM card too. Try it out. Wu Lihong happily took the SIM card, put it into the phone, and turned it on. The signal was great. As she played with the settings, she quickly saved the phone numbers of Chen Xuewan and the other three. She carefully labeled everyone's name, but for Chen Xuewan, she simply put one. As they were chatting, Wu Lihong's phone suddenly rang. She was taken aback. She'd just gotten the new phone and a new number, so who could be calling her already? She glanced at the screen, then frowned. Li Taizhu, you idiot. We're sitting right here together. Why call me instead of just talking? She grumbled. Chen Xuewan and the others couldn't help but laugh. Li Taizhu's mischievous side was on full display. Soon, the food arrived. Chen Xuewan had ordered a huge spread for the celebration, and the atmosphere grew even livelier. Wu Lihong was so excited she almost forgot about work and ended up calling her manager to ask for the night off. Although Zhou Jinghui had invited everyone out for dinner, Chen Xuewan barely ate, and Lai Ho sat with his head down, looking anxious and hardly touching the food. His stomach still felt empty. As for Li Eryong and Li Taizhu, they were too busy keeping an eye on things to eat much at all. Once everyone sat down, they dug in with gusto, especially Li Taizhu. His eating habits were jaw-dropping. The huge pork knuckle had been ordered just for him. He grabbed it, and, after a few bites, had stripped it clean. Then, he started cracking the bones to suck out the marrow, not wasting a thing. He kept going, devouring 2 out of 3 pounds of beef by himself. If Li Eryong and Lai Ho hadn't managed to snag a few pieces, Li Taizhu probably would have finished everything on the table. He polished off half the other dishes, and finally, after eating a huge bowl of rice, he was finally satisfied. Chen Xuewan watched in shock, amazed by the spectacle. Had eaten with Li Taizhu before, and had always held back a little, but today was on a whole new level. Li Taizhu's appetite could rival 4 or 5 grown men. Lai Ho ate so much his belt felt tight. He even made a trip to the restroom, then returned for more. Suddenly, he heard Li Taizhu say, Lai Ho, how come there's a woman's voice coming from your phone? Lai Ho froze, chewing his food as he replied, What are you talking about? My phone doesn't have a woman's voice. Li Taizhu wasn't about to let it go. He kept teasing, No, really. There's a woman saying the number you dialed is switched off and she even said it in English. When did you start hanging out with such cultured women? While talking, Lai Ho reached for his phone case at his waist, but then he stopped, stunned. The case was empty, his phone was gone. He jolted upright. What the? My phone's been stolen? The others stared at each other, half amused and half exasperated. Li Taizhu, that big goof. ate like a starving wolf, and somehow managed to swipe Lai Hao's phone. It was like a family squabble blown out of proportion, and the whole thing became the joke of the evening. Lai Hao went nearly mad when he realized his phone had been stolen. He jumped up from his seat, his face flushed red, waving his arms frantically as he shouted, "Everyone listen up. Block both the front and back doors of this restaurant right now. I'm telling you, no matter what, that phone has to be found today. Otherwise, nobody's leaving." Chen Xuewan watched Lai Hao's agitation, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he tried to calm him down. "Come on, monkey, there's no need to make such a scene. If it's really lost, we'll just buy another one. Next time, don't show off so much, that's all." Lai Hao spun around to face Chen Xuewan, waving his hands anxiously, his eyes full of worry. "Wengu, you don't get it. This isn't about the money, it's about dignity. If the guys outside hear my phone got stolen, how am I supposed to show my face around here?" Chen Xuewan shook his head helplessly, but decided to help anyway. He shot a look at Li Taizhu and Li Eryo. "You two, one guard the front door, one take the back. Don't let anyone leave." The two nodded and hurried off to their posts. But Chen Xuewan frowned. Lai Hao's phone is already switched off. It won't be easy to find. He turned to Lai Hao, patting him on the shoulder. "Think carefully when you went to the restroom earlier. Who did you come into contact with?" Lai Hao closed his eyes, pressing his fingers to his temples as he tried to recall. After a moment, his eyes snapped open. "I remember 5 people. Just 5. He held up 5 fingers, looking certain. "Damn it, I only crossed paths with those 5. One of them must have taken it. Bring them all out and search them one by one. The phone's bound to be on one of them." Chen Xuewan rolled his eyes, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Are you out of your mind? Whoever stole it would have moved it right away. Do you really think you'll find it on anyone?" Lai Hao hesitated, then stammered. Then let's gather everyone and search them one by one. You think you can just search whoever you want?" Chen Xuewan snapped. "Besides, if they moved it, it might not even be on a person, it could be hidden somewhere. How are you going to search for it? And in a place this big, you want to search the guests? The restaurant's not going to allow that kind of commotion." Lai Hao scratched his head in frustration, sweat beading on his forehead. "So what do we do? Call the police? That's out of the question. I've got a reputation in this business. If word gets out that I lost my phone and had to call the cops, it'll be a laughingstock." Chen Xuewan looked at Lai Hao's anxious face and was left speechless. Lai Hao really did care a lot about saving face. After a moment's thought, Chen Xuewan's eyes lit up. "I've got an idea." He leaned in and whispered a few words in Lai Hao's ear. Lai Hao's eyes immediately brightened with hope. "Wengu, you always have a way. All right, let's do it." He dashed out of the private room, heading straight for the restaurant owner to discuss the plan. When the owner heard that a guest's phone had been stolen, a look of embarrassment and guilt flashed across his face. After listening to Chen Xuewan's suggestion, his eyes lit up as well. He patted Lai Hao on the shoulder. "That's a good idea. He'll cooperate fully." The owner quickly gathered the staff and quietly gave them instructions. The servers then spread out, deliberately making a commotion in the hallway and shouting, "Someone's phone got stolen. The police have been called, and the enforcement team is on their way. We've been told not to let anyone leave. Block the front and back doors." The sudden uproar drew a crowd of curious guests out of their rooms, peeking out and whispering to each other. The scene quickly became noisy and chaotic. At that moment, Lai Hao and the owner walked out of the private room and stood in the middle of the corridor. Lai Hao raised his voice so everyone could hear. "Damn it, I paid more than 7 grand for that phone. If the enforcement team gets involved, someone's going to jail. When I find out who did it, they'll make sure they pay." The owner played along, frowning and looking worried. "It won't be easy to find. The phone's probably already been moved or hidden somewhere. Even if we find the phone, we might not catch the thief." Lai Hao let out a cold laugh, a sly glint in his eyes. "Doesn't matter. Even if the phone's gone, there are still fingerprints on it. As long as the enforcement team compares the fingerprints, they'll catch the thief." Chen Xuewan stood at the edge of the bustling crowd, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixed on the 5 suspicious people Lai Hao had mentioned. Just then, he noticed that one young man in a waiter's uniform flinched noticeably, like a startled rabbit. The young man quietly slipped out of the crowd and, taking advantage of the distraction, darted into the hallway. A faint smile appeared on Chen Xuewan's lips as he followed at a steady pace. The waiter jogged down the corridor and finally ducked into a secluded corner near the kitchen. Glancing around nervously to make sure no one was watching, he quickly reached into a flower pot and pulled out a cell phone. Wrapping the phone in the hem of his uniform, he scrubbed it again and again, desperately trying to wipe away any fingerprints. "Now that you've taken it out, you might as well not bother putting it back." The sudden voice made the waiter jump, and the phone clattered to the floor. Panicking, he scrambled to his feet and stammered, "I just found this phone here. I was about to hand it over to the boss. Do you really think I'd believe that? Or do you think your boss would?" Chen Xuewan sneered. Cold sweat broke out on the waiter's forehead as he instinctively glanced toward the window. "Don't bother. This is the 3rd floor. Even if you jump, you won't get far." The waiter's face turned ashen. After a moment's hesitation, he dropped to his knees and pleaded, "Brother, I know I was wrong. He'll never do it again." He suddenly froze mid-sentence. "Wenwinge, is that you?" Only then did Chen Xuewan take a closer look and recognize him as Wang Zhendong, his old cellmate from prison. Back then, both of them were often bullied, but after Chen Xuewan stood up to Scarface and his gang, Wang Zhendong was the first to side with him and one of the few who never held a grudge. Wang Zhendong, what are you doing here? Realizing it was an old acquaintance, Wang Zhendong let out a long sigh of relief and poured out his story. Had just been released from prison 10 days ago, and with a criminal record, it was nearly impossible to find a job. Left with no other option, he ended up working here as a waiter. Flat broke, he couldn't resist the temptation when he saw Lai Ho showing off his phone. Wench, if I'd known that was your friend's phone, I wouldn't have touched it for anything. Please, give me another chance. I just got out. If I go back in, it'll be a much harsher sentence. Chen Xuewan chuckled. Since you call me brother, I can't just stand by and watch the enforcement team arrest you. Let's just let this go. Wang Zhendong thanked him profusely. Chen Xuewan looked him up and down. But working here isn't a long-term solution. How about coming to work with me? As soon as Wang Zhendong heard this, his eyes lit up and he quickly moved closer to Chen Xuewan, asking excitedly, Wen Gu, did I hear that right? You really want me to work with you? Chen Xuewan smiled and nodded. That's right. Or do you not want to? Wang Zhendong shook his head eagerly, his eyes full of anticipation. I do. Of course I do. Wen Gu, just give me a second. I'll go quit my job right now and leave with you. Chen Xuewan couldn't help but chuckle. Aren't you even going to ask what I want you to do? Wang Zhendong's expression turned serious, and he answered without hesitation, Wen Gu, if you want me to work with you, that means you trust me. How could I possibly have any complaints? Besides, you always looked out for me before. We both know that. No matter what you want me to do, I'm with you. Chen Xuewan was quietly impressed. Wang Zhendong was not only obedient, but also knew how to behave appropriately. Just then, Lai Hao's voice called out from behind. Wen Gu, did you find it? Lai Hao approached with a few others, including the furious boss. When he saw Wang Zhendong holding a phone, Lai Hao's eyes widened in anger. So it was you, you bastard. How dare you steal my phone? You must be tired of living. The boss followed right after, his face flushed with rage. He shouted at Wang Zhendong. Wang Zhendong, are you ever going to stop? I hired you to work here, and now you're stealing from my shop? Just you wait, the authorities will be here soon, and they'll make sure you get a few extra years. People nearby started whispering and pointing, and Wang Zhendong's face went red with embarrassment. But Chen Xuewan didn't hesitate. He spoke up immediately. You're mistaken. He didn't steal the phone. He just found it on the floor and picked it up. I saw it myself. Hearing that, the crowd fell silent and started to murmur among themselves. Wang Zhendong looked at Chen Xuewan with deep gratitude. Those words had not only gotten him out of trouble, but also saved his dignity. Lai Ho glanced at Chen Xuewan, wanting to say something, but Chen Xuewan just waved his hand, signaling him to let it go. Chen Xuewan handed the phone back to Lai Ho. Monkey, hey, race your phone. No need to make a fuss anymore. Lai Ho hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, since the phone's been found, there's no need to keep arguing. After settling the bill, Chen Xuewan and his group left the restaurant. As they walked, he gave Lai Ho and the others a quick rundown of Wang Zhendong's situation. When Lai Ho heard he was one of their own, he let the matter drop. Soon after, Wang Zhendong hurried out of the restaurant, having changed out of his waiter's uniform into some old, worn clothes that looked like they'd been around for years. As he stepped outside, he blew into his hands for warmth and looked around anxiously, as if searching for someone. Chen Xuewan called out to him, and Wang Zhendong ran over, his face beaming with excitement. Wen Gu, I've quit my job. From now on, I'm with you. Chen Xuewan smiled and patted him on the shoulder. We're all just trying to make a living. Don't worry, as long as I have something to eat, you'll never go hungry. Wang Zhendong was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Chen Xuewan then introduced Wang Zhendong to everyone else. When he got to Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong quickly reached out to shake his hand and said sheepishly, Monkey Gu, I'm really sorry about earlier. I didn't know you were one of us. Please don't take it to heart. Lai Ho had been annoyed, but after hearing that, his anger disappeared. He laughed and patted Wang Zhendong on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. We're all brothers here. Whatever happens, we can talk it out. He laughed and patted Wang Zhendong on the shoulder, his eyes full of sincerity. Dongzi, from now on, we're like brothers, no need to be so formal. You know what they say, sometimes a good fight brings people together. If it weren't for what happened today, we might never have met at all. Wang Zhendong grinned knowingly. Li Eryong couldn't help but lean in and ask, Dongzi, I've got to know, how did you manage to swipe Lai Hao's phone? That guy's been at this since he was a kid. How'd you pull it off? As soon as he said it, everyone's eyes turned to Wang Zhendong. Even Lai Ho, whose face was still red, looked over with curiosity. Wang Zhendong scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Yo, honestly, I'm no expert. It's just that monkey's phone was way too obvious, was strutting around, chest out, swinging his hips, and the phone was right at the front. The case was magnetic, so it popped open with just a touch. He always walks with his head held high, never looks down, so I just gave it a little nudge. The whole group burst out laughing. Chen Xuewan slapped Lai Ho on the back. Hear that? That's what you get for showing off. Next time, just keep your phone in your pocket, it's safer. Lai Ho muttered gloomily, Fine. I'll buy a pair of pants with a zipper and keep my phone in there. If anyone can steal it from that spot, I'll admit defeat. Get out of here. Wu Lihong spat. When just told you not to show off. Who told you to keep it there? I wouldn't dare call you if you did that, be way too awkward. Li Ho quickly changed the subject and pointed at Li Taiju. Don't just pick on me. Look at Tease, who never lets go of his phone. He's showing off more than I am. That's when everyone noticed Li Taiju was completely absorbed in playing Snake on his phone. All right, enough, Li Eryong said, smoothing things over. At least he keeps his phone in his hand, no way he'd lose it. Not like you. Li Ho glanced at Li Eryong's bright red phone case. Please, your flashy red case is way more attention-grabbing than mine. Li Eryong blushed and hurriedly hid his phone. After that, Chen Xuewan took Wang Zhendong to buy some new clothes and a phone. Wang Zhendong was so moved, his eyes filled with tears. 1. I owe you my life. I'd follow you anywhere, no matter what. Save it for later, Chen Xuewan waved him off. Tonight, just crash at Monkey's place. Tomorrow, we'll pick a lucky day for the grand opening. After seeing Chen Xuewan and Wu Lihong off, everyone else went their separate ways. Wu Lihong followed behind Chen Xuewan down a dark alley, clutching her new phone, deep in thought as she watched his figure ahead. She quickened her pace, wanting to reach for his hand, when suddenly, a few figures sprang out from the shadows, surrounding them. A smug voice rang out. Finally, we've been waiting for you. With a cold shout, a young man with blonde hair emerged from the dark stairwell. Wu Lihong's expression changed instantly, her eyes filled with wariness. Hefei, what are you doing here? Chen Xuewan's gaze sharpened as he quickly recognized the newcomer. It was Wu Lihong's ex-boyfriend, Hefei. He had seen him before. The last time he came to take Wu Lihong away, Hefei was there. Hefei strode forward and suddenly slapped Wu Lihong hard across the face, the sound echoing as he cursed furiously. You bitch! Why the hell can't I come here? So it's fine for you to sneak around with men, but I can't come looking for you. Chen Xuewan frowned, his face turning serious, but he didn't speak up right away. After all, Wu Lihong and Hefei used to be a couple. This was something they should resolve themselves. It wouldn't be appropriate for an outsider to interfere. Wu Lihong's cheek turned red and began to swell, but she refused to back down. Glaring back at him, she snapped angrily. Hefei, watch your mouth. Who the hell is sneaking around with men? He's my classmate, my friend. Hefei sneered, his tone mocking. Don't think I don't know what's going on. Do you even know what day it is today? Wu Lihong paused. What day is it? Hefei's eyes widened with rage as he shouted. It's payday at your shop. I went there to collect your wages, and your manager only gave me 800 yuan. I'd make more screwing bolts in a factory. I asked your manager, and he told me you haven't been home in days. Every night just drinking and singing with customers, doing nothing else. You haven't been home in over 20 days, and you leave right at midnight, every night. And you've been hanging out with this guy? And you have the nerve to say nothing's going on between you two? His anger boiling over, Hefei slapped Wu Lihong again. You think I'm an idiot? Trying to play me for a fool? Chen Xuewan's expression grew darker, a chill in his eyes. He slipped his hand into his pocket, fingers brushing the handle of his boning knife, ready for whatever might come next. Wu Lihong, fighting through the pain, lifted her chin and said through gritted teeth, Hefei, whatever's between us, it's our business. He has nothing to do with this. Hefei grew even more furious, his eyes bloodshot as he cursed. You're still trying to protect him? I must have been blind. You really want me to believe you haven't cheated on me? If I don't deal with you today, I'm not Hefei. He suddenly grabbed Wu Lihong by the throat and slammed her against the wall. Chen Xuewan's eyes flashed with cold determination, his grip tightening on the knife. The air grew thick with tension. Struggling but unyielding, Wu Lihong forced out. Hefei, let's get something straight right now. First of all, you have no right to accuse me of cheating. We were never a couple. I only borrowed money from you. I never said you were my boyfriend. Hefei's face twisted in anger as he spat. Bullshit. You stayed at my place every day, slept with me so many times, and you say you weren't my girlfriend? Wu Lihong let out a cold laugh, her eyes icy. You've had dozens of women stay at your place. Were they all your girlfriends? I owed you money, and you forced me to stay there and work at the club to pay you back. To me, you're no different from those customers. Hefei, furious and out of control, slapped Wu Lihong hard across the face, leaving a bright red handprint on her pale cheek. You bitch, say that again if you dare. Hefei snarled through clenched teeth. I will. Wu Lihong retorted, clutching her burning cheek and lifting her head stubbornly. Hefei, you lent me 30,000 yuan when my brother needed surgery. But all these years, you've taken at least 100,000 from my pay at the nightclub. That debt was paid off long ago. From now on, we're even. Don't come looking for me again. Hefei's eyes blazed with rage. He grabbed Wu Lihong by the throat and slammed the back of her head against the wall. You think you can get rid of me that easily? He shouted. Two dull thuds echoed as Wu Lihong crashed to the ground, her face ashen. Turning to Chen Xuewan, who stood nearby, Hefei sneered. So you want to cut ties with me for this coward? Look at him, doesn't even have the guts to make a sound. He spat in Chen Xuewan's direction. Chen Xuewan raised his arm to block it, the spit landing on his sleeve. The gesture enraged Hefei, who lunged to grab Chen Xuewan's arm just as Chen Xuewan had been waiting for. In a flash, Chen Xuewan sprang forward, locking his left arm tightly around He Fei's neck. His right hand pressed a boning knife to He Fei's throat. The blade drew a thin line of blood, staining He Fei's white collar red. You wouldn't dare? He Fei blustered, his voice shaky. His only answer was the glint of the knife. In one swift motion, Chen Xuewan sliced off He Fei's left ear. A piercing scream filled the room, and He Fei's thugs went pale with fear, none daring to step forward. Chen Xuewan calmly wiped the blade on He Fei's shirt, then pressed the cold steel back to his throat. Now, you have 3 choices. First, apologize to Wu Lihong. Second, pay her 70,000 yuan. Third, never show your face in front of her again. He Fei tried to protest, but before he could speak, Chen Xuewan drove the knife into his arm, forcing another scream from him. He Fei finally gave in. Fine, I agree. Apologize. Chen Xuewan ordered coldly. I'm sorry. He Fei muttered. Louder. I'm sorry. I was wrong. He Fei finally shouted. Wu Lihong stood to the side, tears in her eyes as she looked at Chen Xuewan with gratitude. After releasing He Fei, Chen Xuewan said coldly, 70,000 yuan. Bring it within 3 days. If you don't, I'll come for it myself, and then it won't just be about the money. He Fei's face turned livid. Suddenly, he roared, Get him, boys. His men rushed forward, but Chen Xuewan shielded Wu Lihong behind him, taking the blows himself as he protected her. At that moment, a commanding shout rang out from outside. Stop right there. The enforcement team arrived just in time, quickly subduing He Fei and his gang. He Fei tried to protest, the victim here. But Captain Wang just laughed coldly as he slapped handcuffs on him. So many of you ganging up on one man, and you call yourself the victim? Take him away. In truth, Chen Xuewan had let He Fei go earlier because he had spotted the enforcement team's vehicles approaching from a distance. He Fei and the others were all taken into custody, while Chen Xuewan and Wu Lihong were also brought in to give their statements. As they left, many windows and doors in the alley swung open, with neighbors standing around, whispering among themselves. Unsurprisingly, most of the gossip centered on Wu Lihong. The commotion caused by He Fei had drawn the attention of the whole neighborhood, and it was the neighbors who had called the police. He Fei's angry shouting had been loud and clear, everyone had heard it. Wu Lihong had once worked at a nightclub, doing things people found hard to talk about. Her face flushed bright red, and she kept her head down, overwhelmed with shame. She hurried into the car, still not daring to look up, and said softly, Wenzi, I'm sorry. It's okay, Chen Xuewan reassured her, his tone firm. You're my friend, and your problems are my problems. He Fei went way too far, he won't just stand by and do nothing. Wu Lihong shook her head gently, her voice low. I'm not talking about He Fei, I mean the neighbors. Chen Xuewan looked at her, puzzled. What about the neighbors? They all know I worked at a nightclub, they'll definitely make fun of you because of it, Wu Lihong said, her voice trembling. Chen Xuewan was taken aback, hadn't expected her to worry about his reputation rather than her own. He smiled and said softly, What would they even laugh at me for? You're overthinking this. It's fine. Wu Lihong shook her head. They'll say you're friends with a woman of bad reputation. Her voice choked up. Chen Xuewan patted her on the shoulder, smiling. All right, let's not dwell on it. Do you think something like this even matters? Back when I went to prison, didn't people call me all sorts of things? They said I was a rapist and a murderer. Do you think I still have any face left around here? Wu Lihong forced a bitter smile and said nothing more. At the law enforcement office, Captain Wang followed procedure and took statements from Chen Xuewan and Wu Lihong. However, Chen Xuewan's account differed slightly from the actual events. He didn't mention cutting off He Fei's ear, only saying that the chaos and poor lighting made it hard to see, and he could only defend himself passively. He claimed that He Fei's ear was somehow cut during the confusion. On the other side, He Fei's group described in detail how Chen Xuewan had threatened He Fei and cut off his ear. But Captain Wang didn't pay much attention to those testimonies and chose to accept Chen Xuewan's version instead. The reason was simple. Chen Xuewan's background was clearly not ordinary, and Captain Wang didn't want any trouble. As for He Fei and his gang, the law enforcement team never really trusted their statements anyway. In the end, after the statements were done, Chen Xuewan and Wu Lihong were released, while He Fei and the others were taken back into custody. He Fei protested his innocence, but no one listened. After leaving the law enforcement office, Chen Xuewan didn't go straight home. Instead, he called Lawyer He. Because of some connections with Ho Wuya, Lawyer He had always looked out for Chen Xuewan. After listening to his account, Lawyer He chuckled and said, You don't have to worry about this. Normally, the law enforcement team will take your side. He Fei and his guys will probably be locked up for a few days. If anything unexpected happens, they'll take care of it for you. Thank you, Lawyer He, Chen Xuewan replied calmly. But I do have a small request. What is it? Lawyer He asked, intrigued. Chen Xuewan lowered his voice. Is there a way to keep He Fei locked up a bit longer? For example, are you hoping he'll get a few years in prison? Lawyer He paused for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth lifted in a knowing smile. Chen, are you trying to use this chance to take down He Fei? A shrewd glint flashed in Lawyer He's eyes. Chen Xuewan kept a calm expression and smiled lightly. I just want to avoid unnecessary trouble. People like him are tough to deal with if he gets out. Who knows what issues he'll stir up next? It's best if he stays inside for a few years. That way, it's less trouble for everyone. Lawyer, he chuckled and leaned forward slightly. That's a smart move, Chun. All right, let me tell you a way you can try. After listening to Lawyer He's detailed explanation, Chen Xuewan's eyes lit up and he smiled with satisfaction. Thank you, Lawyer He. They'll treat you to dinner sometime. We'll see about that later, Lawyer He replied casually. After hanging up, Lawyer He turned to Ho Wuya, who was sitting across from him, and said with a smile, Wuya, Chen Xuewan called again. Your ride's got guts. He's got what it takes to do big things. Ho Wuya leisurely puffed on his pipe, smoke curling around him. He exhaled slowly and said, it's too soon to say. Let's see how he handles this situation first. Standing nearby was Fong Ru, graceful in a slim-fitting dress. Her red lips parted slightly as she spoke. That guy Viper is a real madman. I'm actually curious to see what happens when these two go head-to-head. Who'll come out on top? Lawyer He. Are you waiting to see how he does against Viper before deciding if he's worth having dinner with? Lawyer He laughed heartily. It all depends on Y's opinion. Ho Wuya continued to smoke at his own pace, his eyes deep and unreadable. After the call, Chen Xuewan walked home with Wu Lihong. When they reached the entrance to the alley, Wu Lihong suddenly stopped. Wenzi, I won't go in with you, she said quietly, her head bowed. Chen Xuewan turned to her, puzzled. Why not? Wu Lihong wrung her hands nervously. I am planning to rent a place in the next few days. I don't want to trouble you anymore. This way, your neighbors won't gossip about you. Chen Xuewan saw right through her concerns and smiled. You're still worried about that? I told you I don't care. Besides, you haven't found a place yet, have you? If you don't come in, where will you sleep tonight? I'll just spend the night at an internet cafe, she mumbled, her voice barely audible. Chen Xuewan frowned. How can you sleep in an internet cafe? Look, just stay here for now. Move out when you find a place. With that, he took her by the wrist and led her into the alley. Wu Lihong blushed deeply and followed, her head down, glancing around nervously like a thief. Chen Xuewan didn't pay attention to her anxiety and took her straight home. He pulled out the first aid kit from the cabinet. All the ointments for swelling and pain are in here. Use them yourself. He'll boil an egg for you to use as a compress, he said, handing her the kit. Seeing the medicine box, Wu Lihong's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She felt an overwhelming urge to cry. No one had ever cared for her like this before. Chen Xuewan didn't notice her reaction. He went to the kitchen, boiled a few eggs, and handed them to her. After making sure everything was settled, he pulled out his phone to give Li Ho some instructions. When he finished the call and turned around, he was startled to find Wu Lihong standing right behind him, staring at him intently. What's wrong? He asked in surprise. Without answering, Wu Lihong stepped forward and hugged him tightly. The scent of her perfume filled Chen Xuewan's senses, her warm body pressed close to his, making his heart race and breath quicken. What are you doing? Chen Xuewan stammered, his hands frozen awkwardly in the air, not daring to touch her, but his body already reacting uncontrollably. Wu Lihong stayed silent, clinging to him with her face buried in his chest. Chen Xuewan arched his back in an attempt to put some distance between them, only making the situation more awkward. After a long moment, he finally summoned the courage to gently push her away by the shoulders. All right, there's no need to get so emotional. We're classmates and friends. Helping each other is what friends do, right? He said, forcing a smile as he patted her shoulder. It's late. Time to get some sleep. With that, he practically fled to his own room and quickly shut the door. Wu Lihong stood there, staring at the closed door in a daze. She couldn't hold back any more. Tears spilled silently down her cheeks. The next morning, when Chen Xuewan got up, he found breakfast already set out on the table, but Wu Lihong was nowhere to be seen. After a quick meal, he immediately picked up his phone and told Li Eryong and the others about the ambush he had encountered the night before. Li Eryong was shocked by the news and, without a word, hopped on a motorcycle taxi and rushed over. Only when he saw that Chen Xuewan was safe did he finally breathe a sigh of relief, then immediately started cursing He Fei in anger. That useless bum spends all day acting tough in internet cafes, sweet-talking girls into bed, and even forcing them to work in clubs to support him. Now he's actually dared to ambush you? He must be tired of living. He turned to Chen Xuewan, asking urgently, Wenzi, what do you want to do? Just say the word, and we'll go settle things with him right now. Chen Xuewan shook his head, his tone calm. He's not worth the trouble. But we can't just let this go, can we? Li Eryong was taken aback. A faint smile appeared on Chen Xuewan's lips. Who said I was letting it go? Just then, Wang Zhendong and Li Taizhu arrived. Li Taizhu came in playing Snake on his phone, only glancing up to make sure Chen Xuewan was all right. Wang Zhendong, on the other hand, seemed especially concerned and kept asking how Chen Xuewan was doing. I'm fine. In fact, that guy ended up worse off. Chen Xuewan waved it off. I've already asked Li Ho to take care of him. Since everyone's here, let's get down to business. Eryong, did you get a date from the fortune teller? Li Eryong nodded. 3 days from now is a good day. But Wenzi, if we open so soon, Duzair will definitely show up to cause trouble. As long as Du Zayur is around, he'll try to stir things up no matter when we open, even if it's next year, Chen Xuewan said as he stood up. We might as well get it over with quickly. Since the date is set, 3 days from now it is. Come on, let's go check out those 2 shops first. The group took a taxi to the old square. This was Pingcheng's earliest commercial hub. Although it had declined after the rise of the new square in the 2000s, it was still a gathering place for local thugs. The area was packed with roller rinks, billiard halls, internet cafes, arcades, and video parlors, making it the most chaotic part of the city, where fights broke out frequently. The fact that Du Zayur alone could control this area placed even the city's top 3 bosses, including Zhou Jinghui, couldn't handle showed just how much influence he had. Instead of heading straight to the 2 arcades, Chen Xuewan led the group around the area, listening to Li Eryong's rundown of the neighborhood as they walked. Although Chen Xuewan had been to the old square before, he had only ever played arcade games, watched a few movies, and occasionally been shaken down for some spare change by punks with dyed yellow hair. He actually knew very little about what really went on in this area. Along the way, Li Eryong drew on his experience from following Lao He, giving a detailed rundown of the local power structure. This place belongs to Dusu now, he said in a low voice. Their main business is the arcades, especially the slot machines. They bring in money fast. Most of the other shops just pay protection. As they walked, Chen Xuewan quietly memorized the location of each arcade. These all belonged to Dusu's operation. Before long, a lavish arcade appeared ahead. The massive sign above the entrance was adorned with lifelike images of characters from games like Street Fighter, King of Fighters, Knights of Valor, and Journey to the West. 4 bold characters spelled out Electronic Dynasty, making the place stand out even more. Even from the street, the sounds of games and the buzz of voices inside could be heard loud and clear. This is Dusu's headquarters, Li Eryong whispered. It's the biggest arcade in Pingcheng. The front 400 square meters are for regular games, while the back 600 are divided into one side is for slots. The other is an underground casino. They even give out free cigarettes here. How much do they make in a day? Chen Xuewan asked, narrowing his eyes. Li Eryong held up his hand, gesturing as he spoke. According to Lao He, the daily cash flow is at least 100,000. But don't just look at the income, he quickly added. The wages for all those young, pretty attendants are no small expense. Then there's rent, utilities, and paying the crew. If Dusu pockets 20 or 30,000 a day, he's doing well. As Chen Xuewan frowned, working out the numbers in his head, a commotion suddenly rippled through the crowd. People moved aside, clearing a path. A tall man with a cold, vicious look in his eyes was walking toward them, his arm around a striking woman. The woman looked to be in her early 30s, with a curvy yet slender figure and an air of effortless allure. Still, no one dared to look at her for too long because the man at her side was none other than the infamous madman himself, Dusu. Dusu's here, Li Eryong whispered urgently, his face paling. The Viper wrapped his arm around the woman and strode confidently into the crowd. Wherever he walked, people lowered their heads and stepped aside. No one dared block his path. With the woman in tow, he made his way through the doors of Electronic Dynasty, and behind him, the crowd began whispering quietly. That woman, isn't she Bossu's wife? Someone murmured. Must be. I heard Bossu married a young wife in her 20s, real attractive, great figure too, another replied. Well, looks like it's over for Bossu. The Viper's taken over his business, and now even his wife. Huh, talk about getting humiliated. Did you see that woman? The way she walked, her hips were swinging like crazy. I bet she and the Viper have been pretty close lately, someone sneered. Keep your damn voice down, another hissed. Are you trying to get us killed? The murmurs stopped abruptly, but sleazy grins lingered on their faces. Chen Xuewan frowned slightly as he listened. He turned to Li Eryong beside him and asked quietly, who's Bossu? Li Eryong leaned in and explained in a low voice. He's a businessman from Pingcheng. Made a fortune down south a few years back, then came home and invested in a bunch of local projects, bought up a lot of storefronts. Electronic Dynasty used to be his. Chen Xuewan thought for a moment, then asked, so the Viper just took over his property for free? Li Eryong scratched his head, sounding uncertain. I'm not sure about the details, but I've heard of stuff like this happening. And that woman really is Boss Hu's young wife. I've seen her before. Never thought she'd end up with the Viper. Chen Xuewan was silent for a while, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Boss Hu is just letting this happen. Li Eryong gave a cold laugh. What's he supposed to do? Get angry? That won't change anything. Boss Hu's got money, but no real power. He's got 20-something guys working for him, but they're only good for scaring off regular folks. I even heard one of his bodyguards is involved with his wife, and Boss Hu didn't dare say a word. Chen Xuewan's eyes widened in surprise. Someone that wealthy, and he's in this situation? Li Eryong shrugged. He's just scared. In Pingcheng, money means nothing without power. Look at Ho Wuya. Maybe he's not in the top 10 richest, but every rich guy in the city shows him respect. That's real influence. Chen Xuewan nodded, his expression deepening. He looked up at the Electronic Dynasty building, lost in thought for a while. Then, he led Li Eryong and the others away. Next, they visited the 2 arcades Zhou Jinghui had given them. Chen Xuewan unlocked the doors and inspected the places. Just as Zhou Jinghui had said, everything was there and ready for business. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It's not as big as Electronic Dynasty, but ITLL make us some money. Wang Zhendong stood by, his face full of excitement. Brother Wen, is this yours? Chen Xuewan smiled and nodded. That's right. Wang Zhendong could hardly contain his excitement. He knew that following Chen Xuewan meant he'd be making real money. Nearby, Li Taiju was sitting on a stool, completely absorbed in his phone. This kid had been playing Snake for 2 days, but could barely eat 10 dots before crashing into the wall was terrible at it. Still, he kept at it with determination. Li Eryong watched with a wry smile, fully aware of how tough it would be to get these 2 shops up and running. While the 4 of them were chatting, a sudden banging sound came from the door. Chen Xuewan and the others turned to look, only to see 2 young men stride in. As soon as they entered, the pair pointed at Chen Xuewan's group and shouted aggressively, "What are you doing here?" Chen Xuewan clasped his hands behind his back and replied calmly, "Just checking out my shop." The leader's face turned red with anger. He jabbed a finger at Chen Xuewan and cursed, "Your shop? Don't you know this place has already been claimed by our boss, Snake? From now on, this shop isn't allowed to open, got it? I'll give you 1 minute to close up and get out. Or don't blame me for what happens next." Chen Xuewan's expression was calm, his eyes sharp as he stared at the 2 men, not moving an inch. The 2 young thugs grew even angrier at his attitude. "Didn't you hear me? I said close up," the leader shouted, reaching out to grab Chen Xuewan by the collar. Chen Xuewan clenched his fist, ready to fight back. But just as things were about to escalate, there was a sudden crash from the side. The 2 young men instinctively turned to look, only to see a tall, burly man stand up from his seat and stride over to them, his gaze cold and intimidating. It was Li Taiju. Both young men were under 1.7 meters tall, while Li Taiju stood at a towering 1.9 meters, broad-shouldered and muscular, exuding a fierce presence. Standing there, he made the 2 thugs look like helpless children. They stared at Li Taiju in fear, too scared to make another move, and instinctively took several steps back. "Listen up. If you know what's good for you, close the shop now. Otherwise, when Snake gets here, you'll regret it." With that threat, the 2 of them bolted from the arcade as if running for their lives. Everyone in the room turned to look at Li Taiju. Even Chen Xuewan was surprised. Li Taiju usually seemed slow-witted, but at a critical moment, he knew how to scare people off. Li Eryong gave him a thumbs up and said admiringly, "Nice job, Zhuzi." Li Taiju scratched his head in confusion. Who did a nice job? Li Eryong was speechless. Seriously, is that even how people talk? Chen Xuewan tried to stifle a laugh and patted Li Taiju on the shoulder. "Zhuzi, you really scared those 2 off. Well done." Li Taiju still looked puzzled. "Scared off? Who did I scare off? Which 2? Chen Xuewan was taken aback. "The 2 guys who just ran out. Weren't you standing up to intimidate them?" Li Taiju finally realized. "Oh, you mean those 2? Huh, WHYD they run away." The 3 of them were speechless. This blockhead had scared them off without even knowing it. Li Eryong asked helplessly, "Zhuzi, you didn't do it on purpose? Then why did you suddenly stand up?" Li Taiju remembered his original intention and held out his hand. "My phone's dead. Lend me a battery." The 3 of them were completely lost for words. Wang Zhendong asked cautiously, "Zhuzi, if you weren't trying to scare them, why were you staring at them just now?" Li Taiju took the battery from Chen Xuewan and swapped it out as he replied casually, "I wasn't staring at them. I didn't even know them, just glanced over." The 3 of them were left speechless. This guy's reputation as a simpleton was well-deserved. At that moment, Chen Xuewan's phone suddenly rang. He answered, and Lai Hao's voice came through, "When go, it's done." After hanging up the phone, Chen Xuewan's face lit up with joy. He motioned for Li Eryong and the others to leave together. They had only just left when suddenly, more than a dozen men carrying objects wrapped in newspapers appeared outside the arcade, all looking fierce and menacing. Leading them were the 2 young men who had been humiliated earlier. The tattooed man at the front frowned when he saw the door tightly shut. "Damn it, isn't this place supposed to be open?" The 2 young men exchanged nervous glances, and one quickly explained, "Leopard bro, the door was open just now. We told them to close it, but not only did they ignore us, they even tried to fight us." Hearing this, the tattooed man scanned the area with a dark expression. "Everyone knows this is Snake Brothers' turf at the old square. Opening up shop here, are they tired of living?" He turned to the 2 young men. "Keep a close watch on this place. If you see anyone open the door again, let me know immediately." By the time Chen Xuewan and his group met up with Lai Hao, it was already noon. They had planned to go home for lunch, but found that Wu Lihong wasn't there. With no other choice, they went to a nearby restaurant. "Where's Sister Hong?" Lai Hao wondered aloud. "She's usually got lunch ready by now. Did that bastard He Fei scare her last night?" Chen Xuewan shook his head. "I'm not sure." "Monkey, how did your investigation go?" Lai Hao gave his report right away. "When bro, I looked into it. Over the years, He Fei has messed with a lot of women, but they've all been from regular families. But something changed about 6 months ago. He got involved with a female student who used to go to his internet cafe. Her family's well off. Both parents work for state agencies, and her uncle's on the provincial law enforcement team. Chen Xuewan's eyes lit up. What's her situation now? She's away at college, Lai Ho continued. He Fei visits her twice a month. He visits her? Yeah. She actually thinks he's her boyfriend now. I know one of her friends, she said the girl's QQ photo album is full of pictures of them together. They look pretty happy. Chen Xuewan frowned in thought. This wasn't what he expected. Had hoped to find someone with connections and hit He Fei with a rape charge. But the two of them were obviously in a consensual relationship, so that plan probably wouldn't work. Any other leads? Lai Ho shrugged. That's all I've got. I don't know any of He Fei's people. But I've heard he loves to show off, claims to have slept with 100 or 200 women. Problem is, no one's willing to report him. In fact, a lot of the girls he sweet talks actually believe he's their boyfriend. He's a real pro at conning women. Chen Xuewan thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. So he's a real ladies' man, huh? But if he can fool those girls, can he fool their families too? What do you mean? Lai Ho asked, puzzled. Chen Xuewan waved it off with a grin. Let's eat first. We've got work to do this afternoon. After lunch, Chen Xuewan immediately put his plan into action. With the help of Lai Ho's friends, they managed to access the girl's QQ photo album and printed out every picture of her with He Fei. Chen Xuewan then wrote a detailed letter, exposing every aspect of the relationship between He Fei and the girl. He placed the photos and the letter into an envelope, found a passing child, gave him 10 yuan, and asked him to deliver the envelope directly to the girl's father. Once everything was arranged, Chen Xuewan and his friends each went home. About 2 hours later, the alley suddenly filled with the roar of motorcycles. Looking out the window, Chen Xuewan saw more than a dozen bikes blocking the entrance, led by He Fei, his head still wrapped in bandages. Chen Xuewan, get out here. He Fei's furious shout echoed through the alley. Chen Xuewan stepped outside, a mocking smile on his face. Well, if it isn't Feech. Not so soon. He Fei's expression was dark, his finger pointed straight at Chen Xuewan. You coward, you set me up last night. If my brother hadn't pulled some strings to get me out, you think this would be over? Well, since you're out, try acting like a decent person, Chen Xuewan replied coldly. Bringing all these people here, are you looking to get locked up again? Trying to scare me, are you? He Fei laughed wildly. I've got people backing me too. Who cares about the law enforcement team? But you'd better watch your back at night. Don't let someone catch you off guard and end your life. His lackeys burst out laughing behind him. Chen Xuewan narrowed his eyes, calculating his next move. He Fei's threat was clear, needed to deal with this danger soon. But why hadn't the girl's father reacted yet? Had he targeted the wrong person? Just then, police sirens sounded in the distance. Several law enforcement vehicles roared up, and He Fei's crew immediately panicked. Someone whispered about running, but He Fei slapped him. Run for what? We're just riding by. Since when is that illegal? The law enforcement cars stopped right in front of He Fei. About a dozen officers jumped out, led by Captain Wang. He Fei tried to act tough. Captain Wang, you again? Who called the cops this time? I was just passing through. Captain Wang's face was grim. He barked an order. That's him. Take him away. Several officers pinned He Fei to the ground and slapped handcuffs on him. He Fei kept struggling and shouting, but Captain Wang crouched beside him, teeth clenched. Save it. This time, the provincial team ordered your arrest. With the evidence we have, 10 years would be getting off easy. He Fei was stunned. Chen Xuewan, standing to the side, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that, in the end, the girl's parents couldn't tolerate their daughter being involved with someone like He Fei. No matter how clever He Fei was or how devoted those girls might be, he could never fool their parents. After all, what parent would let their daughter be with a man with such a notorious reputation? With He Fei's issue resolved, Chen Xuewan finally felt a weight lifted from his mind. He returned home with Li Eryong and the others, still busy working out the details for the grand opening. As he was deep in thought, the door suddenly swung open and Wu Lihong walked in. Hongjia, what took you so long? We're starving over here. Li Eryong complained, grinning as he patted his stomach. Wu Lihong smiled and replied, I was out looking for a place to stay and just signed the lease. Why don't you all come over for lunch tomorrow? Hearing this, Chen Xuewan felt a slight stir inside, but he kept quiet. Wu Lihong's decision to stay with him had always made him uneasy. He understood how she felt, but he didn't want to say much about it. Lai Ho and Li Eryong, however, were stunned. They exchanged glances, confused, and asked, you rented a place? Why? Isn't it fine staying here with Wengo? Wu Lihong just laughed. It's not exactly convenient, you know. Anyway, you guys keep talking, I'll pack up my things and move out. With that, she turned and walked into the bedroom to gather her belongings. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, and everyone instinctively looked at Chen Xuewan. Even Li Taizhu, who rarely looked up from his phone, glanced over. Feeling uncomfortable under their stares, Chen Xuewan shot them a look and said impatiently, what are you all staring at? Let's get back to business, don't just stand around. He tried to focus on his plans again. We'll just open one shop for now. The second one can wait until things are more stable. The room was quiet, but Li Eryong and Lai Ho couldn't help but exchange another look, as if they wanted to say something but held back. Meanwhile, Wu Lihong had finished packing. She looked around at the room where Shed stayed for a while, her eyes turning red. Taking a deep breath, She forced down her emotions and walked out with a smile. Guys, don't forget lunch at my place tomorrow. And from now on, just like before, come over to mine for lunch. She gave everyone her new address, picked up her bags, and left. The group watched her go, their eyes full of confusion. The silence lingered for some time before Lai Ho finally spoke up, turning to Chen Xuewan with a puzzled look. Wengu, what's going on? Did you upset Hongjia? Chen Xuewan let out a cold laugh. She's not mad. Oh, come on. If that's not being mad, then what is? Lai Ho protested, sounding certain. She packed up and left. She's obviously upset. Li Eryong nodded in agreement. Chen Xuewan sighed helplessly. You two bachelors don't get it, do you? Just because she moved out doesn't mean she's angry. Li Eryong looked unconvinced. So what if we're single? Don't act like you're not. Lai Ho chimed in. Wengu, I may not have a girlfriend, but am not clueless. It's obvious Wu Lihong cares about you. She's been looking after you like a wife. If you hadn't upset her, do you think she'd move out? If you don't believe me, ask Dongzi. Chen Xuewan glanced at Wang Zhendong, who looked a bit embarrassed but nodded. Wengu, I think she was in a bad mood today too. Li Eryong went straight to the point. Wengu, as your brother, I have to ask, maybe it's out of line. Do you look down on Hongjia because of what she does? Is that why you don't want her around? That question finally pushed Chen Xuewan over the edge. He glared at Li Eryong. What the hell are you talking about? When have I ever looked down on her? Who am I to judge her? I know my own worth. I've got no right to look down on anyone. As soon as he finished, the room fell into a heavy silence. Besides, I remember every time she's helped me. Li Eryong said, since you know how much she's done for you, why did you treat her like that? She's already moved out, and you didn't even try to stop her. What does that mean? Chen Xuewan was silent for a long time before letting out a deep sigh and speaking up. Guys, let me be honest with you. I'm not an idiot. I know very well that Wu Lihong has always been good to me. But look at what we're doing right now. We're risking our lives, fighting for our future. In a situation like this, what do I have to offer a girl? How can I take responsibility for her? His words left Li Eryong and the others in heavy silence. Li Eryong sighed, as if he finally understood. So, it's not that you don't care about her. You just don't want to drag her down with you, right? Chen Xuewan replied in a low voice. For someone like me, just making it this far is already a stroke of luck. People like me lost the right to talk about love a long time ago. The group fell silent. Li Eryong and the others could only sigh quietly. It seemed that Chen Xuewan had truly set himself on a path of no return. Chen Xuewan took a deep breath and waved his hand. All right, let's drop it. Let's get back to discussing our opening. The group talked for a while longer and finally settled on the details for the opening day. 3 days later, at the north corner of the old plaza, Chen Xuewan's arcade officially opened for business. Lai Ho, Li Taizhu, and Wang Zhendong walked into the arcade with their keys, set up a string of firecrackers at the alley entrance, and got ready to celebrate the grand opening. Just then, 2 young men happened to walk by. These were the same 2 guys who had threatened Chen Xuewan before. They'd been holding a grudge ever since, and for the past few days, they'd been coming around to check if the arcade was about to open. Today, they finally saw the doors open and firecrackers hung up. The sight made them both grin. They immediately rushed to Electronic Dynasty and found Bao, the tattooed man, to report that Chen Xuewan's arcade was opening. Bao frowned and cursed angrily. Damn it, they really dared to open for business? Who the hell do they think they are? Tired of living, huh? Xiaoku, go wreck their place. If they fight back, break their legs and throw them out. One of his men immediately stood up and said through gritted teeth, leave it to me, boss. I won't let you down. Xiaoku, Bao's younger brother, sneered when he heard there were only 3 people at the arcade. Just 3 of them trying to stake a claim in the old plaza? They must have a death wish. Watch me finish them off. He rounded up 7 or 8 guys, each carrying weapons wrapped in newspapers, and they marched aggressively toward Chen Xuewan's arcade. Just as Xiaoku and his crew left Electronic Dynasty, Chen Xuewan stood up from a King of Fighters arcade machine inside the shop. Quietly, he followed them outside, expressionless, already dialing his phone. Eryong, they're coming. Get ready. Before he finished speaking, Xiaoku and his crew had already disappeared down the street, heading straight for the arcade. Li Eryong didn't come to the arcade today, was still recovering from his injuries and having trouble moving around. However, as soon as he got the call, he immediately sent a message to Lai Ho. At that moment, Lai Ho was busy preparing for the grand opening. After receiving Li Eryong's message, he shot a meaningful glance at Wang Zhendong. Wang Zhendong instantly understood and, following Chen Xuewan's instructions, pulled out several stacks of crisp new bills from his bulging pockets. Chen Xuewan had gone to the bank the day before to exchange them, so there were notes in 1, 5, 10, and 50 yuan denominations, totaling 5,000 yuan. In an era when an ordinary worker earned just 7 or 800 yuan a month, a single 50 yuan bill was enough to feed someone for a whole week. Wang Zhendong looked at the cash in his hands and hesitated. Oh go, are we really going to throw all this money? 5,000 yuan could buy a motorcycle. Lai Ho winced at the thought, but still waved his hand firmly. Do exactly as Wengu said, not a single cent left behind. With a resigned sigh, Wang Zhendong picked up the tray piled with cash and walked to the shop entrance. Outside, A large crowd had already gathered thanks to the group's publicity efforts that morning. News of the opening alone might not have caused a stir, but the promise of throwing cash on site had drawn a huge crowd, all eager to see if it was really true. As soon as the tray appeared, the crowd erupted. Oh my God, look at all that money. Are they really going to throw it? That must be thousands. Have they lost their minds? Let's wait and see, maybe it's for real. The crowd buzzed with excitement, anticipation written all over their faces. After all, who would turn down free money falling from the sky? With a smile, Liho raised his hand to address the crowd. Everyone, today marks the grand opening of our brother's arcade. Our boss isn't opening this place for profit, just wants to give everyone a place to have fun. This 5,000 yuan is a token of his appreciation, so please, help yourselves. Don't be shy. The crowd grew even more excited, cheers breaking out all around. People pressed closer, eyes glued to the tray in Wang Zhendong's hands. While making his speech, Liho kept glancing out of the corner of his eye toward a distant corner. Finally, he spotted a group of men charging their way over, led by Xiao Ku. Seeing them, Liho instinctively shrank back a little. Taking a deep breath, he quickly signaled to Wang Zhendong and shouted, "All right, let's start. Everyone, keep your eyes open. They'll count down from 554. As he spoke, Liho grabbed a handful of bills from the tray, getting ready to toss the money into the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened as they crowded around the scene, anxiously waiting for the money-throwing spectacle to begin. In the distance, Xiao Ke marched over with his crew, metal pipes barely concealed in newspapers, exuding a menacing aura. When they were less than 30 meters away, Liho suddenly waved his hand and tossed handfuls of coins into the air. Instantly, shrieks erupted and the crowd surged like a tide, scrambling madly for the scattered change. Damn, that's quite a show. Xiao Ke spat on the ground and pulled out a steel pipe from the newspaper. I'll smash your machines and break your legs. Let's see how you open up for business now. His men brandished their weapons and pressed forward, forcing their way toward the arcade. Just as they were about to break through the crowd, a glint flashed in Liho's eyes. Without hesitation, he threw the rest of the coins from his tray into the air. This time, it wasn't just loose change bills of 10 and 50 yuan fluttered overhead. The crowd went wild, and the frenzy swept Xiao Ke's gang apart. At that moment, a sharp whistle from Liho cut through the chaos. Li Taiju instantly understood, put away his phone, and quickly lit a string of firecrackers that Chen Xuewan had set up at the entrance. The loud bangs filled the air as white smoke quickly enveloped the area, plunging everyone into temporary confusion. Seizing the moment, Chen Xuewan, who had been quietly trailing Xiao Ku, sprang into action. He pulled his cap low to cover half his face, his boning knife gleaming in his hand. Moving swiftly through the crowd, he locked onto Xiao Ku, who was cursing loudly. Before Xiao Ku could react, Chen Xuewan clamped a hand over his mouth and drove the knife swiftly and precisely into his abdomen. Xiao Ke's eyes went wide in disbelief as he stared at his wound, then collapsed heavily to the ground. Taking advantage of the lingering smoke, Chen Xuewan melted into the crowd and quickly disappeared down a nearby alley. When the smoke cleared and the cash-grabbing frenzy subsided, a piercing scream rang out. Xiao Ke lay in a pool of blood, gasping for breath. His men, panicked and frantic, abandoned their plan to wreck the arcade and rushed to carry Xiao Ku toward Electronic Dynasty. After all, Xiao Ku was Leopard's younger brother, and Leopard was Viper's right-hand man. No one dared take responsibility for what had happened. At the mouth of the alley, Chen Xuewan, now in a change of clothes, watched calmly. Once he was sure Xiao Ke's crew had left, he pulled out his phone and called the police. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, he walked into his arcade and started the day's business. Just as Duzair arrived, Leopard was reporting the day's earnings. Suddenly, a series of sharp firecracker explosions sounded from outside, interrupting their conversation. Duzair frowned, his eyes narrowing as he looked out the window. What's going on? Is someone opening up shop today? Leopard got up, went to the window for a look, then turned back and reported, looks like a new arcade just opened. I've already sent Xiao Ku and the guys to take care of it. He patted his chest, full of confidence. Don't worry, boss. As long as I'm here, there's no way another arcade will open up in the old square. Duzair nodded with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. All right, I trust you to handle it. Leopard grinned, eager to please, and went back to reporting the numbers. But before long, a commotion erupted outside. A flurry of footsteps and desperate shouts. Leopard! Leopard! Something's happened. Leopard's face fell instantly. Had just been praised by the boss, and now there was trouble. How could he save face? He shot to his feet, his chair screeching across the floor, and barked. What the hell's with all the panic? What happened? A sweaty underling burst through the door, breathless and frantic. Leopard! Xiao Ku! Xiao Ke's been stabbed. Leopard's expression shifted dramatically. He grabbed the underling by the collar, practically lifting him off the ground. What did you say? Say that again. At that moment, several men came in, carrying Xiao Ke bloody and limp. His clothes were soaked in blood, his face was as pale as a sheet, and his breathing was barely there. The sight sent blood rushing to Leopard's eyes. Veins bulged in his neck as he roared. Who the hell did this? I swear I'll wipe out his whole family. The underling, still held by the collar, quickly recounted everything that had happened. Leopard's face went dark as he smashed a teacup on the floor. Are you telling me none of you saw who did it? Useless. Are you all brainless or what? The others hung their heads, not daring to meet his gaze or make a sound. Just then, Duzair stepped forward, surveying Xiao Ke's injuries with a cold, steely look. His voice was icy. They didn't hold back. A few inches higher, and Xiao Ku would be dead. Leopard's fury only grew. Boss, Xiao Ku is one of your brothers, too. For them to hurt him like this, it's a slap in your face. He clenched his fists, veins standing out. Boss, what do you want us to do? Duzair let out a cold laugh, a trace of disdain in his eyes. Is this your first day running with me? When someone goes against us, do you really need to ask what to do? Leopard immediately understood, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. This has to be connected to that new arcade. He turned to his men and barked, get Xiao Ku to the hospital. The rest of you, gather everyone, we're tearing that place down. The crew scattered to rally more men. In less than 10 minutes, Leopard had assembled more than 20 thugs armed with steel pipes and machetes, heading straight for Chen Xuewan's arcade. Duzair didn't go with them. He stood by the window, lighting a cigarette, clearly unimpressed by this petty turf war. To him, it was nothing more than kids fooling around, not even worth his attention. Meanwhile, at Chen Xuewan's arcade, Lai Ho and his team had just handed out a real 5,000 yuan, drawing a big crowd. The arcade was packed, with people crowding around the machines outside. Most customers stuck to the games near the entrance. No one ventured into the back, where the slot machines were. That was to be expected. Few people would risk playing slots in an unfamiliar place, especially a brand new arcade. It's tough to attract customers at first, and most of the people hanging around the old square knew the situation there. They mostly stayed to see how Duzair would force Chen Xuewan to close his arcade. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong sat nervously beside Chen Xuewan, their bodies trembling slightly, eyes full of anxiety. Lai Ho swallowed hard, his voice shaky. Do you really think this will work? Lai Ho couldn't help but whisper, and a faint, relaxed smile appeared at the corner of Chen Xuewan's mouth. Let's give it a shot. Worst case, we just run for it. Lai Ho's expression immediately grew serious, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. Wench, this isn't the time to joke around. This is Snake's turf. In a bit, there could be 20 or 30 guys coming by then. Running won't be so easy. Wang Zhendong's face also showed clear panic. As a former cellmate, he knew all too well about Snake's reputation was the top dog in prison, someone no one dared to mess with. Although Chen Xuewan was skilled, Wang Zhendong didn't think he could match up to someone like Snake. But Chen Xuewan remained calm and collected. After glancing at the two of them, he smiled and said, relax, I know what I'm doing. This plan could very well work. He looked up at the ceiling. Besides, didn't we prepare a backup? That finally eased Lai Ho's nerves a bit, reminding him of the lime powder they'd already set up on the ceiling. If things got ugly, they could use the same trick they'd used on Lao Hei's crew. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corner. Brother Bao appeared with a group of men. Lai Ho's face turned pale. They're here. Wang Zhendong couldn't help but suck in a breath. Over 20 thugs, all armed and looking ready for a fight, surrounded Brother Bao. Chen Xuewan stood his ground, hands behind his back, calmly facing the intimidating group. As soon as Brother Bao entered, he barked, smash it up. His men rushed forward, and in an instant, a dozen arcade machines by the entrance were reduced to rubble. Just as they were about to move in further, Chen Xuewan stepped forward. Hey, we've got no beef with you. Why are you wrecking my machines? Brother Bao raised his steel pipe and pointed it menacingly at Chen Xuewan. Cut the crap. Feng Bao, Snake's my boss. Tell your boss to get out here. I'm the boss, Chen Xuewan replied calmly. Feng Bao's rage only grew. So it's you bastard. You stabbed my little brother? I'm going to kill you today? With that, he swung the steel pipe at Chen Xuewan's head. Chen Xuewan dodged nimbly, which only made Feng Bao angrier. You dare dodge? Get him, boys. Just as the gang of thugs surged forward, a loud shout came from outside the door. Stop. What do you think you're doing? Everyone turned to see several enforcement officers standing at the entrance, their faces full of anger. Feng Bao froze, confused as to why the authorities had suddenly shown up. Unbeknownst to him, after the incident with Xiao Ku, Chen Xuewan had already called the police, and the officers had arrived just in time. As soon as the enforcement team arrived, Feng Bao and his crew immediately toned down their arrogance, hurriedly hiding their weapons behind their backs. Forcing a smile, Feng Bao quickly stepped forward and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. This old square had long been under the control of the Vipers, and the local enforcement teams had all been taken care of. They were already well acquainted with Feng Bao. The team leader took the cigarette, his cold eyes sweeping over the scene. We heard there was some trouble here. Care to explain? Oh, come on. It's broad daylight. Who would start trouble now? It's all just a misunderstanding, Feng Bao replied with a nervous grin. The team leader's gaze landed on the machines inside, now smashed to pieces. Are you sure no one's causing trouble? Absolutely sure. But we received a report that someone was injured. And seriously, too. The team leader pressed, frowning. Feng Bao's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't that his own brother who got hurt? But there was no way he could let the enforcement team find out. If things got out of hand, and they started an investigation, dealing with Chen Xuewan would become much harder. He could only force a laugh and deny it. Just rumors, nothing like that happened. The team leader glanced around, then nodded. Good. Just make sure nothing else happens. He started to turn away with his team. At that moment, Chen Xuewan calmly stepped forward. Officer, hello. I'm the owner of this shop. I was the one who called the police. We saw someone get stabbed several times right outside. He was badly wounded in the abdomen. If you look, there's still blood on the ground. That's bullshit. Feng Bao exploded with rage. You say someone's hurt, where's the victim? The team leader frowned at Chen Xuewan, clearly annoyed by his interference. Chen Xuewan remained composed. I'm not sure where the victim went, but a reporter from the Pingxing Daily happened to pass by and took photos of the scene. I heard he's gone to the nearby hospital to investigate. The enforcement team's expressions changed instantly. The team leader's eyes widened. What did you say? The reporter witnessed the whole fight and was the one who told me to call you. The team members exchanged uneasy glances, their faces growing serious. If this made the news, their usual practice of turning a blind eye could cost them their jobs. The team leader quickly shoved the pack of cigarettes back at Feng Bao. Tell me exactly what happened. Actually, all of you come with us to make a statement. Well, fully cooperate. Chen Xuewan agreed, nodding and gesturing at the wreckage. But look at what they did to my shop. The team leader's face darkened as he turned to Feng Bao and his men. Did you do this? Feng Bao looked mortified, about to speak, but the team leader cut him off sharply. Whoever's responsible, step forward. If not, you're all coming with us. With his face turning ashen, Feng Bao finally clenched his teeth and signaled for a few men to step out and be taken away by the enforcement team. As for him, he had originally planned to stay. The team leader swept his sharp gaze over everyone present and warned in a stern voice. All of you, clear out. We'll send people over later to collect evidence and take photos. Remember, if anything else happens to this place, you'll all be spending the night at the station. Feng Bao froze. Now, smashing up the shop was out of the question. Furious, he glared at Chen Xuewan, cursing him inwardly for being so cunning and cutting off their last option. But Chen Xuewan looked completely at ease, a faint, almost indiscernible smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if none of this had anything to do with him. We're leaving. Feng Bao growled through gritted teeth, leading his group away in frustration. Chen Xuewan followed the enforcement team to give his statement, while Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong stayed behind to look after the shop. Once the crowd had dispersed, the two finally let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Damn, that nearly scared me to death, Wang Zhendong said, still trembling slightly. I thought we'd have to risk our lives to escape today. Lai Ho exhaled deeply. It's better now. The enforcement team's attention is all on this place. Those guys will think twice before causing trouble again. They probably won't come back to smash things up, Wang Zhendong said, though worry crept back onto his face. But the Viper won't let this go. We stabbed Feng Bao's brother today. This grudge just got a lot bigger. Let's see what Wengu says, Lai Ho shrugged. He wouldn't have done all this if he didn't have a backup plan. Suddenly, Wang Zhendong remembered something. By the way, when did Wengu contact the reporters? I didn't see anyone taking photos just now. He was probably bluffing, Lai Ho replied. Reporters are too busy to care about stuff like this. What if the enforcement team finds out there weren't any reporters? Wouldn't they hold a grudge against Wengu? Wang Zhendong asked, worried. Meanwhile, on the other side of the old square, Li Eryong received a message from Chen Xuewan. Proceed as planned. Li Eryong quickly pulled out a slip of paper with a phone number and dialed. Pingxing Daily, how can I help you? Came the operator's voice. I'd like to speak to reporter Wang Guiwen, Li Eryong said, following Chen Xuewan's instructions. Soon, a raspy voice answered. This is Wang Guiwen. Who's speaking? Li Eryong reported immediately. Reporter Wang, I'm a concerned citizen. There was a serious assault at the old square. A young man was stabbed and is in critical condition. Then a fight broke out, with multiple people wielding weapons. The situation is very serious. What? Wang Guiwen snapped, his voice angry. Where exactly? When did this happen? Li Eryong gave all the details and location as Chen Xuewan had instructed, then hung up and texted Chen Xuewan. Done. At the enforcement team's office, Chen Xuewan saw the message and smiled slightly. He had heard about Wang Guiwen from a fellow inmate while in prison after losing his son in a gang fight. Wang had become especially sensitive to these kinds of incidents. Most reporters wouldn't care, but Wang Guiwen was sure to investigate. Chen Xuewan didn't need the story to make the papers. As long as the enforcement team thought a reporter was watching, that was enough. Now, even the Viper wouldn't dare make a move. Feng Bao stormed back to the office with his men, his face so pale, he looked like a ghost. Du Shu was lounging on the sofa, an attractive woman in his arms, clearly a new one, not the same as last time. Noticing the anger on Feng Bao's face, Du Shu frowned. Baozi, what's going on? Feng Bao, still fuming, recounted everything that had just happened. After hearing him out, Du Shu snorted and curled his lip. Bullshit. That kid's just trying to scare you. What kind of reporter would bother with something so trivial? Forget it, don't matter. Take your guys over there and wreck his little place for me. Feng Bao hesitated, then cautiously asked, Snake, what if he's telling the truth? Du Shu sneered, a flash of contempt in his eyes. So what if it's true? You're with me, are you scared of something like this? Smash it up. If anything happens, he'll handle it. Hearing this, Feng Bao's eyes lit up with excitement. Without another word, he gathered his men and got ready to move. Meanwhile, at Brothers Arcade, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were busy sweeping up broken glass from the floor. Suddenly, they saw Feng Bao leading a group of men toward them. Both their faces changed instantly. Wang Zhendong asked anxiously, Damn, they're back again? What do we do now? Lai Ho, his expression grim, said in a low voice, When told us, if Dushu's men show up again, call Air Yong. Don't panic, you'll get in touch with him now. Wang Zhendong was clearly worried. Will calling Air Yong really help? Lai Ho didn't answer. He quickly dialed Li Air Yong and explained the situation. On the other end, Li Air Yong reassured him, Don't panic. Shut the doors and hold out for 10 minutes. One already has a plan in place. Just hold the line. If you really can't, get out through the back. After hanging up, Lai Ho relayed the plan to Wang Zhendong. Wang Zhendong hurried to pull down the shutter, muttering nervously, Is holding out for 10 minutes really going to help? There's only the two of us here. Even if one has a plan, we're no match for Dushu's guys. If it gets bad, we should just call the police. Lai Ho gritted his teeth. The enforcement team won't get here for at least 10 minutes. Feng Bao just got kicked out, and now he's back. This is definitely Dushu's doing. Waiting for the authorities won't help. We might as well fight back. I trust when his plan will work. With no other choice, Wang Zhendong nodded and helped Lai Ho quickly secure the doors. By now, Feng Bao and his men had already reached the arcade entrance, banging on the doors with weapons. The noise was deafening, making both Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong grip their hands tightly, hearts pounding. The arcade had a rolling shutter and an extra iron gate outside. It looked sturdy enough, but the sound of Feng Bao smashing at the door was still terrifying. Meanwhile, following Chen Xuewan's instructions, Li Air-yong called Wang Guiwen again, his tone urgent. Things are heating up over here, send someone over right away. After hearing the situation, Wang Guiwen became anxious. He parked his bike by the side of the road, flagged down a taxi without hesitation, and headed straight for the old square. Along the way, he kept urging the taxi driver to hurry. The driver didn't hesitate, stepping on the gas and speeding up. In less than 10 minutes, he dropped him off at the old square. As soon as Wang Guiwen got out of the car, he saw Feng Bao and a group of men aggressively pounding on the door of the arcade. Wang's expression darkened instantly. Without hesitation, he pulled out his camera and snapped several photos of the scene. Feng Bao was just about to break the door open when he suddenly noticed someone taking pictures. He froze for a moment. Then his face twisted in anger. He stormed over, brandishing a weapon at Wang Guiwen, and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Who said you could take pictures here?" Wang Guiwen quickly pulled out his press ID and replied calmly, "I'm Wang Guiwen, a reporter from the Pingxing Daily." A flash of malice appeared in Feng Bao's eyes. So, a reporter really had shown up. With a furious yell, he knocked Wang Guiwen's camera to the ground and yanked out the film. The moment the film was exposed to light, it was completely ruined. Seeing his camera broken, Wang Guiwen's face turned red with anger. He couldn't help but shout, "What are you doing? What gives you the right to smash my camera?" Feng Bao pushed Wang Guiwen impatiently, sending him sprawling to the ground. He said coldly, "Shut up. Today it's just your camera. If you stick your nose in again, next time I'll break your arms and legs. Get lost." With that, he turned and gave the order, "Keep smashing." His men immediately resumed pounding on the door, the noise echoing loudly. Not far away, inside a small shop, Li Eryong watched everything through the window. In his hands was a somewhat battered camera, one that Chen Xuewan had bought secondhand just yesterday. He had already captured the entire scene, including Feng Bao knocking Wang Guiwen down and destroying the camera. As soon as he finished, Li Eryong quickly pulled out his phone and sent a message to Chen Xuewan. Meanwhile, in the enforcement team's office, Chen Xuewan was being questioned. The officer taking his statement was the same deputy captain from before, Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng appeared to be conducting an official interview, his tone was full of suspicion, more like an interrogation. He kept pressing Chen Xuewan about who had notified the reporter and who had taken the photos. Suddenly, Chen Xuewan's phone rang. He picked it up, but Zhang Feng immediately snapped, "What are you doing? We're not finished here. Who told you to check your phone?" Chen Xuewan smiled apologetically. "Sorry, it's a message from my staff. Something's happened at the shop." Zhang Feng shot him an impatient glare. "Whatever's going on can wait until we're done here. Why is it that your shop is always causing trouble? Maybe you should think about what you might have done wrong." Chen Xuewan looked steadily at Zhang Feng, realizing full well that this man was clearly siding with the gang. He responded coolly, "Sorry, I honestly don't know what I've done wrong. But right now, my shop is being vandalized, and I'd appreciate it if you could do something about it." Zhang Feng's brow furrowed and his face darkened. "That's not your concern. I haven't received any orders yet. When I do, I'll act." A faint, mocking smile appeared on Chen Xuewan's lips. Then you'd better hurry up and request those orders. My staff just told me that the reporter is back at the scene and that he's been assaulted by Feng Bao. If this isn't handled properly, and it blows up, I'm afraid your own reputation could be at risk, Captain Zhang. Zhang Feng's expression changed instantly. A reporter being attacked was no small matter. No longer caring about Chen Xuewan, he jumped up, called his men, and rushed out of the office, hurriedly dialing the gang leader and demanding that the violence stop before things got any worse. Chen Xuewan sat at the table, a cold smile on his lips. He knew that, at this point, there was no turning back. With the incident involving the reporter, the gang wouldn't dare touch his shop openly again. But the power struggle behind the scenes was far from over. When Viper received Zhang Feng's call, he was completely stunned. He had never taken Chen Xuewan seriously, thinking he was just a reckless young man who would straighten up after a lesson or two. But things had taken a turn that he never expected. Clutching his phone tightly, Viper frowned deeply. After several confrontations, not only had he failed to put Chen Xuewan in his place, but his own side had suffered significant losses. Worse still, one of his men had injured a reporter and smashed a camera. If this blew up, it would be a huge problem. Damn it. Viper cursed through gritted teeth and immediately dialed Feng Bao's number, his voice urgent. Pull everyone back, right now? At that moment, Feng Bao was leading a group of men, aggressively charging toward the arcade. They'd already smashed a hole in the door and were about to storm in when his phone rang. Hearing Viper's order, Feng Bao looked confused, but he could only curse under his breath and signal his men to retreat. Damn, we were just about to break in, Feng Bao muttered, leading his disgruntled crew away. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng arrived at the scene with several police officers. He immediately spotted Wang Guiwen lying on the ground and pieces of the broken camera scattered everywhere. Zhang Feng couldn't help but grimace. This was turning into a big deal. But he quickly noticed that the film had been destroyed. Without evidence, there was no way to prove who was responsible. Thinking fast, Zhang Feng ordered his men to secure the scene and had the bloodied Wang Guiwen taken in for questioning. After handling everything, Zhang Feng stepped aside, quietly called Viper, and said, "Brother Shi, I've taken care of it. Tell your people to stay low for now. Wait until things cool off." On the other end, Viper's face turned pale with anger, his knuckles white from gripping the phone. Still, he understood the situation and could only instruct Feng Bao and the others to hold back for now. Feng Bao was surprised after hearing Viper's instructions. "Brother Shi, it's just a little reporter. Do we really need to be this cautious?" Viper shot him a sharp glare, his eyes cold. "If it were just a reporter, I wouldn't be worried. I'm concerned someone might use this as an excuse to stir up trouble." He paused, his tone softening a bit. "But you handled it well. Destroying the film means there's no evidence. In the end, nothing will come of this. Don't worry." Feng Bao nodded, but his expression grew even darker. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, this must have been that Chen Xuewan kid's doing. I didn't expect him to be so cunning at his age. My brother's still in the hospital, probably because of him too. Brother Shi, what should we do about this?" Viper sneered, a ruthless glint in his eyes. "After all this time, do you really need to ask how we handle things? Anyone who crosses us only has one ending. We might not be able to trash his place, but that doesn't mean we can't go after him. Wait until he's released tonight, take a few guys, and deal with him." A wicked grin spread across Feng Bao's face, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "All right, Brother Shi, we'll do it your way. No matter what, we'll take that kid out tonight." It wasn't until after 4 in the afternoon that Chen Xuewan finished giving his statement and was released. The fading sunlight cast long shadows on the street as he wearily made his way back to the arcade. From a distance, he saw Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong sitting by the damaged entrance, deep in worried conversation. Inside, the arcade was nearly empty, with only a few people playing games. Meanwhile, many nearby shop owners were sitting by their doors, occasionally glancing over, obviously waiting to see what would happen next. As soon as they saw Chen Xuewan return, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong rushed over, their faces full of concern. How did it go?" Chen Xuewan forced a bitter smile and shook his head. "It's about what I expected. Zhang Feng's clearly in Viper's pocket and took their side. After taking my statement, they only detained 2 people, the rest were let go. As for any compensation for the damage to our arcade, they didn't mention a word about it." Lai Ho let out a sigh, his shoulders slumping as helplessness spread across his face. "All right, things turning out this way is already better than I expected. The Viper's people haven't caused any more trouble all afternoon. As for compensation, I think we should just forget about it." Chen Xuewan shook his head firmly, his brow deeply furrowed. "They smashed up so many of my machines, how can we just let them get away with it?" Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong exchanged worried glances, concern written all over their faces. Was Chen Xuewan really planning to push the Viper this far? Chen Xuewan walked heavily into the arcade, picked up the ledger, and glanced at the day's takings. His frown deepened even more. Business was this bad? We only sold a little over 20 yuan in game tokens? Lai Ho shrugged, spreading his hands. Our place is brand new. At best, we get a few people coming in just to play games. The real moneymakers are the slot machines, but no one's going to touch those yet. It takes time to build up a customer base. You can't expect it to happen overnight." Wang Zhendong quickly nodded in agreement. Plus, the Viper's arcade is right across the street, huge and fancy. All the wealthier customers are over there. And with Feng Bao coming in to cause trouble twice today, people are probably scared to come here. They don't feel safe. Chen Xuewan turned, his gaze drifting out the window toward the direction of Digital Dynasty. He was silent for a moment, then spoke in a low but determined voice. The beginning is always the hardest. There's no need to rush. Since business is slow today, let's just close up early and head home. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong nodded in unison. An hour later, as the sun dipped low in the sky, around 6 o'clock, Chen Xuewan had Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong tidy up and lock the doors. The three of them rode off on 2 motorcycles, their engines roaring as they disappeared down the street. No sooner had they left than a figure slipped quickly out of the shadows, pulled out a phone, and made a call. Within minutes, word reached Feng Bao. Hearing that Chen Xuewan and his friends had left, Feng Bao's eyes lit up instantly. He jumped to his feet, grabbed the weapon at his waist, and cursed through clenched teeth. Damn it, get the guys together, we're going to teach that bastard a lesson. The Viper shot him a cold glance, his voice icy. Stop right there. Feng Bao froze in his tracks, looking confused. Snake, what's wrong? Didn't you tell me to take care of him? The Viper's eyes were sharp, his tone brooking no argument. Are you out of your mind? It's just after 6, the evening rush hour. If you try to ambush him now, are you looking to get yourself killed? Only then did Feng Bao snap out of it. He scratched his head awkwardly, forcing a sheepish grin. Snake, I got a little carried away. Damn it, that bastard really pisses me off. The hospital called just now, me brother's going to make it, but he'll be stuck in bed for half a year. That's way too much. I have to get back at him for this. The Viper waved him off impatiently. I don't care if you take him out, but keep it quiet. There are reporters poking around now, and if this blows up, it'll be bad for all of us. Feng Bao nodded over and over, like a pecking chicken. Yes, they'll be careful. The Viper was about to continue when footsteps sounded outside. Someone pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing who it was, the Viper's face twisted in disdain. Feng Bao immediately stood up, glaring fiercely at the newcomer. Zhou Jinghui, what are you doing here? Damn it, I was just about to come find you. Chen Xuewan's arcade is under your name, explain yourself. What the hell is going on? The newcomer was indeed Zhou Jinghui. He wore a bitter smile. I'm here to explain things to you, Snake. He turned to the Viper, lowering his voice. Snake, can we talk in private? The Viper shot Zhou Jinghui a glance and waved his hand impatiently. The underlings understood at once and filed out of the room. Spit it out, the Viper said coldly. A flash of anger crossed Zhou Jinghui's eyes, but he quickly hid it, forcing a smile as he walked up to the Viper and lowered his voice. Snake, I came here to talk about Chen Xuewan. Are you planning to deal with him tonight? If you are, you'd better be careful. That guy Slyhell set traps. Don't fall for it. After leaving the arcade, Chen Xuewan and his 2 friends headed straight home. As they opened the door, they saw Li Taizhu squatting inside, holding a tool and sprinkling lime powder onto the ceiling. Lai Ho squinted up at the white dust on the ceiling, curiosity in his voice. Wench, why are you putting lime up there again? Are we laying an ambush for someone tonight? Chen Xuewan set down his backpack, his eyes sharpening. Dusher is ruthless and holds grudges. We stabbed Xiaoke today, there's no way Dusher will let this go. He'll definitely send someone to attack us tonight, so we need to be ready. Hearing this, Lai Ho grinned, showing a row of yellow teeth. Huh, you always think of everything, wench. With this trap, even if Dusher comes himself, he's not getting away unscathed tonight. Chen Xuewan just smiled and said nothing more. On their way back, they'd picked up some food, and after quickly eating, Chen Xuewan pulled a black bag from under the sofa and handed out a few weapons. Then he brought out several new raincoats from the inner room and passed them to the others. Put these on. Lai Ho took the raincoat with a puzzled look, the plastic rustling in his hands. What's this for? Are we heading out later? He glanced out the window at the starry night. Doesn't look like rain to me. Chen Xuewan frowned. Just do as I say and put it on. Seeing his expression, Lai Ho didn't dare ask more and obediently slipped on the raincoat. It was well designed, covering the whole body, with a transparent hood to protect the face. Once everyone was suited up, Chen Xuewan nodded approvingly. Eryong picked good raincoats. These will work. Still sweating inside the plastic, Lai Ho couldn't help but ask. Wenj, why exactly do we need raincoats? Chen Xuewan's lips curled into a faint smile. You'll see soon enough. Just keep them on, even when you sleep. He checked his watch and lowered his voice. Get ready. We'll split into 2 shifts tonight. Take turns sleeping and keeping watch so we're not caught off guard. Wang Zhendong swallowed nervously. Wench, isn't this a bit much? Chen Xuewan shot him a steely look. Dongzi, if you're running with me, you'd better be ready to risk your life at any time. If you don't have the guts, go back to the restaurant and be a waiter. Wang Zhendong straightened up, taking a deep breath. I understand, wench. I won't let you down. Satisfied, Chen Xuewan nodded, then pulled a strip of cloth from his pocket and tied a boning knife securely to his hand. He set the watch schedule, and the group hunkered down inside, holding their breath and waiting. Time ticked by. After 11, shadows appeared at the mouth of the alley, more than a dozen figures moving quietly along the wall. Leading them was Feng Bao. He narrowed his eyes, peering into the alley, and asked in a low voice, "What's the situation inside?" A lookout who'd been watching the place whispered back, "For people inside. Lights went out 2 hours ago. They're probably asleep." Feng Bao frowned, a flash of caution crossing his face. Damn, who in this business goes to bed that early? This bastard's definitely set a trap. He turned to the group behind him. "You guys got your gear ready?" The others took out glasses from their pockets, replying quietly, "All set, Baoga." Feng Bao pulled out a pair of glasses himself, sneering. "Heh, bet that bastard never expected Zhou Jinghui to warn us. If Zhou Jinghui hadn't told us about his tricks, would have barged in and ended up like Lao Hei's crew crippled by these guys." The others nodded, sly glints in their eyes. Today, Zhou Jinghui found Viper and told him everything that had happened with Lao Hei. Viper was taken aback by the news. He had always thought that Chen Xuewan was just an ordinary guy, a minor figure under his control who could be dealt with easily, so had never taken him seriously. But after listening to Zhou Jinghui, doubts began to creep into his mind. Who would have thought that Chen Xuewan could be so ruthless? Without hesitation, Viper called in Feng Bao and explained the situation. Feng Bao was just as shocked and immediately sent people to investigate Chen Xuewan. The investigation turned up even more surprising information. Chen Xuewan had a follower named Li Taizhu, who had just bought a large amount of lime earlier that day and seemed to be heading back to Chen Xuewan's place. This only confirmed Feng Bao's suspicion that Chen Xuewan was planning to use the same trick on him as he did with Lao Hei. Acting quickly, Feng Bao ordered his men to buy special goggles and had everyone put them on. He sneered, "Chen Xuewan, your tricks are nothing to be afraid of." His men nodded, faces full of excitement. Taking a deep breath, Feng Bao led the group straight to Chen Xuewan's house. When they arrived, they crouched quietly by the door, listening carefully for any sounds inside. But the house was completely silent. Feng Bao raised an eyebrow. Could he really be asleep? He signaled for one of his men to quietly pick the lock. In just a few moments, the door was open. Feng Bao pushed the door and entered, the others close behind. The house was dark, but with the faint moonlight, they could just make out the outlines of the furniture. Rushing into the bedroom, they found the bed empty. Feng Bao froze for a moment. Where is he? Just then, a faint sound came from above. Feng Bao quickly looked up and saw Chen Xuewan clinging to the wall, propped up on his hands and feet, lying flat against the ceiling above the doorway. "Chen Xuewan!" Feng Bao shouted in shock, but before he could react, Chen Xuewan ripped down a plastic sheet from the ceiling. The sheet was filled with lime, and as it tore open, the powder cascaded down like snow, instantly filling the room. Feng Bao laughed. "Chen Xuewan, you must be desperate if you think this will work on us." The others burst out laughing as well, unfazed by the lime thanks to their goggles. But Chen Xuewan wasn't finished. He suddenly lunged toward the wall and slashed a water pipe with his knife. The pipe burst, sending icy water gushing out. The two men closest to the pipe were soaked instantly. It was the dead of winter, and the freezing water sent chills through their bodies, making them shiver uncontrollably. Worse still, the water washed the lime from above straight into their faces. As the water and lime mixed, it ran down into their eyes. Instinctively, they tried to wipe it away, but that only made things worse. Their eyes stung so badly they could barely keep them open. In seconds, the room was filled with screams of pain. At the same time, Chen Xuewan quickly went around the room, slashing open every exposed water pipe. Just then, Lai Ho Wang Zhendong and Li Taizhu appeared, each carrying a bucket of water, and started dousing Feng Bao and his men. In an instant, the house turned into a scene of chaos, water spraying everywhere, drenching everyone inside. The only ones unaffected were Chen Xuewan and his three companions, all wearing raincoats and well protected. Seeing Feng Bao and the others clutching their eyes in agony, Chen Xuewan gave a cold smile and tightened his grip on his boning knife. "Let's finish this," he called out, charging forward, the blade gleaming as he led his group into the fray. Chen Xuewan charged ahead, cutting straight into the crowd. His movements were swift and efficient, his eyes sharp and focused, each step calculated with precision. By now, he was more than familiar with situations like this. Master Dust's book on the 8 extraordinary meridians truly lived up to its reputation. Its descriptions of pressure points and meridians were almost miraculous. Every strike Chen Xuewan made followed the book's techniques. His blade avoided fatal spots but could instantly render his opponents incapable of fighting. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 men had already collapsed around Chen Xuewan, clutching their wounds and writhing on the ground in agony. Seeing this, Lai Ho also rushed in, brandishing a gleaming boning knife and imitating Chen Xuewan's moves. Although he wasn't as precise, his attacks were just as ruthless. Wang Zhendong, on the other hand, stood off to the side, his boning knife trembling in his hand. His face was full of hesitation and fear, and he couldn't bring himself to act. Li Taizhu, a burly man with poor memory, couldn't recall any of the pressure points Chen Xuewan had taught him. All he could do was charge into the fight wielding a thick wooden club. He was known for his enormous appetite and surprising strength. Anyone struck on the leg by his club ended up with broken bones, their screams ringing out as they fell. Feng Bao stood at the doorway, His eyes almost swollen shut from the lime water, but the constant cries of pain told him things were going badly. He was quick-witted and didn't hesitate for a second. He turned and fumbled his way out, forcing his eyes open just enough to scan his surroundings, even though it made the pain worse. At this point, Feng Bao couldn't afford to care if he didn't escape now. Things would only get worse for him. The room was small, and Feng Bao quickly found the door. Catching sight of this out of the corner of his eye, Chen Xuewan shouted, "Dongzi, stop him!" Wang Zhendong snapped out of his daze, and, seeing Feng Bao running out the door, hurried after him. Hearing footsteps behind him, Feng Bao spun around and brandished his long knife. "Come on, he'll cut you down." Wang Zhendong was so startled by the sudden attack that he stumbled backward, desperately dodging out of the way. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Bao dashed out of the room, nearly blind. He missed a step after only a few strides and tumbled down the stairs from the second floor, landing hard and bruised. Despite the pain, Feng Bao's will to survive kept him moving. He didn't stop to check his injuries, crawling forward with both hands and feet while screaming in terror, "Help! Somebody help me! They're trying to kill me!" Chen Xuewan rushed to the door and saw Feng Bao already disappearing into the alley, his brow furrowing. Wang Zhendong, looking embarrassed, realized he'd messed up. I'll go get him back." "Are you crazy?" Chen Xuewan grabbed him by the collar, his voice low and urgent. "He's yelling so loud the neighbors are bound to come out. If you chase after him, you're just asking for trouble. Get back inside and hide." He pulled Wang Zhendong back into the house. The room was now in chaos. Most of Feng Bao's men were sprawled on the floor, clutching wounds or broken legs, their cries filling the air. Remaining calm, Chen Xuewan pulled out his phone and called the police. Afterward, he dialed Lawyer He to ask for legal advice. Lawyer He's reply was straightforward. The intruders were armed and violent, so Chen Xuewan and the others acted in self-defense and would bear no legal responsibility. This response lifted a weight off Chen Xuewan's shoulders. He signaled Lai Ho to put away the boning knife, which was still stained with blood. Wang Zhendong hung his head, looking guilty. "Brother Wen, I'm sorry. I messed things up." Chen Xuewan patted him on the shoulder and said lightly, "It's normal to freeze up the first time something like this happens. Remember how Monkey was stunned back then too? You'll get used to it after a few more run-ins." Lai Ho grinned and chimed in, making Wang Zhendong finally relax a little, a wave of warmth rising in his chest. Not long after, Captain Wang arrived with his team. Seeing the mess and the injured people scattered around, his face darkened instantly. "Chen Xuewan, it's you again. Can't you try not to cause me so much trouble?" Chen Xuewan spread his hands, feigning innocence. "Captain Wang, I didn't want this either. These guys broke into my house in the middle of the night, armed. I couldn't just sit there and wait for them to attack, could I? You have to stand up for us." Captain Wang shot him a glare. "Don't play innocent. Weren't these people here because of you? Captain Wang, you'd better be careful with your words. I'm the victim here." Chen Xuewan shot back immediately. Captain Wang let out a helpless sigh. He knew the truth. Feng Bao and his gang already had criminal records, and now they'd broken into a private home at night with weapons. Besides, Chen Xuewan had powerful backers, not to mention Lawyer He, who was a legal expert. There was no choice but to handle things by the book. So, just like last time, Feng Bao and his men were taken away, while Chen Xuewan and his friends went to give their statements. As he got into the police car, Chen Xuewan sent a text to Li Er-yong, signaling that it was time to move on to the next step of their plan. Meanwhile, at the Electronic Dynasty nightclub, Viper was lounging with a heavily made-up woman, listening to his men report the night's takings, his hand wandering inside her collar. Suddenly, a phone call shattered the mood. Useless. Viper slammed the table after reading the message. More than a dozen guys couldn't handle 4 kids and they all got caught. Everyone in the room exchanged glances, incredulous that Feng Bao could mess up something so simple. Furious, Viper dialed Zhang Feng and ordered him to find a way to bail the men out. Then he turned to his crew. "Round up more people and bring weapons. Once that kid finishes his statement, take him out on the way home." He spat on the floor. "You want to mess with me? He'll make sure you don't live to see tomorrow." Late at night, Zhang Feng was resting at home when he suddenly received a call from Du Shu. Reluctantly, he climbed out of bed, getting dressed while thinking about the trouble ahead. Since he had received plenty of favors from Du Shu, he had no choice but to step in and help now that Feng Bao was in trouble. Fortunately, he had already checked none of Chen Xuewan's people were hurt. All the injuries were on Feng Bao's side. With his connections, he figured he could smooth things over. Just as he was putting on his shoes and about to leave, he caught sight of an envelope shoved under the door. He bent down to pick it up, feeling the thick bundle inside. Tearing it open, his pupils narrowed in shock. It was a stack of photographs. The photos clearly documented everything that had happened that day. Feng Bao leading his men to smash up Chen Xuewan's arcade, Feng Bao beating up Wang Guiwen, and even the entire process of Feng Bao destroying cameras and film negatives. Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Feng's back. He had thought all the negatives were destroyed and there'd be no evidence left. He never expected these photos to exist. While he was still in shock, the phone rang abruptly. Startled, Zhang Feng answered with a trembling voice. "Who is this?" Zhang Feng, right? You saw the photos? A cold voice came from the other end. You took these photos? What do you want? I'm warning you. You're warning me? The caller cut him off. Zhang Feng, do you even understand your situation? I'm just a concerned citizen who happened to take these pictures. That's not illegal, is it? What exactly are you warning me about? Zhang Feng was left speechless. After a long pause, he finally gritted his teeth and asked, what do you want? It's simple, the caller said with a slight laugh. Handle the matter at Brothers Arcade properly. Tell Dushu that we're taking over this arcade. If you don't back off, these photos will be sent to newspapers and magazines across the province. You're with Chen Xuewan. What do you think? The caller replied, then hung up. Zhang Feng slumped to the floor, his face clouded with uncertainty. In the end, he let out a heavy sigh and pulled out his phone to call Dushu. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner outside Zhang Feng's building, Li Eryong leaned on his crutch and sent a message to Chen Xuewan. It's done. Then, limping, he disappeared into the night. At the headquarters of the Electronic Dynasty, Dushu was intently organizing the plan to attack Chen Xuewan. Papers were scattered all over his desk, a clear sign of his inner agitation. Just then, Zhang Feng's call interrupted his thoughts. After hearing what Zhang Feng had to say, Dushu slammed his fist onto the solid wood desk, producing a dull thud. Damn it, that bastard dares to threaten me? Does he really think I'm afraid of him? He'll make sure he pays for this. Dushu's furious roar echoed through the office. On the other end, Zhang Feng sounded anxious. Are you out of your mind, Dushu? If this stuff gets out, it's not just me Feng Bao and his guys will go down too. Is it really worth dragging so many people down just because of your pride? Dushu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew Zhang Feng was right. If things got out of hand and dragged so many people in, it just wasn't worth it. Especially with Feng Bao, his right-hand man who had been through thick and thin with him couldn't just ignore that. So what are you suggesting? Dushu asked through gritted teeth. Let him run that arcade. What's the big deal? Zhang Feng said, trying to reason with him. That place is out of the way, the machines are outdated, there's no way he can compete with your venues. At best, he'll just scrape by, and it probably won't last long anyway. Why waste your energy on someone so insignificant? Dushu fell silent for a long time, then finally said, teeth clenched, and if I just let him keep going, what happens to my reputation? Listen, Dushu, Zhang Feng's tone suddenly hardened. This is serious. After they're released, that arcade is going to be under our watch. If your guys cause any more trouble, don't blame me for what happens next. That's enough. Dushu cut him off coldly. I won't make things difficult for you. If Chun thinks he can stake a claim on my turf, fine, I won't touch him for now. But let's see if he has what it takes to survive here. With that, he hung up, his face dark and stormy. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewan and his group finally left the enforcement office after 2 hours of questioning. The early morning air was bitterly cold, and they shivered as they walked, but Lai Ho was still visibly excited. When you're a genius. Those bastards even brought goggles, but thanks to you having us bring raincoats, we turned the tables. If not for that, would have been in real trouble. Chen Xuewan smiled calmly. All of this, from the pipes at home to the water they'd prepared in advance, was part of his plan. Head Hadley Eryong set it up ahead of time, just for tonight's ambush. 1. How did you know they'd show up with goggles? Lai Ho asked curiously. I didn't, Chen Xuewan replied, shaking his head. I just knew you can't use the same trick twice, or at least not too close together, or people will catch on. So I made some changes to the plan, just in case. If they didn't have goggles, the line would have worked fine. If they did, my backup plan was ready. Lai Ho was stunned, thoroughly impressed by Chen Xuewan's meticulous thinking. Wang Zhendong couldn't help but sigh. 1. Following you is the best decision I ever made. We've only cleared one hurdle for now, Chen Xuewan said calmly. Whether we can really make money from here on out depends on our abilities. Anyway, let's find a place to rest. We still need to see Zhou Jinghui tomorrow morning. Why are we going to see Zhou Jinghui? Lai Ho asked in surprise. He owes me some money. I need to collect it tomorrow, Chen Xuewan replied with a smile. Zhou Jinghui owes you money? How come I didn't know about this? Lai Ho looked confused. Well, he didn't before, Chen Xuewan said with a meaningful grin, but as of today, he does. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong exchanged baffled looks, completely unable to figure out what Chen Xuewan really meant. That night, Chen Xuewan and his group didn't return home after all. Their place was flooded and completely uninhabitable. Instead, they checked into a small and not far from the old square. The inn was an aging five-story building, and they booked 2 rooms to settle in for the time being. Chen Xuewan took a room with a double bed, while Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong, and Li Taiju shared a triple room. This arrangement was something Chen Xuewan had thought through carefully. Although the crisis seemed to have passed, he still felt uneasy. He couldn't predict just how reckless Duze might be, and if Duze really came after them, Chen Xuewan knew he would be the main target. By staying in separate rooms, he hoped to protect Lai Ho and the others, so they wouldn't all be caught together. Besides, if he needed to escape, being alone would make it easier to move quickly. Back in his room, Chen Xuewan didn't rest right away. Instead, he walked over to the window and carefully studied the surroundings. The window grills were old and rusty, and a tangle of wires, pipes, and drains crisscrossed outside. When Chen Xuewan reached out and gave the grill a shake, he was surprised to snap off a piece of steel pipe with little effort. After getting a good sense of the layout, he came up with a rough plan, lay down on the bed without changing, and tried to get some sleep. Just in case, he wedged a table against the door, making it difficult for anyone to break in easily. For the first half of the night, Chen Xuewan barely slept, staying alert and ready to react at any moment. It wasn't until dawn, when the sounds of street vendors drifted in from outside, that he finally relaxed and drifted into a deeper sleep. By the time he woke up, it was already noon. Chen Xuewan called Lai Ho and the others and headed out to find somewhere to eat. Li Eryong hadn't been with them these past few days, which was exactly as Chen Xuewan planned. For one thing, Li Eryong wasn't very mobile and would have trouble escaping if anything happened, so keeping him apart was actually safer. For another, Chen Xuewan had given him some tasks to take care of. Moving alone, Li Eryong was less likely to attract attention and could get things done more easily. After lunch, Chen Xuewan sent Lai Ho and the others to open up the arcade, while he went alone to Zhou Jinghui's villa. At that moment, Zhou Jinghui was sitting at his table, frowning and clearly troubled. The night before, he had already heard the news that Feng Bao and his men had been taken down, which came as a shock. He had even gone to the old square to warn Duze ahead of time, telling him to be on guard. But no one could have predicted that Chen Xuewan would be so cunning, using not just a lime trap, but also flooding the place, leaving Feng Bao and the others at a huge disadvantage. Zhou Jinghui sighed helplessly, glanced at Xiao Ma beside him, and spoke with a mix of anger and relief. See? I told you Chen Xuewan is too crafty for the usual tricks. Luckily, you didn't take anyone over there, or you'd have been the one in trouble. Xiao Ma still looked a bit shaken, remembering how Head wanted to take people to deal with Chen Xuewan, but Zhou Jinghui had stopped him. Now, looking back, he was glad he hadn't done anything too foolish. Back then, he just thought Zhou Jinghui was being overly cautious. Only now did he finally understand Zhou wasn't timid. It was simply that dealing with Chen Xuewan was truly a nightmare. Xiao Ma lowered his voice and cursed. That Chen Xuewan really is a snake. But after causing such a huge scene this time, he's made a mortal enemy out of Viper. With Viper's temper, there's no way he'll let this go. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Jinghui shook his head. It's not that simple. With Viper's personality, after something this big, Chen Xuewan should have been dealt with the minute he left the police station last night. But there's been nothing. His arcade is still open as usual, and Viper hasn't made a single move. I'm telling you, Chen Xuewan must have something on Viper that's keeping him at bay. No way, Xiao Ma said, eyes wide. We're talking about Viper here. Zhou Jinghui was about to explain when one of his men burst in, looking anxious. Boss Hui, Chen Xuewan's here. He insists on seeing you. Zhou Jinghui's expression changed instantly. Damn it, why is that guy showing up now? Xiao Ma sucked in a sharp breath. Boss Hui, could it be that your tip-off got exposed? Zhou Jinghui shuddered, sweat beading on his forehead. Tell him I'm not here. The lackey hesitated. Boss Hui, he said if you don't see him today, he'll have to talk to you at your grave next time. Son of a bitch. Zhou Jinghui slammed his hand on the table. That bastard's threatening me? Xiao Ma was furious too. Who does he think he's scaring? Boss Hui, let me get the guys and take care of him. Though Zhou Jinghui was livid, he forced himself to calm down. Xiao Ma, have the boys wait outside. No rash moves. Let Chen Xuewan in. I want to see what game he's playing. Soon, Chen Xuewan swaggered into the room. Zhou Jinghui immediately put on a welcoming smile. Chen, my friend. Long time no see. How have you been? After a few pleasantries, Zhou Jinghui joked. I heard you're planning to pay your respects at my grave? Come on, I've always treated you well, why curse me like that? Chen Xuewan smiled meaningfully. Boss Hui, I'm not cursing you. I'm just telling it like it is. Suddenly, his tone shifted. I heard you met with Viper yesterday? Zhou Jinghui kept a straight face. Yeah, we talked for a bit, nothing serious. Oh really? Chen Xuewan sneered. Funny, I heard you told him all about my tricks for dealing with old Hay. Viper's guy showed up at my place last night, fully armed. Zhou Jinghui tried to act calm. Come on, you don't seriously think I'd snitch on you, do you? Is that really what you think of me? Suddenly, Chen Xuewan's smile vanished. He leaned in close, lowering his voice. Boss Hui, the problem is, Viper might not see it that way. Think about it. You told him about old Hay. They followed your lead and ended up getting played by me. What if Viper thinks the two of us set him up together? At that, Zhou Jinghui's face went pale. Only then did he realize what Chen Xuewan was really after. Zhou Jinghui's face was deathly pale, sweat beading on his forehead. He knew all too well that he had just tipped off Viper yesterday, and now Viper's people had run into trouble with Chen Xuewan. The timing was just too suspicious. Anyone would suspect he was secretly working with Chen Xuewan. If Viper started thinking along those lines, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Jinghui forced down his panic, trying his best to keep his voice steady. Chen Xuewan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Hui, I'm not talking nonsense. Think about it, you sold me 2 stores for just 5 yuan each. Outsiders already think we're close. Now, after what happened, don't you think Viper will see us as partners? Zhou Jinghui grew even more flustered, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. He drew a shaky breath, his voice trembling. Chun, you handled Feng Bao and the others on your own. That has nothing to do with me. Viper won't see it that way. Oh, really? Chen Xuewan replied with a faint smile. Maybe he won't. But what if I start spreading the word? Zhou Jinghui froze, staring at him in confusion. What do you mean? Chen Xuewan leaned in, lowering his voice. Hui, what if I tell everyone you're my close friend, that you've given me a lot of support and help? Or his voice dropped even lower. What if I tell Viper directly that you put me up to dealing with him? What do you think he'll do to you then? Zhou Jinghui's expression changed instantly. He grabbed Chen Xuewan by the collar. Chun, are you trying to get me killed? At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Xiaoma barged in with several men, clearly ready for trouble. Chen Xuewan remained calm, casting a contemptuous glance at the newcomers. Hui, let's not pretend. You were planning to take me down too, weren't you? If you hadn't snitched, I wouldn't have had a chance to set you up. Since you made that choice, you'll have to face the consequences, right? He turned to Xiao Ma and the others with a cold smile. What now? Still can't control your dogs? Hui, if you can't keep them in line, I'm happy to help. Zhou Jinghui was furious, but he had no choice but to take a few deep breaths to calm himself. In the end, he could only wave Xiao Ma and the others off. After this round of confrontation, he realized just how dangerous Chen Xuewan truly was. He knew better than to make any rash moves now. Chen Xuewan, what is it you really want? Zhou Jinghui asked gravely. So you're ready to talk business, Hui? Chen Xuewan smiled. Then I'll get straight to the point. I'm a little short on cash. I want to borrow some money from you. Zhou Jinghui relaxed a little. As long as it was about money, there was room to maneuver. How much? 10 million. The number hit Zhou Jinghui like a bolt from the blue. He jumped out of his chair. How much? 10 million? Are you out of your mind? You might as well go to Viper yourself. Where am I supposed to get 10 million for you? Seeing Zhou Jinghui's intense reaction, Chen Xuewan realized he might have asked for too much. He chuckled and said, Hui, if it's not convenient for you right now, just give me 3 or 5 million. I'm not picky. Zhou Jinghui waved him off immediately. 3 or 5 million. I don't even have that much. What? Do you think I run a money printing factory? After a round of haggling, Chen Xuewan finally managed to extort 1 million from Zhou Jinghui. Chen Xuewan wanted cash, so Zhou Jinghui had to pull a lot of strings to scrape together the money from different sources and handed it over in a heavy suitcase. With this large sum in hand, Chen Xuewan was in high spirits. As he was leaving, he smiled and said, Hui, have Xiao Ma drive me. It's not easy to get a cab out there. Zhou Jinghui's face darkened, but he waved at Xiao Ma, signaling him to give Chen Xuewan a ride. Xiao Ma looked reluctant, but he still drove Chen Xuewan straight to the bank. Chen Xuewan deposited 700,000 into his account. He already had 300,000 there, so now it totaled 1 million. He transferred the remaining 300,000 to another card. This money was meant for Li Er-yong, who would use it to arrange surgery for Wu Lihong's younger brother at the hospital. Chen Xuewan had already learned that Wu Lihong's brother needed urgent surgery, and she had been working odd jobs to scrape together the hospital fees. This sum was just enough to cover the operation. It was the only way Chen Xuewan could think of to repay Wu Lihong. Once everything was settled, Chen Xuewan headed back to the arcade. Business at the arcade was still slow, with just a handful of people playing games. The slot machines in the back were almost deserted. However, Chen Xuewan noticed law enforcement officers patrolling outside from time to time. It seemed Zhang Feng was really scared now and had stepped up security. Seeing this, Chen Xuewan felt a bit more at ease. As long as the arcade could keep operating as usual, that was the first step. As for how to boost business, he'd have to find another way. With nothing else to do, Chen Xuewan pulled up a chair and sat by the door, soaking up the sun. He hadn't slept a wink last night. Even though he'd napped all morning, he still felt tired and started to doze off. Just as he was drifting off, Liho suddenly came over and whispered, Someone from Viper's crew is here. Chen Xuewan snapped to attention, immediately jumping up and gripping the boning knife at his waist, scanning his surroundings warily. But he only saw Liho standing nearby. Where are they? How many? Chen Xuewan asked. Liho nodded. He's inside, just one guy? Chen Xuewan tensed and picked up his pace as he walked into the arcade. Sure enough, there was only one man inside. He breathed a little easier, but he didn't let his guard down. From what he knew about Viper, anyone he sent would be tough and ruthless, definitely not someone to underestimate. Even though there was only one, Chen Xuewan stayed on high alert. He approached the man with a slight smile. And you are? The visitor was a short man in his 30s, with a greasy middle-part hairstyle and a thin mustache. When he saw Chen Xuewan, he immediately grinned. You must be one. Ding Sainer, the accountant for Electronic Dynasty. Chen Xuewan's heart skipped a beat. He knew Viper had a strategist called Ding San, who handled a lot of his business. So your brother Ding San, I've heard a lot about you. Chen Xuewan said with a smile. What brings you here today? Ding Sainer laughed and waved his hand. No need to be so formal, one. I'm just here to pass on a message from Brother Shi. There's been a bit of a misunderstanding, and Brother Shi would like to invite you to dinner tonight to clear the air. He's also invited a few other friends from the business. The dinner will be at Chunji restaurant, hope you'll join us. When Chen Xuewan heard that Snake was inviting him to dinner, his heart skipped a beat. He frowned slightly, his eyes flashing with wariness. It seemed Snake wasn't interested in playing games anymore, wanted a direct confrontation. This wasn't an ordinary dinner invitation. It was clearly a Hongmin banquet, a trap disguised as hospitality. Chen Xuewan took a deep breath and forced a wry smile. Brother Ding-san, I'm really sorry. I already have plans tonight, so it's not convenient for me to come. Could you let Brother Snake know for me? Tell him I'll treat him to dinner another day instead. Ding-san didn't look the least bit upset. He just smiled faintly. No problem. We were too hasty and didn't consider your schedule. No blame on you, Brother One. He paused, a meaningful glint flashing in his eyes. How about this? Let's exchange numbers. The dinner is still set for tonight, so if you change your mind, just give me a call anytime. With that, Ding-san pulled out his phone and cheerfully exchanged contact information with Chen Xuewan. As Ding-san left, Chen Xuewan's frown deepened. Those parting words made him uneasy. From Ding-san's tone, it was as if he was certain Chen Xuewan would change his mind. Did that mean, no matter what, Chen Xuewan wouldn't be able to avoid this dinner tonight? After a moment of thought, Chen Xuewan's expression hardened. He turned and called out to Lai Ho, "Lai Ho, close up." Lai Ho immediately understood. He pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and quickly handed some to the customers engrossed in their games, sending them on their way. Then he swiftly pulled down the arcade's metal shutter and locked the door with a loud click. Chen Xuewan hurried into the back room with Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong. As for Li Taiju, he was already hooked on the arcade games, completely absorbed in playing Raiden 3. His skills were pretty poor, didn't know how to dodge bullets in the shooter, and just kept using his special attacks to clear the screen. When he ran out of special moves, he'd just pop in another coin and start over. Had prepared over 100 tokens, just so he could keep playing. Chen Xuewan knew Li Taiju was no help when it came to making plans, so he only brought Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong inside. Once the door was closed, Chen Xuewan repeated Ding San's words, his face grave. After hearing everything, Lai Ho frowned. Another dinner invitation? Sounds just like what Zhou Jinghui did before. Chen Xuewan shook his head, worry flickering in his eyes. Snake isn't like Zhou Jinghui. If it were Zhou, I wouldn't be worried. But Snake is much more ruthless and unpredictable. He's reckless and doesn't care about consequences. You can't judge him by normal standards. Wang Zhendong stepped closer and lowered his voice. So what are you thinking when? We can't go to that dinner, Chen Xuewan replied firmly. Lai Ho shrugged. Then we just don't go. Chen Xuewan shook his head, his expression even more serious. It's not that simple. With Snake's personality, if we don't show up, he might just have us dragged there by force. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong both went pale, a chill running down their spines. If that happened, they'd really be in danger. Lai Ho swallowed hard and whispered, "What should we do now when?" Chen Xuewan frowned, bracing himself on the table. "Let's just get through tonight first. Lai Ho, call Er Yong and tell him to go back to his hometown and lay low, so no one can grab him. Dongzi, gather up the cash. We need to find a place to hide before Snake makes his move. Don't let him track us down." Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong nodded immediately and hurried out to take care of things. Their footsteps echoed through the empty arcade, tense and hurried. Chen Xuewan sat in his chair, brow furrowed in deep thought. Before long, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong had finished making all the arrangements. Chen told them to gather their belongings and called Li Taiju to join them. The group quietly slipped out of the arcade through the back door. Without wasting any time, Chen led them straight to the Pingqing law enforcement squad. When they arrived at the entrance, Lai Ho instinctively shrank back and asked in a low voice, "One, are we going to the police?" Chen glanced at him impatiently. "Why call the police? Viper hasn't made a move yet. Would it even help?" Lai Ho scratched his head, confused. "Then why are we here?" Chen pointed at the hotel across the street and calmly said, "We're staying there tonight. It's close to the law enforcement squad. No matter how bold Viper is, he wouldn't dare try anything here." Lai Hao's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. "One, you're brilliant. Staying here, we'll be safe for sure." Chen waved his hand and reminded them, "Not absolutely safe, but it's better than anywhere else. Tonight, Monkey and Juzi will share a room. Dongzi and I will take the other. As usual, we'll take turns keeping watch. We can't afford to be caught off guard and not even have a chance to call for help." Lai Ho and the others nodded in agreement. Chen then booked 2 adjacent rooms, and everyone settled in. For safety, they didn't even go out for dinner, they just ordered takeout to the hotel. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Wu Lihong dragged her tired body into Pingqing Hospital, carrying a lunchbox in her hand. She hadn't had any proper rest lately, working during the day to support her family while her brother's illness kept flaring up, forcing him to stay in the hospital for days. No matter how exhausted she was, she insisted on bringing him meals herself, never wanting him to see any sign of her fatigue. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Wu Lihong put on a smile and entered her brother's room. But when she pushed open the door, she found the bed empty. Her heart tightened with panic. She immediately remembered a similar incident from before. Back then, her brother had tried to sneak out of the hospital, worried about being a burden, and almost got into trouble. After searching for hours, she found him, and since then, Wu Lihong never dared to let her guard down. She reminded the nurses every day to keep an eye on him. In a panic, She rushed into the hallway and happened to run into a nurse. "Nurse, where's my brother? Do you know where he went?" Wu Lihong asked anxiously, her eyes full of worry. The nurse smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Xiaohong, your brother's fine. He just went for some tests." Wu Lihong let out a sigh of relief, but then asked in confusion, "Tests? Is his condition getting worse?" The nurse shook her head with a smile. "No, he's just having a pre-surgery checkup. Specialists from the province will be here in 3 days to perform his operation. He needs to go through a series of tests today." Wu Lihong was stunned for a moment, unable to process the news. "Surgery? What surgery?" The nurse gently explained, "The one you've been wanting him to have. The operation fee's already been paid, and the specialists will take care of it. These tests are just the routine pre-op procedures." Suddenly it all made sense to Wu Lihong, but her surprise was quickly replaced by worry. "The surgery fee? I've been saving for so long, and only managed to scrape together 100,000 yuan. That's nowhere near enough." The nurse smiled and tried to comfort her. "It's all paid, and there's even some left over. Your friend paid 300,000 and one got here, might even be a refund." Wu Lihong stared at her in confusion. "My friend? Which friend?" The nurse thought for a moment and said, "The young man with the crutch who came the other day. He deposited the money directly into your brother's account. Before he left, he said his name was Wan, and he was helping with the payment." Wu Lihong's heart skipped a beat. She whispered in shock, "Chen Xuewan?" The nurse nodded. "That's him." As soon as she heard the name, tears welled up in Wu Lihong's eyes. A wave of indescribable emotion swept over her, filling her with warmth and gratitude that melted away all her exhaustion and stress. The nurse, thinking Wu Lihong was just overwhelmed, gently patted her on the shoulder and said, "It's all right, Xiaohong. Don't get too worked up. Your brother has a lot of tests today and probably won't be done until late. Maybe come back tomorrow?" Wu Lihong nodded, took her lunchbox, and left the hospital. But now there was only one thought in her mind: she had to find Chen Xuewan and thank him in person. She quickened her pace, heading straight to Chen Xuewan's house without hesitation. By the time Wu Lihong arrived at Chen Xuewan's house, night had already fallen. She stood at the door, panting for breath, and knocked a few times, but there was no response. Just as she was about to pull out her phone to make a call, a man with a thin mustache and slicked back hair silently appeared beside her. "Looking for Chen Xuewan, are you?" the man asked, a faint, ambiguous smile on his face. Wu Lihong eyed the stranger warily, instinctively pressing her lips together. "You must be Wu Lihong, right?" the man continued, his gaze lingering on her face. "I have to say, you're quite pretty." His words made Wu Lihong tense up. She instinctively took a step back. "Who are you? What do you want?" "My name's Ding San," the man replied, his unsettling smile unwavering. "Chen Xuewan is having dinner with my boss tonight. He asked me to wait here and take you to him." Wu Lihong scoffed inwardly. She was young, but not naive. Her visit was entirely spontaneous. There was no way Chen Xuewan could have known in advance. Still, after all she had been through lately, she had learned how to put on a mask. "Oh, where is he? Let's go now," she said, feigning innocence. A flash of satisfaction crossed Ding San's eyes. "At Chinji Grand Hotel. He'll drive you there." Wu Lihong nodded and deliberately walked toward the stairs. As she brushed past Ding San, she suddenly grabbed his shoulder and drove her knee hard into his groin. The move was quick and Precious collapsed to the ground before he could even scream. But her escape attempt failed. As she turned to run, several burly men suddenly emerged from the darkness and quickly subdued her. Someone clamped a hand over her mouth and forced her to the ground. Clutching himself, Ding Sen limped down the stairs, his face twisted in pain. He kicked Wu Lihong angrily. "You little witch, you're tough, aren't you? Take her to Snake Brothers' factory. I'm going to the hospital." Trying not to laugh, the thugs dragged the struggling Wu Lihong into a sedan that had been waiting nearby. By 6:30, night had fully set in. In a hotel room across from the law enforcement team's office, Chen Xuewan and 3 others had just finished dinner and were playing cards to pass the time. A sudden knock at the door made everyone tense up instantly. Li Taiju put down his phone and grabbed a wooden stick. At Chen Xuewan's signal, Li Ho quickly opened the window to prepare an escape route, while Wang Zhendong pulled out several bags of lime powder from under the bed. They all put on goggles, ready for a fight. Chen Xuewan cautiously peered through the peephole. He saw a hotel staff member standing alone outside. "What do you want?" he called out without opening the door. "Excuse me, sir, someone asked me to deliver this envelope to you," the staff member replied. Chen Xuewan frowned. "Just slide it under the door." The waiter immediately bent down and slipped an envelope through the crack under the door. Then, without another word, he left. Chen Xuewan picked up the envelope with a puzzled look, tore it open, and a stack of photographs slid out. The moment he bent down to gather them, his face turned ashen. Wang Zhendong, also known as Monkey Lai, leaned over for a look and gasped sharply, his voice trembling. "Isn't that Sister Hong?" The scenes in the photos were chilling. Wu Lihong was bound hand and foot with thick rope, lying helplessly on a cold floor. But what was truly terrifying was the massive iron cage behind her. Inside coiled a huge python, gray and white, as thick as a bowl and at least 4 or 5 meters long. The snake's cold eyes were fixed on Wu Lihong, as if already considering her its prey. Chen Xuewan drew in a sharp breath, instantly understanding this had to be the work of Duxie. There had been rumors that after getting out of prison, Duxie had become even more ruthless and was keeping a giant python at home. He hadn't believed it, but now it was clearly true, and that bastard had even kidnapped Wu Lihong. Monkey Lai was so frightened his lips trembled as he stammered. That snake is huge. If they let it out, Sister Hong is as good as dead. Wang Jindong panicked as well, cursing, "Damn it! Who the hell did this? Who else could it be?" Monkey Lai shot back angrily. "It's gotta be that bastard Duxie. He's not even human." As Monkey Lai and Wang Jindong continued to curse in outrage, Li Taiju scratched his head and asked innocently, "Don't snakes hibernate in winter?" Monkey Lai rolled his eyes. "Come on, Duxie's place has central heating. Why would the snake need to hibernate?" Just then, Chen Xuewan's phone rang. The caller ID showed Ding San's name. This time, Chen Xuewan had no choice but to answer. "Good evening, Wench." Ding San's voice came through the line, dripping with an unpleasant cheerfulness. "So, did you get the photos?" Chen Xuewan forced down his anger, his voice surprisingly calm. "Ding San, what's this about? Are you trying to threaten me with Wu Lihong? Maybe you don't know, but I ended up in prison because Wu Lihong bribed witnesses to frame me. If you haven't even figured that much out, do you really think you can use her against me?" Ding San let out a harsh laugh. "Wench, I don't care what's going on between you and Wu Lihong. Brother Snake only gave one order: if you're not here by 8 tonight, that cage opens and the python gets released." Chen Xuewan's face darkened, his fists clenching instinctively. Ding San went on. "Oh, almost forgot to mention the python hasn't eaten in over 20 days. It's absolutely starving. If Wu Lihong really is your enemy, consider this a favor from me, just a little gift, haha." Chen Xuewan's expression grew even more grim. He knew he had no choice left. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. He'll be at Chen's hotel before 8. But when I get there, I need to see Wu Lihong. If she's missing so much as a hair, none of you will see me." "No problem," Ding San replied with a laugh. "My only job is to invite you for dinner. If you show up, I swear on my own head, Wu Lihong will be returned to you completely unharmed." Chen Xuewan clenched his jaw, his voice icy cold. "You just wait." After Chen Xuewan hung up the phone, his face turned grim, his eyes cold and sharp. Seeing this, Lai Ho and the others immediately gathered around, worry written all over their faces. "Wench, what happened?" Lai Ho asked urgently, his fingers unconsciously clenching into a fist. Chen Xuewan took a deep breath and told them everything that Viper had said on the phone. As soon as he finished, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. "They've got Sister Hong." Lai Ho shot to his feet, veins bulging on his forehead. "What do we do now? Wench, what's your plan?" Chen Xuewan clenched his fists and let out a heavy sigh, his voice low but determined. "Wu Lihong once saved my life. No matter what, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I have to go to this dinner Viper invited me to." Wang Jindong immediately stepped forward, his voice anxious. "Wench, that's a trap. Viper is dangerous enough on his own, and who knows how many men he'll have lying in wait. If you go, you might not make it back." Chen Xuewan shook his head, his gaze unwavering. "I don't have a choice. I have to save Wu Lihong." He turned to Lai Ho and the others, his tone softening. "But you guys don't need to come with me. This is my problem. There's no reason for you all to risk your lives too." With that, Chen Xuewan pulled a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lai Ho, its surface glinting coldly under the light. "Hosey, if I don't make it back, split the money on this card between you all. There's $1 million on it, each of you gets 200,000, and the last 200,000 goes to Wu Lihong's brother. And if you remember, please burn some paper money for my parents on holidays." As soon as he finished, Chen Xuewan stood up, slid a sharp, boning knife into his pant leg, and turned to leave. Suddenly, Lai Ho slammed the card to the floor with a loud, crisp sound, then spat angrily. "Damn it, Chen Xuewan, what's that supposed to mean?" Chen Xuewan froze, turning back in confusion. "What's wrong?" Lai Ho's eyes were red as he glared at him. "Chen Xuewan, do you think I'm not your brother?" "Sure, I'm not anyone important, but I know what brotherhood means. We haven't been together that long, but I already see you as my big brother. And now, you want me to walk away? Do you think I'm not good enough?" Hearing Lai Ho's words, Chen Xuewan felt a surge of emotion. This brother was truly loyal. "Hosey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. It's just this is too dangerous." Chen Xuewan sighed, frowning deeply. "Before, I at least had a fighting chance. But this time, it's on Viper's turf. Everything will go according to his plan. Wu Lihong is still in their hands, and honestly, I don't have any confidence." Lai Ho gritted his teeth, his face tense. "So what if we're not confident? Well, just fight them. I'm not someone who's afraid to die." He turned to Li Taiju. "What about you, Zhuzi?" Without hesitation, Li Taiju put down his phone and looked up, determination in his eyes. "Who are we fighting?" "I'm in." Lai Ho looked to Wang Jindong, who took a deep breath and nodded. "Screw it, let's do this. Wench, I'm with you." Looking at his three brothers, Chen Xuewan's eyes reddened slightly. He took a deep breath and clapped Lai Ho on the shoulder, his voice steady. "Good brothers. Since you're all with me, We need to plan carefully and at least make some preparations. Viper may be tough, but we're not just going to sit here and wait to die. Lai Ho nodded immediately, excitement flashing in his eyes. No problem. Wench, he'll go get some lime right now. Chen Xuewan waved his hand, a glint in his eyes. We've used lime twice, already Viper will be ready for it. We need a new tactic. Lai Ho scratched his head, curious. Wench, what do you have in mind? After a moment's thought, Chen Xuewan's eyes lit up. Hosey, go get some gasoline. Dongzi, you grab some beer bottles and some rags. The three exchanged glances, instantly understanding Chen Xuewan's plan. Lai Hao's eyes lit up as he immediately understood what Chen Xuewan meant. Without wasting any time, the group sprang into action. Lai Ho quickly swiped 2 cans of gasoline from a nearby parked vehicle, the liquid sloshing with a dull thud in the plastic containers. Meanwhile, Wang Zhendong managed to get his hands on a whole crate of beer bottles, their glass clinking crisply as he carried them. They didn't bring these supplies into the hotel, as Chen Xuewan, ever cautious, suspected that the place might already be under surveillance by Snake's men. Somehow, Lai Ho found a battered old tricycle, its wheels creaking loudly as it moved. The three of them loaded the gasoline and beer bottles onto the rickety tricycle and quickly left the area. Eventually, they found a deserted alley on the outskirts of the city. The narrow, shadowy passage was perfect for their secret preparations. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong kept watch at either end of the alley, occasionally peeking out to make sure no one was approaching. Chen Xuewan crouched on the ground, carefully pouring gasoline into the beer bottles, the pungent smell filling the air. He expertly stuffed rags into each bottle, assembling a batch of crude but deadly Molotov cocktails. After everything was ready, Chen Xuewan felt his nerves relax just a bit. He waved Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong over, then pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. Quickly, he sketched a rough map of the Chunji Grand Hotel, his pen moving swiftly as he marked entrances, exits, and other key locations. He knew the hotel well, having passed by it countless times during his school days. You'll be here, Chen Xuewan said to Lai Ho, pointing at a spot on the map. Then he turned to Wang Zhendong. You cover this position. As soon as I give the signal, use the Molotovs to clear a path. His voice was low and steady. Li Taizhu, with his brute strength, would force a breakout at the critical moment and help Chen Xuewan fight his way out. With the plan set, Chen Xuewan took out his phone and dialed Li Eryong. Get in touch with Zhang Feng, he said curtly. We're counting on him tonight. Chen Xuewan knew that no matter how carefully he planned, their odds against Snake's gang were slim. Zhang Feng was his biggest hope. If Zhang could keep things under control, Chen Xuewan might just make it out alive. Once everything was ready, Chen Xuewan split off from the group, flagged down a taxi, and headed straight for the Chunji Grand Hotel. The others rode the tricycle along back roads, quietly making their way to the same destination, ready to back him up. At 7:50 p.m., Chen Xuewan stood at the entrance of the hotel and immediately sensed something was off. 5 or 6 burly men with fierce expressions stood guard at the door, arms crossed as they scanned the area vigilantly. The usually bustling hotel was eerily empty tonight. Snake's men had clearly cleared the place out. With no bystanders around, it was the perfect setup for a deadly confrontation. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuewan straightened his back and walked confidently toward the entrance. As soon as he reached the doors, the group of thugs surrounded him like a pack of hungry wolves. Leading them was a man with tattoos snaking up his neck. He waved impatiently and growled, "Private event tonight. No outsiders allowed." Chen Xuewan's expression didn't change. He replied calmly, "My name is Chen Xuewan. Snake invited me." At that, the men all turned to glare at him, their eyes full of hostility. The tattooed man looked him up and down, then spat on the ground and sneered. "So you're that Chen Xuewan? I thought you'd be some kind of monster. Turns out you're just a snot-nosed kid." The others burst out laughing. It was true, not even 20. Chen Xuewan was thin and looked anything but intimidating. Unfazed, Chen Xuewan glanced coldly at them and said, "A snot-nosed kid is still better than a guard dog, isn't it?" The thugs' laughter died instantly, replaced by fury. Chen Xuewan had clearly insulted them. The tattooed man grabbed Chen Xuewan by the collar, his face red with anger. "What did you say, punk? Want me to make you crawl upstairs?" A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chen Xuewan's mouth. Suddenly, he kneed the tattooed man hard in the groin. The man let out a pained scream, instinctively clutching himself and doubling over. In that split second, Chen Xuewan pressed a sharp boning knife to the man's throat, the cold blade slicing into his skin as blood trickled down, leaving a stark red line on his pale neck. Forced to lift his head, the tattooed man found himself locked in Chen Xuewan's grip, the knife poised right over his artery, a slight movement away from death. The other thugs froze in shock, shouting, "What the hell are you doing? Let him go, or you're dead. You're asking for it." They clenched their fists but didn't dare move in. Ignoring their threats, Chen Xuewan looked up at the hotel's second floor and raised his voice. "Snake, is this how your men behave? Need me to teach them some manners?" A window on the second floor slid open, and a cold voice called down, "What a bunch of idiots. Sorry to let you see this, Brother Chen. Since you're here, come upstairs and let's talk." Chen Xuewan gave a chilly smile, released the tattooed man, and pushed him aside before striding boldly toward the stairs. The thugs' faces were dark with anger, but with Snake's order, none of them dared stop him. Chen Xuewan walked up to the second floor and spotted Ding San standing at the top of the stairs, grinning obsequiously and rubbing his hands together, looking every bit the eager host awaiting an important guest. "Wench, you're finally here. Brother Shi and the others have been waiting for you," Ding San said, his smile wide and his voice barely able to hide his excitement. "This way, please." As Chen Xuewan reached the last few steps, Ding San immediately backed up a few paces, putting some distance between them. His gaze was wary, his body angled defensively, clearly on guard against a sudden attack. Chen Xuewan caught the subtle movement and let out a cold laugh. "Hold on. Where's Wu Lihong?" Ding San's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "You really are loyal, wench. The first thing you ask about is that girl. No wonder she's so devoted to you. She'd rather die than drag you down." Chen Xuewan's face went pale and a flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. "What were you saying?" "Don't worry, wench," Ding San said, waving a hand casually. "She's fine. After we brought her here, she tried to kill herself. Did want to be your burden." Chen Xuewan's heart skipped a beat and his hands clenched unconsciously. "But we stopped her in time," Ding San went on. "Just to be safe, we gagged her so she couldn't bite her tongue. She's right over there, unharmed." Chen Xuewan followed Ding San's gesture. Through the half-open door of a nearby private room, he saw Wu Lihong tied tightly to a wooden chair, a black cloth covering her mouth. Only her terrified eyes were visible. When she saw Chen Xuewan, her eyes lit up, then quickly filled with tears as she shook her head desperately, trying to warn him not to come closer. Seeing that Wu Lihong had no obvious injuries, Chen Xuewan relaxed slightly, letting out a long breath. He turned to Ding San, his voice low and resolute. "Ding San, you promised. I came here tonight, so you'll let her go unharmed. Do you mean it?" Ding San's smile didn't waver. "As long as you join us for dinner with my boss, I guarantee she'll walk out of here without a scratch." Chen Xuewan nodded slowly, giving Wu Lihong a reassuring look. "Don't be afraid. He'll get you out of here," he said softly. Then he straightened his back and strode toward the private room. Behind him, Wu Lihong whimpered through the gag, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Inside the largest private room of the Chunji Grand Hotel, smoke hung thick in the air and more than 20 people had gathered. 4 men sat at the main table, with the rest standing around them in a loose semicircle. At the head of the table was Shi, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his expression arrogant as he tapped his fingers on the table. 3 others sat beside him, including Zhou Jinghui. The other 2 were unfamiliar to Chen Xuewan, but from their posture and the way the others treated them, it was clear they were big shots on par with Zhou Jinghui. Ding San led Chen Xuewan into the room and announced loudly, "Brother Shi, Wenji's here." Everyone turned to look, their gazes sharp as knives. The 2 unfamiliar bosses sized Chen Xuewan up with curiosity and interest. It was surprising that an unknown young man could push Shi this far. Zhou Jinghui only glanced at Chen Xuewan before turning away, his face full of resentment. It was no wonder. First, Chen Xuewan had bought Zhou's 2 arcade halls for just 5 yuan, and today had extorted another million from him. Anyone would be furious. Ding San stood in the middle, acting as the introducer. "Everyone, this is Chen Xuewan, wench. Wench, let me introduce you. This is Brother Shi, this is Brother Hui Zhou Jinghui. You know these 2. Over there, that's Hao Wenj, and beside him, Uncle Quan." Something shifted in Chen Xuewan's mind. Hao Wen and Uncle Quan heard of those names before. In Pingcheng, they were just as well known as Zhou Jinghui. All of them big players in the scene. The 7 arcades at the old square were run by these 3, but after Viper showed up, they, like Zhou Jinghui, had to shut down their businesses. Tonight, Viper called all 3 together, and the reason couldn't be clearer: was making an example out of them. He wanted to take care of Chen Xuewan and at the same time send a warning to these seasoned veterans, making sure they didn't get any ideas. Chen Xuewan took a deep breath, knowing this night would be anything but peaceful. Viper looked Chen Xuewan up and down, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "So the rumors are true. Heroes really do start young. Chun, you're so young, yet you've got the guts to plant your flag on my turf. I have to say, I'm impressed." "You flatter me, Viper. I'm just trying to make a living," Chen Xuewan replied calmly, a slight smile on his face. "We're all just trying to get by," Viper sneered. "But even so, there are rules. Chun, if you don't play by the rules, that's not going to work." Chen Xuewan didn't answer. Instead, he pulled up a chair and sat down at the table. The move made Hao Wen and Uncle Quan frown slightly. This kid was telling them he belonged at the table too. Chen Xuewan let his gaze sweep across the room, finally settling on Viper. "Viper, I'm not sure what rules you're talking about. My shop pays rent and utilities, I've got the machines and the license, everything's above board. How am I not following the rules? You really don't know what rules are?" Viper's face darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table. "The old square is my turf now. You open up shop here without checking in with medhats, breaking the rules. That's not quite right, Viper." Chen Xuewan chuckled. "I took over Brother Hugh's place. If we're talking about who was here first, Brother Hugh's arcade predates yours. So if anything, you should have been the one to check in with me, since your shop opened later, isn't that right? At those words, Hao Wen and Uncle Quan's faces changed. They stared at Chen Xuewan in shock. Very few people had ever dared talk to Viper like that. Zhou Jinghui, though, seemed unfazed, as if had expected it. Chen Xuewan's boldness really did rival Viper's. Viper's face turned livid. Since Head made a name for himself, no one had ever talked back to him like this. Just as his anger was about to boil over, the door burst open. Zhang Feng rushed in, out of breath. At the sight of Zhang Feng, Chen Xuewan finally relaxed. With Zhang Feng here, chances were things wouldn't get violent tonight. Zhang Feng's sudden appearance instantly froze the atmosphere in the room. Especially for Hao Wen, Quan Shu, and Zhou Jing. With the exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion and shock. Their shop was located near the old square, so they were certainly familiar with Zhang Feng. Under normal circumstances, with Viper targeting Chen Xuewan tonight, things were bound to get messy. As a member of the police force, Zhang Feng should have stayed away from such trouble. Yet here he was, and his arrival threw the night's situation into complete uncertainty. Viper's expression turned cold in an instant, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He had specifically told Zhang Feng not to show up tonight, so why was he here? The truth was, Zhang Feng felt helpless. He hadn't intended to get involved, but Li Eryong had called him from outside Wang Gaiwen's house. If Zhang Feng didn't show up, Li Eryong would hand over those photos to Wang Gaiwen, making the whole situation blow up. Not wanting to get dragged in, Zhang Feng had no choice but to rush over. He ignored Viper's angry glare, walked straight to the table, and sat down. Speaking softly, he said, "Man, it's freezing tonight. I heard you were having dinner here, and since I was passing by with a few team members, I thought I'd drop in for a cup of tea." The implication was clear. Zhang Feng was hinting to Viper that he hadn't come alone, had brought some officers with him. This also meant that if things got out of hand, his team would intervene immediately and take control of the situation. Viper took a deep breath, forcing himself to swallow his anger. He managed a stiff smile. "Captain Zhang, what a rare guest. Since you're here, let's have them bring out the food." He waved his hand, and the waiter at the door promptly brought in the dishes. Zhang Feng sat next to Chen Xuewan, occasionally encouraging everyone to eat, looking every bit like Chen Xuewan's bodyguard. Hao Wen, Quan Shu, and Zhou Jinghui exchanged silent glances, none daring to speak, as if waiting to see how Viper would handle the standoff. Viper's face remained icy, his eyes still filled with venom, as if he could explode at any moment. But with Zhang Feng sitting right beside Chen Xuewan, Viper had no choice but to hold back for now. Halfway through the meal, Chen Xuewan wiped his mouth and smiled. "Brother Shi, I've had enough. Thanks for the dinner tonight. I showed up, I had a drink, you've got my respect. So, isn't it time for San Ge to keep his promise?" Instantly, all eyes turned to Ding San. Even Zhang Feng couldn't help but look his way. Ding San opened his mouth but said nothing, silently turning to Viper for direction. Viper frowned and was quiet for a moment before finally speaking. "Chun, since you came in person tonight, let's use this opportunity to clear things up. With Captain Zhang here, and Hao Wen, Quan Shu, and Hui Gu as witnesses, why don't you tell us all, how do you plan to handle those two arcade shops?" Chen Xuewan glanced around the table, his gaze finally settling on Viper. He smiled and said, "Brother Shi, I'm not sure what you mean. I took over Hui Gu's shop, and I opened before you. What exactly do you want me to do?" Viper's face darkened as he replied coldly, "Chen Xuewan, let's not beat around the bush. You want to stake your claim at the old square? Fine. But if you're going to eat at my table, let's see if you can handle what's being served." Before he finished speaking, Viper slammed his hand on the table, the sound echoing through the room. "Serve the dish for Brother Chun." Two men outside immediately brought in a tray with a tightly covered lid and set it on the table, filling the air with a sense of rising tension. On the table, a conspicuous half-round iron lid drew everyone's attention. Its reinforced design seemed intended to keep whatever was inside from escaping. With a sweep of his hand, Ducey swept all the dishes onto the floor, then slammed the mysterious plate down in the center of the table with a loud bang. Chen Xuewan, Ducey's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. "If you can finish what's on this plate, we can talk about letting you open a shop in Old Square. But if you can't," he sneered, "then get lost. You're not qualified to sit at my table." Chen Xuewan stared at the trembling plate, his brows tightly knitted. Whatever was inside was clearly alive, and even the slight shuddering made everyone uneasy. He knew this was no ordinary dish, but he met Ducey's gaze and said, "Brother Shi, what if I can eat it?" Ducey burst out laughing. "If you can, that proves you've got what it takes. Not only will I let you open your shop in Old Square, you'll make sure none of my guys ever give you trouble. Zhang Dui, Hao Wen, Uncle Quan, we all of you are here. You know I keep my word." Chen Xuewan clenched his fists. This was his chance to truly establish himself, couldn't let it slip away. "All right, Brother Shi, if you dare to bring it out, I'll eat it." With a sudden motion, Ducey whipped off the iron lid. The entire room gasped. Coiled on the plate was a dusky, gray venomous snake, less than 2 feet long and as thick as a chicken egg, its triangular head flicking its tongue, ready to strike at any moment. That's a Tadaisi. Uncle Quan cried out, his voice shaking. That snake is deadly. Everyone in the room stepped back, faces pale. In Pingcheng, people had died from Tadaisi bites. Nobody wanted to mess with something so lethal. Zhang Feng pleaded anxiously. Ducey, enough. That thing's too dangerous. Captain Zhang, I've already shown you respect, Ducey replied coldly, turning to Chen Xuewan. Well, want me to take the plate away? His men snickered. Chen Xuewan fixed his gaze on the deadly snake. Despite his fear, he knew backing down now would cost him everything. He took a deep breath and suddenly declared, Thank you for the hospitality, Brother Shi. Before anyone could react, Chen Xuewan lunged forward and grabbed the snake right behind its head. The Tadaisi instantly coiled around his wrist, thrashing wildly as its head darted, trying to bite him. Fighting his terror, Chen Xuewan drew his boning knife and, with a single stroke, sliced off the snake's head. Blood spattered as he bit into the still twitching body, tearing off a chunk. Chewing, his bloodshot eyes swept across the stunned crowd. For a moment, even Ducey was speechless, his eyes wide with shock. That night, Chen Xuewan's name spread throughout Pingcheng. A snake was swallowed alive by Chen Xuewan. The snake's head twitched a few times on the table before finally going still. Everyone present turned pale at the sight, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Although the venomous snake had grown quiet, there was now a trace of fear in its eyes as it stared at Chen Zin. It realized it had finally met someone even more ruthless than itself. Chen Xuewan calmly wiped the corner of his mouth and looked the snake in the eye. Brother Snake, I've eaten this dish. Don't forget your promise. With that, he strode out of the room without looking back, leaving the others stunned and speechless. Walking down the hallway, Chen Xuewan entered the next room. He shoved aside a few of Brother Snake's terrified henchmen and quickly used a boning knife to cut the ropes binding Wu Lihong. Xuewan, are you all right? Wu Lihong burst into tears and clung tightly to his arm. Chen Xuewan gently pulled her along, heading for the exit. Just as they reached the door, he suddenly turned and called out to Zhou Jinghui inside the room. Brother Hui, you said the shop would be fully equipped, but it's missing more than 50 machines. You'll have to make up for that. Missing machines? Zhou Jinghui was stunned. I made sure everything was delivered. It's like this, Chen Xuewan replied unhurriedly. Last time, one of Brother Snake's guys accidentally broke some of the machines. Brother Hui, you wouldn't want me to ask Brother Snake to pay for that, would you? Zhou Jinghui nearly fainted with anger. This kid was clearly putting him on the spot in front of Brother Snake. All he could do was grit his teeth and say fine. He'll take care of it. The machines will be there tomorrow. Oh, and, Chen Xuewan added, the shop is still missing a few air conditioners. Zhou Jinghui's headache grew worse. He wondered if Chen Xuewan was getting addicted to extortion, but remembering how fierce had just been, Zhou Jinghui could only give in again. All right, 2 air conditioners for each shop. And my guys don't have any transportation. Brother Hui, could you arrange a few motorcycles? He'll take care of it. Zhou Jinghui practically forced the words out between his teeth. Chen Xuewan smiled. Thanks, Brother Hui. By the way, I've been thinking about getting a driver's license. Chen Xuewan, that's enough. Zhou Jinghui finally lost his temper. No worries, just kidding, Chen Xuewan said, knowing he'd gotten enough 50 machines, for air conditioners, and 6 motorcycles. He waved to everyone. All right, I'm full. He'll be going now. Let's catch up again sometime. As he swaggered downstairs with Wu Lihong, the sound of plates smashing echoed from above clearly. Brother Snake was venting his anger. But Chen Xuewan didn't care. He knew that from tonight on, Brother Snake wouldn't dare mess with him again. His arcade could finally open for business, and had secured his place at the old square. Although tonight was filled with danger, the rewards were substantial, and Chen Xuewan felt content. He led Wu Lihong toward a small alley across the street. Suddenly, a wave of nausea surged in his chest. Clenching his teeth, he fought hard to keep himself from vomiting, knowing that if he lost control here, had only become a laughingstock. All the way, he suppressed his discomfort, supporting Wu Lihong as they made their way to the meeting point with Lai Ho and the others. Once they were out of sight of the Chunji Grand Hotel, Chen Xuewan could hold back no longer. It doubled over at the roadside and began to vomit violently. Wu Lihong let out a startled cry and rushed to support him. Chen Xuewan retched until he was completely drained, his strength almost gone. Lai Ho stood nearby, eyes wide with suspicion, and asked, Man, what did you eat to end up like this? Did Duxie feed you spoiled food? Wu Lihong's face was pale with worry as she snapped, Monkey, enough with the jokes. Xuewan ate a live snake. Lai Hao's eyes went round with shock. What? A live snake? Of all things, why eat a live snake? Wu Lihong, furious, cursed, shut your filthy mouth, monkey. Help me get Xuewan to the hospital. Lai Ho didn't dare say another word. He quickly told Li Taizhu to help lift Chen Xuewan onto the tricycle, and they sped off toward the hospital. The tricycle raced through the city's night streets, but when they reached the hospital entrance, the vehicle couldn't go any farther. Li Taizhu jumped out, hoisted Chen Xuewan onto his back, and ran for the hospital doors. Wu Lihong followed, crying as she ran, while Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong sprinted ahead, shouting, Doctor! Is there a doctor? Help! Somebody help! Several doctors and nurses in white coats rushed out from the emergency room. Seeing them, Wu Lihong's knees buckled and she collapsed to the ground, sobbing, "Please, doctor, help him. I'm begging you, please save him." The medical staff quickly moved in, checking Chen Xuewan's condition and asking urgent questions. Wu Lihong breathlessly explained what had happened, omitting any details about their dealings with Duxi, simply stating that Chen Xuewan had eaten a live snake. The doctors were stunned. None of them had ever encountered such a case before, but their professionalism took over. They immediately arranged for tests and prepared to pump his stomach. As Chen Xuewan was wheeled into the operating room, Wu Lihong finally broke down, sinking to the floor in tears. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong waited anxiously outside, their faces etched with worry. On the way, they had already heard the story from Wu Lihong, and their respect for Chen Xuewan had only deepened. "I hope Wenj is okay. I really hope he's going to be alright," Lai Ho muttered, pacing nervously in the corridor. Wang Zhendong stood at the end of the hall, chain-smoking in silence. Li Taizhu waited by the operating room doors, his hands in his pockets, staring blankly at the entrance. Finally, after more than 2 hours, the doors to the operating room slowly opened. A doctor in a white coat emerged, and Wu Lihong rushed over, asking anxiously, "Doctor, how is he? Is he?" Lai Ho and Li Taizhu crowded around, and Wang Zhendong hurried over, eyes fixed on the doctor. The doctor's expression softened a little. "He's going to be fine. There's no sign of poisoning, just some toxins built up in his stomach. We've treated it with gastric lavage. He'll need a few days to rest, but he'll make a full recovery. Take him home and look after him. He'll be all right in a few days." "Thank you, doctor. Thank you," Wu Lihong choked out, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The doctor reminded them, "Remember, don't eat anything strange next time, especially live snakes. It's extremely dangerous." Wu Lihong nodded, tears still in her eyes, but now she managed a relieved smile. Everyone breathed a deep sigh of relief. Wu Lihong was so overjoyed that she burst into tears, quickly wiping them away as she thanked the doctors over and over. The news that the surgery had been a success was like a shot of adrenaline, finally easing everyone's nerves. Not long after, Chen Xuewan was wheeled out, still covered in a green surgical drape. He looked pale but was breathing steadily, the anesthesia not yet worn off. They carefully transferred him to a hospital room, taking turns watching over him and keeping a close eye on the monitor's numbers. It wasn't until the next morning, when sunlight streamed through the curtains, that Chen Xuewan finally opened his eyes. Seeing him awake at last, everyone's worries melted away. "You all should head back. The shop still needs to open," Wu Lihong said softly as she straightened Chen Xuewan's blanket. Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong, and Li Taizhu nodded and hurried back to the old square to keep the business running, while Wu Lihong stayed behind in the hospital, tending to Chen Xuewan's meals and changing his bandages. 2 days later, Chen Xuewan's condition had stabilized, and the doctor signed his discharge papers. In the meantime, his home had been cleaned and tidied up. Lai Ho rode his motorcycle and brought Chen Xuewan directly home. When the motorcycle stopped at the door, Chen Xuewan was surprised to see Wu Lihong already waiting there, standing next to a huge suitcase stuffed so full it looked like it held all her belongings. "Why did you bring such a big suitcase?" Chen Xuewan asked curiously, glancing between Wu Lihong and the luggage. Wu Lihong blushed, looking down as she spoke so softly it was almost a whisper. "I'm moving back in." Lai Ho immediately burst out laughing, earning himself an annoyed glare from Wu Lihong. "What's so funny? Xuewan just got out of the hospital, needs to be taken care of. I can only do that if I'm here." "You're absolutely right, Sister Hong." Lai Ho quickly nodded, grinning. "With you here, we'll all eat well. We can come back for lunch every day. And with this new motorcycle, it's easy to get around. This one was a gift from Zhou Jinghui, gave each of the 5 of us one." He went on. "And we've got 50 new arcade machines and 4 air conditioners in place. The shop's top-notch now. In this freezing weather, turning on the heat makes the place nice and warm, and that alone has brought in more customers. Business is definitely better." Chen Xuewan looked from Wu Lihong to the motorcycle, then suddenly said, "Monkey, go tell Zhou Jinghui this afternoon that we still need 1 more motorcycle." Lai Ho scratched his head, puzzled. "But we already have 5, 1 for each of us. We're 6 people now," Chen Xuewan said firmly. "Ask him to get a women's model for Wu Lihong. Make sure it's a nice one, a scooter got it." Lai Hao's eyes lit up in realization and he laughed. Right. Sister Hong needs one too." Wu Lihong looked delighted but tried to be polite, waving her hand. "Actually, I don't really need one." "Sister Hong, don't be shy," Lai Ho interrupted. "If Boss Zhou is spending the money, we shouldn't save him any. You should pick out a model you like, and he'll talk to Zhou Jinghui this afternoon. In fact, go for the most expensive one. You wouldn't want to let him off easy." Hearing this, Wu Lihong's eyes sparkled and she nodded happily. "That sounds good." After settling Chen Xuewan on the sofa in the living room, Lai Ho hurried back to the arcade, reminding them as he left, "Sister Hong, take good care of Xuewan. Call if you need anything." Finally, only the 2 of them were left in the house. Wu Lihong quickly made a pot of tea and handed Chen Xuewan a cup before busily tidying up mopping the floor. wiping down tables, organizing clothes, giving the place a thorough cleaning. She worked efficiently, but kept stealing glances at Chen Xuewan, as if making sure he was comfortable. Chen Xuewan held his teacup, watching Wu Lihong bustling around, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Are you really moving back in?" Wu Lihong stopped what she was doing and looked him straight in the eye. "What? Am I not welcome?" Chen Xuewan sighed, worry written all over his face. "It's not that. I've always welcomed you. It's just being with me is too dangerous." Wu Lihong looked at Chen Xuewan, her tone calm yet firm. "Chen Xuewan, since I chose to be with you, I was prepared for anything. I'm not afraid of danger. Remember, I'm by your side to help you however I can, not to hold you back. Next time something like this happens, I want you to put your own safety first instead of acting recklessly. Do you understand?" Looking at Wu Lihong standing in front of him, Chen Xuewan felt a surge of complicated emotions. After tidying up the house, Wu Lihong pulled Chen Xuewan out to pick out a motorcycle. In those days, most bikes on the street were backbone motorcycles, cheap, powerful, able to carry a lot, and perfect for families, so they were everywhere. Women's scooters, on the other hand, were rare due to their higher price and lower carrying capacity, usually bought only by families with better means. Chen Xuewan took Wu Lihong to pick out the most expensive Wuyong Honda in the shop, complete with a rear trunk. Wu Lihong took it for a spin, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Seeing how much she liked it, Chen Xuewan nodded in satisfaction and turned to ask the shop owner about the price. The shop mainly sold backbone motorcycles and rarely sold even a few women's scooters each month. Seeing Chen Xuewan ready to buy one immediately, the owner was thrilled and quickly said with a smile, 13,000. "Brother, if you're serious, I can give you a discount." Chen Xuewan waved his hand. "No need for a discount." The owner was taken aback, never met a customer like this before. Leaning closer to the owner, Chen Xuewan smiled and asked, 13,000 seems a bit cheap. Do you have anything more expensive? The owner was momentarily stunned before catching on, grinning as he replied, "Ah, you're buying this for your company, right? I get it." He leaned in as well and continued, "The listed price is 15,000, but I can sell it to you for 11,500 and give you the remaining 3,500 in cash." Chen Xuewan glanced at the owner and said with a smile, "Only 15,000? The owner immediately perked up, excited. "Wow, looks like I've got a big customer. Brother, the listed price really is 15,000. I can't change that. But I can throw in some extra features. And if you buy some services, lifetime maintenance, lifetime servicing, things like that, it'll work out." After some negotiation, the final price for the motorcycle was set at 30,000. Chen Xuewan pocketed a 10th Sanyuan kickback for himself. The owner was all smiles, secretly pleased with the extra profit head made. Rubbing his hands together, he asked Chen Xuewan, "Brother, which company should I put on the invoice?" Chen Xuewan waved him off. "No need for an invoice. They'll call someone to bring the money over." After walking out of the shop, Chen Xuewan called Zhou Jinghui. "Hui, monkey should have told you about the motorcycle, right?" Zhou Jinghui's voice was clearly irritated. "He told me." Chen Xuewan, "You really know how to squeeze every drop out of a deal." Chen Xuewan immediately laughed. "Come on, Hui, don't say that. We're brothers. You agreed to this at the time Viper, Haowen, and Uncle Quan were all there. You're not going to back out over a motorcycle, are you?" Zhou Jinghui took a few deep breaths before gritting his teeth and saying, "Cut the crap. How much?" Chen Xuewan chuckled. 30,000. There was a loud bang on Zhou Jinghui's end, followed by a near shout. "How much?" 30,000. Are you buying a fleet of motorcycles?" In the end, Zhou Jinghui still had Xiao Ma bring over 30,000 yuan to settle the bill. Xiao Ma arrived with a camera, chatting as he walked in. "Brother Hui told me to take a photo of the motorcycle. He said he's never seen a bike worth 30,000 yuan and wants to see what all the fuss is about." Chen Xuewan couldn't be bothered to respond. He picked up 20,000 yuan and handed it to the owner, then slipped the remaining 10,000 straight into his own pocket without batting an eye, not caring whether Xiao Ma noticed or not. After taking the photo, Xiao Ma looked at Chen Xuewan, his expression complicated. "Chen Xuewan, Brother Hui said this is the last one. No matter how many relatives you have in the future, he won't help anymore. You're on your own from now on." Chen Xuewan just chuckled, completely unconcerned. "Don't worry, I won't need any more favors. Xiao Ma, tell Brother Hui I said thanks." Xiao Ma gritted his teeth, his face turning dark with anger as he left without looking back. Had seen Chen Xuewan pocket that 10,000 yuan kickback, and though it bothered him, there was nothing he could do. Honestly, ever since had witnessed Chen Xuewan swallow a live viper whole that night, Xiao Ma hadn't dared show him any disrespect. Had seen his share of bloodshed, but Chen Xuewan's ruthlessness was on another level. Afterward, Wu Lihong rode the new motorcycle, taking Chen Xuewan to the arcade at the old square. Now, both arcades were open. Wang Zhendong was watching over one, while Lai Ho and Li Taizhu were guarding the other. Li Taizhu didn't look like he was minding the story, looked more like a freeloading customer, hogging a Raiden arcade machine, pumping in hundreds of tokens, clearing level after level, and leaving no chance for anyone else to play. Lai Ho was sitting at the entrance, yawning in the sun, about to doze off. "Hey, you rascal." Wu Lihong revved the throttle, and the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow, startling Lai Ho so badly he jumped to his feet. When he saw who it was, he burst out laughing. Wow, you two never disappoint. Got the bike already? It looks amazing. Sister Hong, it suits you perfectly. Wu Lihong grinned with pride and gestured at the bike. See, this one isn't just fast, it's a real head-turner. People can't stop staring on the street. Chen Xuewan walked into the store and saw 20 or 30 customers inside. Business was much better than before. Still, everyone was crowded around the arcade games, while the slot machine section was completely empty. Most of the slot machine players have moved over to Viper's place. Lai Ho shrugged. Getting them back won't be easy. Chen Xuewan nodded, his expression calm as ever. No rush. We'll figure something out. How's business otherwise? Lai Ho sighed. We're just making enough to cover rent and utilities. We can't even afford to hire extra help. Just then, Wu Lihong chimed in. Starting tomorrow, they'll be working here. Chen Xuewan and Lai Ho were both startled. You? Aren't you working your job anymore? Wu Lihong glanced at Chen Xuewan and said quietly, my brother's surgery is paid for now, so why keep working? Did you think I actually liked drinking every night? Chen Xuewan nodded in understanding. He realized Wu Lihong had been working so hard to pay for her brother's operation, and now that the expenses were covered, it made sense for her to stay and help out at the shop. After all, with Viper not planning to cause any more trouble for the time being, there wasn't much to worry about in terms of safety. As Chen Xuewan made his way around the store, a sudden argument broke out. He turned to see two customers in a heated dispute. Lai Ho was about to step in, but Chen Xuewan stopped him with a gesture. Let's wait and see what's going on. It might just be someone sent here to stir up trouble. Don't fall for it. Chen Xuewan warned in a low voice, his eyes alert and fixed on the doorway. Lai Ho nodded immediately, a cautious look flashing across his face. After everything they'd been through, he was no longer the reckless kid he used to be. The two of them held their breath and listened carefully to the commotion outside. After a moment, Chen Xuewan's frown relaxed, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. So that's what it is, he said with relief. They're not here to cause trouble, fire, just arguing over the outcome of a game. It turned out that the two young men were playing a fighting game called King of Fighters 97. One of them had chosen the game's most powerful boss character, Orochi, and kept spamming long-range attacks, making it impossible for his opponent to get close and completely ruining the experience. The other player was furious, accusing him of cheating, and the two were locked in a heated argument. A spark of inspiration flashed in Chen Xuewan's mind. He strode over to the quarreling pair, wearing a friendly smile. Hey, guys, there's no need to fight over something so small, he said, stepping between them in a relaxed tone. You both seem pretty skilled. How about this? You pick the same character and have a best-of match. Winner gets 100 yuan from me. How does that sound? At his words, both young men's eyes lit up as if they'd just spotted a pile of gold. In those days, 100 yuan was no small sum. They glared at each other, a competitive fire burning in their eyes, and almost simultaneously agreed to Chen Xuewan's proposal. Chen Xuewan pulled a crisp 100 yuan bill from his pocket and slapped it down on the table next to the arcade machine. All right, you two pick your characters, just don't choose Orochi. That's no fun to watch. The two discussed quietly for a few minutes before settling on their character choices. As the game began, the atmosphere in the arcade grew tense. The sound of buttons, game effects, and the players' muttered curses filled the air. In the end, one young man proved superior, winning 3 out of 4 rounds and proudly pocketing the 100 yuan. With skills like yours, you think you can beat me? The winner sneered, casting a disdainful glance at his opponent. The loser's face turned bright red, his eyes full of defiance. Don't get cocky, kid. Just you wait, I'm bringing my master. With that, he dashed out of the arcade. Less than 20 minutes later, he returned with 3 or 4 tough-looking friends. Seeing this, Chen Xuewan quickly exchanged a look with Lai Ho. Lai Ho understood immediately and called over the burly Li Taiju to stand by and keep things under control. Fortunately, these newcomers were only interested in the game. Among the reinforcements was someone quite skilled, who challenged the previous winner to another match. This time, the earlier champion was soundly defeated, his face full of frustration. Unwilling to accept defeat, he hurried out to find more help. And so, a small dispute snowballed into something much bigger. In less than an hour, Chen Xuewan's arcade was packed with nearly 100 people. The air was thick with tension and excitement, and crowds gathered around the machines to watch the action. No one was fighting for the 100 yuan Anna Maria. It was all about pride and honor. Word spread that several top players from Pingcheng's gaming scene had come to compete, drawing even more enthusiasts to spectate. All morning, Chen Xuewan's arcade was bustling with customers, while the rival arcade across the street, run by Dusher, was nearly empty. Most of its patrons had been drawn over. Even those just there to watch ended up buying tokens to play a few rounds themselves. By noon, Chen Xuewan counted his earnings and realized had sold over 500 yuan worth of tokens. Holy crap, Lai Ho gasped, his voice trembling with shock. In just half a morning, we made more than the past few days combined. Chen Xuewan smiled calmly, his eyes shining with intelligence. A grand plan was already taking shape in his mind. Pulling Lai Ho aside, he lowered his voice and said, There'll probably be even more skilled players coming this afternoon. Keep an eye out and get the contact info for any top players you see. What for? Liho asked, frowning in confusion. Ambition gleamed in Chen Xuewan's eyes. I'm thinking about hosting a fighting game tournament right here. I want everyone in Pingcheng who loves arcade games to know about our place. I want to make our arcade famous in this city. As night fell, Chen Xuewan returned home from the arcade with Lai Ho and the others. As he opened the door, the delicious aroma of dinner greeted them. Wu Lihong had already set everything out. Lai Ho glanced around. The room was spotless, the floor gleamed, and even the plants on the windowsill looked vibrant and healthy. He couldn't help but remark, it really makes a difference having a woman at home. Then, with a sly look, he grinned at Wu Lihong, who was setting the table. Hongjia, didn't you mention having a few girlfriends? How about introducing us sometime? Without pausing her work, Wu Lihong shot him a sideways glance. What are you up to now? Nothing special, Lai Ho replied, rubbing his hands together. Just want to make some friends. You know how it is, more friends, more opportunities, right? Oh, please, Wu Lihong rolled her eyes. Do you think I don't know what you're really after? Seeing Lai Ho scratch his head awkwardly and laugh, she added, fine, I'll arrange a dinner sometime and invite them along. But let me be clear, I'll just make the introductions. Whether you hit it off is up to you. Lai Ho nodded eagerly. Thanks, Hongjia. Really thank you. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewan was focused on the list Lai Ho had compiled that afternoon, filled with names of top fighting game players in Pingcheng. Is this everyone? He asked. Not yet, Lai Ho replied immediately. I've got people digging for more info. Give me 3 days, and I'll have a full report. Chen Xuewan nodded, satisfied. This is important. Be thorough. We need to make a splash at this tournament. Then he turned to Wang Zhendong. Dongzi, I want you to find someone to make a few trophies. Trophies? Wang Zhendong was taken aback. Wench, isn't that a bit much? Lai Ho chimed in, worried. Yeah, Wench, that's a serious investment. Is it really necessary to go all out? Trophies are nothing, Chen Xuewan said with a wave of his hand. I'm planning to put up 20,000 yuan in prize money. The words had barely left his mouth when Wu Lihong rushed out from the kitchen. Wenzi, are you out of your mind? 20,000? Even if the arcade is packed every day, do you know how long it would take to earn that back? Lai Ho started counting on his fingers. Between the two arcades, we've only got a little over 100 machines. Even if they're all full, how many tokens can we sell in a day? There's no way this adds up. A confident smile played on Chen Xuewan's lips. Don't worry about that. I've done the math. And this isn't a one-time thing. We'll be holding a tournament like this every month. The three of them gasped in unison. Lai Ho anxiously wrung his hands. Wench, this isn't going to work. Both arcades together might not clear 20,000 a month. You'll be losing money. Relax, Chen Xuewan replied calmly. If I've made this decision, I have my reasons. If you're my brothers, just help me get it done. The three exchanged glances, and in the end, could only nod silently, choosing not to argue further. After everything they had been through, they all knew that Chen Xuewan always thought things through before taking action. Wu Lihong was busy in the kitchen, preparing dinner as the aroma of food slowly filled the air. Once the three of them had finished eating, Lai Ho took his two friends back to the arcade. The place was still open for the night, and, for now, it served as their temporary home. Chen Xuewan walked into the inner room and sat on the edge of the bed, flipping open a book. The sound of running water came from the next room. Wu Lihong was taking a shower. The water splashed on and off, testing the young man's self-control. Chen Xuewan's grip on his book tightened unconsciously, and he swallowed hard. As a teenager, he couldn't help but think of Wu Lihong's beautiful face and graceful figure. Trying to calm his restless thoughts, Chen Xuewan turned off the lights and slipped under the covers, hoping sleep would quiet his racing heart. Just as he was about to drift off, the door opened softly. Moonlight streamed through the window, outlining Wu Lihong's silhouette. She wore loose pajamas, her hair still damp from the shower. In the pale light, the thin fabric traced her gentle curves. Chen Xuewan's breath caught, and he gripped the edge of the blanket tightly. Wu Lihong quietly closed the door and walked over to the bed. To Chen Xuewan's surprise, she slipped off her pajamas and climbed under the covers beside him. Her freshly showered skin radiated warmth and a faint, clean scent, making Chen Xuewan tense up, his mind going blank. It's so cold, Wu Lihong said, her back to him, her voice trembling a little. Could you hold me? Chen Xuewan's hand hovered uncertainly, unsure what to do. Feeling his hesitation, Wu Lihong edged closer. The narrow bed left him nowhere to escape. He felt his whole body heat up. Don't get so close, he stammered, his voice shaking. I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Wu Lihong turned to face him, a hint of laughter in her voice. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself, Chen Xuewan whispered, barely audible. I'm not afraid. Those simple words shattered the last of Chen Xuewan's restraint. He pulled Wu Lihong into his arms, feeling the warmth of her body. She nestled against his chest, tears of happiness shimmering in her eyes. That night, Chen Xuewan finally crossed the threshold from boyhood to manhood. After a restless night, Chen Xuewan didn't wake up until after 10 the next morning. When he got up, he found that Wu Lihong had already prepared breakfast and was quietly waiting for him at the table. When she saw him come out, her expression remained unchanged, still as indifferent as ever. In a calm voice, she said, "Come eat before it gets cold." Chen Xuewan walked over, feeling a wave of awkwardness. He lowered his voice, trying to speak about last night, but before he could finish, Wu Lihong interrupted him. "Don't go talking about what happened last night," she said flatly, her tone detached. "We both got what we needed. There's no debt between us." Chen Xuewan was stunned, his mind in a whirl. Wu Lihong's sudden change in attitude left him at a loss. He wanted to say more, but seeing her so distant, he decided against it. After breakfast, he hurried out, riding his motorcycle to the arcade. Wu Lihong watched him leave. The coldness on her face vanished instantly. She lowered her head, and silent tears streamed down her cheeks. She whispered to herself, "I'm sorry. It's not that I don't love you. I'm worthless, used and broken. I don't deserve you. You deserve better." Her voice was barely audible, her eyes filled with self-doubt and regret. But Chen Xuewan knew nothing of this. After a long while, Wu Lihong took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. By the time she looked up, her gaze was once again resolute. She wiped away her tears, softly humming a tune as she began cleaning the house. Even though she felt heartbroken, she still chose to quietly give what she could to Chen Xuewan. Even if it was just silent companionship, it was enough for her. Over the next 3 days, Chen Xuewan continued to hand over 1,000 yuan to Lai Ho, instructing him to gather some top players and compile a list of the city's best fighting game enthusiasts. Meanwhile, business at the arcade started to pick up a little. Occasionally, skilled players would come by to compete, drawing in more customers. However, most of them were only interested in the arcade machines, and hardly anyone touched the slot machines. The arcade's daily income remained modest, only a few hundred yuan. Compared to the tens of thousands being made at Electronic Dynasty, it was barely worth mentioning. After rent and utilities, there was hardly any profit left, and Lai Ho and the others began to worry. But Chen Xuewan stayed calm, seemingly unconcerned about profits or losses. His focus was entirely on preparing for the upcoming fighting tournament. His relationship with Wu Lihong didn't change much either. At night, she still came to his room, but during the day, they were just like friends. This left Chen Xuewan feeling a bit helpless. He couldn't figure out what exactly their relationship was. Were they a couple, friends, or something else? After 3 days, Chen Xuewan finally got the list of top players in the city. He handed it to Lai Ho and told him to invite everyone on the list to join the tournament. At the same time, Chen Xuewan finalized the prize structure with all the amounts and awards set. The tournament would feature 2 popular games, King of Fighters and Street Fighter, each with generous rewards. Chen Xuewan put up 20,000 yuan and had 6 trophies custom made for the 2 games. The champion for each game would receive a trophy and a 5,000 yuan cash prize. Second place would get a trophy and 2,000 yuan, and third place would receive a trophy and 500 yuan. The remaining prize money would be distributed to those who made it into the top 4, 8, and 16. While the amounts weren't huge, the 5,000 yuan top prize was enough to tempt many gaming enthusiasts. It was enough to buy a motorcycle. Once Chen Xuewan announced the details of the tournament, gamers all over the city were instantly fired up, and excitement swept through the community. As soon as the announcement was made, fighting game enthusiasts were instantly fired up. For them, this was more than just a stage to show off their skill set. Was a real chance to win substantial cash prizes. The news spread quickly throughout the city's gaming community. Early the next morning, a crowd of 30 or 40 people had already gathered outside Brothers Arcade, eagerly waiting for the doors to open. When Lai Ho unlocked the entrance, he was stunned. Normally, only a handful of people would show up at this hour. "Boss." The crowd immediately surrounded him. "We heard you're hosting a fighting game tournament. Is it true the winner gets 5,000 yuan? You're not just pulling our leg, are you?" Lai Ho hurried to reassure them. "Don't worry, the tournament and the prize money are real. Look, we've even got the trophy ready. Our boss has put up 20,000 yuan as the total prize pool, so you can count on it." Once they got confirmation, the top fighting game players in Pingqing grew even more excited. Without hesitation, they bought tokens and started practicing right away. "You've got to get used to the machines," they explained. "The feel of the joystick is important. If you're not familiar with it, you can't play at your best. If you want to do well in the tournament, you've got to adapt and advance." By the time Chen Xuewan arrived at the arcade after 10 in the morning, the place was packed and buzzing with excitement. Several fighting game machines were surrounded by layers of people, all watching the top players battle it out. "Business is booming, huh? How's the morning been?" Chen Xuewan asked as he walked over to Lai Ho. Lai Ho was grinning from ear to ear. "Wengu, you came at the perfect time. We've already made 400 to 500 just after opening. At this rate, today's sales could break 2,000. After costs, we could clear 1,600 in profit. Even if no one plays the slot machines, we've got nothing to worry about." But Chen Xuewan shook his head. "The profit from arcade machines is too small. Even if you make 2,000 a day, that's 60,000 a month, and you still have to set some aside for other expenses. When Viper's place was at its peak, they could make 60,000 in a single day. We're nowhere close. Wengu, We're already doing great. How can we compare ourselves to Viper? Liho scratched his head. If you're in this business, you've got to think bigger. Chen Xuewan strode over to the busiest machines. My goal isn't just to catch up with Viper, and I'm not aiming for a mere 60,000 a day. He raised his voice to the crowd. You're all here for the tournament, right? The competition is in half a month. To give everyone a better practice environment, starting tomorrow, we'll offer 10 free spots each day. Whoever gets a spot can play all day for free. The place erupted with excitement. A whole day of free play would save a lot of money on practice. Boss, how do we get a free spot? Someone called out eagerly. Chen Xuewan pointed at the machines. Compete on these machines. The top 10 players buy tokens won each day get to play for free the next day. Cheers broke out all around. Some people rushed to buy more tokens and join the competition, while others hurried to call their friends to bring in more top players. Just like that, the arcade's business exploded that day. Venom strode into the arcade with his arm around a curvy woman, but stopped abruptly at the entrance. The place, usually bustling at this hour with the sounds of games and crowds, now felt eerily empty. Scanning the large room, he saw only 7 or 8 scattered patrons, nothing like the usual crowd of 60 or 70. Frowning, he hurried into the office and immediately called Ding San inside. What's going on? Why is business so bad? Venom slammed his hand on the table, his voice sharp with anger. Ding San quickly explained the situation, mentioning that Chen Xuewan was hosting a fighting tournament. A fighting tournament? Venom was taken aback. What's that kid up to? It's his way of stealing customers, Ding San said with a wry smile. He's targeting our crowd. Word got out about the tournament, and now everyone's gone over to him. Venom's expression darkened. That bastard's playing dirty, poaching our customers like this. Ding San, do whatever it takes to win them back. I've already got a plan. Ding San's eyes lit up. We should hold our own fighting tournament. With the Electronic Dynasty's reputation, we'll draw an even bigger crowd than him. Not a bad idea, Venom nodded. Let's do it. It's just the funding. Ding San hesitated. How much do you need? 40 or 50,000, I'd say. What? Venom's eyes widened. It costs that much to run a fighting tournament? Ding San explained. Chen Xuewan's already spent close to 30,000. If we want to outdo him, we'll need at least 40 or 50,000 to make it look good. The woman beside Venom suddenly let out a cold laugh. Ding San, are you out of your mind? Is it really worth spending 40 or 50,000 on this? Ding San's face tightened, but he didn't dare argue. He just said quietly, Brother Snake, the main thing is to get our customers back. Do you even know how to do the math? The woman scoffed. The people Chen Xuewan's luring away are all broke. How much money do they bring in each month? At most, 3 or 4,000. Now you want to spend 40 or 50,000 to win them back. Even if you succeed, you're still losing money. She turned to Venom. Brother Snake, most of our profits come from the high rollers upstairs on the slot machines and in the underground casino. Chen Xuewan can't touch those customers. Why stress over those penny pinchers? Venom nodded slowly, a shrewd glint in his eyes. You're right. No matter what Chen does, he's just working for scraps. As long as my slot machine players stay, I make more in a day than he does in a month. How could he possibly compete with me? Ding San stood in the office, his expression unpleasant. He was about to speak up when Viper impatiently waved him off. That's enough. It's settled. Fewer people is better anyway. Quieter, Viper sneered. I can't stand these broke losers who only care about video games. If Chen wants to win them over, let him entertain them. I'm not going to bother. Ding San sighed helplessly and quietly stood up to leave. As he walked out of the office, his face grew darker. Under his breath, he cursed, useless fool. With that, he turned and strode away. 5 days passed quietly. That evening, Chen Xuewan chose a secluded hotel to host a celebration dinner with a few close friends. By now, Li Eryong was able to walk without his crutch. At the dinner table, Li Ho tore into a chicken leg, talking excitedly. 1. If things keep going like this, our 2 shops could clear 50,000 a month. Even after we spend 30,000 on the competition, we'll still have 20,000 left. Even without anyone playing the slots, we'd still make good money. Wang Zhendong nodded enthusiastically. In Pingqing in 2003, that was a significant income. Local teachers made just over 1,000 a month, and average factory workers earned about 800. But Li Eryong looked worried. Lately Electronic Dynasty's been pretty empty. Do you think Viper might try running competitions too? The smiles faded from Li Ho and Wang Zhendong's faces. They glanced anxiously at Chen Xuewan. This was exactly what they feared. If the well-funded Electronic Dynasty started hosting competitions, they'd be hard-pressed to compete. But Chen Xuewan shook his head confidently. Viper won't go for it. Seeing their confusion, he explained, remember why I insisted on a 20,000 prize? That number was carefully calculated. With trophies and promotion, it totals 30,000. For Viper to outdo us, he'd have to put up at least 40 or 50,000. But Electronic Dynasty only makes about 40,000 a month from their machines. With his personality, there's no way he'd sink all his profits into this. The group suddenly understood, praising Chen Xuewan for his foresight. And this is just the beginning. Chen Xuewan smiled calmly and pulled a card from his pocket, handing it to Li Eryong. You'll head out tomorrow and take care of what I told you. In 2 months, ITLLB New Year, the busiest time for the slots business. Before then, I want to lure every slot player from Viper's place over to us. Chen Xuewan's words left Lai Ho and the others visibly shocked. Organizing a tournament to draw away arcade gamers was standard practice, but that had nothing to do with the slot machine players. Was Chen really planning to steal those customers too? It sounded downright unbelievable. Lai Ho frowned, unable to hold back his question. Wench, how are we supposed to poach the slot machine crowd? Isn't that just wishful thinking? Chen Xuewan smiled faintly and shook his head, a hint of something deeper in his eyes. It's better if you don't know the details. It's not that I don't trust you, but the less we're involved, the better. The group exchanged confused glances, unable to figure out what Chen was up to. Only Li Er-yong remained calm, clearly already in the loop. He took the bank card Chen handed him, lowering his voice. Don't worry, wench. He'll get it done. Chen patted his shoulder, gaze steady. Er-yong, I trust you. But remember what I said and show your face, got it? He paused, voice dropping further. There's 600,000 on this card. 100,000 is your operating budget. The other 500,000 is for the job. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. Would rather spend extra than risk exposure. His expression grew serious. You have to understand, this isn't just about our profits, it's about our survival. Li Er-yong nodded firmly, determination flashing in his eyes. I understand. Chen Xuewan gave his hand a tight shake. Li Er-yong took the card and left quickly through the back door, catching a train to the provincial capital that same night. Afterwards, Chen turned to Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong, assigning them a new task: investigate the close associates of Viper and Zhou Jinghui. Lai Ho leaned in, lowering his voice. Wench, are you planning to make a move on them? Chen smiled and shook his head, raising his teacup. It's not about making a move, it's about being prepared. He took a sip, his eyes sharp. There's no need to say much about Zhou Jinghui. I've taken 2 of his arcades, $1 million in cash, and extorted plenty more from him. He'll never let me off. Sooner or later, we'll have to deal with him, and we need to be ready. He set down his cup, his tone growing heavy. As for Viper, I figure that before this year is over, one of us isn't going to make it. Either he won't live to see the new year, or I won't make it past 19. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong exchanged a grave look. They understood that Chen Xuewan had made up his mind to break with Viper for good. Still, both felt uneasy. Did Chen really have what it took to stand up to Viper? After dinner, Lai Ho checked his watch. Wench, we're pretty much done. Shall we go? But Chen waved him off, looking calm. Wait a bit. There's still something left to do. Although the group was curious about Chen's next move, they didn't ask. By now, they were used to Chen's way of doing things. About half an hour later, Chen's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, immediately stood up, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Let's go downstairs. The group quickly followed. As soon as they reached the first floor, a man's angry voice echoed from a distance. You bitch. You dare hit me? Take a good look at yourself. Who do you think you are? I'm warning you. He'll kill you. They looked over and saw a heavy-set man clutching a woman by the hair, his face twisted with rage as he shouted at her. And that woman was none other than Wu Lihong. Seeing this, Lai Ho and his friends tensed up, rage boiling over. Damn it. How dare you lay a hand on Sister Hong? Get him for me. Lai Ho roared furiously, grabbing a chair nearby and hurling it straight at the man. The chair crashed into him with a heavy thud, sending the man to the ground with a painful scream. But the man still had several henchmen with him, who immediately rushed forward when they saw what happened. Meanwhile, Li Taiju had already put down his phone and dashed over, pinning 2 of the men to the floor in an instant. Wang Zhendong moved decisively too, grabbing a beer bottle and getting into a scuffle with another burly guy. The 3 men with the first guy were completely caught off guard by the fierce response and found themselves overwhelmed almost immediately. Lai Ho took the opportunity to pin another man to the ground, then kicked him hard again and again. The man groaned in pain, crying out and turning pale. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? Are you looking to die? He shouted angrily, struggling to get free. Lai Ho spat contemptuously and replied without hesitation. I don't care who you are. You don't get to hit Sister Hong. The man's howls grew louder, his face twisted with rage as he shouted. You bastard, listen up. My name is Li Yedong. I own Donghao Entertainment Club. Do you believe I can call a few hundred men right now and have you all killed? Lai Ho froze for a second, his pupils contracting. Li Yedong? He was a well-known figure in Pingcheng, not quite at the level of someone like Zhou Jinghui, but still a local big shot, definitely not someone Lai Ho could afford to mess with. Seeing Lai Ho hesitate, Li Yedong quickly sat up and, furious, pointed at Lai Ho, cursing, You losers, if I don't have you all killed today, I'm not Li Yedong. Just then, Chen Xuewan walked over from the side. With a cold smile, he grabbed a beer bottle from the table and smashed it hard over Li Yedong's head. There was a sharp crack, and blood immediately streamed down Li Yedong's face. Li Yedong was completely stunned, hadn't expected that even after revealing his identity, the other side would still dare to strike him so ruthlessly. Chen Xuewan tossed aside the bottle, clapped his hands, and looked at Li Yedong with icy indifference. So you're Li Yedong? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Go ahead and call your people. I want to see just how you plan to kill us. Li Yedong clutched his bleeding head, his face turning ashen with fury. You've got guts, kid. I don't even need to call any on if there's a whole room of my guys upstairs. Do you dare come up with me? A cold glint flashed in Chen Xuewan's eyes, and a mocking smile curled at his lips. Is that so? Good. Take me to meet your men. With that, he grabbed Li Yedong by the ear and twisted hard, dragging him toward the private room. Lai Ho and the others exchanged shocked glances. Chen Xuewan was really going all out, even dared to treat someone like Li Yedong this way. Gritting his teeth, Li Yedong, his ear bleeding, had no choice but to lead Chen Xuewan to the private room. It was the innermost one. As soon as the door opened, a dozen burly men inside looked up. Several immediately sprang to their feet, their expressions fierce. Li Yedong shouted, "Guys, someone's causing trouble. Get them for me." At once, the men grabbed bottles and chairs, cursing loudly. You've got a death wish, making trouble here? You little punks think you can take on Brother Dong? Get on your knees. With a roar, they rushed toward Chen Xuewan and Lai House group, the air thick with violence. Lai Ho and his friends turned pale. There were way too many people in here for them to handle. Yet Chen Xuewan remained unfazed. He kicked Li Yedong onto the table, then drew a sharp boning knife from his belt and stabbed it into the tabletop, the blade just an inch from Li Yedong's neck. Li Yedong froze, his whole body rigid with terror. Chen Xuewan swept his gaze over the eager men in the room and said coldly, "Listen up. My name is Chen Xuewan." The words had barely left his mouth when everyone's faces changed. One by one, they dropped their weapons, and the room fell into a sudden, tense silence. These days, if you ask who's the most talked about person in pinching, the answer is undoubtedly Chen Xuewan. Ever since his fierce battle with the notorious Viper at the Chun family Grand Hotel, his name has echoed throughout the city. Everyone on the street knows there's a new madman in town, one who doesn't fear death, and even made the terrifying Viper suffer a humiliating defeat. Right now, the room was packed, but most of the people here were bullies who liked to throw their weight around. They usually preyed on the weak and feared the strong, but when faced with someone truly ruthless, no one was more cowardly than them. The moment Chen Xuewan's name was mentioned, the whole room went silent. A few of the more timid ones even started trembling, and Li Yedong, who had been shouting just moments before, immediately shrank back and stammered, "You wench." Chen Xuewan ignored him. Gripping the boning knife in his hand, he focused his gaze on a young man holding a bottle of liquor. He strode over, looked him up and down, and sneered. "What? You planning to smash that bottle over my head? Go ahead, I'll give you a shot." As he spoke, he leaned his head in front of the young man. "Come on, hit me. Let's see what you've got." The bottle in the young man's hand trembled, but in the end, he didn't dare make a move. Chen Xuewan spat in contempt. "Damn, I'm literally handing you my head and you don't even dare? What are you doing in this business if you're such a coward? If you want to hit me, then I'll show you what it feels like." Before he finished speaking, he grabbed a nearby bottle and smashed it over the young man's head. The young man let out a scream as blood streamed down his forehead. Without so much as a glance at the man collapsed on the floor, Chen Xuewan turned and barked at the others. "This has nothing to do with you. Get the hell over to the side and sit down." The crowd, relieved, scrambled to the wall and sat down as fast as they could. Then, he turned to the trembling Li Yedong. "These are your boys? Weren't you just threatening to kill me? Well, I'm right here, come on, do it." Li Yedong's face went pale as he pleaded, "Wench, I swear I didn't know it was you. Please, just let me off this time." Chen Xuewan ignored his begging and turned to Wu Lihong. "Lihong, what's going on here?" Wu Lihong, on the verge of tears, replied, "As soon as I walked in, he started harassing me, touching me. I tried to fight him off, and he hit me." Hearing this, Lai Ho and the others started cursing Li Yedong furiously. Chen Xuewan, gripping the boning knife, pressed in on Li Yedong. "You dared to mess with my friend?" Li Yedong, almost in tears, tried to defend himself. "Wench, I really didn't know she was your friend. I just wanted to say hi, she used to work at my place." Before he could finish, Chen Xuewan grabbed a bottle and smashed it over Li Yedong's head. "Who are you calling a girl who works the floor?" Li Yedong gasped in pain and quickly corrected himself. "Wench, I misspoke. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Chen Xuewan gripped the boning knife tightly, its blade glinting coldly under the light. He looked down at Li Yedong, who was trembling on the floor, and his voice was icy. "You bullied my friend and called her a hostess? Li Yedong, tell me, do you think I should let you off today?" Li Yedong's face was ashen, sweat pouring down his forehead as he propped himself up on the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably. "Wenj, I know I was wrong. Please, have mercy and let me go this time." Chen Xuewan slowly stood up, pressing the heel of his leather shoe down hard on Li Yedong's head, pinning his cheek against the cold floor. Looking down at this once arrogant man, he spoke in a chilling tone. "You want to live? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Give Li Hong 500,000 yuan, and this will be over. How about that?" Li Yedong's facial muscles twitched violently, his eyes filled with terror, and his voice shook so much it was barely audible. 500,000? Wenj, that's too much. I don't have that kind of money." A cold smile flickered at the corner of Chen Xuewan's mouth. "No money? That's easy. I'll help you save a bit. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed Li Yedong's right hand. The boning knife flashed down like lightning, slicing off a finger in one swift motion. Blood spurted onto the floor instantly. Li Yedong let out a blood-curdling scream, like a wounded animal, clutching his bleeding hand as he scrambled back, terror and disbelief written all over his face. Everyone around was stunned. Some sucked in a sharp breath, some covered their mouths, others instinctively took a few steps back. It was the first time any of them had witnessed Chen Xuewan's ruthless methods firsthand. Chen Xuewan's face remained expressionless, as if he had merely cut a piece of meat. That finger? I'll count it as 100,000. Now, you only owe 400,000. Of course, if you can't come up with that, I'll take another finger. Each one knocks off another 100,000. If you don't want to pay a cent, that's fine too. I'll just take all 5 of your fingers. Want to try it? Li Yedong was pale as a sheet, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. Not daring to protest, he pleaded desperately. I'll pay. Wench, please, I'll get the money. Don't cut anymore. Only then did Chen Xuewan nod in satisfaction, the coldness in his eyes easing slightly. For 100,000. Bring it to my shop tomorrow. If I don't see the money by 5 in the afternoon, I'll come find you myself. And trust me, it won't just be about the money then. With that, he casually tossed Li Yedong's severed, bloody finger onto the table, making a chilling sound as it landed. He swept his gaze around the room, giving everyone a cold look. All right, carry on with your meal. Then, with Wu Lihong and Lai Ho, Chen Xuewan swaggered out, his back radiating an air of unshakable arrogance. The room was a mess, the smell of blood hanging in the air. Everyone looked at each other in silence, as if replaying the scene in their minds. It was a long time before 2 of the braver ones cautiously went over to help Li Yedong up. One of them whispered, Donga, what now? Should we call the police? At those words, Li Yedong's eyes flew wide, open despite the pain. Are you crazy? Do you know who Chen Xuewan is? That guy's a madman. Even snakes are afraid of him. Call the cops? At most, they'd charge him with assault, only be locked up for a few days, maybe half a year at most. When he gets out, do you think any of us would survive? The others looked panicked, some swallowing nervously. That was true legally. Tonight's incident wasn't a big deal, maybe just a few days in detention. But if Chen Xuewan came looking for revenge afterward, they'd be finished. Li Yedong's face was grim, veins bulging on his forehead from the pain. Forget it. Tomorrow, I'll take 400,000 from the company account and send it to Chen Xuewan. A young man gasped. From the account? That's the company's money. What if boss who checks the books? Li Yedong spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes flashing dangerously. Screw that old turtle. What's he going to do? His wife and mistress are both sleeping with other people, and he doesn't dare say a word. If he asks, I'll just tell him the money went to Chen Xuewan. I don't believe he'd dare mess with Chen Xuewan either. Everyone relaxed a little at his words, breaking into nervous laughter, though beneath it, their fear of Chen Xuewan was still plain to see. After Chen Xuewan and the others dealt with Li Yedong, they headed straight home. It was late, and under the streetlights, their shadows stretched long on the pavement. Lai Ho frowned, unable to hold back his worry. Wench, do you think tonight's incident might get out of hand? What if he calls the police? Chen Xuewan smirked slightly and shook his head. He doesn't have the guts. Lai Ho scratched his head, looking puzzled. How can you be so sure? Chen Xuewan turned his head, his gaze landing on Lai Hao's face as he chuckled. Li Hong works at his club, so she knows him well. That guy's just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. He only got the management rights to Boss Huss Club by sucking up to people. He's got a bit of a reputation, but that's about it. His so-called crew are just a bunch of freeloaders who know how to flatter, nothing more. If they were really tough, would they have all sat down the moment I spoke tonight? Lai Hao's eyes lit up in realization. No wonder you dared to barge into their private room. You knew once they heard your name, they wouldn't dare make a move. Chen Xuewan just gave a calm, knowing nod. Wang Jindong spat on the ground, his face full of anger. Damn coward. He's got some nerve, though, trying to mess with Sister Hong. He deserves a beating. Unexpectedly, Wu Lihong laughed. He didn't mess with me. Both Lai Ho and Wang Jindong were stunned, exchanging confused glances. Wu Lihong covered her mouth with a sly smile in her eyes. Actually, I bumped into him on purpose and accused him of trying to take advantage. When I used to work at his club, I was afraid of him. He thought I was easy to bully and used to beat me up for no reason. Lai Ho and Wang Jindong stared in disbelief. Lai Ho stammered. So you started all this? Wu Lihong gave Chen Xuewan a meaningful look. To be precise, Wenzi told me to do it. Both of them immediately turned to Chen Xuewan, shock written all over their faces. Chen Xuewan's expression was calm, his voice steady. Li Yedong works for Boss Hu. In my plan to deal with Snake, there's a key part that requires Boss Hu's help. So I needed a way to get close to Boss Hu without making Snake suspicious. What happened with Li Yedong was simply for Boss Hu to notice me. Lai Ho and Wang Jindong drew in a sharp breath, surprise and admiration flashing in their eyes. Chen Xuewan's strategy was on a whole different level. Lai Ho took a deep breath, his brow furrowed. So, going to eat at that place last night was all part of your plan to run into Li Yedong? Chen Xuewan smiled faintly and nodded. Otherwise, why would I drag you guys all the way there for dinner? Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong exchanged a glance, secretly amazed. Chen Xuewan really did think several steps ahead. First, he sent Li Eryong out to handle business, then took care of Li Yedong. And now he was making contact with Boss Wall just to deal with Snake? But what exactly was Chen Xuewan's plan? Even though they couldn't figure out his entire strategy, both men felt a surge of excitement. The more thorough Chen Xuewan's plan seemed, the more confident they felt. Maybe, just maybe, Chen Xuewan could really take Snake down. The next day, Li Yedong showed up on time at the brothers' arcade. He was carrying a heavy suitcase, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile, as he bowed and handed over 400,000 yuan to Chen Xuewan. Chen Xuewan didn't even glance at it. He simply tossed the case aside and shot Li Yedong a cold look. Mr. Li, you'd better be more careful in the future. If something like this happens again, money won't be enough to fix it. Sweat beaded on Li Yedong's forehead as he bent over and forced a laugh. Yes, wench, I promise I'll turn over a new leaf. Wench, Sister Hong, I'm sorry for any offense. Please forgive me. Wu Lihong snorted and turned her head away, not even bothering to look at him. Chen Xuewan waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Li Yedong left the brothers' arcade with a servile nod and a bow. But as soon as he rounded the corner, he straightened up, spat angrily, and the flattery on his face was instantly replaced by fury. Damn it, just a petty man getting lucky. Let's see how long you can stay on top. He muttered through gritted teeth, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. No sooner had Li Yedong's figure disappeared around the street corner than Chen Xuewan quickly opened the cash box, pulled out a thick stack of bills, and handed it to Lai Ho, a confident smile on his face. Take out 8,000 and split it among the guys. The rest will have a warm-up tournament tonight, and that'll be the prize money, Chen Xuewan said casually, as if this sum meant nothing to him. Lai Hao's eyes lit up as he took the cash, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. He quickly counted 8,000 yuan, then pulled out 4,000 and respectfully handed it to Wu Lihong, who was standing nearby. Hongjia, these 4,000 are for you. The other 4, we'll split among the 4 of us. Wu Lihong was clearly surprised as she accepted the money, her eyebrows arching high. What? That much for me? Lai Ho grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Hongjia, you buy groceries and cook for us every day. Think of the extra as our contribution to the meal fund. He leaned in a little closer, lowering his voice with a sly glint in his eye. By the way, Hongjia, about what we mentioned last time, you've got to help us out. Next time we have a get-together, could you bring a few of your girlfriends along? Wu Lihong burst out laughing. She tapped Lai Hao's chest with a finger, her nails painted bright red. Monkey, I knew you had something up your sleeve. So this extra money is just a bribe for me to sell out my friends? Lai Ho immediately put on a hurt expression, patting his chest with his right hand. Hongjia, that's harsh. The extra money is just a token from all of us. Dongzi, am I right? Wang Zhendong nodded in agreement, his eyes shining with anticipation. That's right, Hongjia, you deserve it. He had only been following Chen Xuewan for a few days, but the changes in his life were already obvious: brand new designer clothes, the latest phone, and several cash bonuses. Wang Zhendong felt deeply grateful to Chen Xuewan. When Lai Ho gave 4,000 to Wu Lihong, he not only had no objections, but secretly approved. After all, everyone in the arcade could see that Wu Lihong's relationship with Chen Xuewan was anything but simple. Plus, the idea of meeting Wu Lihong's friends was exactly what Wang Zhendong hoped for, was just as eager to see them as anyone. Wu Lihong laughed heartily, stuffed the money into the pocket of her tight jeans, and patted the bulging pocket. No cooking tonight, let's eat out, my treat. The others cheered at once, as if they could already taste the feast. After splitting the remaining 4,000, Lai Ho took the last 2,000 yuan to the center of the arcade, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted, "Listen up, everyone. The boss is in a good mood today. He's putting up 2,000 as prize money for a warm-up tournament. Bring your friends to compete. There's 1,000 each for Street Fighter and King of Fighters. First place gets 500, second gets 300, third gets 200. Everyone's welcome to join." The young men who had been focused on their games immediately looked up, excitement flashing in their eyes. 500 yuan was nearly half a month's wage, a big deal for them. The arcade instantly buzzed with excitement. More than half of the crowd dropped their controllers and rushed outside, spreading in all directions to call in their best players. That day, Chen Xuewan's brothers' arcade was busier than ever. The cramped space was packed, the air thick with sweat and excitement. The arcade machines hosting the tournament were surrounded by layers of cheering spectators, their shouts and cheers echoing through the room. Meanwhile, business at the other arcades in Pingsheng was dead. Viper's digital dynasty, in particular, was nearly deserted, just a few lonely machines blinking in the empty hall, utterly ignored. It was as if all the customers had been drawn by some invisible force to Chen Xuewan's brothers' arcade. Viper, however, just sneered in disdain. In his eyes, Chen Xuewan was wasting his money on these nobodies for nothing. What he didn't realize was that he was walking right into the trap Chen Xuewan had set for him, step by step. The competition lasted until 7 in the evening before finally coming to an end. The 6 winners beamed with joy as they collected their prize money. Lai Ho tallied up the day's sales from both shops and found they had both hit record highs. After closing up, everyone headed off in high spirits to a nearby food stall to celebrate. On the way there, Lai Ho sneaked over to Wu Lihong and lowered his voice. Sister Hong, your girlfriends probably haven't had dinner yet, right? How about calling them over to join us? Wu Lihong laughed heartily and gave him a playful smack on the head. You little rascal, you really live up to your name always in such a hurry. Lai Ho grinned, rubbing his head. Come on, Sister Hong, I'm just looking out for your friends. Yeah, right. As if you have any good intentions, Wu Lihong scoffed. Still, it wouldn't hurt to have them join us for a meal. It's not busy yet anyway. She pulled out her phone, called her friends, and told them where to meet. Then she glanced meaningfully at Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong. They're on their way. I've set things up for you two now, it's up to you to make your move. As soon as she said that, both Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong immediately straightened up. Lai Ho even slipped off to the restroom to fix up his appearance. Only Chen Xuewan remained calm and unaffected, showing no interest in any of this. As for Li Taiju, he was still completely absorbed in his phone, playing Snake. He cared nothing for women. His heart belonged to games and good food. Before long, several stylishly dressed women approached. Their arrival instantly drew every eye at the food stall. A few people even whistled. The women ignored the attention, heading straight for Wu Lihong's table. Sister Hong, they called out with warm, affectionate smiles. Wu Lihong hurried over to greet them, hugging each one before bringing them to the table and making introductions. The women were about the same age as Wu Lihong. Back when they all worked together, Wu Lihong often stood up for them, earning their respect and admiration. They saw her as their leader. When the introductions were done, Wu Lihong pointed to Chen Xuewan. This is the Chen Xuewan I've told you about. You can call him Brother One. The women's eyes lit up at once. Having spent years working in nightlife, they were well informed about everything that happened on the streets. Chen Xuewan's fight with Duxi had become a hot topic among the local crowd, something everyone talked about over drinks. Whether big shots or small-time hustlers, people spoke of Chen Xuewan with respect. Though they had never met him before, these women had already heard plenty about him. Now, meeting him in person, they were thrilled and all greeted him in unison. Brother One. Chen Xuewan smiled and nodded. Have a seat. We're all friends. Hurry, no need to be shy. The women relaxed, quickly warming up to Chen Xuewan's easygoing manner. They sat down, some settling next to Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong. Yet, despite their earlier eagerness, both men now sat stiffly, faces red, looking completely out of their depth. Their previous bravado had vanished, and they could barely string a sentence together. Wu Lihong glanced at them, shaking her head inwardly. With this kind of attitude, you want to flirt with girls? The ladies are sitting right next to you, and you can't even say a word. Are you expecting them to make the first move? Wu Lihong pursed her lips and reluctantly tried to liven up the atmosphere. A few girls who were regulars at nightclubs soon got everyone in high spirits, and Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong gradually relaxed, chatting and laughing with the girls. Just as only half the dishes had been served, a group of people suddenly walked up to the entrance of the food stall. One of the young men glanced around, and when his eyes landed on the girls at Chen Xuewan's table, they immediately lit up. Well, what are these sluts doing here? The young man grinned and leaned in to whisper to the man in front. Brother Feng, looks like we're in luck tonight. He'll set you up with a couple of girls to have some fun. The man called Brother Feng looked over the girls with interest. What, you know them? The young man replied smugly. Of course, they all work at my place. They make a living with me. He added, you head inside first. They'll bring them over to keep you company. Brother Feng, looking pleased, led his group inside. The young man strode confidently over to Chen Xuewan's table. Xiaoman, Xiaoqi, Bing Bing, you're all here. Oh, and Li Hong too. The girls' smiles froze at the sight of the young man, and even Wu Lihong's expression turned awkward. Manager Zhao, they greeted him uncomfortably. Manager Zhao smiled, placing one hand on Xiaoman's shoulder and the other on Wu Lihong's. What a coincidence running into you all. I've got a few friends waiting over there. Come over and have a drink with them, will you? Chen Xuewan frowned. Manager Zhao was blatantly trying to take the girls, acting like they didn't even exist. Wu Lihong quickly brushed off Manager Zhao's hand and said coldly, sorry, Manager Zhao, we're here with friends. We can't go. Manager Zhao's face darkened as he glanced dismissively at Chen Xuewan and the others. Li Hong, those guys over there are big spenders. If you keep them happy, they'll book your table for the night and tip well. I'm only offering this to people I trust here, not seriously passing up the chance to make some money. Are you? He then turned to Chen Xuewan's group, speaking arrogantly. Sorry guys, my VIPs are waiting, so we'll need the ladies to go and keep them company. Dinner's on me tonight, how about it? Lai Ho was about to lose his temper, but Chen Xuewan stopped him. Chen Xuewan looked calmly at Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao, right? Tonight, these ladies are my friends. Don't you think it's out of line to try and take them from our table to go drink with your guests? Manager Zhao's expression darkened as he shot Chen Xuewan a sideways glance. What's this? Sounds like you've got a problem with it? Chen Xuewan gave a faint smile, stood up, and faced Manager Zhao, his gaze steady. It's not about having a problem. It's just why should I let you do that? Before the words had even finished, Chen Xuewan grabbed a bottle from the table and smashed it hard over Manager Zhao's head. Manager Zhao was struck so hard that blood streamed down his face as he let out a howl of pain. The girls nearby screamed in shock and fear, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Xuewan's attack had been sudden and ruthless, leaving everyone caught off guard. Clutching his head, Manager Zhao staggered back a few steps, pointed at Chen Xuewan, and shouted angrily, You dare hit me? Do you even know who I am? My big brother is Li Yedong. Chen Xuewan just sneered, completely unfazed. Li Yedong, huh? Fine, he'll give you a chance. Call him here and see how he plans to fix this for you. Manager Zhao froze. Li Yedong's reputation in this area was notorious, yet Chen Xuewan didn't seem the least bit intimidated. Stunned, Zhao didn't react right away. Seeing this, Chen Xuewan pulled out his phone and smirked. What's wrong? Forgot your phone? Want me to make the call for you? Without waiting for a response, Chen Xuewan dialed Li Yedong's number. After just 2 rings, Li Yedong picked up, his voice tinged with anxiety. Wenwench, is that you? Chen Xuewan's smile widened. Dongzi, you have a manager named Zhao Chong at your club, right? Li Yedong immediately grew tense. Yes, Zhao Chong. Chen Xuewan glanced at Manager Zhao, his tone mocking. Your name's Zhao Chong, isn't it? Zhao Chong nodded in terror, panic starting to set in. Had he really crossed someone connected to Chen Xuewan? He knew better than to underestimate Li Yedong's influence. Thought so. Chen Xuewan replied casually. Dongzi, your manager's got quite a temper. Is this how you keep your people in line? Li Yedong's voice was now trembling, clearly frightened. Wench, what happened? Chen Xuewan calmly recounted everything that had just happened. Hearing the story, Li Yedong nearly exploded with rage. If it had been someone else, he might not have cared, but these girls were dining with Chen Xuewan, and Zhao Chong had the nerve to cause trouble in front of him? After spending 400,000 to settle previous issues, now Zhao Chong had stirred up even more trouble. Li Yedong's anger was about to boil over. Wench, this is my fault for not managing him properly. How about this, hand him the phone, and I'll have him apologize to you personally, okay? Li Yedong's voice was shaky, almost pleading. Chen Xuewan handed the phone to Zhao Chong with a faint smile. Your boss wants to talk to you. Zhao Chong took the phone hesitantly. As he listened, his face turned deathly pale. Fear flickered in his eyes as he asked in a low voice, He's really Chen Xuewan? At that moment, Chen Xuewan could clearly hear Li Yedong's furious roar through the phone. Are you just figuring that out now, you idiot? Of all people to mess with, you had to pick him. I don't care what you have to do, and if you have to get on your knees and beg, you'd better fix this. If you don't, I'll break your legs myself and drag you over to apologize. Li Yedong's outburst left Zhao Chong looking utterly defeated, the rage on the other end pushing him to the brink of collapse. After a long moment, the call finally ended. Zhao Chong was on the verge of tears. Trembling, he handed the phone back to Chen Xuewan, his head bowed in misery. Wench, I'm so sorry, I didn't know who I was dealing with. Please forgive me. The girls nearby exchanged glances and smiled. When they worked here, they'd suffered under Zhao Chong's attitude more than once. Seeing him finally get what he deserved was a relief. Seeing Zhao Chong bowing and apologizing so humbly to Chen Xuewan, the girls were all stunned, their faces filled with shock. In their eyes, admiration and respect for Chen Xuewan grew even stronger. Chen Xuewan spat disdainfully and said coldly, Get lost. Zhao Chong hurriedly backed away, not daring to say another word. The girls behind immediately broke into cheers, and the atmosphere became lively and excited. Zhao Chong walked into a private room upstairs, where Brother Feng and a few others were chatting. Seeing Zhao Chong come in alone, Brother Feng looked a bit surprised. Changzi, what happened? And how did you get hurt? Zhao Chong sighed. Don't even mention it. Brother Feng frowned and looked Zhao Chong in the eye. What's going on? Didn't you say you were bringing a few girls in for us? I don't see any girls, and you've come back hurt. Did someone mess with you? The others nearby stood up as soon as they heard this, their faces full of anger. Changzi, who dared to bully you? Tell us, and we'll take care of it. Zhao Chong glanced at Brother Feng, a glint of calculation in his eyes. He knew he couldn't count on his own boss for help, but Brother Feng was different. Brother Feng's background was much stronger than Li Yudong's Smabe. He could put Chen Xuewan in his place, or at least help Zhao Chong get some payback. Thinking this, Zhao Chong quickly exaggerated the story, leaving out Chen Xuewan's name on purpose. Chen Xuewan's reputation was too big now, and Zhao Chong was worried Brother Feng might back off if he heard it. After hearing the story, Brother Feng and the others were furious, almost jumping out of their seats. Brother Feng's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, So these punks think they're tough? I'd like to see just how tough they are. He slammed the table and pointed at Zhao Chong. Changzi, go tell them those girls I want them. Let's see if they dare to get in my way. That was exactly what Zhao Chong was waiting for. He nodded eagerly. All right, Brother Feng, they'll take care of it right away. With that, he hurried downstairs and headed straight to Chen Xuewan. When Zhao Chong showed up again, Lai Ho and the others were surprised, exchanging glances. Why did this guy come back? They wondered. Chen Xuewan, however, glanced up at the second floor. Through the glass window, He could see Zhao Chong talking with Zhou Jingfeng and a few others upstairs. Clearly, Zhao Chong had backing this time, which explained his sudden boldness. Lai Ho slapped the table in anger. Zhao, what the hell are you doing back here? Looking for another beating? Zhao Chong forced down his anger and smiled awkwardly. Guys, I don't mean anything else. The folks upstairs just asked me to pass on a message. He repeated Zhou Jingfeng's words exactly, then glanced nervously at Chen Xuewan. Wench, you're all big shots. I'm just a nobody. I was told to deliver the message, so I couldn't refuse. That's all. How you handle it is up to you. Chen Xuewan was silent for a moment, giving Zhao Chong a deep look. He knew Zhao Chong was trying to stir up trouble, but that actually suited him. Recently, had been looking for ways to boost his own reputation. The incident with Li Yedong had been deliberately blown up by him. Now, with someone else causing trouble, it was another chance to make a name for himself. After all, the more incidents like this, the more his reputation would spread. Still, Chen Xuewan was always cautious. He couldn't help but ask, what's the relationship between Zhou Jingfeng and Zhou Jinghui? The names sounded similar. There had to be some connection. Zhao Chong quickly replied, Brother Feng is Brother Hu's cousin. Chen Xuewan smiled, understanding the situation. That meant Zhou Jingfeng was just relying on Zhou Jinghui's reputation, nothing to be afraid of. With that in mind, Chen Xuewan raised his hand and slapped Zhao Chong hard across the face. He said coldly, go back and tell him that slap is my answer. Zhao Chong's face stung, but he didn't dare react. He could only lower his head and retreat. Zhao Chong's face was burning red from the slap, but the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. He clutched his stinging cheek and dashed up the stairs, bursting into the private room and standing breathlessly in front of Zhou Jingfeng. Brother Feng. Zhao Chong's voice trembled with agitation. That guy was way too arrogant. I told him who you were, but not only was he not scared, he slapped me. And get Tishi said the slap was meant for you. He wasn't just hitting me. He was humiliating you in front of everyone. Zhou Jingfeng's eyes blazed with fury at these words. He slammed the table, causing the teacup to jump and spill tea everywhere. Damn it, that bastard's got guts. He dares disrespect me? He growled through gritted teeth. I want to see what makes him so bold. With a wave of his hand, several burly men in black t-shirts followed him, storming down the stairs with an intimidating presence, heading straight for Chen Xuewan's table. By now, the food stall was almost deserted. The repeated conflicts had scared off most of the diners, who fled to avoid getting caught up in the chaos. Only a few brave souls remained, watching from a distance. Zhou Jingfeng and his men charged up to Chen Xuewan's table. Zhou slammed his palm down, producing a sharp bang. Glasses bounced, and alcohol splashed across the table. He pointed at Chen Xuewan, eyes blazing. You've got some nerve, kid. You dare hit my brother? Haven't you heard my name, Zhou Jingfeng? Chen Xuewan calmly put down his chopsticks and looked up at Zhou Jingfeng, his gaze steady and unafraid. Are you Zhou Jinghui's cousin? That question was like fuel to the fire. Zhou Jingfeng's face twisted with rage. He spat on the ground. Don't you dare try to act familiar with me. Who the hell do you think you are, dropping my brother's name? Chen Xuewan stood up slowly, a faint, indifferent smile on his lips. He walked up to Zhou Jingfeng, so close they could feel each other's breath. Let me make this clear, he said quietly but firmly. Even Zhou Jinghui wouldn't dare talk to me like that. And you? You're not even qualified. Before Zhou Jingfeng could react, Chen Xuewan's hand shot out. He grabbed a beer bottle from the table and smashed it over Zhou Jingfeng's head with lightning speed. The bottle shattered with a crisp crack, and beer mixed with blood streamed down Zhou Jingfeng's forehead. Zhou Jingfeng, caught completely off guard, staggered back, blood pouring from his head. He clutched his wound and let out a piercing scream. You dare hit me? Get him. Kill him. His men immediately lunged forward, grabbing beer bottles as weapons. Chen Xuewan's eyes turned cold. He drew a gleaming boning knife from his waist, its blade glinting under the light. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, closing the distance to the nearest attacker. The man swung a bottle at Chen Xuewan's head, but Chen Xuewan blocked it, knocking the bottle aside. In one fluid motion, he twisted the man's wrist and plunged the knife into his arm, then sliced down along the limb. The razor-sharp blade left a long, deep gash, and blood spurted out, soaking the man's sleeve. The man screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding arm and collapsing to the ground, completely out of the fight. Meanwhile, Lai Ho Wang Zhendong and Li Taizhu joined the fray. Wang Zhendong, quick and nimble, managed to keep one opponent busy despite his average fighting skills. Li Taizhu, on the other hand, was a different story. 6'3", 200 pounds of solid muscle from years of hard labor. A young thug smashed a beer bottle over Li Taizhu's head, shattering it, but Li Taizhu just wiped away the blood as if nothing had happened. He grinned, revealing yellowed teeth, then landed a heavy punch on the man's face. With a sickening crack, the attacker's nose broke, blood spurting from his mouth and nose as he flew back 2 meters, crashing to the floor and not getting up again. In a matter of seconds, the fight was over. Of the 5 men Zhou Jingfeng had brought, Chen Xuewan had taken down 2 with his knife. Li Taizhu had knocked out 2 more with brute force. and Wang Zhendong had barely managed to subdue the last one. Now, only Zhou Jingfeng remained, clutching his bleeding head, face deathly pale, legs shaking as he stood frozen in place, unsure whether to flee or fight. Seeing his younger brother lying on the ground, groaning and barely able to move, Zhou Jingfeng was furious. He stomped his foot, his face turning bright red, and pointed a trembling finger at Chen Xuewan. You little punk, if you've got guts, don't run. I'm calling my people right now. I swear I'll make you pay for this. A mocking smirk appeared on Chen Xuewan's lips. He strode over, grabbed Zhou Jingfeng, and shoved him down to the ground. Planting his shoe firmly against Zhou Jingfeng's temple, he spoke in a chilling tone. Call your people? Let me save you the trouble. With that, Chen Xuewan pulled out his phone and dialed Zhou Jinghui's number right in front of him. The call connected quickly, and Zhou Jinghui's impatient voice came through. What is it now? I'm telling you, I don't have any money. Chen Xuewan replied casually. We're brothers. Talking about money just hurts feelings. Hey, race the thing. I was out eating and ran into someone who says he's your brother, named Zhou Jingfeng. Ring a bell? There was a loud clatter on the other end. Then Zhou Jinghui's nervous voice. Are you serious? Is it really Jingfeng? Chen Xuewan glanced down at Zhou Jingfeng, still pinned beneath his foot. Why don't you ask him yourself? He said, handing the phone over. Zhou Jingfeng hesitated for a moment, seeing it really was his brother's number, but a bad feeling crept up inside him. Still, he figured, after getting beaten up like this, his brother would surely stand up for him. Bro, I got beat up before he could finish. The voice on the other end exploded. Damn it, Zhou Jingfeng. Is that really you, you little idiot? Zhou Jinghui's angry roar nearly burst through the phone. Zhou Jingfeng was stunned. His brother had never yelled at him like that before. Bro, I'm the one who got bullied. Why are you taking their side? He said, sounding hurt. Zhou Jinghui was even more furious. Cut the crap. What happened? Zhou Jingfeng hurriedly exaggerated the story, pinning all the blame on Chen Xuewan. After hearing him out, Zhou Jinghui cursed through gritted teeth. You useless idiot. You got yourself into this mess over a few cheap women? Haven't you ever seen a woman before? Bro, what's going on? I got beaten up and you're just yelling at me? Zhou Jingfeng stomped his foot in frustration. Zhou Jinghui took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Do you even know who hit you? That's Chen Xuewan. Those 3 words hit Zhou Jingfeng like a bolt from the blue. He trembled all over. The phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, and he felt as if head just plunged into an icy abyss. Zhou Jingfeng had naturally heard of Chen Xuewan's name. Even his own backer, Zhou Jinghui, had recently suffered several setbacks at Chen Xuewan's hands. The incident at Chunji Grand Hotel was still the talk of the town in Pingqing, spreading like wildfire. Who would dare cross a madman capable of standing up to someone as dangerous as Duja? Zhou Jingfeng was shaking all over, finally realizing just how badly he had misjudged the situation. He looked at Chen Xuewan, trembling, his voice quivering. Brother Wen, I didn't know it was you. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize someone so important. Please, let it go this time. Have mercy, please spare me. Chen Xuewan let out a cold laugh and ignored him. Instead, he bent down to pick up his phone from the ground, brushed off the dust, and said angrily, Damn it, this was a brand new phone. Look at it, you've scratched it up. Zhou Jingfeng glanced at the phone. It looked perfectly fine on the outside, but he knew better than to argue whatever Chen Xuewan said. He immediately replied in a careful tone, Brother Wen, I'm really sorry, it was an accident. How about this? They'll buy you a new one as an apology. Chen Xuewan narrowed his eyes and gave Zhou Jingfeng a sidelong glance. Do you really think replacing my phone is that simple? I actually like this one. Sure, it only cost 8,000, but it has a lot of important contacts in it. Transferring them all is a real hassle. Zhou Jingfeng nearly spat blood. The phone wasn't worth even 2 or 3,000. How could Chen Xuewan say it cost 8? But he didn't dare contradict him. Instead, he nodded respectfully. Brother Wen, it's all my fault. For the sake of our friendship, please let me off this time. They'll give you 10,008 for a new phone, and 2 for the store to transfer your contacts. How's that? Chen Xuewan nodded in satisfaction. Now that's being sensible. In that case, we can work something out, he said offhandedly, then turned to his people. Oh, by the way, Hosey, check your phones too. See if they're damaged. Liho was the quickest to catch on. As soon as he heard this, he squeezed his phone and said, Oh no, mine got banged up too, Brother Wen. Look at this, my 8th Wasandiyuan phone is broken as well. Wang Zhendong quickly followed his lead. Mine's broken too. Oh man, I just bought it for 8,000. The two exchanged a knowing smile, clearly in on the act. Only Li Taizhu seemed oblivious to what was going on. He took out his phone, turned it over several times, and said with relief, Phew, mine's still fine. Liho shot him a fierce glare. What do you mean it's fine? Look at it, it's already busted and useless. Li Taizhu still didn't get it. He checked his phone again and insisted, Really, it's not broken. Chen Xuewan and his guys were speechless at this blockhead. Liho simply walked over, snatched Li Taizhu's phone, and smashed it on the floor. See, now it's broken. Zhou Jingfeng was about to explode with rage as he watched, cursing to himself. Are you serious? I'm standing right, Hurito, you think I'm blind? This is daylight robbery. Chen Xuewan turned to Wu Lihong. Lihong, how about your phone? Wu Lihong smiled and replied, my phone isn't working too well either. Chen Xuewan nodded, then looked at the girls nearby. What about you? The girls exchanged glances, and finally one named Xiaoman whispered, we're using pagers, they're fine? Chen Xuewan pretended not to hear, and said, oh, those are broken too. All right, I'll let Brother Feng know. Then he turned to Zhou Jingfeng and smiled. Brother Feng, about this phone situation. Zhou Jingfeng clenched his fists, his face darkening. This was blatant extortion. Now he finally understood why his older brother, Zhou Jinghui, had been blackmailed by Chen Xuewan so many times. This guy was a professional at squeezing people dry. But at this moment, he didn't even dare utter a word of refusal. Zhou Jinghui had already warned him clearly. Whatever happened tonight, he had to get Chen Xuewan's forgiveness, or he wouldn't help clean up the mess. He'll replace them. All of them. Zhou Jingfeng could only force a bitter agreement. A broad grin spread across Chen Xuewan's face as he laughed heartily. Thanks, Brother Feng. There aren't that many of us, just 10 people. 10,000 each, so 100,000 in total. We're all friends here, so I won't make things hard for you. How about this? If you get the money over within half an hour, I won't charge you interest. Sound good? A fresh wave of anger surged through Zhou Jingfeng. So this was what he called friends? But he had no choice except to take out his phone and arrange for the money to be delivered. While they waited, Chen Xuewan strolled over to the table and sat down, chatting and laughing with everyone as if the extortion was nothing out of the ordinary. Before the money arrived, an enforcement team vehicle suddenly pulled up nearby. Several officers hurried toward them. Clearly, someone had called the police. Seeing this, Lai Ho and the others immediately grew tense. This situation couldn't be written off as self-defense if they got caught. It could mean a year or more behind bars if things escalated. Brother Wen, maybe you should get out of here. We'll hold them off for you, Lai Ho suggested anxiously. But Chen Xuewan remained perfectly calm, sitting back with a faint smile. No rush. Lai Ho and the others exchanged uneasy glances, shocked by Chen Xuewan's composure. The officers quickly reached the scene. When they saw Zhou Jingfeng and the others covered in injuries, they stepped forward and asked, what happened here? Zhou Jingfeng glanced at Chen Xuewan, who was smiling back at him. Suppressing his fury, he answered quietly, nothing. The team leader frowned. Nothing? You're all beaten up like this, and you say nothing happened? Do you take me for a fool? Zhou Jingfeng kept his head down. Really, it's nothing. The team leader turned to another young man whose arm was bleeding. What about you? Who did this to you? Without hesitation, the young man pointed at Chen Xuewan. It was him. All eyes immediately turned to Chen Xuewan. Lai Ho and the others felt their hearts sink, realizing things might take a turn for the worse. But Chen Xuewan remained unruffled, speaking slowly. Careful what you say, kid. Falsely accusing someone is a crime too. The young man tried to say more, but Zhou Jingfeng snapped at him. Shut up. Then Zhou Jingfeng turned to the team leader, forcing a strained smile. Sorry, he's drunk and confused. We had a bit to drink, and just fell down, nothing serious. The team leader's expression grew colder. Do you think I'm an idiot? You expect me to believe you did this to yourselves? Tell me the truth, are you being threatened, or what? If you are, I'll help you. Zhou Jingfeng dug in his heels. It's really nothing. Thank you. The team leader questioned the others, but they all shook their heads and insisted nothing was wrong. With no one willing to tell the truth, the officers had no choice but to leave. As the enforcement vehicle disappeared from sight, Lai Ho and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Xuewan stood up and walked over to Zhou Jingfeng. Brother Feng, you're pretty loyal. But as for this kid, he let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with menace. Zhou Jingfeng hurried to explain, Brother Wen, he's just a kid. Didn't know any better. He'll make sure to teach him a lesson when we get back. Chen Xuewan stared hard at the young man, then suddenly spoke in a chilling voice. No need to wait. Right here, knock out all his front teeth for me. He needs to learn what it means to suffer the consequences of his words. Zhou Jingfeng's face went pale, his voice trembling. Brother Wen, isn't that a bit much? Maybe. Before he could finish, Chen Xuewan grabbed a plate from the table and smashed it into Zhou Jingfeng's mouth, blood instantly trickling from the corner of his lips. Chen Xuewan seized him by the hair, his voice icy. Listen, I'm not asking, I'm ordering you. If you can't do it, he'll knock out all your teeth instead. Shaking with fear, Zhou Jingfeng finally signaled his men. They pinned the young man down and brutally knocked out all his front teeth. The young man's anguished screams echoed through the night as he curled up on the ground, trembling, blood streaming from his mouth. Now he truly understood what it meant to pay for reckless words. Less than half an hour later, Zhou Jingfeng's men delivered the full 100,000 yuan without a cent missing. Chen Xuewan had Lai Ho take the money, then turned to Zhou Jingfeng with a slight smile. Thanks, Brother Feng. Now that we've got the money, let's go get ourselves some new phones. What about you guys? Aren't you going to thank Brother Feng for the new phones? Lai Ho and the others burst out laughing and said in unison, Thanks, Brother Feng. Zhou Jingfeng's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he was left speechless. Chen Xuewan led the group a few steps away before suddenly turning back, his gaze landing on Zhao Chong at the rear. Manager Zhao, Xiaoman and the others might be a bit late for work tonight. You're not going to mark them as late or absent, are you? His tone was casual, but there was an unmistakable threat in his words. Having witnessed Zhou Jingfeng's humiliation firsthand, Zhao Chong was already terrified. Hearing this, he forced an awkward smile and stammered, "Brother Wen, you must be joking. Xiaoman and the others don't need to worry, you'll take care of their leave. You all just have fun." Chen Xuewan shook his head slightly. "Leave? That won't do. If they don't take leave today, does that mean they won't make money? Manager Zhao, surely you can handle something this simple?" Zhao Chong's face turned serious at once, and he quickly changed his tune. Then let's just say they've taken a job. He'll handle it for you." Chen Xuewan smiled in satisfaction. "Taking a job? And the money?" Zhao Chong hurriedly replied, "He'll cover it, he'll cover it." Chen Xuewan patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Thanks, Manager Zhao." With that, he swaggered off with his group. Watching them go, Zhou Jingfeng and Zhao Chong finally let out a sigh of relief, as if they'd just escaped with their lives. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Jingfeng turned to the younger man who'd lost a tooth and snapped in a low voice, "Are you stupid? With the way things were, you dared point out Chen Xuewan? Do you have a death wish? Damn it. Even if Chen Xuewan got detained, how many days would he spend inside? And when he gets out, how many lives do you think you have for him to take?" Only then did the young man realize why Zhou Jingfeng had been so subdued in front of the enforcement team. Because taking down Chen Xuewan was simply impossible. But if they provoked him, the consequences would be more than they could handle. After leaving the food stall, Chen Xuewan and his group stopped somewhere quiet. Chen Xuewan took 20,000 yuan from the bag and handed it to Wu Lihong. "This is for you and me. The rest, let's split among the others." Lai Hao's eyes widened as he whispered, "Brother Wen, we're splitting all of it?" Chen Xuewan shot him a look. "I already said 10,000 each. Give it to them so everyone can get a new phone." Lai Ho quickly handed out the money. Wang Zhendong, Li Taizhu, and Lai Ho each got 10,000 yuan. The remaining 50,000 went to Wu Lihong's 5 friends. The 5 girls stared at the cash in front of them, glancing at each other with mixed feelings. They were excited but hesitant to reach for it. 10,000 each was a lot. They all wanted it, but felt embarrassed to take it. Wu Lihong noticed their hesitation and smiled. "Chen Xuewan is giving it to you, just take it. Now you can all get new phones, and it'll be easier to stay in touch." Hearing this, the girls' eyes lit up and they quickly divided the money among themselves. Then, the 5 of them turned to Chen Xuewan and said sweetly, "Thank you, Brother Wen." Chen Xuewan gave a faint smile and nodded. "We're all on the same side. No need to be so polite. Let's find a phone store and get a new phone. That way, it'll be easier for us to keep in touch next time." Chen Xuewan led the group of girls to a nearby, brightly lit phone shop. The girls wandered around, their faces filled with barely contained excitement as they browsed the display cases packed with the latest models. Out of the 5 girls, 4 picked out high-end phones without any hesitation. Only Xiaoman, after a moment of indecision, chose a much more affordable women's phone, carefully tucking the rest of her money deep into her wallet. "Xiaoman's family isn't doing well," Wu Lihong whispered to Chen Xuewan. "Both her parents are in the hospital, and she's the only one supporting them." Chen Xuewan nodded silently, making a mental note of it. Afterwards, the group headed to a nightclub. After a few rounds of drinks, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were already getting cozy with 2 of the girls, arms around each other, clearly not planning to leave anytime soon. Chen Xuewan just reminded them to pay their bills and not cause trouble, then left with Wu Lihong, letting the others continue their night of partying. Meanwhile, in a private room at a tea house in the south of the city, Ho Wuye was having tea and chatting with Fong Ru and Lawyer He. Suddenly, Lawyer He's phone rang. After answering, he gave a helpless smile. "Wuye, Chen Xuewan is causing trouble again. The enforcement team just called, asking us to keep an eye on him." He briefly explained the situation with Zhou Jingfeng. Fong Ru scoffed. "That Chen guy just made a name for himself with Dushu, and now he's getting cocky. He took care of Li Yedong, and now he's picking a fight with Zhou Jingfeng. Typical of someone who lets a little success go to his head." Ho Wuye remained calm. He took a long drag on his pipe and exhaled slowly before speaking. "Help him out this time. It's nothing serious." Lawyer He nodded respectfully and left to handle it. Fong Ru was puzzled. Why go out of your way for someone so unreliable? Ho Wuye gave her a meaningful look. "Did you notice? He got 30,000 in cash and 10 gold bars from the Zhou family, and blackmailed another 100,000 from Zhou Jinghui. With all that money, he hasn't done anything to improve his own life. Sure, he spends time with that hostess, so it's not like he isn't interested in women." Fong Ru sat on the sofa, her cheeks flushed and a trace of coldness flickering in her eyes. She couldn't help but recall what had happened last time at her own home. Despite stepping in herself, she still hadn't managed to win over Chen Xuewan. As a woman who had always prided herself on her looks and figure, losing to a hostess was a fact that filled her with uncontrollable anger. "Fifth Master, what exactly are you trying to say?" she asked, struggling to keep her displeasure in check. Ho Wuye spoke slowly, his voice low and measured. "I just want to remind you, Chen Xuewan isn't someone you can take lightly." He paused, his words carrying extra weight. "Someone who can restrain his own desires is often the most dangerous. Chen Xuewan isn't just cunning's meticulous. You can't judge his actions by ordinary logic. Fangru was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting together. Fifth master, aren't you giving him a little too much credit? A faint, meaningful smile played at the corner of Ho Wai's mouth. Rather than overestimating him, I'm more concerned about underestimating him. Noticing the surprise on Fang Ru's face, he continued, Hey Race, a hint, have you realized that Li Er-yong, who's always by Chen Xuewan's side, hasn't shown up for quite a while? Fang Ru's expression instantly grew tense. Fifth master, are you saying Li Er-yong? Ho Wei calmly took out his pipe and inhaled deeply. It's called making a show of strength to distract from your real intentions. Chen Xuewan's high-profile moves in Pingcheng are just a smokescreen. His real play is probably hidden in whatever Li Er-yong is up to. As smoke curled around him, he went on thoughtfully, the new year is coming up, and that's when the arcade business makes the most money. All the arcades in Pingcheng combined can easily rake in over 20 million during this season. If I'm right, Chen Xuewan is planning to take down Viper before the year's end. Fang Ru's eyes widened in shock, and she blurted out, before the new year? How is that possible? With the little power he has, how could he possibly go up against Viper? Ho Wei gazed out into the darkness beyond the window and said softly, I'd like to know the answer to that myself. Pingzhou was a bustling city, far more vibrant than Pingcheng, as it served as the capital of Pingnan province. Inside a small coffee shop near the Northern University district, Li Er-yong sat across from a young man. The cafe was softly lit, with students coming and going, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Anyone familiar with the scene would be shocked to see this casually dressed, slightly obsequious young man Wang Kai, one of He Fei's longtime followers. Li Er-yong's sharp gaze was fixed on the stream of people outside the window. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a woman walking slowly in the distance. He quickly pulled a slightly crumpled photo from his pocket and compared it carefully, lowering his voice. Is that her? Wang Kai followed his gaze and immediately nodded. That's her. Hu Qianqian. I've seen her a few times. Hu Qianqian was the college student He Fei had been involved with. Her parents worked in Pingcheng, and her uncle held a position with the law enforcement team in the provincial capital. When Chen Xuewan exposed her relationship with He Fei to her parents, they were furious. Leveraging her uncle's connections, they managed to have He Fei sent to prison. Hu Qianqian herself was harshly reprimanded by her parents. Now, she walked with her head down, looking worn and dispirited. Li Er-yong nodded in satisfaction. Good. They'll leave this to you. Remember what I told you, don't mess it up. Don't worry. Yonga. Wang Kai straightened up, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Li Er-yong got up and quietly moved to a nearby table. Wearing a baseball cap pulled low to obscure half his face, he positioned himself where he could clearly overhear every word from Wang Kai's table. Before long, Hu Qianqian walked into the cafe. She wore simple jeans and a white t-shirt, a backpack slung over her shoulder, with dark circles obvious under her eyes. Wang Kai quickly stood up, waving to her, Qianjia, over here. Hu Qianqian approached with a cold expression, her eyes wary as she looked at Wang Kai. What do you want? Wang Kai forced a smile. Qianjia, please have a seat. But Hu Qianqian remained standing, her voice icy. Say what you need to say. If there's nothing important, I have to get back to class. Wang Kai stepped forward, lowering his voice. Qianjia, please don't go yet. Fij asked me to pass a message to you. At the mention of Fij, Hu Qianqian's eyes flickered, but she quickly regained her cold composure. What's left to say between us? Wang Kai rubbed his hands awkwardly. Qianjia, please don't say that. Honestly, in Fij's heart, you're the one he loves most. It's always been you. Hu Qianqian's body trembled slightly, her fingers tightening around her backpack strap, though her voice remained cold. He still has the nerve to say that? Hasn't he lied to me enough? He said he loved me, but he was always with other women, using all kinds of dirty tricks to play with them. What right does he have to talk to me about love? Seeing her emotions stir, Wang Kai seized the chance to explain earnestly. Qianjia, you've got it wrong. Fij truly loves you. Everything you mentioned happened before he met you. After he met you, he only ever cared about Johan, never loved anyone else. I swear on my life, his feelings for you are real. As Wang Kai continued with his sweet words, Hu Qianqian's expression gradually softened. The tension in her brow eased, and the tight line of her lips relaxed. For her, He Fei had been her first love, the one who took her first time. Even though she resented him, hearing these words slowly broke down her defenses. Eventually, Hu Qianqian sat at the table, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of her coffee cup as she listened quietly to Wang Kai. By the end, her eyes were red and brimming with tears, and she began to sob softly. Seeing that the moment was right, Wang Kai let out a gentle sigh. Qianjia, there's no point in talking about all this now. Fij is in prison. It's all in the past. Fei Gu just asked me to pass on a message to you. Wang Kai sat on a campus bench, gazing at Hu Qianqian, who was weeping in front of him, and slowly began to speak. His voice was full of sorrow. He hopes you can forgive him, and he wants you to find someone better. He says he's not worthy of you in this life, and just having these memories is enough for him. Hu Qianqian could no longer hold back her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. Her voice trembled. No, will wait for him to come out, no matter what. Wang Kai felt a surge of joy inside, but he kept a somber expression. He stood up, putting on a determined front. Jianjia, I've said everything I needed to say. Now I have something important to take care of. I might not make it back, but as long as you can forgive Fei Gu, that's enough for me. What are you going to do? Hu Qianqian was stunned. Fei Gu was set up. I'm going to get revenge for him, Wang Kai said through gritted teeth. Who is it? Chen Xuewan. At that name, Hu Qianqian's expression turned cold. He's the one who got my husband sent to prison? Just wait. I'll call my uncle right now and have him deal with that guy. Wang Kai quickly stopped her. Don't. If your uncle starts investigating and finds out it's for Fei Gu, it could end up making his sentence even longer. Hu Qianqian's face changed as she fell silent, lost in thought. So what's your plan? Wang Kai lowered his voice and explained the plan in detail. Finally, he took out a bank card. There's 500,000 yuan here, money Fei Gu originally saved to marry you. Let's use it for this. At least it'll be for his sake. Hu Qianqian took the card, her eyes shining with determination. He'll make sure Chen Xuewan pays for what he's done. Once Hu Qianqian disappeared into the campus, Wang Kai immediately walked over to Li Er-yong, who had been waiting nearby. Yongge, how did things go? Li Er-yong nodded with satisfaction. Everything went smoothly. Hu Qianqian and the target's younger brother are classmates and get along well. With that connection, plus the 500,000 in her family's influence, this should be a sure thing. He handed Wang Kai a bank card. Hey, raise 80,000 for expenses, a little bonus for you. Wang Kai's face lit up with excitement, and he thanked him repeatedly. Li Er-yong patted him on the shoulder. This is just the beginning. Once it's done, there'll be another 500,000. But you'll need to leave Pingnan province for a while. When things settle down, you can come to Pingcheng and work with me. Wang Kai nodded eagerly. Thank you for the opportunity, Yongge. Watching Li Er-yong walk away, a glint of ambition flickered in Wang Kai's eyes. Everything was going according to plan. Pingcheng, Brothers Arcade. The tournament organized by Chen Xuewan was held right on schedule, and today, packed to the rafters, didn't even begin to describe the scene at Brothers Arcade. Inside, the air was thick and stifling, a mix of sweat and excitement. Crowds gathered around the fighting game machines where matches were underway, players' fingers flying over the controls as on-screen characters battled fiercely, drawing gasps and cheers from the onlookers. More than 100 contestants had signed up, each face lit with the hunger for victory. Even more people had simply come to watch, hundreds, at least jostling for space, craning their necks for a glimpse of the action. Pingcheng had plenty of fighting game fans, but no one had ever organized a competition on this scale. Chen Xuewan was a pioneer, and with the right amount of hype and a prize pot big enough to tempt anyone, had drawn game lovers from all over the city. Lately, Chen Xuewan's reputation had grown on the streets of Pingcheng. Had taken down big names from the underworld like Li Yedong and Zhou Jingfeng, and these achievements had sent his status soaring. People whispered that his influence was starting to rival even Duz's. This newfound fame brought a wave of attention to Brothers Arcade. In the past few days, even local gangsters had started showing up, hoping to pledge their loyalty to Chen Xuewan. He didn't take everyone in, though just handpicked a few sharp ones to work at the arcade. He kept them away from anything important, never letting outsiders in on the real business. The tournament kicked off in the morning and ran straight through until nightfall before a winner finally emerged. The arcade buzzed the whole time, electronic sounds, cheers, and applause blending into a constant roar. By the time the finals rolled around in the evening, the place was packed wall-to-wall, with even more people waiting anxiously outside for the results. At 7 o'clock, the competition finally wrapped up. Chen Xuewan took the microphone and stood on a makeshift stage outside, announcing the winners under the glare of floodlights. He handed out trophies and prize money to the champions. In the crowd, eyes shone with envy of Fivethazandiuan prize for first place, along with a custom gold trophy modeled after the Oscars, glittered with an almost blinding luxury. The winners stood on stage, some with tears in their eyes, others too excited to speak clearly, all thanking Chen Xuewan in their acceptance speeches. One champion even brought his parents to witness his moment of glory. The scene was both stirring and emotional, moving many in the audience to sigh with admiration. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner at the edge of the crowd, two men watched quietly. One was short, sporting a pencil mustache and a neatly parted hairstyle. Ding San. He frowned slightly at the spectacle, let out a quiet sigh, and murmured, "He's really made it now. Duz has lost this round, and it won't be easy for him to bounce back." Beside him stood a sturdily built man with calloused hands and a watchful gaze, scanning the crowd. He frowned. "Sen Yi, aren't you overthinking this? Chen Xuewan's tournament might be a hit, but it's only drawing the arcade crowd. He's not going to lure in the slot machine players. Duz's base is still secure." Ding San's lips curled into a cold smile. "That's what everyone thinks, and that's exactly what makes it dangerous. Do you really believe Chen Xuewan went to all this trouble just to attract a few gamers?" The man looked puzzled. "Then what's he after?" Ding San's eye sharpened. He spoke softly. "He's making a name for Brothers Arcade." The man gave a derisive snort, his eyes filled with contempt. "So what? No matter how famous you get, you still want to track those high-rolling gamblers who play the slots." Ding San turned to look at him, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You need a reputation to have a chance. He leaned in slightly and lowered his voice. Think about it if something suddenly happened to Viper's slot machine joint, or if it suffered a serious blow, those high rollers would be forced to find a new place to gamble. Where do you think they'd go? His words hit like a hammer, and the man's expression froze. He quickly realized the implication if Viper's place really ran into trouble. The gamblers would naturally choose the nearest, most reputable spot. And wasn't that exactly what Chen Xuewan had been working so hard to build up? The man took a deep breath, his own voice dropping unconsciously. Xinyi, are you saying Chen Xuewan might target Viper's place? He frowned. But what could he do? Call the authorities and have the enforcement team raid Viper's joint? Ding Xin shook his head, his face calm. Chen Xuewan is cunning and unpredictable. His methods are never that obvious, and reporting to the authorities is out of the question. I can't say for sure what he'll do, but once he makes a name for himself, Viper has already lost the first round. Hearing this, the man's face changed dramatically. Then should we warn Viper? Tell him to be on guard? Dingson waved him off. No need. His gaze grew distant. Viper is ruthless, but he's greedy and short-sighted. He only cares about immediate gains and can't see the bigger picture. That kind of person can't achieve anything great. His operation is bound to fail sooner or later, and there's no reason for us to stick around. The man glanced back and forth between Ding San and Chen Xuewan, suddenly widening his eyes. Sanyi, you're not thinking of teaming up with Chen Xuewan, are you? That thought has crossed my mind, Ding San replied calmly. But he's just a kid's nowhere near your level, the man said with a sneer. Ding San gave him a meaningful look. Ambition doesn't depend on age. But there's no rush. Let's see how this plays out. If Chen Xuewan can really take down Viper, he's bound for greatness, and following him would only make sense. But if he can't get through this hurdle, then there's no need for us to waste any more effort. The man nodded in agreement, a glimmer of anticipation in his eye. She, too, was eager to see whether this young man could really bring down Viper. After the award ceremony, Chen Xuewan led the top 8 contestants to the most upscale hotel in Pingcheng for a celebration. As they pushed open the hotel doors, the group of cash-strapped contestants couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. The hotel manager immediately hurried over, bowing deeply upon seeing Chen Xuewan. Lately, Chen Xuewan had become a well-known figure in Pingcheng, and no one dared to cross him lightly. The manager's respectful attitude made the contestants even more envious. Chen Xuewan simply nodded and signaled for the manager to arrange a private room. Soon, the table was filled with a lavish spread. Although Chen Xuewan didn't drink, Wang Zhendong, nicknamed Monkey King, could certainly hold his liquor. He was toasting and laughing with the others, and the atmosphere was lively. While Wang Zhendong got up to use the restroom, a commotion suddenly broke out outside. Chen Xuewan quickly stepped out and saw Wang Zhendong scuffling with another man near the bathroom entrance. Wang Zhendong reacted fast, grabbing a nearby bottle and swinging it at his opponent. The other man was quick as well, catching Wang Zhendong's wrist. Suddenly, Wang Zhendong let go, and the bottle fell into the other man's hand. Smugly, the man waved the bottle, but in a careless moment, he smashed it right on Wang Zhendong's head instead. The man froze, clearly not expecting that outcome. Chen Xuewan rushed over, grabbed the man by the collar, and snatched the bottle, smashing it over the man's head. The man tried to resist, but Wang Zhendong and Chen Xuewan held him down against the sink. After 2 more heavy blows with bottles, the man was completely subdued. Just you wait. The man spat through gritted teeth. My buddies will make you pay for this. Chen Xuewan sneered. Which room are your friends in? Lead the way. Furious, the man blurted out a room number the most luxurious suite in the hotel. Grabbing him by the neck, Chen Xuewan kicked open the door to the suite. Inside, 7 or 8 people were drinking and chatting. The most striking of them was a heavy-set, gray-haired middle-aged man, about 40 or 50 years old. Sitting next to him was a seductive woman, the same one who used to be by Snake's side, now known as Boss Huss' mistress. Who the hell are you? Someone yelled. Let our brother go. Do you even know who our boss is? That's Boss Hu of Pingxing. Are you looking for trouble? The people in the room all stood up, glaring angrily, ready for a fight. Chen Xuewan cast a cold glance at the overweight man, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. So it's Boss Hu? Well then, tonight's issue should be easy to settle. As soon as he finished speaking, he shoved the man forward, his eyes sharp as knives as he barked. Listen up. All of you. My name is Chen Xuewan. The moment the words left his lips, the noisy room fell silent. Everyone sat down at once, and the atmosphere grew tense and heavy. Chen Xuewan's reputation was formidable. Even those who usually relied on borrowed authority wouldn't dare challenge him. Everyone understood. Crossing Chen Xuewan wouldn't just bring trouble, you might end up beaten senseless. Boss Huss' face changed instantly. He took a deep breath, forcing down his shock, and spoke in a low voice. Ah, so it's Brother Chen. What's going on here? How did my friend offend you? Worry flickered in his eyes. Chen Xuewan pointed at Wang Zhendong by the door, his tone icy. My friend got hit in the head by your guy? Boss Hu? How do you plan to settle this? Just as Boss Hu stood there, confused, his cousin hurriedly jumped in to explain. Cousin, I swear I'm innocent. That guy was way out of line. He told me to get out of the bathroom. I got mad, argued with him, and then he hit me with a bottle. When I fought back, somehow the bottle ended up hitting his head. Clutching his own head, he kept defending himself. I only hit him once, but he hit me 3 times. Chen Xuewan let out a cold laugh. You sure about your math? I hit you 3 times? The man protested loudly. It was 3 times. With a sneer, Chen Xuewan retorted, funny, I remember it being 4. Not enough for you. Should I add another? Before anyone could react, he grabbed a bottle from the table and smashed it over the man's head without hesitation. The crisp sound of breaking glass echoed through the room as the man cried out in pain, stumbling back, clutching his head. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. The noisy scene was now stifled by Chen Xuewan's ruthless presence. Everyone lowered their heads in silence. No one dared make a sound. Chen Xuewan dusted off his hands and glanced at the shattered bottle, remarking casually, Matai, no wonder it feels so good in the hand. Boss Hu, when I leave, have someone send a few cases to me. They'll keep the empty bottles for later. His words dripped with sarcasm. Boss Hu's face turned ashen, rage burning inside him, but he forced a strained smile and tried to keep his composure. Brother Chen, my cousin's already gotten what he deserved. How about we just let this go? Chen Xuewan raised the bottle and pointed it at Boss Hu, his tone even colder. What's that supposed to mean? You think your cousin is in the same league as my friend? Boss Hu's face twisted, sweat beading on his forehead. He lowered his voice. Then Brother Chen, how do you want to settle this? Chen Xuewan smiled faintly, his gaze sharp as ever. Boss Hu, with your wealth, handling this shouldn't be a problem, right? Boss Hu's expression froze, his face growing even grimmer. Just as he was about to respond, his young wife suddenly snapped, eyes wide with anger. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to extort us? Chen Xuewan chuckled, walked right up to Boss Hu, and without hesitation, slapped the woman hard across the face, the sound ringing out loud and clear. This is men's business. Who said you could butt in? Boss Hu, do you not have any rules in your house? Boss Hu was stunned, while his wife, furious, glared back at Chen Xuewan, clutching her cheek. How dare you hit me? You think I'm afraid of you? Believe it or not, he'll call Dushu Hell come and take you out. Hearing this, Boss Hu's face turned deathly pale. He instinctively took a step back, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He had long been aware of the ambiguous relationship between his mistress and Viper. But now, this woman dared to provoke him right in front of his facade, was a blatant humiliation. Without hesitation, Chen Xuewan's eyes flashed with menace as he delivered a sharp slap across her cheek. Get out. Call Viper right now. He'll wait right here and see if you actually dare to bring him over, he said coldly. The woman trembled with rage, her face pale and filled with fury and humiliation, but she didn't dare talk back. She rushed out of the room to make the call. Inside, everyone exchanged nervous glances, their faces ashen. Chen Xuewan wasn't even afraid of Viper. Chen Xuewan grabbed Boss Hu by the collar and sneered. Now that she's gone, let's talk compensation, shall we? Boss Hu's face was livid, full of resentment, but he couldn't utter a word. Seeing this, Chen Xuewan's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. What's wrong? Worried about losing face in front of your men? Don't worry. Dongzi, clear everyone out of the room. Wang Zhendong clapped his hands and barked. Didn't you hear? Get out. No one dared to protest. They all hurried out, heads down. Once the room was empty, Boss Hu's expression shifted, and he seemed to freeze, staring at the closed door, trembling with a mix of helplessness and fear. He lowered his voice. Chun, this is all a misunderstanding. There's no need to make such a big scene, is there? Name your price for compensation, whatever you want, he'll pay. Chen Xuewan's expression suddenly changed. The fierce look vanished, replaced by a faint, meaningful smile. No need for compensation, he said lightly. I just want to discuss something with you in private. Boss Hu was taken aback. What is it? Chen Xuewan's smile grew even more subtle. I'd like to borrow 3 million from you as startup capital. Also, I need you to go to the provincial capital for a full medical checkup on the 3rd day of the 12th lunar month. It'd be best if you underwent a full anesthesia gastroscopy and stayed unreachable for the entire day. No calls, no business. Boss Hu stared at him in confusion. What does that mean? What exactly are you planning? Chen Xuewan's smile didn't change, but his tone turned icy. Don't worry, this plan is in your favor. It'll help you get rid of some trouble and recover a fair bit of your assets. As for 3 million, that's not a big deal for you, is it? Boss Hu fell silent, staring at Chen Xuewan in a daze. He took a deep breath and finally spoke. So all this fuss was just to get a private meeting with me? Chen Xuewan nodded calmly. That's right. If I'd come to you directly, Viper would have been suspicious. But after everything I've done, everyone just thinks I'm taking advantage of my position. Even Viper won't suspect a thing. They'll all think I'm here to blackmail you. So Viper won't give it a second thought. Boss Hu looked at Chen Xuewan for a long moment, realizing this young man was far more cunning and ruthless than had expected. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Chen Xuewan glanced over and said with a smile, looks like Viper's here. Boss Hu, think it over. You could tell Viper about all this, he continued, his expression turning fierce, but ask yourself, what good would that do you? Your woman just called her lover to back her up, right in front of you. Can you really swallow the humiliation? The words hit Boss Hu like a hammer. His face darkened, his eyes turning cold and vicious. He gritted his teeth. Fine. They'll help you. Chen Xuewan burst out laughing, raising his voice. Thank you for your generosity, Boss Hu. With that, he strode out the door. Outside, Boss Hu's mistress was sobbing as she led Viper toward him. The moment she saw Chen Xuewan, she pointed at him, tears streaming down her face. It's him. Brother Snake, you have to get revenge for me. Inside the room, Boss Hu's face was twisted with rage and resentment. He said nothing, but fixed his gaze on Chen Xuewan, determined to see how he would handle the situation. Venom strode in with his gang, their footsteps echoing menacingly down the alley. Chen Xuewan, you again. Venom growled, his jaw clenched and his face twitching with anger. Chen Xuewan gave him a mocking smile. Brother Shi, long time no see. What's this? Are you really here to stand up for Boss Hu's woman? His words rippled through the crowd like a stone thrown into still water. People tried to stifle their laughter, eyes glinting with amusement. Everyone knew Venom was having an affair with Boss Hu's young wife, but no one had ever dared say it out loud. Only Chen Xuewan had the guts to bring it up in public. Venom's face darkened instantly, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles cracked, and there was a dangerous glint in his eye. She could explode at any moment. Chen Xuewan didn't flinch. His right hand slipped quietly into his pocket, gripping a sharp, boning knife, while his left hand stayed hidden up his sleeve, as if holding something else. At the same time, Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong, and Li Taiju closed in around him, their hands also hidden, eyes fixed on Venom like blades. Chen Xuewan's new recruits weren't about to back down either. They didn't dare face Venom head-on, but they puffed out their chests and formed a ring around their boss, adding to his presence. Venom scanned the group, his brow furrowing deeper. He knew Chen Xuewan's tricks all too well. The lime powder tucked up his sleeve was his secret weapon. In an unknown fight, Venom was confident he could take them all. But if Chen Xuewan struck first with the powder, things could get messy. Last time at the Chenji Grand Hotel, Venom had the upper hand because it was his turf and had searched Chen Xuewan in advance. Out here on the street, who knew what they'd prepared? After a moment's hesitation, Venom swallowed his urge to start a fight. Chen Xuewan, you call yourself a real man, but you're picking on a woman. Aren't you worried about your reputation? You admit I'm a real man, huh? Chen Xuewan's smile widened. We men are talking business here. Isn't it a little out of line for a woman to butt in? If Boss Hu can't keep his house in order, I'm just helping him out. What's it got to do with you? It's not like I'm teaching your woman a lesson, right? The words hit Venom like a punch to the gut. He couldn't exactly admit she was his woman. Boss Hu is my boss. His business is my business, Venom said through gritted teeth, trying to keep his anger in check. His wife is your wife too. Chen Xuewan shot back with a cold laugh. You. Venom was so furious he couldn't get the words out. Relax, brother Shi, I'm just kidding. Chen Xuewan burst out laughing. Boss Hu hasn't even said anything yet. Why are you so worked up? It's almost New Year's, let's keep things friendly, so we can all make some money, right? Venom turned to Boss Hu, grinding his teeth. Boss Hu, what do you want to do about this? Boss Hu took a deep breath, his eyes shifting between Chen Xuewan and Snake. In the end, he sighed helplessly. Forget it. Let's keep things peaceful for the sake of business. As soon as he said this, his young wife, standing nearby, immediately showed her anger. She spat on the ground and cursed, coward. Boss Hu acted as if he hadn't heard her, remaining silent. Chen Xuewan grinned and waved at Boss Hu. Thank you, Boss Hu. Snake, see how generous Boss Hu is. That's how people get things done. Come on, how about a drink together? Snake glared at Chen Xuewan, his voice icy. No need. There'll be plenty of chances to drink at your funeral. Chen Xuewan kept his relaxed smile. What kind of liquor do you like, Snake? He'll be sure to bring extra. Without a word, Snake shot a cold glance at Boss Hu, then turned and led his men out. Boss Hu's young wife swayed her hips exaggeratedly as she followed closely behind Snake. The room immediately buzzed with whispers, and several people snickered. Look at that. She's openly running off with Snake. The way she's swinging her hip, Snake's in for a good night. Boss Hu's face darkened. He stood up without a word, and as he passed Chen Xuewan, he said coldly, they'll have someone send the money tomorrow. Chen Xuewan laughed heartily. Thanks, Boss Hu. Back in their private room, Chen Xuewan was in high spirits. He slapped the table and said, Monkey, Dongzi, let's keep this party going. Li Hong, call Xiaoman and the others. Book 2 luxury rooms, and make sure everyone gets a girl. Best drinks, biggest tips, don't leave anything out. He clapped Lai Ho on the shoulder and added, remember, put everything on Zhao Chong's tab. Lai Ho immediately caught on and grinned. Got it. Time to squeeze Zhao Chong for a bit more. Serves him right. He still owes us from before. The men in the room erupted in cheers, especially those who had won money. With cash in their pockets and beautiful women by their side, their gratitude toward Chen Xuewan was obvious. Meanwhile, when Zhao Chong got the call from Wu Lihong, he nearly burst into tears. With over 20 people, that meant more than 20 girls, plus possible extra services and top-shelf drinks in 2 luxury rooms. The night would cost at least 30 or 40,000. But he didn't dare complain, could only sign the bill obediently. After all, had heard about Chen Xuewan's showdown with Snake tonight. If even Snake didn't dare make a move, who was he to object? Before midnight, Chen Xuewan left for home with Wu Lihong, Lai Ho, and a few others. Lai Ho was worried. When, maybe we should stay with you tonight. Snake's the type who might try something sneaky. Chen Xuewan shook his head with a smile. Don't worry. Even if Snake wants to come after me, it won't be tonight. Why not? Lai Ho asked, puzzled. Chen Xuewan explained, it's almost New Year's. The profits from the electronic dynasty are at least 10 million right now. Snake won't risk messing things up at a time like this. And after a few run-ins, he knows I'm not easy to deal with. Even if he could take me out, he'd lose his credibility by breaking his word at the Chunji Hotel, and that would hurt his business. Besides, if anything happened to me, he'd be the first suspect to be dealing with the police all the time, and that 10 million profit would be gone. Lai Ho suddenly understood. No wonder you kept saying peace brings prosperity, you were warning him. He won't make a move unless his real interests are threatened, Chen Xuewan said with a smile. Snake might be crazy, but he's not stupid. He's not about to walk away from a $10 million payday. Only then did Lai Ho and the others relax and say their goodbyes. Just as Chen Xuewan had predicted, nothing happened that night. There wasn't even the slightest stir from Du Zayer's side. The morning sunlight streamed into the arcade. From a distance, Chen Xuewan spotted Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong huddled together, grinning mischievously as they whispered about something. What are you two talking about? Chen Xuewan asked casually as he approached. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong looked up at the sound of his voice, their faces lighting up with sly smiles. We're talking about Du Zayer, Lai Ho replied eagerly. What about him? Chen Xuewan raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. Lowering his voice, Lai Ho leaned in conspiratorially. Word is, Du Zayer didn't go home last night. He spent the night with Boss Huss' mistress. I heard that too. Wang Zhendong cut in, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Apparently, he took her to a hotel. The staff overheard everything. It was so wild that the woman was screaming all night. People could hear her all the way down the hallway. Yeah, I heard the same thing. Lai Ho nodded enthusiastically, gesturing animatedly. This morning, when she left the hotel, she was limping. Damn, Du Zayer's built like a bull must really worn her out. Wang Zhendong burst out laughing. Just imagine how pissed Boss Hu must have been when he saw the state his mistress was in this morning. Watching the two of them lost in gossip, Chen Xuewan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can't you guys focus on something productive instead of spreading rumors all day? Hey, we're just passing the time. Lai Ho chuckled, showing no intention of stopping. Ignoring them, Chen Xuewan walked straight into the arcade. The place was busier than ever, filled with the sounds of games and the buzz of excitement. The recent tournament winners had become regulars, while others who hadn't won now seemed content to hang around and play. Even though it was still morning, the arcade was already packed, every machine occupied. Chen Xuewan stayed in the shop until after 10, when a man in a suit appeared at the door. After scanning the room, he walked directly over to Chen Xuewan. You must be Wenj? The man said respectfully. Boss Hu sent me. Hey, raise a check for you. Chen Xuewan took the check and nodded with satisfaction. Thank Boss Hu for me. With the check in hand, he headed straight to the bank and deposited 3 million into his account. Seeing the balance rise to 3.5 million, he smiled to himself and muttered, everything's ready. Just waiting for the final push. He pulled out his phone and sent a short message to Li Eryong. We move in 10 days. Li Eryong replied almost instantly. Okay. Chen Xuewan smiled calmly, deleted the message, and strolled back to the arcade. Since the competition, business at Chen Xuewan's arcade had been booming. Not only were the arcade machines out front constantly packed, but even the slot machines inside were getting more popular. However, those who played the slots were mostly small-time gamblers, so the daily revenue from slots was actually less than what the regular arcade machines brought in. Compared to Du Zayer's operation, which raked in 100,000 a day from slots, Chen Xuewan's machines were barely making a dent. During this period, Du Zayer paid no attention to Chen Xuewan at all. With just over a month left until the Spring Festival, the most profitable time for Slotchi was fully focused on his own business. With the scale of Electronic Dynasty, they could easily pull in over 1 million a day during the holiday. If everything went smoothly, Du Zayer expected to pocket at least 10 million over the break, so he was pouring all his energy into this. As for the arcade machines outside, which hardly anyone played, he didn't care about them at all. In his eyes, arcade machines barely made any money, and if no one played them, it just meant less hassle. Compared to Du Zayer's busy schedule, things were relatively calm on Chen Xuewan's side. He was still fully absorbed in organizing the second gaming tournament. This event focused mainly on classic stage-clear arcade games like The Journey to the West, The Three Kingdoms, and Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. He was constantly busy setting the rules, allocating the prize money, planning the promotion, leaving him with no time or apparent concern for the slot machine issue. Meanwhile, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong were also keeping busy, rarely seen in the shop. Following Chen Xuewan's instructions, they were secretly investigating the trusted associates around Snake and Zhou Jinghui. Every evening after dinner, Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong would bring the day's findings to Chen Xuewan for his review and analysis. One day, As Chen Xuewan looked over the information Lai Ho handed him, he frowned. According to the files, Xiao Ma still wasn't married? He muttered to himself in confusion. Lai Ho nodded and explained, yeah, it's strange. He's 35, and he's never married. The weirdest part is, he doesn't even have a girlfriend. I've never seen him with a woman. Chen Xuewan said seriously, not married, no girlfriend, and he never goes after women. Is he gay? He speculated in a low voice. Lai Ho shook his head. No, I've never heard any rumors like that. Maybe he just isn't into women. Chen Xuewan gave him a look. Have you ever met a guy who really isn't interested in women? Lai Ho scratched his head awkwardly. Lu Xiaohui. Chen Xuewan rolled his eyes. Forget about legendary figures. I mean, have you ever known someone like that in real life? Lai Ho thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I haven't. But, you're not exactly a ladies' man yourself. Wu Lihong, who was nearby, chuckled. Ever since Chen Xuewan's first time, has there been a single night he's been idle? Chen Xuewan stayed calm and replied coolly, it's not that I'm not interested in women. I just know what I should and shouldn't do. Some women are off limits. Wang Zhendong and Lai Ho exchanged puzzled glances. What do you mean? Chen Xuewan waved them off. You two wouldn't understand. Anyway, listen, if Xiao Ma isn't gay, and he keeps his distance from women, there must be another reason. Dig deeper into his background, and check out the people around him. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong nodded immediately. Over the next few days, they put all their energy into investigating Xiao Ma. After some hard work, they finally brought back a bombshell. Lai Ho approached Chen Xuewan with a mysterious grin. We found something you'd never expect. Chen Xuewan thought for a moment and suddenly said, does Xiao Ma have something going on with a woman? And she's someone important? Both Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong stared at him in shock. How did you guess that? Chen Xuewan chuckled. I figured as much. What man who hangs around in nightlife spots like Xiao Ma would avoid women unless there was someone powerful keeping an eye on him? He wouldn't dare get involved with anyone else. Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong couldn't help but exclaim, you're amazing, one. You nailed it. Chen Xuewan smiled with satisfaction. Had suspected this all along, which was why I had sent them to look deeper into Xiao Ma. It turned out he was right, something was up with Xiao Ma. So what's his story? Chen Xuewan asked eagerly. With a furrowed brow, Lai Ho replied, we found out that Zhou Jinghui's wife is from the same county as Xiao Ma. They're about the same age and went to middle school together. Xiao Ma got his job with Zhou Jinghui, thanks to her recommendation. I thought there might be something more, so I went back to their hometown to check. What I found was shocking. He paused, then lowered his voice. Zhou Jinghui's wife is actually Xiao Ma's first love. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Xuewan's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. He patted Lai Ho on the shoulder, his voice full of praise. Nice work, both of you. With this new information, Chen Xuewan felt his chances of taking down Snake and Zhou Jinghui had just doubled. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of winter. Boss, who sat behind his large desk, surrounded by stacks of accounting books from all his businesses. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully flipped through each page of numbers. Over the years, he had invested in 30 or 40 ventures, pouring in hundreds of millions, yet this month's total profit barely reached 2 million. These are all my own properties. I don't even pay rent. How is it possible that the profits are this low? Boss, who clenched his fists, his eyes sweeping over the managers standing in his office. They all kept their heads down, but the scorn in their eyes was unmistakable. What infuriated Boss, who most was the ledger from Digital Dynasty. It boldly stated, this month's loss, 700,000. He had funded the place himself, the storefront and equipment were all bought with his money. Viper was just supposed to watch over the business. But now, this Viper had slowly taken control and was extorting him out in the open. How could there be such a huge loss? Boss, who finally slammed the table, unable to hold back any longer. Viper shot him a sideways glance, a faint, mocking smile playing on his lips. It's business, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. This month, the gamblers got lucky. What am I supposed to do? He leaned in closer, his tone turning even colder. Boss, who? I covered that 700,000 loss out of my own pocket. I haven't even charged you interest. What more do you want? Under the desk, Boss Huss' clenched fists trembled. He knew all too well that none of these people were on his side. They were just waiting for him to stumble, eager to see him fall. If he really pushed Viper too far, he might lose even the last shred of dignity he had left. Taking a deep breath, Boss who forced down his anger. Let's talk about the 700,000 another time. I haven't been feeling well lately. Tomorrow, I plan to go to Pingzhou for a checkup. Let's talk about this when I get back. The man known as Snake frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. Boss who was going for a physical exam, and pressing him for money right now didn't seem appropriate. In his mind, who was like a monk who could run from the temple, but couldn't escape it forever, those 700,000 yuan would end up in his pocket sooner or later. After pocketing some profit, Boss who hurried off, leaving the room to erupt in laughter. No one here took this coward seriously. A hint of disdain flashed across Snake's face. He waved to someone inside, and Huss' young mistress sashayed over, boldly linking arms with him as they left. The others burst into even louder laughter at the sight. Later, in a nearby hotel, after an energetic round in bed, the mistress lay limp in Snake's arms, her eyes sultry. You animal, you're going to wear me out. If this keeps up, I'm going to fall apart. Snake grinned smugly, proud of his stamina. If you can't handle it, bring one of your girlfriends next time to help out. Instead of getting upset, she giggled. I knew you had your eye on my friends. Which one do you like? I'll invite her next time to keep you company. Snake gave her a hard pinch and lit a cigarette. So, why did your old man suddenly decide to get a checkup in Pingzhou? Did something happen? That old fool's always had problems, heart disease, high blood pressure, you name it, she spat. He's been complaining about not feeling well for days. I guess his condition flared up again. Snake didn't dwell on it. He grinned mischievously. With him gone, next time let's have some fun on his own bed, won't that be exciting? Her eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly. The next day, Boss Hu set out for Pingzhou. Snake didn't pay it much mind. It was already the start of the 12th lunar month, the busiest season for the arcade. He was so focused on business, he barely had time to think about Chen Xuewan. On the third day of the 12th lunar month, at Pingching bus station, two men stepped off a coach. One was Wang Kai, he Fei's underling. The other was a man in his 30s. This is Pingcheng, Tonga, Wang Kai said cheerfully. Tonga, as he was called, wore a troubled expression, clearly preoccupied. He glanced around and said in a low voice, cut the chatter. Let's get down to business. I have to leave Pingcheng by 5 this afternoon. Got it. Wang Kai immediately grinned and replied, no problem, Tonga. I've got everything arranged. You'll be able to leave without a hitch. Wang Kai said, quickly flagging down a yellow taxi. The car door opened with a crisp click, and they both climbed in. Wang Kai told the driver their destination, and the taxi merged into the traffic, heading toward the old square. Outside the window, the scenery raced by. In no time, the outline of the old square came into view. The taxi stopped in front of a brightly lit building. After paying the fare, Wang Kai led Tong Gu through the crowd to a game arcade with a flashy sign. This is it, Tong Gu. Wang Kai pointed at the arcade, unable to hide his excitement. Qian already told you your job is to go in and win a big sum of money. Do you have any concerns? Tong Gu's expression was calm. He raised a hand to signal Wang Kai to relax. Wait here, let me take a look. He walked into the arcade at an easy pace, his gaze sweeping over the various machines before he stopped in front of a row of slot machines. He ran his fingers lightly over one, a knowing gleam flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he turned and walked back to Wang Kai. No problem. These slot machines were made by my old company. I know the programming inside, and out I'm sure I can win. Tonga nodded confidently. It turned out he used to work for a gaming machine company and was intimately familiar with how these slot machines operated. Wang Kai's face lit up with joy. So, shall we get started? But Tonga hesitated, glancing around nervously. Are you sure about this? This isn't a small matter. If I win that much money and the owner gets upset, I'm not sure he'll be able to walk out of here. Wang Kai laughed and patted Tonga on the shoulder. Don't worry about that. He pointed toward a few uniformed officers nearby. You see those guys? They're with the enforcement team, patrolling the area. Security used to be a problem here, but now no one dares cause trouble. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Tongu, we already talked about this. Whatever you win, it's all yours. Qian gave you 500,000 before. If you win another million, that's 1.5 million in total. With that kind of money, what's a little risk? Then Wang Kai whispered even more quietly. Besides, you know what Qian's uncle does. Even if things get out of hand, her family can take care of it. You'll be fine. After listening, Tong Gu took a deep breath. The hesitation in his eyes faded, replaced by determination. He nodded slowly. All right, let's do it. Wang Kai grinned, pulling a thick wad of cash from his pocket and handing it to Tong Gu. Everyone inside knows me, so I won't go in. Good luck. Tong Gu took the money, feeling its weight in his hand. He drew another deep breath, straightened his back, and strode confidently into Chen Xuewan's arcade. Tong Gu walked into Chen Xuewan's arcade, bought some game tokens, and headed straight to the slot machines at the back to start playing. At that moment, Chen Xuewan received a message from Li Eryong. He glanced at his phone, then looked over at Tong Gu sitting in front of the slot machine, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He quietly called Lai Ho over and gave him a few brief instructions. Lai Ho, looking a bit puzzled, whispered, why do we need to withdraw so much money? Chen Xuewan replied quietly, don't worry about it, just get the money. We'll need it. He signaled for Lai Ho to take Wang Zhendong and Li Taizhu with him to withdraw the cash, reminding them, be careful. Lai Ho nodded and left together with Wang Zhendong and Li Taizhu. In the back room, Tong Gu was completely absorbed in his game. He was a bit reserved at first, but quickly relaxed and started winning round after round. Having once been a slot machine designer, he knew these machines inside out, including their programming. Because of this, his odds were unusually high, winning about 7 out of every 10 spins, making it almost impossible to lose. He started with 10,000 yuan, and thanks to his luck and skill, his winnings doubled in no time. In less than half an hour, the original 10,000 had grown to over 100,000. As his jackpot kept piling up, people around him took notice of this miraculous game. Several other slot players gathered around, amazed at Tong Gu's luck. Even people from the arcade floor came over to watch, crowding behind him. Sweat beaded on Tong Gu's forehead and side. He was extremely nervous. He knew the more he won, the more likely he was to attract trouble. But with Hu Qianqian and Chen Xuewan backing him, he couldn't just walk away. After all, had taken a 50th Zanyuan fee for this job had to deliver. Gritting his teeth, Tong Ge kept his eyes glued to the slot machine and continued betting without hesitation. The winnings quickly doubled again, from over 100,000 to 3 or 400,000, then soared to 7 or 800,000, and finally reached an astonishing 1.6 million yuan. The entire room erupted. No one had ever seen someone win that much on a slot machine before. The crowd buzzed with whispers, and some people started to suspect that Tong Ge was cheating. Tong Ge's palms were slick with cold sweat, and his heart was racing. He knew that if anyone found out how he was winning, things could get ugly fast. He shifted in his seat, trying to stay calm despite his nerves. At that moment, Chen Xuewan walked in. The crowd, spotting him, immediately murmured, "Wen Ge is here. Wen Ge, look. This guy just won a fortune. Damn, something's up with this guy. How is he winning so fast?" Everyone was talking at once, and more people started to suspect that Tong Ge was cheating. Tong Ge tensed up, anxiety written all over his face. Chen Xuewan walked over to the slot machine, glanced at the numbers on the screen, then looked at Tong Ge sitting there. His brow furrowed deeply, and his expression turned so dark it was almost frightening. He raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down, his gaze settling on Tong Ge as he spoke in a calm, steady tone. "That's enough, brother. My bank card has a withdrawal limit. If you keep winning, I'm afraid I won't be able to cash out your winnings tonight." His words caused a stir in the arcade. Most people had expected Chen Xuewan to lose his temper, had become known for his ruthless and high-profile ways lately, but instead, he remained composed and spoke calmly. Tong Ge breathed a quiet sigh of relief and quickly forced a smile. "No, it's fine. Let's call it a night." "Thank you, boss." Chen Xuewan nodded and turned to Lai Ho, who had just come back with the cash. "Go get this brother his money." Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating on the spot. No one wanted to handle over 1.6 million yuan in cash. At that moment, a staff member interjected anxiously, "Wen Ge, there's no way this guy's clean. He's hit the jackpot every round, has to be cheating." Chen Xuewan swept his eyes between the staff, Tong Ge, and the slot machines. After a moment's thought, he said, "Brother, you'll get your money. But can you cooperate with a quick check to see if you're carrying any cheating devices?" Tong Ge relaxed. His cheating relied on a software exploit, not any physical tool. He immediately took off his jacket and lifted his shirt to show he had nothing hidden. "No problem." After confirming he had no devices on him, Chen Xuewan waved his hand. "Hosey, hand him the money." Seeing Lai Ho hesitate, Chen Xuewan shot him a glare. "Stop wasting time and give him the cash. I wouldn't be in this business if I wasn't prepared for this day. If you can win, I can pay." The crowd burst into cheers. "Wen Ge is so generous. That's real courage. You're the man, Wen Ge." Reluctantly, Lai Ho counted out over 1.6 million yuan. Tong Ge hefted the large bag stuffed with cash, still in a daze as he walked out of the arcade. He never expected Chen Xuewan to pay up so decisively or that he'd be able to leave so easily. This was nothing like Hu Qianqian's original plan, which was to force Chen Xuewan to refuse payment by winning big, ruin his reputation, and shut down the arcade. Tong Ge made his way to a corner where Wang Kai, wearing a cap pulled low over his face, was waiting. Wang Kai gave him a subtle nod and pointed to a taxi parked nearby. The two of them quickly got in and left the old plaza. Back inside the Brotherhood arcade, people were still buzzing about the legendary moment when Tong Ge walked away with more than 1.6 million yuan in winnings. What really got people talking was that Chen Xuewan actually paid Tong Ge the full amount of over 1.6 million yuan. Previously, something similar had happened in Pingching. A man won more than 100,000 yuan on a slot machine, but the owner cut the power and only gave him a few thousand to settle it. That's why everyone pays extra attention to these situations. People who like to play slot machines usually choose reputable, larger venues to avoid owners going back on their word. This time, Chen Xuewan, in a fit of anger, paid out the entire 1.6 million, and that alone made him famous overnight in Pingching. After Tong Ge left, business at Chen Xuewan's slot machine parlor exploded. Many people who used to play elsewhere started coming in, since they'd seen someone walk away with a huge jackpot. Who wouldn't be tempted? The luck of these new players wasn't bad either. A few even won tens of thousands. Chen Xuewan didn't hesitate. He simply had Lai Ho hand over the money to the winners. By noon, Chen Xuewan finally called it. "Sorry, everyone. I've hit my bank card limit and there's no more cash in the shop. Come back tomorrow," he said with a smile. Everyone understood. After all, had already paid out over 1.7 million that morning. It was no surprise he was out of cash. So, he closed the shop for the day. But word spread quickly throughout Pingcheng, and both Chen Xuewan and his brother's game arcade became the talk of the town. Many slot machine enthusiasts started taking note of his place, and some were already planning to try their luck the next day. Meanwhile, in Ho Wei's tea house, Ho Wuye sat at a table, listening as Fong Ru finished telling him about the events at Brother's Game Arcade. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at her, then said calmly, "I looked into it. This guy Tonga used to work at a factory making slot machines. He's an engineer who knows these machines inside and out. He was actually brought in by Hefei's men and Hefei's girlfriend specifically to target Chen Xuewan. Chen didn't even bother to investigate and just handed over more than 1.6 million like it was nothing. He really got played this time. He took a long drag from his cigarette, narrowed his eyes, and added with a chuckle, but what Chen Xuewan did was an open strategy. It wasn't exactly clever, but when you're dealing with snakes, it's more than enough. Feng Ru was stunned for a moment and frowned. An open strategy? Ho Wuye replied slowly. Anything you can find out, the snake can find out too. This afternoon, he's definitely going to Electronic Dynasty to play. Now, it's just a matter of seeing how the snake responds. As Feng Ru listened, her expression turned blank. Suddenly, she realized she had really underestimated Chen Xuewan. Wang Kai booked a room for Tong Gu at a hotel across from the Pingqing law enforcement team. Sitting in the private suite, Tong Gu finally looked a little more relaxed. He asked in a low voice, "Is it safe here?" Wang Kai smiled confidently. "Don't worry, it's absolutely safe. The law enforcement team is right across the street. Even if something happens here, just shout and they'll hear you immediately. Besides, the owner of this place is Qianqian's unclean law. He'll keep an eye out for us." Tong Gu let out a sigh of relief. His eyes were fixed on a bag of money on the table, and a look of excitement slowly appeared on his face. "I really didn't expect Chun to have such guts. Over 1.6 million yuan, and he just paid me in one go. I thought he'd try to cut the power and dodge responsibility like he always does." As he spoke, he couldn't resist reaching for the heavy bag of cash. Even a portion of that amount was a significant sum for him. Wang Kai couldn't hide his own excitement either. "Haha, Chen really got what he deserved this time. He got my brother sent to prison. So this 1.6 million is just compensation for what my brother lost." Tong Gu nodded with a satisfied grin. "Thanks, Wang Kai. No need to thank me, Tong Gu." Wang Kai waved his hand seriously. "We did this to get justice for my brother. Nothing else matters. This 1.6 million is yours, and so was the previous 500,000. Tong Gu paused, clearly delighted but still pretending to hesitate. "That's too much. You guys should take a share too, otherwise it doesn't feel right." Wang Kai grabbed the bag and stuffed it into Tong Gu's arms without hesitation. "No way, Tong Gu. You took the risk and made this happen. You deserve every cent. The money is all yours." Tong Gu couldn't stop grinning, the bag of cash in his arms feeling heavier than ever. With the previous 500,000 and now 1.6 million, he had enough to live comfortably in Pingzhou for years, maybe even buy a few properties and enjoy a much easier life. He asked quietly, "So when are we leaving?" Wang Kai checked his watch. 5 o'clock this afternoon. Qianqian already arranged for someone to take us. Don't worry, the law enforcement team will escort us. It's completely safe." Tong Gu nodded, feeling even more at ease. With the law enforcement team's protection, he no longer had to worry about any trouble on the way. "It's only 1 o'clock now, so we've got 4 hours to kill." Wang Kai glanced at the time and suddenly grinned. "Tong Gu, how about we go back to Chen Xuewan's place and win some more money?" A hint of hesitation flashed in Tong Gu's eyes. Had been a bit cautious this morning, but with the cash now in his hands, his confidence had grown. "Is that a good idea?" Wang Kai chuckled. "Relax. I already talked to Qianqian earlier. She had her cousin patrol the old square this morning just in case anything happened, and he's still there now. If we go, even if we win more money, Chen won't dare to try anything." Tong Gu's eyes lit up and a sly smile crept across his face. No danger and a chance to make more money, who wouldn't want that? He nodded right away. "All right, then let's not waste any time. Let's go?" He packed up his things and followed Wang Kai straight to the old square. When they arrived outside Brothers Arcade, both of them stopped in their tracks. The shop was closed and completely dark inside. Wang Kai frowned, quickly walked to a nearby store to ask what had happened, and learned that Chen Xuewan had shut down due to a lack of cash. Damn, he ran out of money this fast. Wang Kai grumbled as he returned to Tong Gu, clearly dissatisfied. "I was hoping to bankrupt him in one go." Tong Gu anxiously rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining with impatience. "Now that Chen Xuewan's shop is closed, where am I supposed to make money?" He paced back and forth, his voice tinged with obvious anxiety. "We've still got 3 or 4 hours left. We have to find something to do." Wang Kai squinted at Tong Gu, then suddenly leaned in closer and lowered his voice mysteriously. "How about we try a different place?" "A different place?" Tong Gu paused, stopping in his tracks. Wang Kai nodded slowly, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "That's right. A bigger arcade, with way more cash flowing than Chen Xuewan's. If you play it right, you could win over 3 million in one night." The promise hit Tong Gu like a hammer. His eyes instantly reddened with excitement, and his breathing quickened. Faced with such a huge temptation, he couldn't think about anything else. "All right, I'm in." Tong Gu agreed without hesitation. Wang Kai grinned smugly, patted Tong Gu on the shoulder, and led him straight towards Viper's digital dynasty. Neither of them noticed that, across the street in a small, inconspicuous restaurant, Chen Xuewan, wearing a hat pulled low to disguise himself, was quietly watching everything unfold. When he saw the two men enter digital dynasty, a faint smile appeared on his face. He pulled out his phone and quickly sent Li Eryong a short message. Proceed as planned. At that moment, Li Er-yong was already back in Pitching, having lunch at a small restaurant with a boy in his early teens. The boy was Li Er-yong's cousin, not a local, but had been brought in from a nearby county specifically for this. Everything was going according to Chen Xuewan's instructions. Li Er-yong's phone buzzed. After reading the message from Chen Xuewan, he immediately put his phone away and looked seriously at his cousin across the table. Did you remember what I just told you? The boy straightened his back and repeated word for word. Got it. Book 2 rooms. Only 303 and 309. Stay for 5 days. Li Er-yong nodded approvingly and handed his cousin a wad of cash from his wallet. The boy took the money and quickly headed over to the hotel across the street, the same place where Chen Xuewan had previously stayed. After Chen Xuewan fought with Feng Bao's crew, his original place had been trashed and was no longer livable, so he temporarily settled here by booking 2 rooms. The boy walked into the hotel with practiced ease and soon successfully booked rooms 303 and 309. After getting the keys, he went upstairs to check the rooms. Li Er-yong, watching from the restaurant, saw his cousin wave from the windows of both rooms. He carefully noted the locations, then nodded in satisfaction, signaling for his cousin to come back down. The boy ran back to the restaurant and handed the keys to Li Er-yong. All done, cousin. Li Er-yong smiled, ruffled the boy's hair, and said, nice job. Take this money and buy yourself something good. Next time you come, he'll show you around. As he spoke, he stuffed another wad of cash into the boy's hand. Beaming with joy, the boy took the money and left the restaurant. Li Er-yong, holding the 2 keys, glanced cautiously around. He walked to a deserted corner and carefully hid the keys. Then he pulled out his phone and sent Chen Xuewan a brief message. Ready. In a restaurant just outside the old square, Du Shu was having a meal with his crew. Seated next to him was a voluptuous woman with a striking snake tattoo coiling around her neck, the menacing ink almost covering her entire throat. The fierce tattoo stood in stark contrast to her delicate features, sending chills down anyone's spine. This was Du Shu's wife, Lu Jinhuan, known in the underworld as Golden Ring Snake. Lu Jinhuan was the only woman who truly matched Du Shu in temperament, and the only one unafraid of snakes. She was ruthless and cunning, every bit his equal. When Du Shu was in prison, she single-handedly ran all his affairs. His rapid rise after release was thanks entirely to her support, so her status in the organization was on par with his. After several rounds of drinks, one of the younger men brought up what had happened that morning. Tong won over 1.6 million from Chen Xuewan's arcade. Brother Snake, do you think Chen Xuewan's got a screw loose? Over 1.6 million, and he just paid it out, no questions asked. Another guy slapped the table, shouting, hell, even if he sold both his shops, they wouldn't fetch that much. The whole table burst out laughing. Exactly, Chen Xuewan is such an idiot. Something like that happens, and he didn't even cut the power? He's definitely not right in the head. Humph, losing that much in one go, no way he'll stay in business for long. Everyone chimed in, mocking Chen Xuewan for what they saw as a colossal blunder. Du Shu wore a scornful smile, clearly unimpressed by Chen's actions. Just then, Ding San, who had been silent, lifted his head and looked around the table before fixing his gaze on Du Shu. He asked calmly, Brother Snake, if this had happened at Electronic Dynasty, what would you have done? The question caught everyone off guard, and all eyes turned to Du Shu. Du Shu paused, then sneered, with me at Electronic Dynasty, who'd dare to cause trouble there? A flicker of mockery flashed in Ding San's eyes, but his expression remained neutral as he pressed on. I mean, what if? Sometimes, the boldest people are the least afraid. If someone really did win that much at Electronic Dynasty, how would you handle it? Du Shu's brow furrowed as he stared at Ding San. What are you getting at, third? I just want to know how you'd handle it, Ding San replied, his lips curling into a faint, ambiguous smile. Du Shu didn't answer right away, deep in thought. At that moment, one of the younger guys couldn't hold back and cut in. What's there to handle? Anyone who tries to mess with Electronic Dynasty will be carried out on a stretcher. We're not pushovers like Chen Xuewan, letting someone walk away with that kind of money. If you want to take our money, you'd better have 9 lives. The others nodded in agreement, their faces hard and unforgiving. Ding San ignored their comments, keeping his eyes fixed on Du Shu. Brother Snake, what about you? Du Shu looked at Ding San for a long moment, then his voice turned cold. What my brother said is what I'd do. A trace of disappointment crossed Ding San's face as he sighed quietly. So, you wouldn't pay out the winnings? What exactly are you trying to say? Du Shu's tone was edged with irritation. Ding San sighed again, his voice earnest. Brother Snake, starting a business is easy, but keeping it going is the hard part. Electronic Dynasty is where it is today because of your reputation and integrity. If someone wins money and we don't pay, aren't you worried about ruining your reputation, Snake Bro? This question made Du Shu's face darken instantly. His brows knitted together as he unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought for a long moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and spoke. So, what you're saying is, I should pay them? Before Ding Sen could reply, Lu Jinhuan cut in, her voice icy cold. I don't think we should pay a single cent. She shot Ding Sen a frosty glare and continued. Think about it, Sange. Who could honestly win that much money at an arcade? That guy must have cheated. People like that don't deserve any payout. In fact, we should teach him a lesson, break his hand, make sure he never forgets, and send a warning to everyone else. As soon as she said this, a smile broke out on Dushu's face, and the guys around them all cheered in agreement. Ding Xin stayed silent, glancing at Lu Jinhuan with a complicated look and a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Lu Jinhuan noticed his reaction and sneered. Sange, you're getting way too soft these days. What's wrong? Did watching Chen Xuewan swallow that live snake last time scare you out of your guts? Want me to ask the kitchen to get you some snake gallbladders to toughen up? The crowd burst into laughter again. Ding San just lowered his head and sighed. He knew in his heart that, given Chen Xuewan's usual caution and meticulous planning, this Tonga was probably part of a setup. If the guy won fair and square, but Dushu accused him of cheating without evidence, refused to pay, and even tried to rough him up, the Electronic Dynasty's reputation would be completely ruined. While everyone was drinking and chatting, Dushu's phone suddenly rang. He answered, and a panicked voice shouted on the other end, "Snake bro, something's happened. Someone's already won hundreds of thousands at our slot machines, and he's still winning." Dushu shot up from his seat. "Shit, it's really happening?" He barked orders, "Keep an eye on him. Make sure that bastard isn't cheating. He'll be right there with the crew." He hung up and immediately led his men out, rushing back to the Electronic Dynasty. It was only a 10-minute drive from the restaurant, and when they arrived, they could see a huge crowd gathered around the slot machines, with excited shouts and exclamations filling the air. Meanwhile, across the street in a small diner, Chen Xuewan sat quietly, a cap pulled low over his face as he watched everything unfold. Seeing Dushu arrive, he smiled slightly and murmured to himself, "The show's just getting started." As soon as the Viper walked in, one of his men hurried over, his face full of anxiety. "Boss, that bastard has already won over $1 million, and he's still winning." The Viper's expression changed instantly, his muscles tensing as he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Damn, he's ruthless." He paused, then asked coldly, "Well, did you catch him cheating?" The man shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "I had several people watching him, but we didn't see him doing anything." Fury exploded across the Viper's face. He spun around and barked, "You idiots, can't you do anything right? You can't even handle something this simple?" The men looked embarrassed, heads down, not daring to make a sound. The Viper stormed over to the table, grabbed a pack of cigarettes, yanked one out, and took a deep drag, his face dark as a storm cloud. He walked over and watched Tong play cards himself. The man's eyes were calm, his hands skillful, showing no sign of cheating. The Viper's anger only grew. What the hell? Even if he's not cheating, his luck is just insane. He slammed his hand on the table, turned, and stalked back to his office. Once inside, he snapped orders at a few of his trusted men. "Keep watching him. We need solid evidence if he's cheating." Inside the office, the Viper leaned back in his chair, his eyes cold and calculating. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he had an idea. "What if we cut the power?" One of his men quietly suggested it. The Viper shot him a glare, his voice low and angry. "Are you out of your mind? If we cut the power, everyone will know I can't handle losing. Who would want to come here after that?" He took a deep breath and said coldly, "What matters most now is catching him in the act. As long as we have proof, we won't have to pay out." The man looked at the Viper, unable to help but warn, "Boss, this guy's too slick. We might not be able to catch him." The Viper's face grew even darker, his anxiety and anger mixing together. He knew this was no ordinary game. If he couldn't catch the guy red-handed, he and his crew might end up taking a loss they couldn't handle. Just then, Ding San, who had been standing quietly in the corner, spoke up. "Boss, Electronic Dynasty belongs to Mr. Hu. No matter how much is lost, it's his money. Maybe you should call Mr. Hu and let him deal with it?" As soon as Ding San finished, he stepped back and said nothing more. This was his final warning to the Viper. What happened next was no longer his concern. The Viper's eyes lit up, a sly smile appearing on his face. "Right, it should be Mr. Hu's problem." He quickly pulled out his phone and made several calls, but none went through. Frustrated, he tried calling one of Mr. Hu's assistants, only to learn that Mr. Hu was under general anesthesia for a gastroscopy and hadn't woken up yet. The Viper was so furious he nearly smashed his phone, cursing aloud. "That old dog. Of all times, he's getting a gastroscopy now? Damn it." With Mr. Hu unconscious, all his funds were completely out of reach, and the Viper's plans fell apart in an instant. No matter how tough he was, he couldn't get to Mr. Hu's money. The realization left the Viper's heart sinking. In the corner, Ding San let out a sigh, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. He knew this wasn't a coincidence. The timing of Mr. Hu's procedure was too perfect. Chen Xuewan had to be behind it. Clearly, Chen Xuewan was making sure the Viper had no way out. And this time, it looked like the Viper really wouldn't escape his fate. While the Viper was anxiously pacing back and forth, Tonga had already won nearly 3 million. He tapped his fingers lightly on the edge of the gaming table, hesitation flickering in his eyes as he considered getting up to leave. But the crowd around him, fired up by his winning streak, were all red-faced and waving their arms, urging him to keep playing. Tonga glanced at the expectant faces around him, feeling awkward about leaving so abruptly. He could only wave his hand helplessly and say, 3 more rounds, and then I'm done. The moment he spoke, everyone's eyes widened and they held their breath, watching his every move, afraid to miss a single detail. Tonga took a deep breath and placed his bets again. Inside the manager's office, the Viper's face turned grim as soon as he heard Tonga was about to leave. His fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. After taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said, damn it. Even if we can't catch him cheating, there's no way I'm letting him walk away with the money. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. If it comes to it, we'll just accuse him of cheating. Drag him in here, shut the door, beat a confession out of him. His men immediately nodded in understanding, the same vicious look appearing on their faces. Just then, the door burst open and one of the staff rushed in, barely able to contain his excitement. Boss, I found something. The Viper frowned, a look of suspicion in his eyes. What did you find? The man leaned in, his voice trembling with excitement. I got some info on the kid who's been winning. Turns out, he used to be an engineer who designed slot machines. He knows the software inside out. He's not cheating, just understands how the machines work. Hearing this, the Viper's eyes lit up and a sinister smile crept across his face. Is that true? The guy pounded his chest in assurance. Absolutely. The Viper burst out laughing, his laughter cold and menacing. Well, let's see how he gets out of this. He thinks he can win money from me? Dream on. He slammed his hand down on the desk and led his men out, ready to cause trouble for Tonga. Dingson stood off to the side, frowning slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up quietly. Boss, is knowing the software really considered cheating? The Viper didn't even look back. Of course it is. Dingson sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. But we never had a rule against people who know the software coming in. The Viper spun around, glaring. Well, we have one now. With that, he ignored Ding San's conflicted expression and stormed out with his men. Meanwhile, out on the casino floor, Tonga had just placed his final bet. The slot machine's lights flashed and victory music played. Head won again, pushing his total winnings past 3 million. The crowd erupted in cheers and amazement. They'd never seen anyone win so much in this place. Just as the excitement peaked, the crowd suddenly parted. The Viper charged through like a real snake, eyes blazing with fury. Before Tonga could react, the Viper grabbed him by the neck and, with all his strength, slammed him to the ground. Tonga hadn't even managed to get up before the Viper grabbed a metal chair nearby and started swinging it wildly at him. With a dull thud, the chair crashed down on Tonga. The Viper's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted with rage as he struck again and again, until Tonga was covered in blood and curled up on the floor, groaning in pain. Only then did the Viper stop. The surrounding crowd recoiled in fear, their faces filled with shock. The casino fell silent, except for a few brave souls whispering in the corners. What's up with the Viper? Hell, if you lost over 3 million, wouldn't you be mad too? He just doesn't want to pay out. If you run a casino, you can't be a sore loser. Hearing the murmurs, the Viper's anger only grew. He threw the now-bent chair to the floor with a screech of metal, then glared around menacingly. You see this? This is what happens to cheaters. Immediately, the crowd erupted again. He was cheating? Voices full of shock rippled through the room. On the ground, Tong's face was covered in blood. Struggling to prop himself up, he spoke through the pain, his voice trembling. I wasn't cheating. The Viper flew into a rage, stomping on Tong's head and grinding his face into the floor. You still dare say you weren't cheating? You think I don't know what's going on? Even with his face pressed to the ground, Tonga stubbornly lifted his head, defiance shining in his eyes. I wasn't cheating. You're accusing me of cheating? Show me your proof. Tong straightened his back, locked eyes with Snake, and spoke with open disdain. The gamblers around them nodded in agreement, and someone shouted, You can't just accuse someone of cheating without evidence. Snake's face turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury. He slammed his fist on the table, making the chips jump. Proof? He'll give you proof, you bastard. He shot to his feet, jabbing a finger at Tong's nose, his voice booming across the room. This guy's name is Chen Xuewan. He used to be an engineer at a slot machine factory in the south. His main job was designing and installing slot machine programs. The very machine he's playing now was made in his old factory. He knows these programs inside, and out could be exploiting loopholes to win. The words sent a shockwave through the casino. The crowd gasped, exchanging startled glances and murmuring among themselves. Clearly, this was news to everyone. Seeing the stunned faces around him, Snake let a cold, triumphant smile curl across his lips as he pressed on. So, you still claim you're not cheating? Tong hadn't expected his identity to be exposed. For a moment, his face went pale, but his survival instincts quickly kicked in. He stiffened his neck and raised his voice. I just know the programs well. Does that count as cheating? Your place never said people who know the system can't play. If you can't handle losing, just say so. Don't blame others for winning and refuse to pay up. Tong's words rippled through the crowd, sparking a fresh wave of discussion. The mood in the room grew tense. Is being familiar with the program really cheating? "I'm not sure," a bespectacled middle-aged man muttered quietly. "How is that not cheating?" Scoffed a burly man with a scarred face, spitting on the floor in contempt. A tall, thin man in a floral shirt chimed in. "Come on, you always told me that after a streak of big wins, there's bound to be a run of bonus lights. Isn't that knowing the program? If so, aren't you cheating too?" That's not the same." Snake's face darkened further. "What's the difference? Wait till you win a few million. Then see if it's the same." The man in the floral shirt's words drew murmurs of agreement. Opinions were clearly divided, but one thing was certain. Suspicion and distrust had crept into the crowd's eyes as they looked at Snake. To them, he just couldn't handle losing and was making trouble to avoid paying out. Sensing the situation slipping from his control, Snake's rage boiled over. He suddenly whipped out a gleaming knife from his waistband and pointed it at Tong, his voice hoarse with fury. "This is cheating. Tell me, who the hell sent you here to mess up my place?" Tong's neck was still stiff, and though fear flickered in his eyes, he refused to back down. Snake lost all restraint. The knife flashed, and with a cold gleam, Tong's right hand was severed. Blood spurted out, splattering across the gambling table. "Ah!" Tong screamed in agony, collapsing to the floor and writhing in pain, a bright red trail staining the ground. The casino erupted into chaos. Some people screamed, others shoved their way towards the exit, while a few stood frozen in shock, hands clamped over their mouths. Snake, knife dripping with blood, pointed at the groaning Tong. "If you don't talk, they'll take your other hand too." Completely terrified, Tong clutched his mangled wrist, his voice trembling. "He'll talk. He'll tell you everything." In broken sentences, he spilled the whole story. When Tong finished, Snake stood as if struck by lightning. He had always thought Tong was sent by Chen Xuewan, but it turned out Tong had been hired by Hefei's men and his girlfriend. The original plan was to target Chen Xuewan, but when they saw a chance to win more money, they ended up at Snake's casino. The gamblers around them buzzed even louder at this new twist, quickly shifting the conversation to compare Chen Xuewan and Snake. Tong went after Chen Xuewan, and Chen actually paid up without a fuss. Snake here refuses to pay and even chopped off someone's hand. Put the two side by side, no comparison. Standing in a pool of blood, Snake saw the looks on the faces around him and was suddenly hit by a cruel realization. After today, many of his customers would be lured away by Chen Xuewan. The foundation had worked so hard to build was finally being shaken. In the end, Tong Gu was rescued by the law enforcement team. By that time, he was covered in blood, battered and exhausted, barely clinging to life. As for the more than 3 million yuan in gambling money, Dusha had no intention of paying back a single cent. In fact, he even took the few tens of thousands Tong Gu had left on him. After such a major incident, Dusha's place had to temporarily close its doors. Still, he wasn't bothered. After all, the electronic dynasty was only shutting down for a short while, and there weren't even any official seals on the entrance. Dusha planned to send one of his men to take the fall that night, pay a small fine, and make the whole thing look like a simple brawl. By morning, he'd be back in business. With the trouble handled, he swaggered off with his crew. Across the street, in a small restaurant, Chen Xuewan stood at the doorway, watching Dusha and his people leave, a faint, cold smile on his lips. He pulled out his phone and dialed Lai Ho. "How's everything going?" "Hong Jia and her brother are already in the car." Lai Hao's voice came through the phone. "Just like you said, Wengu, we didn't take them to any big hospitals in the provincial capital. Instead, we went to a smaller, less well-known place. The specialist is already there to operate on him. Even if Dusha sends people to look in the provincial capital, they'll have a hard time finding her." Chen Xuewan nodded in satisfaction. "Good work. Perfect. All right, come back now, we're about to open for business." After hanging up, Chen Xuewan left the small restaurant and headed toward the brothers' arcade. He knew that the real showdown with Dusha was about to begin. To avoid another incident like last time, he had made sure to send Wu Lihong and her brother to the provincial capital for treatment. Of course, it wasn't completely safe yet. Chen Xuewan had Lai Ho arrange for them to stay in a small hospital, so even if Dusha tried to use Wu Lihong to threaten him, it'd be nearly impossible to find her. After all, if Dusha sent people looking, they'd head straight for the big hospitals who would think to check a tiny, out-of-the-way clinic. Before long, Chen Xuewan arrived at the entrance of the brothers' arcade. There were quite a few regulars standing outside, chatting. When they saw him, they all came over to greet him. "Wengu, you're here. Wengu, are you opening up this afternoon?" "Hey, we had nowhere to go all afternoon, let us into play for a while." Chen Xuewan smiled and nodded. "I'm here to open up. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Once you're inside, we'll give out some free tokens as a little compensation." The crowd cheered, delighted. Most of them didn't have much money, so getting free tokens from Wengu was a huge favor. Chen Xuewan pulled open the arcade doors and welcomed everyone inside. Some people went straight for the games, while others hung around the counter, hoping to chat and get in his good graces. "Wengu, did you hear about what happened at the electronic dynasty?" a man asked in a low, mysterious voice. Chen Xuewan pretended to be curious and leaned in. "What happened?" The man grinned and lowered his voice even more. "That kid who won over 1.6 million here this morning just went over to the electronic dynasty. As soon as he said this, a few other regulars nearby perked up and gathered around, clearly interested and eager to hear what happened next. Chen Xuewan pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, opened it with practiced ease, and glanced around at everyone present, smiling as he handed them out one by one. One man took a cigarette, looked down, and his eyes lit up with delight when he saw it was a Huazi. A joyful smile spread across his face. He lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. As the smoke curled around him, he began telling the story of Tong Guest's experience at the Electronic Dynasty arcade. Those who had been planning to play the machines heard the commotion and gathered around, eager to listen. The man recounted everything that happened at the Electronic Dynasty in vivid detail. When he got to the part where Viper cut off Tong Guest's arm, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. But when Tong Guest's true identity was revealed, everyone's faces showed sudden understanding. Chen Xuewan kept a faint smile on his face the whole time. He seemed oblivious, but in fact, he was paying close attention to everyone's reactions. Clearly, opinions were divided. Some believed Tong Gu really had cheated, while others thought it was just Viper making excuses to avoid paying up. At that moment, a few more customers entered the arcade, their faces unfamiliar to most. Chen Xuewan immediately recognized them as regulars from Viper's old crowd, hardcore slot machine fans. Ever since the Electronic Dynasty had closed down, these players had been searching for a new spot, and Chen Xuewan's good reputation had drawn them in. Instead of rushing to play, they hung back and observed. After all, a casino owner's reputation was what mattered most to them. Seeing them arrive, Chen Xuewan felt a surge of satisfaction. His plan was finally working. By now, the storyteller had finished, his cigarette nearly burned out. His eyes drifted to the pack on the table. Chen Xuewan caught the hint, smiled, and handed him another, opening a fresh pack to share with the rest as well. The man lit up, grinning at Chen Xuewan. "Wengu, if you ask me, that kid knew how the slot machines work. That's cheating, isn't it? He won over 1.6 million from you using those tricks. You should get it back from him." The others chimed in, eager to take Chen Xuewan's side after enjoying his cigarettes. But Chen Xuewan just shook his head. "Forget it. Knowing the program isn't cheating. I never said experts couldn't play here. If someone has the skills to win, I should have the guts to pay up. That's how business works." His words were a direct slap in the face to Viper. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then burst out in praise. "Wengu, you're a real stand-up guy. You've got class, Wengu." Chen Xuewan waved them off with a smile. "It's not about class. Business is about trust. Consider this a paid lesson." He paused and added, "Monkey should make a sign for the door. Game machine engineers not welcome." Everyone burst out laughing. Not far away, the new customers exchanged glances. One of them strode up to the counter and pulled out 500 yuan. "Boss, give me some credits. He'll play for a bit." Chen Xuewan nodded with a smile. "No problem. This was just the beginning. Soon, Viper's old customers would be flocking here in Draviz, a tide that would be impossible to stop." In the afternoon, Lai Ho hurried back, carrying several brand new plaques in his hands. He hung one in the most prominent spot, and on it, bold characters read, "Friendly reminder. We do not accept engineers, designers, or anyone familiar with gaming software." The moment the plaque went up, it triggered a burst of laughter from everyone present. "When you're really locking the stable after the horse has bolted," a man joked. Chen Xuewan rubbed his nose and replied with a smile, "You live and learn. It's fine that we didn't make it clear before, but now with this sign, if any more engineers or designers come to play, we'll have to turn them away. Please help spread the word." Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lai Hao's gaze drifted toward the slot machine area, and his eyes widened in shock. Whoa, why are there so many people? He remembered this place used to be deserted, with only a handful of guests, but now it was bustling with over 20 people. Before Lai Ho could ask, Chen Xuewan grinned mysteriously and pulled open a drawer. Lai Ho peeked inside and nearly jumped in surprise. A thick stack of crisp red bills was neatly arranged inside. "This is today's takings from the afternoon," Chen Xuewan said proudly. This must be over 10,000, right?" Lai Ho stammered. 17,000. Chen Xuewan nodded with a satisfied smile. The number left Lai Ho stunned. In the past, even with both shops combined, they'd be lucky to make 2 or 3,000 in a whole day, and that was on a good day. Now, just 2 hours after opening, they'd already brought in 17,000? Lai Ho lowered his voice. "Are these all customers from Viper's place?" Seeing Chen Xuewan nod, Lai Ho trembled with excitement. "Damn, we've really hit the jackpot this time." Chen Xuewan patted him on the shoulder. "This is just the beginning. Viper's Electronic Dynasty pulls in nearly 100 grand a day." As he spoke, he took out a wad of cash from the drawer. "Ho, go buy a few cartons of cigarettes and leave them out for the customers to help themselves. Remember, every 10 minutes, go around and offer them to everyone. From today on, you're the manager here. Make sure to keep our customers happy." Lai Ho dashed out and soon returned with several cartons of mid-range cigarettes. They weren't the most expensive brands, but at 20 or 30 yuan a pack, they were pretty decent. He walked into the slot machine hall with a big smile, handing out cigarettes one by one. "Everyone, enjoy yourselves and win big. There are drinks over here and fruit platters over there. If you need anything, just let me know. The customers expressed their thanks, many remarking that the service here was even better than at Viper's place. Viper offered free cigarettes and bottled water, but Chen Xuewan provided Red Bull, iced tea, and a variety of drinks, along with fresh fruita, much more thoughtful touch. A few regulars quickly pulled out their phones to call friends, raving about the great perks at the new place. By 5 or 6 o'clock, the shop was packed with 30 or 40 customers, and the day's takings soared to 38,000. Lai Ho grinned from ear to ear, barely able to contain his excitement. He sat next to Chen Xuewan, excitement in his voice. Wench, if things keep going like this, we're going to make a fortune. A faint smile played at the corner of Chen Xuewan's mouth, a glint of ambition flashing in his eyes. To him, this was just the beginning, not the end. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from the inner room, loud enough to cut through the walls. Lai Ho shot to his feet, eyes wide as he stared in the direction of the noise. Holy crap, it hit. It hit. The jackpot. 9 consecutive treasure lights, you bet it all, and won. Come on, Ling's been chasing that all afternoon. Of course Head hit it eventually. Wow, how much did he win this time? Lingo wagered so Mush must have won tens of thousands. The shouts and exclamations came one after another, and the whole room was buzzing with excitement. Lai Hao's face instantly turned pale. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead as his nerves started to get the better of him. Their total take for the night was only 38,000 if someone just won tens of thousands. Wouldn't that mean a huge loss? His legs felt shaky, and he was nearly on the verge of tears. But Chen Xuewan's eyes lit up, a sharp gleam flashing in his dark pupils. He quickly leaned over to whisper a few words into Lai Hao's ear. Lai Ho froze, mouth agape. Huh. Wench, are you serious? Chen Xuewan shot him a look. Do I look like I'm joking? I was worried no one would hit the jackpot today. Someone winning big is the best publicity we could ask for. If we handle this right, our revenue will go up again tomorrow. Lai Ho was stunned, but his trust in Chen Xuewan was absolute. Without hesitation, he turned and strode into the slot machine hall. By now, a crowd had gathered around one particular machine, the one that had just paid out. Sitting in front of it was a man grinning from ear to ear, his eyes shining with joy. This was the man everyone called Linga. Lai Ho glanced at the flashing numbers on the machine and did a quick calculation over 70,000. He couldn't help but wince internally, but outwardly, he kept his professional smile as he squeezed through the crowd. As soon as he walked in, people immediately made way for him, whispering among themselves, "That's the manager's the one who decides if they pay out or not. Hey man, you're on a roll." Lai Ho greeted Linga cheerfully, his tone perfectly natural. Linga grinned, unable to hide his delight. Been chasing that all afternoon. He hesitated, lowering his voice. So can I cash out now? All eyes turned to Lai Ho, and the room seemed to hold its breath. Winning was one thing, everyone worried the boss might refuse to pay out. There'd been stories of people winning big at Dushu's place, only for Dushu to stall and make them keep playing until they lost it all. With Lingo winning over 70,000, everyone wondered if Lai Ho would pull the same trick. But Lai Ho just laughed heartily. What are you talking about? We're running a business here, customers call the shots. Want to cash out? No problem. Let me do the math for you. He leaned over and tapped quickly on the machine, eyes fixed on the total. That's 73,700. He paused, then broke into a grin. You know what? Let's make it a lucky number, 73,800. How's that? Lingo was stunned, unable to believe how straightforward the payout was, and he was even getting a little extra. He nodded quickly, his smile growing even wider. Thank you. Ouch, thank you. Lai Ho laughed. No need to thank me. A skinny young man hurried over, hands full of thick bundles of cash, and handed them to Lai Ho. Lai Ho counted the money skillfully before passing it to Linga. Here you go, check if it's all there. Linga took the cash, his hands trembling slightly as he counted it, bill by bill. When he was done, he nodded enthusiastically. It's all here. Thanks so much, Houch. The people around them looked thrilled, exchanging glances. This place really was different from Dushusti, actually paid out, and fast. Lai Ho laughed again, pulling his motorcycle keys from his pocket and handing them to Linga. Hey, it's getting dark. Go deposit the money first. Take a friend you trust with you, and once you're done, just bring my bike back. Linga couldn't hide the joy on his face, his eyes shining with excitement. He had been worried about carrying such a large amount of cash around, but now he finally had a solution. He immediately called over his 2 friends, and the 3 of them hopped on Lai Hao's motorcycle and headed straight for the nearest bank. At the ATM, Lingu carefully deposited the money into his account, stack by stack, his fingers tapping away at the keypad while his eyes stayed glued to the numbers climbing on the screen. When the last bill was safely deposited, he let out a deep sigh of relief, his shoulders visibly relaxing. Only when the money was in his bank account did it truly feel like it belonged to him. After finishing up, Lingu kept 3,000 yuan in cash for himself, then returned to the brothers' arcade with a broad, cheerful smile. Quite a few people were still waiting inside, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. When Lingu walked in with a spring in his step and a grin he couldn't hide, everyone instantly understood the money was real, and Lingu had actually pocketed it. This scene instantly boosted everyone's trust in Chen Xuewan. Guys, dinner's on me tonight, Ling Gu announced as soon as he walked through the door, his voice full of excitement. Then he turned to Chen Xuewan and Lai Ho, grinning sheepishly. Wen Gu, Ho Gu, would you do me the honor of joining us for dinner? Chen Xuewan laughed heartily. Dinner sounds great, but letting you pay? That's not right. You're all guests here, this meal is on me. Ling Gu immediately protested, his expression turning serious. Wen Gu, I just won big. Let me treat. Chen Xuewan patted him on the shoulder in a friendly way. It's settled, brother. Just come by and play more often in the future. If you really want to do something, how about this, you let me cover the meal and you handle the drinks and cigarettes. How's that? Ling Gu beamed, nodding enthusiastically, and happily invited everyone out for dinner. By the end of the meal, Ling Gu had only spent a little over 1,000 yuan on drinks and cigarettes, mainly because Chen Xuewan had gone out of his way to save him money, only ordering inexpensive brands. Even though the meal itself wasn't extravagant, Chen Xuewan's gesture made his reputation shine even brighter among the group. During dinner, Ling Gu, a little tipsy and with flushed cheeks, thumped his chest and declared loudly, Wen Gu, you can count on me. From now on, they'll be playing at your place. They'll bring all my friends here too, I won't go anywhere else. You're the only one I trust. After dinner, instead of heading home, Chen Xuewan, Lai Ho, and the others went to a hotel to rest. None of them had been drinking. Chen Xuewan stayed sober, and Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong, and Li Taizhu barely touched any alcohol, keeping their minds clear. The hotel they chose was the same one where Li Eryong's cousin had previously booked rooms. Just before heading upstairs, Lai Ho suddenly shouted that he needed the restroom and hurried toward a nearby alley. Once he entered the dim passageway, he immediately shed his drunken act, glancing around cautiously. After making sure no one was following him, he quietly moved to a corner, lifted a few stacked stones, and quickly dug into the soft earth with his fingers, soon retrieving 2 metallic keys. He slipped the keys into his pocket, carefully restored the scene, then pretended to adjust his pants and casually rejoined his companions. Li Eryong's cousin had booked rooms 303 and 309, while Chen Xuewan had already arranged for rooms 305 and 307 in advance. The hotel's layout was simple. The corridor ran down the middle, with even-numbered rooms on one side and odd-numbered rooms on the other. Rooms 305 and 307 were sandwiched between 303 and 309, forming a discrete arrangement. Chen Xuewan shared a room with Wang Zhendong, while Lai Ho and Li Taizhu stayed in another. Once inside their rooms, Lai Ho quietly handed the key to room 303 to Chen Xuewan before returning to his own room. Chen Xuewan sat by the table and deliberately messed up the bedding on the bed, but didn't lie down. They waited quietly until the night grew silent and the streets were deserted. It was already past 10. Chen Xuewan gave Wang Zhendong a look, then walked over to the window to check the situation outside. Their row of rooms faced the street, and now only the dim streetlights were on. The winter night was cold, and there was no one in sight. He turned off the room light, plunging the space into darkness. Then he pulled a thin cord from his pocket and tied a slipknot by the window, one that could be undone with a gentle tug. After finishing his preparations, Chen Xuewan opened the window, stepped onto the ledge, gripped the drain pipe on the wall, and nimbly climbed over into room 303 next door. He had scouted out the area in advance and knew exactly where to climb. Wang Zhendong followed right behind and climbed into 303 as well. Once inside, Chen Xuewan finally let out a sigh of relief and whispered to Wang Zhendong, "Get some sleep." A similar scene was unfolding in Lai Ho's room. Lai Ho and Li Taizhu quietly slipped over into room 309. Everything had been carefully arranged by Chen Xuewan. He knew that robbing Dushi's clients meant stepping on his turf, and a deadly fight was inevitable. Dusher would likely send people to ambush them. From this moment on, caution was the key to survival. He had sent Wu Lihong to the provincial capital precisely to keep her away from the bloodshed that was sure to come. Having Li Eryong's cousin, a new face, book rooms 303 and 309 was a way to avoid drawing attention. This way, even if Dushi's men came after them, they would only target rooms 305 and 307, never suspecting that the group was actually sleeping in 303 and 309. When Dushi's men came to attack, they would find nothing, while Chen Xuewan's group would be right next door, able to hear any movement and react immediately. It was the perfect hiding strategy, safe, and giving them the upper hand. As the saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Chen Xuewan couldn't quite manage 3, but having 2 safe houses was enough to deal with the threat from Viper. Besides, he had only booked 3 nights at this hotel. After those 3 days, he would move to another hotel he had already scoped out in advance. Li Eryong had also arranged for his cousin to check him in at that second location. For Chen Xuewan, this wasn't just about hiding from Viper, it was about making sure nothing could go wrong. While Chen Xuewan couldn't predict exactly when Viper would make a move, he knew that staying in one place for too long, especially with danger looming, was a bad idea. Given his cautious nature, there was no way he'd risk being an easy target for days on end. If he stayed longer than 3 days, Viper would definitely get suspicious. So, he had already made arrangements for his next place to stay. To further mislead any spies, Lee Er-yong had even booked the 2 neighboring rooms for 5 days each, so no one would realize all 4 rooms were actually for Chen Xuewan alone. Every detail was carefully planned step by step. Chen Xuewan laid his trap. Chen Xuewan was determined to outsmart Viper. He knew that going head-to-head would be suicidal. His only chance was to catch Viper off guard, creating confusion and buying himself an opening to turn the tables. Any slip-up could be fatal. Late at night, the lights in Master House tea house glowed dimly. Normally, Master Ho would have gone to bed by now, but tonight he stayed behind, listening intently to his men's reports. When he heard that Chen Xuewan had lost over 70,000 today, he burst out laughing. That kid really is lucky, even fate seems to be on his side. Fong Ru remarked. Viper tried to cheat today and ended up ruining his own reputation. It's the perfect publicity for him. And someone happened to win a huge payout, doesn't that just advertise Viper for free? She chuckled, adding, that regular who plays the slots walked away with over 70,000 from Chen Xuewan. Hell definitely spread the word, and who knows, maybe Viper's old customers will start flocking to Chen Xuewan instead. Lawyer, he smiled as well, lowering his voice. Chen Xuewan is really something. Just a month ago, I had to step in and ask you to get the enforcement team to protect him. Now, he's standing toe-to-toe with Viper. Master Ho narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Suddenly, he tapped the table and asked, Binzi, did you find out what I asked about? Binzi nodded immediately. Yes, Master Ho. That kid didn't leave Pingnan, as Lee Er-yong told him to. Instead, he's hiding out in a county near Pingching. Looks like he's hoping for a lucky break and wants to see how things play out. A faint smile crossed Master Ho's lips. That's what I call an unpredictable variable. Binzi, send his location to Viper's people. Binzi nodded again. Yes, sir. Fong Ru hesitated, puzzled. Master Ho, why are you? Master Ho smiled calmly. Chen Xuewan's performance so far hasn't impressed me enough. I want to push him further, see just how far he can go. If we don't throw some obstacles in his way, how will we know his true potential? Fong Ru nodded slightly, her eyes shining with interest and a playful smile on her lips. I'm curious to see if Chen Xuewan can actually make it through when you're the one raising the stakes. Master Ho kept smiling, gazing out the window. Only after Binzi had left did he speak quietly. If he can get through this, then he's the one I'm looking for. Next year's project will be his. Fong Ru was surprised. Weren't you planning to put Binzi in charge of that project? Master Ho shook his head. Binzi's still too green, and those 2 old foxes are watching closely. He might not be able to outmaneuver them. But if Chen Xuewan really lives up to my expectations, those 2 won't be a problem anymore. Fong Ru and Lawyer he exchanged glances, shock written all over their faces. Master Ho's opinion of Chen Xuewan seemed almost unbelievably high. At 4:30 in the morning, Chen Xuewan's phone alarm rang right on time. The city was shrouded in total darkness, so black that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. He got up quickly and gently nudged Wang Zhendong, who was sleeping beside him. The 2 of them had planned ahead and slept in their clothes, so they didn't waste any time changing and quietly slipped back into room 305 next door, retracing their steps. This way, anyone checking would assume they'd slept in 305 all along, never suspecting they had actually come from 303. Once back in 305, Chen Xuewan didn't lie down right away. Instead, he stood by the wall for a moment, then rapped lightly on it. There was an immediate response, several knocks from the other side. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Lai Ho and Li Taiju had also made it back to room 307 as planned. His biggest worry was that the 2 of them would oversleep and end up leaving 309 in the morning, which would ruin the carefully set trap. As dawn broke and the sky lightened, Chen Xuewan knew they were safe from any surprise attacks. He finally allowed himself to relax, sleeping soundly until after 10. When everyone woke up, they quickly got ready and headed out, combining breakfast and lunch in one meal. At the arcade, a few employees were already handling daily opening and closing duties. Chen Xuewan and Lai Ho only needed to keep an eye on the accounts. Besides, not many people played the slot machines in the morning. Most visitors were young people coming for the arcade games, and they didn't spend much, so there was no need for close supervision. The real business came in the afternoon, when the slot machine crowd showed up. As he ate, Chen Xuewan flipped through the Pingxing Daily, looking for any news worth his attention. Suddenly, his phone rang, breaking the calm. He glanced at the screen. Lee Er-yong was calling. Chen Xuewan frowned. Had been very clear with Lee Er-yong. Unless it was absolutely urgent, do not contact him. For Lee Er-yong to call now meant something serious had happened. What's wrong? He answered, keeping his voice low. Lee Er-yong's anxious voice came through the receiver. Wengu, there's a problem. I can't reach Wang Kai. Chen Xuewan's heart sank. Wang Kai was He-Fei's man, specifically hired to trick Hu Qianqian, all as part of a plan to get Tong Gu involved and deal with Du Shu. The whole scheme was designed to distance Chen Xuewan from the incident. That way, even if people talked about it, they'd assume Tong Gu was brought in by He-Fei's subordinate and girlfriend to go after Chen Xuewan. In their eyes, Chen Xuewan would be the victim, and no one would suspect he was the mastermind. But if Wang Kai had been caught, things could get ugly. If Wang Kai gave up Li Eryong, it would inevitably lead back to Chen Xuewan. Then everyone would know had orchestrated the whole setup to frame Du Shu. His reputation would be destroyed. All his careful plotting had been for the sake of building his own name while ruining Du Shu's. If Wang Kai told the truth, everything would flip. Chen Xuewan's name would be in the mud, while Du Shu's would be cleared. He'd be doing Du Shu a favor instead. Noticing Chen Xuewan's silence, Li Eryong's voice turned shaky, almost on the verge of tears. Wengu, I'm sorry. Did I mess everything up? Chen Xuewan frowned deeply and kept his voice low. Don't panic. Eryong, lay low for now. Don't show your face. They'll tell you what to do next. Chen Xuewan's voice came through the phone. Then his tone softened. Don't worry, I've got another plan. All you need to do is wait patiently. Hearing this, Li Eryong finally relaxed his tense shoulders and let out a long breath. All right. After the call ended, Chen Xuewan fell silent, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. After a moment, he took out his phone and quickly sent a message to Wu Lihong. The plan has changed. Move to plan B. Less than 30 seconds later, his phone buzzed with Wu Lihong's brief reply. Okay. Chen Xuewan read the message, deleted it immediately, and went back to his meal as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, in a private hospital room in Pingzhou, Wu Lihong sat beside her sleeping brother. She got up, walked into the bathroom, quietly closed the door, and dialed a number. Hongjia, what's up now? A wary male voice answered. Wu Lihong lowered her voice. I need another favor. If you pull it off, you get 300,000. 300,000. The man sounded shocked, his voice rising. Hongjia, last time you took several of my bank cards and gave me 30,000. What do you want me to do this time? Wu Lihong's face was expressionless as she laid out the plan in detail. The man on the other end was silent, seemingly stunned by what he heard. Hongjia, are you trying to get me killed? He finally said, his voice trembling. This is about venomous snakes. We're talking serious trouble. Even if I get the money, I might not live to spend it. 500,000, Wu Lihong replied calmly, as if discussing the weather. It's not about the money, Hongjia. 700,000. That's my final offer, she pressed. I really can't, Hongjia. We're talking about venomous snakes. Fear was clear in his voice. Wu Lihong took a deep breath, her tone turning cold. You took Kiki's virginity, didn't you? And when you and Fong Linji, you've been with them all. There's still evidence left with them. If they report you for rape, do you think your sentence would be lighter than he faced? Silence fell on the other end. After dozens of seconds, the man finally replied through gritted teeth, 700,000. He'll do it. But I want the money as soon as it's done. And I want all the evidence. Promise me you'll never use it against me. Wu Lihong's lips curled into a slight smile. No problem. She hung up and immediately sent a brief message to Chen Xuewan. It's done. In Pingcheng, Chen Xuewan had just finished his meal and was walking back to the arcade. His phone vibrated with Wu Lihong's message, and a faint smile finally appeared on his face. After deleting the message, he called Li Eryong and quietly gave him a few instructions. With everything settled, Chen Xuewan felt a weight lift off his shoulders and walked with a lighter step. As he pushed open the arcade door, he noticed business was even better than usual. Even though it was just after lunch, more than a dozen people were playing the slot machines, most of them regulars who had switched over from Electronic Dynasty. Brother Ling, who had won over 70,000 here yesterday, spotted Chen Xuewan right away and greeted him excitedly. Wengu, monkey, you're here. I brought a few friends along today. The guys with Brother Ling all nodded at Chen Xuewan and Lai Ho. They were all regulars at the slots and had heard of Chen Xuewan's reputation. Chen Xuewan pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to each of them with a smile, then turned to Lai Ho. Monkey, give everyone 500 in credits, later put it on my tab. The group's eyes lit up. One of them rubbed his hands awkwardly. Wengu, we really can't accept that. Chen Xuewan smiled warmly and said, it's your first time coming to support me, and I really appreciate it. As the owner, I can't be stingy with my hospitality. Inside the private room, the guests' faces lit up with joy. They couldn't help but recall their experiences at Viper's Electronic Dynasty, where the arrogant owner only fawned over a few wealthy regulars and barely acknowledged anyone else. Here, not only was the service attentive, but even the now famous Chen Xuewan was approachable and down-to-earth, making everyone feel welcome. See, didn't I tell you this was the right place to have fun? Brother Ling looked around at his friends, his face brimming with pride. You were absolutely right. They all agreed in unison. We need to call the others and get them down here too. Before long, every seat in front of the slot machines at Chen Xuewan's place was taken, and business had quietly surpassed that of the Electronic Dynasty. Meanwhile, inside the Electronic Dynasty, Viper sat with a dark expression, glaring at the mere dozen or so customers scattered around the shop. Damn it, where did all the customers go? There should be at least 30 or 40 people here at this hour. Viper growled through gritted teeth. Feng Bao, who had just returned after recovering from his injuries, replied bitterly. Viper, I check it, everyone's gone to Chen Xuewan's place. Damn that Chen Xuewan, that bastard stealing my customers. Viper slammed his fist on the table. Viper, want me to take some men and smash up his shop? Feng Bao was eager for action. Viper hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Not yet. I already said at Chen's Grand Hotel that I wouldn't handle things that way. If I act now, people will say I went back on my word. But Viper, if this keeps up, he'll steal all our business. Feng Bao stomped his foot anxiously. No rush, Viper said, waving his hand dismissively. Half an hour later, a rugged man with a scar running across his forehead making it look like he had a third eye rushed in. This was Li Guanghui, known as Three Eye, another of Viper's trusted men. Viper, it's done, Three Eye reported excitedly. Really? You found him? Viper jumped to his feet. That Wong Kai was hiding out in the suburbs, but I caught him and brought him back. He confessed everything on the way. It was all on Chen Xuewan's orders. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Viper's eyes. He slammed the table. Damn you, Chen Xuewan. Let's see what you have to say now. Baozi, go to Chen's Grand Hotel and have them clear the place out tonight. Call everyone who was there last time. I'm inviting Chen Xuewan to dinner again. As he spoke, his gaze was filled with murderous intent. I want to see if he can walk out of Chen's Grand Hotel alive tonight. Inside the arcade, Chen Xuewan was chatting idly with Lai Ho when a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance. Turning to look, they saw Feng Bao blocking the doorway with a gang of men, his hand gripping the neck of a customer trying to enter, slamming him hard against the door. Damn it, that bastard broke his promise and actually sent people to cause trouble? Lai Hao's face changed instantly as he looked anxiously at Chen Xuewan. Wench, should we call the guys and fight it out? Although the arcade had recently recruited 7 or 8 new members, Chen Xuewan simply waved his hand, his expression calm. No need to make a big scene. Those guys haven't been through anything serious there, just a ragtag bunch. If it really comes to a fight, they'll scatter in no time. Lai Ho scratched his head in agreement. He knew all too well that these petty thugs would freeze up at the mere mention of Snake's name. None of them would dare go against Snake's people. Sensing Lai Hao's worry, Chen Xuewan gave a faint smile. Relax, they're probably not here to really cause trouble. If they wanted to come after us, they wouldn't do it so publicly. They'd have ambushed us already. Lai Ho let out a breath of relief. So what do we do now? Step in or not? They're blocking customers right at our door. How can we just ignore it? If we don't do something today, who's going to dare come here in the future? As he spoke, Chen Xuewan quietly slid the ashtray from the table into his sleeve and strode toward the entrance. Feng Bao's angry shout rang out loud and clear. You bastard, you owe Brother Snake money and still dare to hit up other places? You think you can mess with Brother Snake? The man pinned against the door turned red in the face. Bao Baoga, I was just passing by. Bullshit. Feng Bao spat. I heard you myself asking for 1,000 in tokens. Now you say you're just passing by? You need to be taught a lesson, or you'll think we're easy targets. With that, he drew a knife from his waistband and pressed it against the man's neck. The man trembled and begged for mercy. Please, Baoga, let me go? Let you go? Like hell. Feng Bao sneered. He'll stab you once his interest. If I catch you again, you'll really be sorry. Just as the knife was about to come down, a hand clamped tightly onto Feng Bao's wrist. Before he could react, a heavy blow landed. A glass ashtray smashed hard against the back of his head. Feng Bao's head rang with the impact, but thanks to his thick skull, there was no blood. He spun around, and, seeing it was Chen Xuewan, flew into a rage. Chen Xuewan, you dare hit me? Why wouldn't I? Chen Xuewan replied coldly, then slapped Feng Bao hard across the face. Feng Bao staggered back a few steps after being hit, furious and cursing. Chen Xuewan, I'm going to kill you. He roared and prepared to charge, but Chen Xuewan was even faster, rushing straight at him. Feng Bao had already suffered at Chen Xuewan's hands before and knew that getting close to him was never a good idea. Seeing Chen Xuewan coming at him, Feng Bao immediately lashed out with a powerful kick, trying to knock him away. But Chen Xuewan didn't dodge at all. He took the kick heat in and, at the same time, grabbed Feng Bao's lower leg. With his other hand, he picked up a shard from a broken ashtray and, without hesitation, stabbed it into Feng Bao's thigh. Feng Bao let out a piercing scream. Although the glass didn't go in very deep, the pain made him tremble uncontrollably. Nearby, several of Feng Bao's men saw what happened and started shouting, ready to rush in and help. Lai Ho, Li Taizhu, Wang Zhendong, and the others weren't about to back down and immediately stepped forward to confront Feng Bao's men. The new recruits on Chen Xuewan's side looked impressive standing in the back, but in reality, they weren't much of a fighting force and could scatter at any moment. Chen Xuewan wasn't counting on them anyway. He kept a firm grip on Feng Bao's right leg and quickly drew a boning knife from his waist, pressing it directly against Feng Bao's neck. Feng Bao was about to shout again, but the cold blade at his throat made him instantly fall silent. Gritting his teeth, he said, Chen Xuewan, I don't believe you dare kill me in front of all these people. Chen Xuewan smiled calmly. I'm not stupid. Of course I won't kill you in front of everyone. But stabbing you a few times? That's not a problem. Feng Bao's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't dare talk tough anymore. Sometimes it's wise to back down. Chen Xuewan sneered. Last time at the Chunji Grand Hotel, Viper swore in front of everyone that he'd never send anyone to cause trouble at my place again. Feng Bao, what's this supposed to mean? Feng Bao stiffened his neck and replied, I'm not causing trouble. This kid owes my boss money, and I'm just here to collect the debt. What's wrong with that? Chen Xuewan snorted and spat on the ground. Collecting debts at my front door? You know you've crossed the line, right? By your logic, I could drag a couple of debtors over to Electronic Dynasty and make a scene. Would your place still be able to do business then? Feng Bao's face darkened immediately. Chen Xuewan was right. Coming into someone else's territory to collect a debt was against the rules. Had only meant to give Chen Xuewan a warning, but ended up getting played instead. Taking a deep breath, Feng Bao said coldly, Chen Xuewan, I'm done arguing with you. They'll let these two go. I'm here to deliver a message from my boss. He says you're invited to dinner again tonight at Chunji Grand Hotel. So, do you have the guts to show up this time? Chen Xuewan frowned slightly, about to respond, when suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the end of the alley. Several members of the enforcement squad rushed over. Seeing the situation, they immediately ran toward the group, shouting, What's going on here? Everybody, stop right now. The squad leader yelled as he ran. After yesterday's incident, patrols in this area had been stepped up, and the enforcement team had arrived as soon as they heard the commotion. Seeing them, Chen Xuewan suddenly broke into a slight smile. He let go of his grip and tucked the boning knife into his jacket, then patted Feng Bao on the shoulder. You'd better handle things with the law enforcement team first. Feng Bao looked completely bewildered. Handle what? I'm the victim here. You smashed an ashtray on me, slapped me, and stabbed my thigh. There's blood everywhere. How am I supposed to explain this to the law enforcement team? Chen Xuewan gave him a meaningful smile. If they take me away for questioning, do you think you'll be able to attend your brother's banquet tonight? Baozi, you invited me to dinner, but you ended up sending me to the law enforcement team. What do you think Viper will say about that? The words hit Feng Bao like a punch to the gut, and his face turned pale. Regret washed over him. If had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have bothered with all this trouble. He should have just passed along Viper's message and left it at that. Just then, the footsteps of the law enforcement team grew louder. The officer in charge glanced at the scene, his eyes falling on the battered and bloody Feng Bao. What happened here? Feng Bao froze, unable to find the words. Chen Xuewan stepped in smoothly. It's nothing serious. This guy tripped and fell while passing by, and in the process, he broke my ashtray. The shards cut his leg. He looked down at the broken pieces on the floor with a sigh. That was a crystal ashtray I bought for 18,000. Feng Bao stared at him, silently cursing. Chen Xuewan, you're a real piece of work. That junk ashtray is worth 18,000? Didn't you say it was just glass a moment ago? The law enforcement team looked skeptical. The lead officer shot a cold glance at Chen Xuewan, then turned to Feng Bao. What really happened? Don't be afraid. If someone's threatening you, we'll protect you and make sure the culprit is brought to justice. Feng Bao was miserable. He was definitely being threatened, but he couldn't say so. If Chen Xuewan got taken away, what would happen to Viper's banquet tonight? He'd probably be beaten to death by Viper afterward. I'm sorry. I just wasn't watching where I was going, Feng Bao muttered. The officers exchanged looks. The lead one wanted to press further, but with the victim saying this, there wasn't much they could do. As they were about to leave, Chen Xuewan spoke up. Wait a second. That crystal ashtray cost me 18,000. Shouldn't someone pay for it? The officers all turned to look at Feng Bao. Rage and humiliation boiled inside him, but he could only grit his teeth and say, fine, he'll pay. In the end, Feng Bao sent someone to fetch the money and handed over 18,000 in front of the law enforcement team. He wanted to argue about the ashtray's value, but to avoid causing more trouble and risking the banquet being ruined, he had to swallow his pride. Watching Chen Xuewan pocket the money with a smug grin, Feng Bao's anger only grew. He would never forget this humiliation for as long as he lived. After receiving the money, Chen Xuewan smiled and nodded. Thank you, Brother Bao. Please go back and tell Brother Shi that'll definitely be there on time tonight. Feng Bao took a deep breath, his eyes full of resentment, then turned and left. The laughter from behind made him tremble with anger. Clenching his fists, he swore through gritted teeth, Chen Xuewan, I'll make sure to take you down myself. Watching Feng Bao and his men leave, Chen Xuewan walked over to the two men, pulled out a stack of bills from the 18,000 yuan, and handed it to them. Brothers, sorry for the scare just now. Take this as a little compensation from me. If anyone causes you trouble here in the future, just let me know. As long as you're in my place, no one can mess with you. The two looked at each other, surprised and delighted. They hadn't expected that coming to Chen Xuewan's place would not only keep them safe from Shi's men, but also bring them such benefits. They thanked him repeatedly, and one of them even tried to refuse. Brother Wen, we really can't accept this. But Chen Xuewan shoved the money into his hand. This is compensation from Feng Bao. What? Did you really think my ashtray was worth 18,000? He laughed, and everyone burst out laughing. After all, that glass ashtray was only worth a few bucks, but Chen Xuewan had managed to squeeze 18,000 out of Feng Bao. He gave the two men 2,000, kept 16,000 for himself, and completely ruined Feng Bao's dignity. After the laughter died down, Chen Xuewan told his men to clean up the place, then called Lai Ho and Wang Zhendong into the back room to discuss the plans for the night. Li Taizhu was stationed at the entrance, sitting on a chair, keeping watch. As soon as Chen Xuewan entered the back room, his expression turned serious. Looks like she has already captured Wang Kai. He's invited me to a banquet at Chunji Hotel tonight. and called in some old faces. It's obvious he wants to settle things once and for all. Lai Hao's face changed instantly. Brother Wen, you're still planning to go? This is clearly a trap. Chen Xuewan waved his hand dismissively. It's not just a trap, it's a death sentence. She is definitely planning to make a move at Qinji Hotel tonight. Even if he doesn't kill me, he'll try to ruin me. Lai Hao's face went pale, and he lowered his voice. Brother Wen, we should get out of here while we still can. Chen Xuewan let out a cold laugh. Leave? I already agreed to go. How can I back out now? If I don't show up, she will pin everything on me, and my reputation will be destroyed. Our business will be finished, and there will be no place for us in Pingqing. Wang Zhendong and Lai Ho exchanged worried glances, torn between fear and reluctance. They had worked so hard to get to where they were. How could they give it all up so easily? But Brother Wen, as long as we're alive, there's always hope. Survival comes first, Lai Ho said quietly. Chen Xuewan smiled. I understand. If things get truly desperate, of course I'll put my life first. But for now, it's not that bad yet. She wants to take me down in one move? Fine, he'll use this chance to ruin his reputation instead. Wang Zhendong, known as Monkey King, was momentarily stunned, a look of surprise and delight flashing in his eyes. Wench, do you have a plan? Chen Xuewan nodded calmly, his gaze sweeping over both of them. Monkey, Dongzi, I need your help with something. He then laid out his plan in a steady, unhurried voice. After hearing the plan, Monkey and Wang Zhendong exchanged shocked glances, left speechless. Wang Zhendong took a deep breath and lowered his voice, asking, Wench, when did you come up with this plan? Chen Xuewan's lips curved into a confident smile. Didn't I tell you? I always come prepared with a backup. From the very start, there were two options. Now that Wang Kai's cover is blown, it's time for the second plan. Wang Zhendong and Monkey shared a look full of admiration. Wench, you really do think of everything. Monkey said with genuine respect. Wang Zhendong nodded in agreement, but soon frowned again. But Wench, there are still some uncertainties. We can't be sure when our people will arrive. What if Snake makes a move against you before then? Nothing ventured, nothing gained, Chen Xuewan replied steadily. No plan is without risk. All I can do is keep the risks as low as possible. He let out a cold chuckle. Snake is too arrogant for his own good, choosing to meet at Chunji Grand Hotel again. He's practically walking into a trap. Monkey, those bottles of gasoline are still in the hotel's basement storage, right? Monkey's eyes lit up. Yes, those bottles filled with gasoline are still there. I meant to move them a few days ago, but didn't get the chance. I figured, knowing Snake's personality, had want to reclaim his dignity right where he lost it. That's why I told you to leave them there. Looks like they'll come in handy after all. Chen Xuewan patted Monkey on the shoulder. After it's done tonight, sneak into the basement and be ready. If help doesn't arrive in time, start a fire with the gasoline to create chaos. He'll use the confusion to get out. Wench, isn't this too risky? Monkey asked, his face filled with concern. Chen Xuewan stood with his hands behind his back, eyes unwavering. If we want to take Snake down for good, we have to be willing to pay the price. The path to success is always thorny. If we don't take risks, how can we ever win big? After making all the necessary arrangements, Lai Ho Wang Zhendong left to take care of his own tasks. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewan brought Li Taizhu back to the hotel. He bent down, pulled a black case from under the bed, and opened it to reveal some specially made Gira jacket crafted from premium yellow cowhide, tough enough that even a blade would struggle to cut through it. Chen Xuewan first took off his outerwear, put on a fitted thermal shirt, and then slipped the leather jacket over it. With practiced ease, he attached protective cowhide pads to vital areas on his body, moving as if had done it countless times before. This was the same outfit had worn when he stormed Zhou Hao's house. Only now, with more time and money, his protection was even more meticulous and thorough. Zhuzi, come here, Chen Xuewan called, pulling out another cowhide jacket from the case and helping Li Taizhu put it on. Li Taizhu might not have been the brightest, but his formidable fighting skills would be invaluable in a crisis. If they really needed to fight their way out, having Li Taizhu by his side would be a huge advantage. Once they were suited up, Chen Xuewan patted Li Taizhu's broad shoulder, his expression serious. Zhuzi, tonight you follow my orders. If I start running, you run with me. Don't worry about anything else. Li Taizhu nodded earnestly. Got it. Satisfied, Chen Xuewan nodded back, then leaned against the bed, closed his eyes, and rested as he waited for nightfall. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Hu Qianqian's residential complex, a group of elderly men and women were gathered, chatting animatedly about the latest gossip. At some point, a short, thin man wearing a wool cap slipped into their circle and joined the conversation. I heard about that Hu family's daughter. The skinny man casually steered the topic toward Hu Qianqian. That was all it took to open the floodgates. The story of Hu Qianqian and He Fei had been making the rounds for a college girl from a scholarly family getting involved with a local thug was prime material for neighborhood gossip. Those two are shameless. They're always together. That college girl has no sense of decency. Everyone chimed in, speaking with such conviction it was as if they'd witnessed it all themselves. Finally, an old man named Feng couldn't take it any longer and interrupted. Enough already. What kind of talk is that? That thug is in jail. No, it has nothing to do with Huss' daughter anymore. You all should stop gossiping so much. A white-haired old lady immediately shot back. Old phone. Just because you're close with the Hu family doesn't mean you have to talk like that. We're just telling it like it is. Was gossiping? The others joined in, voices rising in agreement. Just as old phone was about to argue back, the skinny man suddenly let out a sharp, cold laugh. Humph, so what if that thug's in jail? Hu Qianqian still hopelessly devoted to him. His words exploded like a bomb in the group. Old phone was the first to react, his face turning red with anger. Hey, watch what you say. Huss' daughter is a good kid. She cut ties with that thug a long time ago. The skinny man sneered, a sinister glint in his eyes. Oh really? That's not what I heard. The elderly crowd perked up immediately, pressing in around the skinny man, eager for details. He then began to paint a vivid picture, telling the story of how Hu Qianqian had paid Tong Gu to go to Chen Xuewan's shop and win over 1.6 million yuan. At last, the skinny man let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with malice. If you ask me, Hu Qianqian is just hopeless. That thug has hurt so many girls, but she's still devoted to him, causing all this trouble just to get revenge for him. She's not worth anyone's sympathy. His words landed like a bomb in the crowd. A group of elderly men and women stared in shock, quickly gathering together to whisper among themselves. Their expressions shifted from surprise to contempt, and their words were filled with criticism and blame toward Hu Qianqian. Old Feng, who had always been close to the Hu family, turned pale, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. How could something like this happen? He muttered. Suddenly, he jumped to his feet. Oh no, old Hu probably doesn't know yet. I have to tell him right away. He grabbed the stool beside him and hurried off in a panic. Once old Feng was gone, the skinny man took the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Turning the corner, he quickly removed his hood, revealing his true identity. It was Lai Ho. A satisfied grin curled at his lips as he strode away from the scene. At that very moment, similar scenes were unfolding in two other places in Pingcheng, one at Hu Qianqian's father's workplace, and the other at her mother's office. Li Eryong and Wang Zhendong were each spreading the news in their own ways. Li Eryong dramatically recounted how Chen Xuewan had bribed Wang Kai to deceive Hu Qianqian, claiming this was the inside story behind her being tricked. His serious expression made it seem as if he had witnessed the whole thing, and those around him couldn't help but believe his words. Meanwhile, Wang Zhendong was telling a different story elsewhere, describing how Dusher had paid Wang Kai a hefty sum to trick Hu Qianqian as part of a plot against Chen Xuewan. He spoke with exaggerated gestures and lively expressions, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Three completely different stories quickly spread across Pingcheng, all with the same goal to muddy the waters and create even more chaos. No matter which version people heard, Hu Qianqian was unable to escape being connected to the scandal. It was inevitable that the rumors would reach her parents. Given their status in Pingcheng, how could they possibly ignore their daughter being caught up in such a disgrace? This was exactly the strategy Chen Xuewan had learned from that book on manipulation. When the situation turns against you, stir up as much confusion as possible, draw in more parties, and use the chaos to find a way out. Inside the Chenji Hotel, Dusher had arrived early and was directing his men to lie in wait throughout the building. Just as Chen Xuewan had predicted, Dusher was determined to settle things with him tonight. Standing beside Dusher, Feng Bao's face was dark with rage. After being extorted for 18,000 by Chen Xuewan earlier, had not only lost face in front of others, but was now seething with anger. He clenched his jaw, his voice low and filled with murderous intent. Brother Shi, I've followed you for years and never asked for anything. Tonight, I have one request. Please let me handle this myself. Dusher glanced at him sideways, his tone indifferent. What is it? Feng Bao's fists tightened until his knuckles turned white. Tonight, I want to kill Chen Xuewan with my own hands. A slight smirk appeared on Dushy's lips. So that's all. No problem. In a bit, you'll lead the men to block the exits. Wait for my signal when I smash my glass. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Listen carefully. If you fail to kill him, you can forget about working with me ever again. Feng Bao took a deep breath, murder flashing in his eyes. Just watch, Brother Shi. Tonight, I won't let him leave alive. His hand unconsciously stroked the long knife at his waist, its sheath glinting coldly under the lights. Head had the blade specially sharpened for tonight's fight. Tonight, he would use Chen Xuewan's blood to christen his knife. At exactly 6 o'clock, Chen Xuewan's phone vibrated. He checked the screen and saw a message from Lai Ho. Hu Qianqian's parents are home. They smashed a lot of things. They look furious. A confident smile appeared on Chen Xuewan's lips as he read the message. He knew his carefully crafted plan was falling into place. Standing up, he swiftly put on his jacket and said to the person waiting beside him, Zhuzi, let's go. To Chenji Hotel. At 7 in the evening, Chen Xuewan arrived near the Chenji Grand Hotel. He parked his motorcycle in the shadow of a street corner and waited quietly. At 7:10, his phone vibrated a brief message from Lai Ho. In position. This meant the kid had successfully slipped into the hotel's underground storage. A faint smile tugged at Chen Xuewan's lips. Lai Ho truly had a knack for sneaking around. This was his last insurance policy if things spiraled out of control tonight. Lai Ho would ignite a Molotov cocktail, using the chaos of the fire as cover to escape. Of course, this also meant they'd have to run immediately afterward. Unless there was no other choice, Chen Xuewan wouldn't play this card lightly. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuewan patted Li Taizhu on the shoulder beside him. Stay sharp, Taizhu. Time to head upstairs. The engine roared to life, and the motorcycle carried the two of them straight toward the hotel entrance. At the door, a familiar figure came into view. Feng Bao. Bao, you're on duty tonight. Chen Xuewan greeted him with a grin, deliberately clapping Feng Bao on the shoulder. A cold glint flashed in Feng Bao's eyes, but he didn't dare make a move. Viper had made it clear. First, expose Chen Xuewan in front of everyone and reclaim his reputation, then get rid of this thorn in his side. Viper's waiting for you upstairs, Feng Bao said, barely suppressing his anger. Chen Xuewan chuckled. What's the matter? Learned your lesson? Looks like that 18 grand tuition fee wasn't wasted after all. That jab was like poking a hornet's nest. Feng Bao almost lost it on the spot. The henchman nearby couldn't help but snicker, earning a furious shout from Feng Bao. What are you laughing at? Shut up. There's no point arguing here. Let's settle this upstairs. Feng Bao gritted out through clenched teeth. Chen Xuewan ignored him and strode upstairs with Li Taizhu. Behind them, Feng Bao's hand slipped into his pocket, fingers closing around the handle of his knife, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In the private room on the second floor, Viper, Hao Wen, Uncle Quan, and Zhou Jinghui were already seated. Zhou Jinghui sat beside Viper, a knowing smile playing on his lips. It was clear he was already in on tonight's plan. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. Got stuck in traffic on the way here, Chen Xuewan said at the door, still smiling. Zhou Jinghui cursed silently. Stuck in traffic on a motorcycle? What a joke. Two henchmen stepped forward to search him, but Chen Xuewan raised an eyebrow. Viper, really? This is your turf? Do you really think I'm here to bite someone? Viper sneered and waved his men back. With dozens of people waiting in the wings, he was certain Chen Xuewan wouldn't make it out alive tonight, even if he brought backup. Even if Chen Xuewan had something up his sleeve, Viper wasn't worried in the slightest. Every one of Snake's men wore a pair of special glasses, all prepared specifically to deal with Chen Xuewan. Chen Xuewan strode into the private room with Li Taizhu at his side, sitting down without the slightest hesitation. His attitude made it clear that he considered himself on equal footing with everyone present. Hao Wen and Uncle Quan wore amused smiles, clearly looking forward to the drama that was about to unfold. Zhou Jinghui sneered, breaking the silence first. Chen Xuewan, since you're here, let's cut to the chase. He stood up abruptly, rapping his knuckles on the table. Right here in this room, you once talked about playing by the rules. Out of goodwill, I handed you 2 arcade halls so you could make a living. But look at what you're doing now. What rules are you following? Chen Xuewan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance at Snake, who sat calmly and confidently, clearly having already conspired with Zhou Jinghui. What are you trying to say, Huaij? I don't quite follow. Chen Xuewan replied slowly and deliberately. Don't play dumb with me. Zhou Jinghui slammed his hand on the table in anger. You pay people to stir up trouble at Snake's place and ruin his business. Did you think we wouldn't find out? He laid out the details of what happened with Tonga, causing Hao Wen and Uncle Quan to frown deeply. Zhou Jinghui's voice rose as he continued. You eat at Snake's table and then smash his bowl. Hao Wen and Uncle Quan are both here. Let them judge who's in the wrong. If you're in this game, you've got to follow the rules, Hao Wen interjected coldly. Chen Xuewan nodded calmly. You're right, Hao Wench. But I had nothing to do with any of this. Still denying it, Snake suddenly shouted. Bring him in. A few of Snake's men dragged in a blood-stained sack and dumped out a battered, bruised man. Wang Kai. Snake grabbed him by the neck. Tell me, do you know this man? Wang Kai trembled all over. Yes, I know him. It's Chen Xuewan. His guy, Li Eryong, paid me to trick Hu Qianqian and got Tonga to go after Snakeage. He erased the bank card Li Eryong gave me, with several thousand in it. As soon as he finished, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Hao Wen and Uncle Quan immediately began accusing Chen Xuewan of breaking the rules, while Snake looked smug, as if he could already see his reputation being restored. Snake raised his glass and declared angrily, Chen Xuewan, after what you've done to me, there's no way I'm letting you walk out of here today. He downed the drink in one gulp and smashed the glass on the floor. Downstairs, Feng Bao heard the signal, drew his long knife, and led a group of men storming up toward the private room. Seeing the Viper smash his glass, Chen Xuewan's expression changed drastically and his heart began to race. This guy was way too impulsive. Was he really about to start a fight right now? Chen had hoped to stall for time, but it was clear things were about to kick off. Quickly, he slipped his hand into his pocket, his left gripping the boning knife, his right clutching his phone, ready to message Lai Ho to start the fire. Just as tensions peaked, a shrill police siren blared from outside, slicing through the tense atmosphere in the private room. What's going on? The Viper shouted furiously, striding to the window. He leaned on the sill and looked down, only to see several black law enforcement vehicles parked below, their lights flashing, completely surrounding the Chunji Hotel. At the sight, the Viper sucked in a sharp breath, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He had thought everything was taken care of tonight. The law enforcement team shouldn't have shown up. But now, with all these vehicles and such a big show of force, something was clearly wrong. Who could have the power to mobilize this many officers? Meanwhile, Chen Xuewan let out a long sigh of relief at the commotion downstairs, his tense shoulders relaxing a little. He realized his backup plan had finally come into play, though he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. Clearly, Hu Qianqian's parents had been enraged and must have called in help immediately after their outburst. At that moment, Feng Bao and his crew, brandishing their shining knives, burst toward the private room door. Seeing them approach with weapons, the Viper's scalp tingled, and he frantically waved at them to retreat. But Feng Bao kept his eyes on Chen Xuewan, completely missing the Viper's warning. He and his men charged into the room, blades gleaming. Before they even got close to Chen Xuewan, the Viper stepped forward to intercept them. "Get out, Feng Bao!" The Viper hissed angrily. "Huh, boss, didn't you smash the glass?" Feng Bao asked in confusion. The Viper gritted his teeth, lowering his voice. "Put the knives away and get out now." Feng Bao looked baffled but didn't dare ask questions. He quickly stashed his weapon and backed out. As soon as he ducked into the next room, he saw a squad of uniformed officers rushing up the stairs. Cold sweat poured down his back thankfully. Had hidden his weapon in time. If the officers had caught them armed, they would have been finished. The law enforcement team stormed into the private room with swift, efficient movements. Leading them was a man in his 30s with a stern face and sharp eyes. As soon as they entered, they took control of everyone present. The man's gaze swept over the room like a blade before he spoke in a deep voice. "Who is Chen Xuewan?" Chen Xuewan stepped forward calmly. "That's me." The man glared at him, barely containing his anger. "You're Chen Xuewan? Let me ask you what happened to Hu Qianqian? Was it your doing?" A look of confusion flickered across Chen Xuewan's face. "Sorry, I'm not sure what you're talking about." "Cut the nonsense." The man snapped. "Listen up, I'm Huang Jin, Hu Qianqian's cousin. I'm here to get to the bottom of this." At those words, the Viper's eyes lit up, sensing a possible way out. Had heard Hu Qianqian had an uncle in the provincial law enforcement team with considerable influence. He hadn't expected her family to show up this quickly, but now, maybe he could avoid some trouble. The Viper immediately stood up, plastering a sycophantic smile on his face. "Captain Huang, I can testify it was Chen Xuewan. He did it." He pointed at Wang Kai. "And there's your witness." Huang Jin turned to Wang Kai, who quickly recounted everything that had happened. When he finished, Huang Jin's face was dark with fury, his fists clenched tight as he fixed his glare on Chen Xuewan. "What do you have to say for yourself now?" Chen Xuewan let out a quiet breath and looked calmly at Captain Huang. "I can see you're a reasonable person, so let's talk this through properly." He pointed at Wang Kai, who was slumped on the floor, covered in bruises. "Captain Huang, how much trust can you really put in the words of someone who's been beaten up like that?" Huang Jin frowned deeply at this. Nearby, Viper immediately exploded in anger, his eyes bloodshot. "What are you trying to say? Are you accusing us of forcing a confession?" Chen Xuewan just shrugged, looking unconcerned. "Who's to say? Chen Xuewan, you?" Viper roared and tried to rush at him, but Huang Jin stopped him with a firm arm. "Get out of my way." Huang Jin barked harshly. "They'll get to the bottom of this myself." Viper glanced at the imposing Huang Jin, then at the calm Chen Xuewan, and finally backed off, clearly frustrated. He knew that with so many law enforcement officers present and Hu Qianqian's uncle involved, this was way beyond what someone like him could handle. Huang Jin turned to Wang Kai, his voice icy. "Wang Kai, I'm asking you again. Are you telling the truth? Did anyone force you?" "No one forced me," Wang Kai stammered. "It was Chen Xuewan who told me to do it. He even gave me a card with 80,000 on it. The money's all still there. There's your proof." "Where's the card?" Huang Jin's eyes lit up. With trembling hands, Wang Kai pulled a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. Huang Jin took it and looked coldly at Chen Xuewan. "Have you got anything to say now?" Chen Xuewan's expression remained calm, even faintly amused. "Captain Huang, what does a bank card with an unknown origin really prove?" "Fine, then I'll let you see the truth for yourself." Huang Jin snapped. "Someone, check the origin of this card and where the money came from right now." Chen Xuewan sat down at the table and started eating snacks, completely at ease. "Go ahead, look into it." His composure made Viper and Zhou Jinghui exchange uneasy glances. In no time, an officer came back and whispered something in Huang Jin's ear. His expression changed instantly as he glared at Wang Kai. "Tell me the truth, whose card is this, really?" It was given to me by Li Er-yong, Chen Xuewan's man." Wang Kai blurted out. "Oh, really?" Huang Jin slammed the table. "Then why does the investigation show it belongs to He Fei's cousin, He Xiang? He's the one who put the money in." The room erupted in shock. Wang Kai stared in disbelief. "That's impossible. Wait, there was also a card with 500,000 on it was meant to bribe Tonga. That one's He Xiang's too." Huang Jin shouted. Wang Kai was completely stunned. Both cards belonged to He Xiang. That meant this had nothing to do with Chen Xuewan at all. As soon as Huang Jin spoke, everyone in the room turned pale. Both of those bank cards belonged to He Xiang. That meant all the money Tong Gu and Wang Kai received came from He Fei's cousin. In an instant, every clue pointed toward Wang Kai and He Fei's cousin, making it seem as if they had carefully plotted to frame Chen Xuewan. Wang Kai's face went ghostly white, panic gripping his heart. He knew he couldn't shoulder this kind of responsibility. He couldn't afford to cross either the Viper or Chen Xuewan. He hurriedly tried to defend himself, saying, "That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was Li Er-yong who asked me to do it. It has nothing to do with He Xiong. There must be something wrong with those cards. Go find He Xiong. He'll tell you what's going on." Huang Jin let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as a knife, and his tone even more resolute. "I've already sent people to find He Xiong. Tonight, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. No one is leaving until we get the truth." With that, he pulled up a chair and sat down calmly. The Viper and Zhou Jinghui exchanged uneasy glances, both looking deeply troubled. They understood that if He Xiong admitted to what happened, Chen Xuewan would be completely cleared of all charges. If that happened, the Viper would be in serious trouble, and his reputation for playing dirty would be ruined. Zhou Jinghui felt even more anxious, as he had teamed up with the Viper tonight, assuming Chen Xuewan would be taken out. Now it looked like the Viper might not be able to handle Chen Xuewan after all, and Zhou Jinghui himself could land in serious danger. That thought made Zhou Jinghui even more nervous, his anxiety growing stronger. Everything Chen Xuewan had done lately scared him. If Chen Xuewan used this chance to strike back, wouldn't he be in even deeper trouble? He couldn't help but think of all the things he had going on himself, and panic crept in. What if Chen Xuewan used this as an excuse to blackmail him? Both men were on edge, but Huang Jin remained unmoved, still sitting there with a cold, piercing gaze. Half an hour later, He Xiong was brought in. Huang Jin waved his hand, picked up the 2 bank cards, and questioned him directly. "What's going on here?" He Xiong hung his head, his voice tinged with helplessness and fear. He knew that if he told the truth now, Wu Lihong would probably use those girls to threaten him, and if everything came out, his sentence would be far worse than he faced. So he could only confess honestly, "These 2 cards are mine. My cousin has kept some money with me for a while. Recently, Wang Kai came to me, saying he wanted to get revenge for my cousin and asked me to hand over the money. I deposited the money into these 2 cards, and Wang Kai took them to get things done. As for what he did, I really don't know." He sounded very sincere, speaking softly. "I really didn't do anything. I was just being used." Wang Kai, hearing this, immediately flew into a rage, his voice shrill. "He's lying. He's making it all up. That's not how it happened at It was Li Er-yong who got me involved. It has nothing to do with He Xiong. Go find Li Er-yong. He can prove everything." Huang Jin's face turned to stone, his eyes as sharp as blades. He didn't hesitate to snap. "Enough." A few members of the enforcement team quickly restrained Wang Kai, whose struggles were useless, was left with nothing but uncontrollable fury. Huang Jin kept his gaze locked on He Xiong and asked in a low voice, "Can you take responsibility for what you just said?" He Xiong lowered his head, torn inside and full of resentment. He knew that if he dared deny anything, Wu Lihong would definitely expose what had done to those girls, and had be finished. In the end, he could only nod helplessly. "Yes, I can take responsibility." Huang Jin nodded slightly, a cold smile appearing on his face. "That makes the truth very clear, then." He turned to Wang Kai, his tone icy enough to cut through steel. "Wang Kai, you planned all of this. You dragged my cousin into it, am I right?" Wang Kai looked as if had been pulled out of an ice bath, his face pale and his voice trembling. "I was just being used myself. Who here would believe me?" His fear and desperation were plain for all to see, but at this point, no one was going to believe a word he said. He kept protesting his innocence, but no one paid him any attention. Huang Jin waved his hand, signaling for Wang Kai to be taken away. His gaze swept across the room and finally settled on Chen Xuewan. "Chen Xuewan, I know it was you who exposed what happened between my cousin and He Fei," he said coldly. "Because of you, my cousin's reputation has been seriously damaged. I warn you don't get involved with her again, or I won't let you off so easily." Chen Xuewan smiled and shook his head. "Captain Huang, I was just trying to help. If not for me, your cousin would still be wrapped around He Fei's finger. You come from such a respected family. How could you let a street punk toy with a proper young lady like her? Don't you agree?" Huang Jin's face turned red with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. Chen Xuewan's words were like salt in the wound, and he shouted furiously, "Take Chen Xuewan away too. Until we get to the bottom of this. He's a suspect as well." A few officers quickly stepped forward and escorted Chen Xuewan and Li Taizhu out together. Inside the room, Viper and the others exchanged silent glances, a heavy, oppressive silence filling the air. But once again, Chen Xuewan managed to slip away, relying on his unique skills. At Master House Tea House, the lighting was dim and the atmosphere as calm as ever. Master Ho sat in his chair, listening with interest as Feng Ru gave her report, a rare smile appearing on his face. When he learned that both bank cards belonged to He Xiong, Master Ho couldn't help but laugh. That kid is thorough. He thought of his escape route before the plan even started. Now that's a clever man. Feng Ru also smiled. Chen Xuewan really did the unexpected, Master Ho. Even with you personally involved, he managed to handle everything. As for Wang Kai's location, it was you who had Binzi tip off Viper's men, right? Otherwise, how could Viper's people have caught Wang Kai so quickly? Her eyes curved in a thoughtful smile. Master Ho, it seems you've already chosen your candidate. Should we bring him in now? Master Ho set down his pipe and smiled slowly. It's still too soon. He's handled this crisis well, but that's not enough. There are bigger challenges ahead. If he can get through those, then he'll truly be the one I'm looking for. Fangru paused, her eyes lighting up. Master Ho, are you talking about Viper? Master Ho nodded, his tone icy. After tonight, Viper's reputation will be in ruins. That electronic arcade empire of his can't possibly compete with Chen Xuewan's game hall. Viper won't accept defeat. Hell, try to take Chen Xuewan out in secret. I want to see if all of Chen Xuewan's careful planning can withstand a move from Viper in the dark. Fang Ru spoke softly. Isn't that a bit unfair? Chen Xuewan only has 3 or 4 reliable men, while Viper has at least 50 or 60 ruthless followers. If things really escalate, Chen Xuewan doesn't stand a chance. If something happens to him, wouldn't you be losing a valuable ally? Master Ho gave a faint smile, a glint in his eyes. Don't worry, they'll make arrangements. I won't let him die. He picked up his pipe again, taking a deep drag, his gaze growing darker, eyes flickering in the smoke. Besides, only by pushing him to the brink and then saving him myself will he truly be loyal to me. Do you understand? Fang Ru's heart skipped a beat, her expression turning complex. She understood Master House and Tinto drive Chen Xuewan into a corner, leaving him with no choice but to surrender. She gazed out the window, her eyes reflecting her mixed feelings. She, too, wanted to see if Chen Xuewan could make it out of Master House game unscathed. If he could, then perhaps he was the person she'd been searching for all along. Chenji Grand Hotel. After Chen Xuewan and Li Taiju were taken away, Hao Wen and Uncle Quan exchanged a glance and stood up at the same time. Brother Snake, it's getting late. We'll head back and get some rest, the two said with a smile, leaving those words behind as they turned to go. Viper's expression instantly darkened. He knew that tonight's events would quickly spread through these two. He had planned to expose Chen Xuewan's misdeeds here, ruin his reputation completely, and then kill him to regain his own authority. But things hadn't gone as expected. Chen Xuewan hadn't been exposed. Instead, the incident had made his name even more prominent. This is trouble, Viper thought coldly. If word of this spread across Pingcheng, by tomorrow morning his electronics business would be finished. What now, Brother Snake? Zhou Jinghui leaned in and asked in a low voice. Chen Xuewan is a crafty guy. It won't be easy to bring him down. Viper clenched his teeth and replied coldly. Chen Xuewan is nothing special. If I say he has to die, then he will die. Zhou Jinghui relaxed a little, realizing that Viper truly intended to deal with Chen Xuewan in secret. Zhou Jinghui had no desire to get involved, so he forced a smile and said quietly, Brother Snake, if there's nothing else, we'll head back as well. Viper waved him away impatiently, signaling him to leave. Zhou Jinghui quickly bowed his head and left, relieved to have avoided trouble. Standing by the window, Viper watched Zhou Jinghui's departing figure, his eyes cold. Chen Xuewan, this is what happens when you go against me, he muttered, his fists clenched tightly, anger simmering beneath the surface. Chen Xuewan and Li Taiju spent the night in custody with the enforcement team. During that time, Huang Jin still couldn't uncover any useful leads. He Xiang insisted that Wang Kai was behind everything, and all responsibility was pushed onto him. Although things hadn't escalated too far, Huang Jin was still furious, but there was nothing he could do about Wang Kai. In the end, Huang Jin detained Wang Kai for a few days, charging him with endangering public safety. The next morning, with no evidence linking Chen Xuewan to any wrongdoing, Huang Jin decided to release them. At dawn, the enforcement team let Chen Xuewan and Li Taiju go. After breakfast, the two made their way straight to Brothers Arcade. Despite everything that had happened the previous night, Chen Xuewan wasn't afraid of Viper's threats. He knew that after last night's chaos, the enforcement officers around the old square would be even more alert. Even if Viper wanted to cause trouble, it wouldn't be easy for him to succeed. The enforcement team was already well aware of the escalating tension between Dusu and Chen Xuewan, and, worried that trouble might erupt before the new year, they had increased patrols in the area. Although Dusu's hatred for Chen Xuewan had reached its peak, he still didn't dare make any moves during the day. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewan's Brothers Arcade was running as usual, and business was even better than the day before. In stark contrast, Dusu's digital dynasty saw a sharp decline in customers. The incident from the previous night had spread quickly, thanks to Hao Wen and Uncle Quan, but instead of damaging Chen Xuewan's reputation, it only made him more popular. Dusu, on the other hand, was completely exposed for his dirty tricks, and his arcade was almost empty. What was once a bustling digital dynasty was now nearly deserted, with the few remaining customers only playing casually. On the other hand, Brothers Arcade was booming, packed with customers, and had completely taken over Dusu's share of the market. But everyone knew this was only the calm before the storm. It didn't matter that Chen Xuewan had taken Dusu's business. What mattered was that he needed to stay alive. He had to be careful, because provoking a madman like Dusu could have unimaginable consequences. That evening, at 7 o'clock, Chen Xuewan, Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong, and a few others left the arcade early. They grabbed a quick dinner at a street stall downtown, then got ready and rode their motorcycles around the city. Feng Bao and his men tailed them the entire way, but eventually lost track of them. Furious, Feng Bao cursed, "Damn Chen Xuewan, that bastard. He must know we're following him and is going in circles on purpose. What a sly dog." One of his men muttered, "Bao, what do we do now?" Feng Bao's face was grim. "How should I know? Keep looking. We have to find him." They searched for a while longer, but still came up empty. Just then, Feng Bao's phone rang. He answered, "Sanyan, what's up?" Sanyan's voice came through the line. "Bao, what are you guys doing? Snake told you to take care of Chen Xuewan. Where the hell are you?" Feng Bao spat on the ground. "Don't ask. That bastard Chen Xuewan has been leading us in circles all over the city. We can't find him. We're still looking." Sanyan gave a cold laugh. "Looking for what?" "I just got word they're all back at the hotel, sleeping." Feng Bao was stunned. "What? That bastard actually went back to sleep?" Sanyan chuckled. "Chen Xuewan is a slippery one. He probably knew you were tailing him, took a detour to shake you off, then went back to the hotel. Luckily, I had people watching his place, or we wouldn't have known he was back." Feng Bao clenched his teeth in anger. "Damn, he really is cunning. Fine, you keep an eye on him. They'll bring the guys over right now. No matter what, we're finishing him tonight." After hanging up, Feng Bao rounded up his men and headed straight to the hotel where Chen Xuewan was staying. When they arrived, they didn't show themselves immediately, but instead found Sanyan, who was hiding nearby. "Sanyan, are you sure he's back?" Feng Bao asked in a low voice. Sanyan sneered. "Absolutely. Snake told me to help you yesterday, so I started watching the place. Chen Xuewan is staying in rooms 305 and 307. I had a few guys rent the rooms right across from them to keep watch around the clock. He and two other guys went in an hour ago and haven't come out since. They're probably asleep by now." Feng Bao hesitated. "3 people? Wasn't there supposed to be 4? Sanyan shrugged. "I only saw 3. Maybe Chen Xuewan sent someone out on an errand." Feng Bao said in a low voice. "As long as Chen Xuewan is here, the others don't matter." Sanyan nodded. "He's in 305. Feng Bao's eyes lit up. He pulled out a long knife, wrapped it tightly in a white cloth, and growled through clenched teeth. "All right, tonight we're going to kill Chen Xuewan." With the knife hidden, Feng Bao led his men into the hotel, ready for action. Sanyan followed behind Feng Bao. When they reached the ground floor of the hotel, he left 2 men at the entrance to keep watch, making sure no one tried to escape. He knew full well that all the windows outside were fitted with security bars, making it impossible to jump out. But giving these orders helped put his mind at ease. What he hadn't noticed, however, was that the bars had long since fallen into disrepair and had secretly been tampered with by Chen Xuewan. Though they looked securely fastened to the wall, they were actually just loosely taped on and could be pulled off with a simple tug. It was already past midnight. The receptionist at the front desk was dozing off, head resting on the counter. Feng Bao stormed in with a menacing air, clamped a hand over her mouth, and pinned her firmly to the desk, pressing a knife to her throat as he threatened coldly, "Don't make a sound. Give me the keys to 305 and 307, or he'll kill you." The woman turned pale, her legs shaking as she nervously fumbled through a drawer and handed the keys to Feng Bao. Taking the keys, Feng Bao hurried upstairs with 2 men in tow. Sanyan quickly assigned another man to watch the front desk, making sure the receptionist didn't cause any trouble. On the way up, Feng Bao made a silencing gesture to his men, his expression tense as he treaded lightly, careful not to alert anyone inside and ruin their plan. The group held their breath as they quietly reached the 3rd floor, stopping outside rooms 305 and 307. Feng Bao glanced at Sanyan, who nodded slightly, signaling that Chen Xuewan was hiding in 305. Feng Bao's eyes turned cold as he motioned for his 2 men to stand ready with the keys, one at each door, while he and the others kept a close watch. The moment the door opened, they would rush in and leave Chen Xuewan no chance to escape. Before making their move, Feng Bao and his men put on large protective goggles and hoods, taking every precaution. No matter what trap might be inside water, lime, or anything else, they were prepared. With everything in place, Feng Bao took a deep breath and gave the order to act. The 2 men carefully inserted the keys into the locks, turning them gently. The door gave a soft click, but was immediately followed by the sharp sound of a metal chain rattling from inside. The door was chained shut from the inside, and Feng Bao felt a surge of satisfaction. Chen Xuewan really was in there, since only someone inside could fasten the chain. Without hesitation, Feng Bao signaled, and the 2 burly men slammed their shoulders into the door. There was a loud bang as the door shuttered, the chain creaking and nearly snapping. The noise echoed down the hallway. Feng Bao's face darkened as he muttered under his breath, "Useless idiots. Can't even break down a door. What are you here for, to warn them?" The 2 men, faces flushed, threw themselves at the door again, making it groan and shake on its hinges. Meanwhile, inside room 303, Chen Xuewan, Lai Ho, and Wang Zhendong were lying on the bed, fully dressed and conserving their energy. The commotion outside instantly put them on alert. Let's go, Chen Xuewan barked, already rushing to the window. He yanked off the loose security bars and, without hesitation, swung himself out, sliding down the drain pipe. Lai Ho and Wang Jindong followed right behind him, not hesitating for a second. As they climbed down, Chen Xuewan quickly tugged at the slipknot on the window of room 305. The rope fell away, loosening the security bars and causing the whole window to shake violently. This clever setup made it look, from the inside, as if someone had escaped through the window of 305, completely covering up the fact that they had actually left from 303. Upstairs, Feng Bao's two men finally managed to break down the door, only to find the room empty. Damn it, where are they? Feng Bao roared in fury. San Yan was stunned too. His men had been guarding the door the entire time. Yet Chen Xuewan and his group had seemingly vanished into thin air. Suddenly, the shaking window caught his attention. He rushed over, looked outside, and immediately cursed. Shit, they escaped from here. Feng Bao quickly joined him at the window, just in time to see Chen Xuewan and the others sliding down the drain pipe to the ground floor. What the hell was this window broken the whole time? If you've got guts, don't run. Feng Bao shouted in frustration. San Yan leaned out and yelled to the two men downstairs who were smoking. You idiots, what are you standing around for? Stop them. The two downstairs turned at the sound just as Chen Xuewan and his companions landed. They fumbled for their weapons and rushed forward, but Chen Xuewan didn't give them a chance. Run, he shouted, leading Lai Ho and Wang Jindong into a nearby alley, with San Yan's men chasing close behind. Get after them. If Chen Xuewan gets away tonight, none of you will have a place in this business again. Feng Bao bellowed from upstairs. His men kicked out the window bars and followed down the drain pipe, hot on their heels into the alley. With his injured leg, Feng Bao could only limp down the stairs alongside San Yan. By the time they reached the ground floor, their men had already disappeared into the alley. Chen Xuewan, you bastard, let's see how far you can run. Feng Bao cursed as he hobbled after them. At that moment, a roar erupted from the street corner as a motorcycle sped toward them. The two riders moved in perfect sync. The driver was of average build, while the passenger was a burly man wielding a steel pipe, looking menacing. Watch out, Baozi. San Yan barely managed to shout before the burly man swung the pipe, knocking him out cold with a blow to the head. Blood poured out as San Yan collapsed, unconscious. Realizing things had gone south, Feng Bao tried to run, but he was no match for the motorcycle. The burly man landed a powerful punch right to Feng Bao's temple, knocking him out, then hauled him onto the bike. The motorcycle sped away into the dark alley, carrying the unconscious Feng Bao with it. More than 10 minutes later, the men who had chased after Chen Xuewan returned, cursing under their breath. They had watched helplessly as Chen Xuewan and his companions jumped onto a motorcycle they had stashed ahead of time and vanished. The narrow alley made it impossible to catch up on foot. Back at the scene, they were shocked to find San Yan lying in a pool of blood, his fate uncertain, and Feng Bao nowhere to be found. In a single night, the Viper gang lost 2 of its top men. This time, Chen Xuewan had won a decisive victory. At 2 a.m., in a remote, dilapidated temple on the northern outskirts of Pingqing, Chen Xuewan, Lai Ho, and Wang Jindong sat inside, resting but on high alert. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle engine broke the silence of the night. Instantly, the 3 men tensed, their eyes snapping toward the direction of the sound. Chen Xuewan quickly pulled out a flashlight and signaled toward the motorcycle, sweeping the beam 3 times in a clockwise motion. A moment later, a distant light flashed back 5 times their agreed-upon signal. Yong and Zhuzi are here, Chen Xuewan said with relief, motioning for his companions to follow. The 3 hurried to the open space at the temple entrance. Soon, a motorcycle carrying 3 people pulled up, kicking up a cloud of dust. On the bike were Li Yong, Li Taizhu, and an unconscious man Feng Bao. Li Yong's leg had mostly healed. Though he couldn't run fast yet, he had no trouble riding a motorcycle. This nighttime operation was meticulously planned by Chen Xuewan back when he was still with the enforcement team. He had anticipated that Dusher would try to kill him, so he contacted Li Yong and set up this plan as soon as he left the team. That night, Chen Xuewan deliberately led Feng Bao and the others in circles around the outskirts, trying to shake them off. This made Feng Bao believe Chen Xuewan was scared and simply looking for a place to hide and rest, lowering his guard. Then, Chen Xuewan returned to the temple with Lai Ho and Wang Jindong to rest, while Li Yong and Li Taizhu lay in wait outside, ready to strike at any moment. When Feng Bao and his men came to attack, Chen Xuewan led most of them away with Lai Ho and Wang Jindong. Feng Bao, slowed by his injured leg, couldn't keep up and was quickly captured by the waiting Li Yong and Li Taizhu. Seeing Feng Bao tied up and brought back, Lai Ho and Wang Jindong were shocked once again. When Chen Xuewan first mentioned capturing Feng Bao, they thought he was bluffing after all. Feng Bao was surrounded by more than a dozen well-armed men, and Chen Xuewan's tricks seemed useless against them. But against all odds, Chen Xuewan had actually pulled it off. Wengu, your plan was brilliant, Lai Ho said sincerely, his eyes full of admiration. Wang Jindong scratched his head and asked quietly, Wengu, Why did we capture Feng Bao? Chen Xuewan smiled slightly and replied, we caught him to take down Dusher, of course. His words made Wang Zhendong and Lai Ho stare in disbelief. Was Chen Xuewan really planning to kill Dusher? That was unbelievably ambitious. Their side only had 5 fighters, and the rest were barely useful. Dusher, on the other hand, had 50 or 60 men ready to do his bidding. Even capturing Feng Bao was a trick, but that alone wouldn't be enough to take Dusher out. Chen Xuewan didn't explain further. He turned to Li Eryong and asked, how did it go? Li Eryong gave a concise report on the operation. Chen Xuewan nodded in satisfaction. His main goal tonight was to capture Feng Bao, and unexpectedly, they had also taken care of Senyana bonus. What about the phones? Chen Xuewan asked, frowning slightly. Li Eryong grinned. Just as you instructed, I took out the batteries long ago. But with Dushy's connections, I doubt he has the resources to track us down. Chen Xuewan waved a hand. Better safe than sorry. The 3 of them had already removed the batteries from their own phones as well. After Zhou Hao's father tracked Wu Lihong using a pager, Chen Xuewan had become extra cautious. Those big shots really did have ways to use communication devices to locate people. However, Chen Xuewan had no idea how difficult it was to track someone down in those days. Accurate location tracking required not only a huge amount of money, but also a significant investment of time. This kind of technology was simply out of reach for ordinary people. The only reason Zhou Hao's father managed to pull it off was because of his vast network of connections. As for Venom, Feng Bao didn't have that kind of influence. Li Taizhu threw Feng Bao to the ground with a heavy thud. Chen Xuewan grabbed a bottle of cold water and, without hesitation, poured it over Feng Bao's head. The icy water crashed down, jolting Feng Bao awake. He shuddered from the shock, instantly snapping back to his senses. Looking around, his eyes filled with rage and disbelief. Chen Xuewan, you bastard. You're so despicable. Feng Bao roared, hatred burning in his eyes. Chen Xuewan just gave a cold smile. This isn't being despicable, it's called strategy. If you want to talk about being underhanded, look at yourself. You brought over 20 men to attack, just 5 of us. Feng Bao was livid, his voice sharp and shrill. Chen, cut the crap. If you've got guts, untie me and let's fight Onion. Chen Xuewan curled his lip in disdain, then suddenly kicked Feng Bao hard in the face. Pain exploded through Feng Bao's head as blood gushed from his mouth and nose. His face twisted in agony, and beneath his anger, there was a trace of fear. Hey Onion, what makes you think you deserve it? Chen Xuewan stared coldly at him, then stomped down hard on Feng Bao's head. Feng Bao could do nothing but grit his teeth and yell, Chen Xuewan, my brother will never let you get away with this. Brother Snake will hunt you down and wipe out your whole family. You're all dead. Chen Xuewan's expression didn't change. He simply watched Feng Bao in silence, waiting until Feng Bao's furious shouts grew weaker. Only then did he speak, his voice icy. Are you done? Then listen to me for a minute. Feng Bao panted, still defiant. There's nothing to say. Now that I'm in your hands, do whatever you want. If I, Feng Bao, so much as flinch, I'm no man. Chen Xuewan gave a faint smile, his eyes still cold. You do have backbone, I'll give you that. But I'm not so sure about your brother. Feng Bao's eyes instantly hardened, his heart skipping a beat. What do you mean? Chen Xuewan's smile was cold as he clapped his hands. From behind a ruined temple, Wang Zhendong wheeled out a wheelchair, and sitting in it was none other than Feng Bao's younger brother, Xiaoku. The moment Feng Bao saw his brother had been captured, his face went deathly pale. He struggled and shouted, Chen Xuewan, if you dare lay a finger on my brother, he'll never let you off. Chen Xuewan's expression remained cold and merciless as he stared at Feng Bao. Feng Bao's cries echoed through the empty temple as he struggled desperately, his voice now tinged with both pleading and pain. Chen Xuewan, this is between you and me, leave my brother out of it. Even in our world, there are lines you don't cross. Family should be off limits. Chen Xuewan chuckled softly. Family off limits? Feng Bao, if I remember right, your brother works for Venom too. He's part of the gang. Since he's in this business, dealing with him is only fair. Feng Bao's lips trembled. He stood there in shock, unable to respond for a long moment. Chen Xuewan went on coldly. Besides, wasn't it your brother who led people to cause trouble on my shop's opening day? Now you want to talk to me about rules? Why should I listen? Feng Bao lowered his head, gritting his teeth in silence. Now he finally understood what karma really meant. Venom and his crew had always acted recklessly, and now the consequences had finally caught up with them. Head down, Feng Bao stayed silent for a long time. At last, he gritted his teeth and spat out. Chen Xuewan, what do you want from me? Chen Xuewan looked at him calmly. Tomorrow night, I'm going to kill Venom. I want your help. Feng Bao stared at him, his face turning ashen. The shock was so great, he almost doubted his own ears. Chen Xuewan, does he really have what it takes to kill Venom? Feng Bao took a deep breath and spoke anxiously. You want me to help you go against my big brother? Absolutely not. Chen Xuewan let out a cold laugh. Relax, I don't need you to do anything. I just want you to tell me about the people around Viper and the layout of his house. Feng Bao was stunned and asked in shock. You're planning to go to his house and kill him? Chen Xuewan's smile remained icy. What I do has nothing to do with you. Just tell me everything you know. Feng Bao frowned, clearly deep in thought. Chen Xuewan didn't rush him and simply waved his hand casually. Seeing this, Liao Wang Jindong immediately stepped forward and shoved Xiao Ku to the ground. Feng Bao's face changed instantly as he shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Let him go?" But no one paid him any attention. Liao Wang Jindong quickly tied Xiao Ku up tightly with rope, then, together with another man, dragged him to a water cellar behind the abandoned temple. The temple was halfway up the mountain, surrounded by desolation, and the only water source was the cellar. The temple had been abandoned for a long time, and the water cellar was filled with stagnant water. Liao Wang Jindong hung Xiao Ku in the cellar, securing the rope to the root of a crooked tree outside. Then, the two men sealed the entrance to the cellar. Feng Bao struggled desperately, but couldn't change anything. His eyes were full of fear and helplessness as he pleaded, his voice trembling. "Chen Xuewan, please let my brother go. He'll tell you everything, anything you want." But Chen Xuewan coldly tossed a notebook in front of Feng Bao. "Write down everything you know. Make it detailed, and don't try anything clever. If you don't, you'll end up in that cellar too." A flash of fear passed through Feng Bao's eyes. "If I get a chance, maybe the two of you can make it out alive. But if I fail, all of you will die here." Feng Bao's expression froze. He had planned to write false information or mess with key details to set Chen Xuewan up. Now, he abandoned that idea entirely. If Chen Xuewan failed, he and his brother would die here as well. Chen Xuewan's methods were so meticulous that Feng Bao had no choice but to grit his teeth and start writing down the details of Viper's home. He began by marking the area outside Viper's snake farm. "Viper's house is inside the snake farm," Feng Bao wrote. "There are 3 fences around it, each with snakes of different levels of venom. The innermost snakes are the most poisonous." He went on to describe the layout of Viper's house, while Chen Xuewan frowned at the notes. "What are these fences for?" Feng Bao explained. "Each fence holds a different group of snakes. The closer you get to the center, the more venomous the snakes are. The outer fence has regular snakes, but inside, the venomous ones almost no one dares go near them." Liao Wang Jindong, standing nearby, shivered involuntarily when he heard this. "I don't care what kind of snakes they are. I'm not getting anywhere close." Chen Xuewan shot him a glance and sneered. "What are you afraid of? It's winter, the snakes are all hibernating." Liao forced a laugh. "It just gives me the chills, that's all." Chen Xuewan scoffed and continued to study the layout Feng Bao had provided. The snake farm was right next to a lake, and Viper's house was built on the lakeshore. Outside the snake farm, several walls stood tall, topped with barbed wire. They were meant to keep the snakes in, but they worked just as well to keep people out. Chen Xuewan narrowed his eyes, tapping his fingers on his knee as he carefully mapped out a plan to breach the defenses. He turned the paper written by Feng Bao over in his hand a few times, his sharp gaze fixed on him. "By the way, doesn't Dushu have a python? Where does he usually keep it?" Chen Xuewan suddenly asked. Feng Bao pointed toward a distant building. "It's in his house. That place has heating, and when Dushu comes home, he lets the python roam free inside." Liao Wang Jindong stiffened at this, drawing in a sharp breath, his face full of fear. "There's a huge python in the house. How are we supposed to ambush Dushu?" But Chen Xuewan just nodded calmly, as if they were discussing something trivial. "How many bodyguards does Dushu usually have at the snake farm?" "None," Feng Bao replied, shaking his head. "No bodyguards?" Chen Xuewan raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Feng Bao explained, "There are snakes everywhere in the farm. In spring, summer, and fall, nobody dares to go, and entering is basically a death wish. Even though it's winter now, Dushu still has that giant python. That thing is even more dangerous than Dushu himself. Who would risk their life going in there? Besides, Dushu's been training in martial arts since he was a kid. Even 3 or 5 regular guys wouldn't be able to take him down. Why would he need bodyguards?" He scratched his head awkwardly, his voice dropping. "Honestly, even though we work for him, we're all afraid of the snakes. No one wants to go near the farm. If it weren't for special circumstances, I wouldn't go in there myself, let alone anyone else." Liao and the others exchanged worried glances. Taking out Dushu sounded much tougher than they had imagined. Just the python alone would be hard enough to handle, not to mention Dushu's own fighting skills. Even if they all worked together, they might not be a match for him. This mission was starting to look impossible. Chen Xuewan, however, remained remarkably calm. He closed his eyes briefly, running through the plan in his mind once more before asking in a low voice, "Is that all? Is there anything else we should watch out for?" Feng Bao thought for a moment, then lowered his voice even further. "There's one more thing. You need to be careful of Dushu's wife, Lu Jinhuan. She's fierce. I've seen her kill 2 people with my own eyes. Don't underestimate her." A glint flashed in Chen Xuewan's eyes. "How's Dushu's relationship with Lu Jinhuan?" "They're very close," Feng Bao answered immediately. "Dushu fools around with other women, but the only one he truly cares about is his wife. Anyone who dares to mess with her, no matter who they are, Dushu will fight to the death for her." A faint, knowing smile appeared on Chen Xuewan's lips. "Is that so? Interesting." Feng Bao looked confused, unable to understand why Chen Xuewan seemed so confident. Had he really come up with a way to deal with Dushu? Chen Xuewan pressed for more details, then finally spoke in a stern voice. Feng Bao, think carefully. Is there anything else you need to tell us? They'll say this again. If your mistakes mean we don't make it back, you and your brother will die here too. Feng Bao's face went pale, sweat beading on his forehead. He closed his eyes, thinking hard, then finally shook his head. No, nothing else. Satisfied, Chen Xuewan nodded and waved his hand. Lai Ho and the others immediately understood. They stepped forward, tied Feng Bao up, and put him in the cellar with his brother. Both of their mouths were tightly gagged, so they couldn't make a sound. Chen Xuewan personally covered the cellar with rocks and leaves, disguising it perfectly. Even if someone passed by, they'd never guess two people were hidden inside. After making all the necessary arrangements, Chen Xuewan and his group spent the night in an abandoned temple. At dawn the next morning, before the sky had fully brightened, Chen Xuewan woke everyone and began laying out their plan. Houzi, Eryong, you're with me. Zhuzi and Dongzi, take up your positions at the spot we discussed yesterday, Chen Xuewan instructed briefly, then left the temple with Li Eryong and Lai Ho. In the dim morning light, the three of them arrived at a secluded alleyway. Li Eryong, clearly familiar with the area, walked into the alley and pulled out a handcart that had been stashed there ahead of time. There was an old, worn coat draped over it. Chen Xuewan handed the coat to Lai Ho, who put it on and hunched over, deliberately making himself look like a frail, elderly man from a distance. Once he was satisfied with Lai Ho's disguise, Chen Xuewan gave him a few final instructions. Then he and Li Eryong split up. Lai Ho remained in the alley, waiting for the right moment with the handcart. About 10 minutes later, Li Eryong hurried back on a motorcycle and called out quietly, "They're coming." Chen Xuewan, wearing a cap, quickly hid behind a nearby trash bin, while Li Eryong parked the motorcycle and stood watch at the mouth of the alley. Soon, the sound of an engine grew louder as a car approached. Li Eryong signaled Lai Ho, who immediately pushed the cart toward the alley entrance. Just as the car turned the corner, the cart collided with it. Lai Ho took the opportunity to fall to the ground, clutching his leg and crying out in pain. The driver got out to check what had happened, and Chen Xuewan and Li Eryong sprang into action. Chen Xuewan pressed a boning knife against the driver's lower back, while Li Eryong quickly took control of the back seat. But the driver was no ordinary manha, dodged the attack with a quick forward leap and kicked out at Chen Xuewan's arm. Instead of backing off, Chen Xuewan grabbed the driver's leg and drove the knife into his upper thigh without hesitation. Before the driver's scream had even finished, Lai Ho, now back on his feet, pressed another boning knife against the man's throat. Just then, a scream came from inside the car. There was a woman and a child in the back seat, both of whom had already been subdued by Li Eryong. The driver immediately stopped struggling and raised his hands in surrender. "Look, we just want money. Tell me how much you want. Just don't hurt the woman or the kid. Cut the chatter. Get in the car," Chen Xuewan ordered coldly. With the knife at his back, the driver had no choice but to comply. Chen Xuewan forced him to drive away, with Lai Ho following close behind on the motorcycle. The entire hijacking took less than 5 minutes. In that deserted alleyway, not a single soul witnessed the harrowing scene. The driver followed Chen Xuewan's instructions and drove all the way to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Pingxing. The factory's crumbling exterior walls were peeling and overgrown with weeds, adding to the desolate atmosphere. Inside, Wang Zhendong and Li Taizhu had already been waiting anxiously, pacing nervously by the door. With a cold expression, Chen Xuewan pressed a sharp knife against the driver, forcing him out of the car. The blade glinted menacingly in the sunlight. He shot a look at Lai Ho, signaling him to bring the woman and child from the back seat. Lai Ho understood immediately, yanked open the door, and roughly dragged the terrified mother and child outside. "Take them to that room next door," Chen Xuewan ordered, pointing to a windowless room with nothing but a rusty iron door as its only exit. Lai Ho shoved the mother and child inside. The woman clung tightly to her child, fear written all over her face. Chen Xuewan turned to Li Taizhu and Wang Zhendong and barked, "You too, guard the door. Don't take a single step away." The two men immediately positioned themselves at the entrance, tense and alert. Once everything was in place, Chen Xuewan walked over to the driver. The driver's face was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he said, "All right, I admit defeat. Tell me how much you want. We'll call my boss and have him pay you. Just don't hurt the woman or the child." A mocking smile appeared on Chen Xuewan's lips. "No need to call anyone. I'll talk to Zhou Jinghui myself." The driver froze, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Chen Xuewan. Who are you? You've been driving for Zhou Jinghui for 2 years, and you still don't know who I am?" Chen Xuewan sneered, his voice icy. "My name is Chen Xuewan." The name hit the driver like a thunderbolt. His expression changed instantly, shock written all over his face. Of course had heard of Chen Xuewan, the man who had been causing Zhou Jinghui endless trouble recently. As Zhou Jinghui's personal driver, he normally only ferried Zhou's wife and child back and forth and had never been involved in his boss' other affairs. Had never met Chen Xuewan in person. Now, realizing the cold man before him was Chen Xuewan himself, he understood this was far more than a simple ransom. Chen Xuewan stepped closer and said coldly, if you don't want me to hurt them, that's fine. Cooperate, and let them tie you up. The driver lowered his head and nodded in resignation. Lai Ho and the others quickly moved in, binding him tightly with thick rope. Still not satisfied, Chen Xuewan brought out several rolls of wide tape and personally wrapped the driver's hands and feet several times, securing him to a sturdy stone pillar. After all, this driver had been hired by Zhou Jinghui at a high price as a bodyguard, rumored to be a martial arts school graduate, definitely not someone to underestimate. Once the driver was dealt with, Chen Xuewan gathered his men. Next, I'm going to meet Zhou Jinghui myself. Stick to the plan. Remember, there's no room for mistakes. If we slip up and don't take down the Viper, we're all as good as dead. Li Er-yong, Lai Ho, and Wang Xindong responded in unison, their faces grave. At this point, there was no turning back. They could only fight with everything they had. Chen Xuewan took Lai Ho with him, driving Zhou Jinghui's car straight to his house. Meanwhile, Li Er-yong and Wang Xindong began carrying out the next steps of the plan as instructed. At Zhou Jinghui's home, the boss was sitting at the dining table, having breakfast while listening to Xiao Ma's report on last night's events. He had already heard that the Viper would send people to kill Chen Xuewan, so had been keeping an eye out for news. Had expected to hear that Chen had been killed or crippled, but instead learned that Chen Xuewan was completely unharmed, while the Viper side had suffered heavy losses. Two of his trusted men, one seriously injured and the other captured. Damn it, that Viper always talks big. I thought he was something special. Zhou Jinghui slammed the table, making the silverware clatter. Who would have thought, going up against a few kids barely out of school, he'd take such a hit? Damn it. Zhou Jinghui cursed repeatedly. Outwardly, he was furious, but underneath, a wave of unease began to rise. Zhou Jinghui sat in his study, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The fact that Viper had failed to deal with Chen Xuewan left him restless and anxious. If Chen Xuewan decided to strike back, the consequences would be unimaginable. If I'd known things would turn out like this, I never should have teamed up with Viper against Chen Xuewan, he thought bitterly, already considering hiring more bodyguards for his home. Just then, through the window, he spotted his family car pulling into the driveway. It was an ordinary sight every day. His wife drove their child to school, with the driver at the wheel. But when the car came to a stop, the last person he expected stepped out, leaving him utterly stunned. Chen Xuewan. Zhou Jinghui shot to his feet, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. But there was no mistaking that familiar figure was indeed Chen Xuewan. What shocked him even more was that Chen Xuewan had just gotten out of his own car. Good morning, Huaich. Chen Xuewan greeted him with a broad smile through the window. Zhou Jinghui's face darkened as he rushed outside. Apart from the driver, Lai Ho, the car was empty. Chen Xuewan, you son of a, he lunged forward, but Chen Xuewan easily blocked his move. Take it easy, Huaich, Chen Xuewan murmured, leaning in close. Think about your wife and child. The words hit Zhou Jinghui like a bucket of ice water, leaving him frozen in place. Chen Xuewan casually draped an arm over his shoulder and swaggered into the house. Once inside, Zhou Jinghui shook off Chen Xuewan's hand, seething with rage. Chen Xuewan, if you so much as touch a hair on my wife or child, I swear I'll ruin myself to take you down. Chen Xuewan ignored his outburst. He sat at the dining table, poured himself a glass of soy milk, and began to enjoy breakfast as if nothing had happened. Xiao Ma stood nearby, his face flushed with anger. Chen Xuewan, let her and the kid go now. Chen Xuewan chuckled, then suddenly pulled out a boning knife and slammed it onto the table. Pointing to his own neck, he said, want my life? Go ahead, one stroke right here, and it'll be over. I want fight back. Faced with such provocation, neither Xiao Ma nor Zhou Jinghui dared to act rashly. Zhou Jinghui gritted his teeth. Chen Xuewan, leave families out of this. What you're doing is beneath contempt or innocent. Chen Xuewan paid no attention, calmly finishing his breakfast. After polishing off 5 pieces of fried dough and 2 bowls of soy milk, he patted his stomach with satisfaction. Nothing like a good meal, he said contentedly. Then he looked up at Zhou Jinghui and spoke softly. Huaich, there's a restaurant in Pingcheng called the Li Bin Hotel. Have you heard of it? Zhou Jinghui frowned, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He shook his head. Never heard of it. What about it? Chen Xuewan's lips curled into a faint, meaningful smile. That's not surprising. The Li Bin Hotel is really just a small eatery, 2 private rooms, 6 tables in total. Someone like you, Huaich, with your wealth, probably wouldn't pay any attention to a place like that. Zhou Jinghui's expression turned cold instantly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Chen Xuewan, what exactly are you trying to say? Chen Xuewan remained calm, raising his index finger to his lips in a shu gesture. His voice was still steady. Huaich, just let me finish. The Li Bin Hotel mainly serves the factory workers from Xingfu Alley and the people living nearby. They offer simple banquet services for weddings and funerals, nothing fancy. The cheapest set menu is 130 yuan per table, 8 hot dishes, 8 cold dishes, plus soup and staple food included. At this point, Chen Xuewan stood up, his gaze drifting past Zhou Jinghui, as if looking into the distance. Half a year ago, someone hosted 5 tables there for a graduation celebration. They bargained with the owner for a long time and finally got the price down to 120 per table, but that meant no soup or staple food. There were enough guests to fill 7 tables, but only 5 were reserved, so everyone was crammed together and there wasn't enough food. Most people went home hungry, and the host lost all face. Chen Xuewan's eyes grew moist, his voice becoming choked. But the strange thing is, the family didn't care at all. Because they saved nearly 300 yuan, which they used to buy their son about to start college a new set of clothes and shoes, so he could walk onto campus with his head held high. Zhou Jinghui frowned, growing impatient. Why are you telling me all this? Chen Xuewan looked directly into Zhou Jinghui's eyes, his voice low and clear. That graduation banquet was for me. The family who lost all their dignity, that was my mom and dad. Zhou Jinghui was momentarily speechless, his expression frozen. From my first birthday to the day I got into college, that was the only celebration my parents ever threw for me, and it ended up being a joke to everyone. Chen Xuewan continued, his voice trembling, but they didn't regret it for a second. They were happy just to save enough to buy me those new clothes and shoes. He wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and let out a long sigh. But do you know what happened after that? Zhou Jinghui couldn't help but ask, what happened? Chen Xuewan's voice suddenly turned icy. After that, Zhou Hao framed me for killing his girlfriend, and I ended up in prison. My parents tried everything to clear my name, but Zhou Hao sent people after them. They were killed. Even in death, their bodies weren't left whole. With every word, Chen Xuewan stepped closer to Zhou Jinghui. By the time he finished, he was so close that Zhou Jinghui could feel his breath. Chen Xuewan's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Zhou Jinghui, gritting his teeth. Spare the innocent, you say? Then tell me, what do you call what happened to my parents? Zhou Jinghui stared in shock, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Zhou Jinghui, don't you dare preach to me. Chen Xuewan's voice was cold. Ever since my parents died, my life, my beliefs, everything about me has changed. He glanced around at the luxurious decor, a cold smile tugging at his lips. This world, huh? The murderers and arsonists walk away with gold belts, while those who build bridges and repair roads end up with nothing. Suddenly, Chen Xuewan slammed his hand on the table with a thunderous bang, shouting, if others can kill and burn, why can't I? Chen Xuewan? He stepped forward, raising his voice. If others can treat lives like they're worthless, why can't I? Another step, his voice booming even louder. If others can stand above everyone else, why can't I? Zhou Jinghui was forced to retreat by the barrage of questions, each one louder than the last, fear swelling inside him like a rising tide. Chen Xuewan's face was twisted with rage, his eyes burning red as he roared. Since I've chosen this path, it'll be worse than the worst, more ruthless than the most evil. If staying alive means others have to die, so be it. So don't ever try to test my limits. Frightened by Chen Xuewan's ferocious expression, Zhou Jinghui stumbled back several steps and finally collapsed onto the sofa, frozen in place, his face pale as a sheet. Chen Xuewan's words left Zhou Jinghui and Xiao Ma stunned. The two exchanged a glance, both so shocked that they couldn't utter a word. In that moment, they fully realized just how ruthless Chen Xuewan could be, who was truly willing to go to any lengths, even threatening the lives of Zhou Jinghui's wife and child to get what he wanted. Suppressing his fear, Zhou Jinghui spoke quietly. I never imagined you'd been through so much. Honestly, we never had any real bad blood between us. I even gave you the arcade business, and you made good money from it. So why are you putting me in this position? What do you want from me? Chen Xuewan let out a long breath, and his expression suddenly relaxed. With a slight smile, he patted Zhou Jinghui's shoulder and said, Jinghui, I'm not trying to make things hard for you. The truth is, I have no one else left to turn to. You've helped me so many times before, just help me one more time. Zhou Jinghui was taken aback. Help you? How do you expect me to help you? That guy, Viper, he's completely out of control, won't listen to anything I say. I really can't get involved in this mess between you two. But the smile on Chen Xuewan's face only grew more composed, with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Jinghui, don't worry. I'm not asking you to talk to him. I want you to help me kill him. His words struck like a bolt of lightning. Zhou Jinghui jumped up in shock, while Xiao Ma stared in disbelief, his mouth hanging open. Chen Xuewan, are you out of your mind? Do you hear yourself right now? Zhou Jinghui's eyes widened in shock. You want me to kill Viper? What do you think I am, some kind of god? You think you can just make a wish and it'll all happen? Chen Xuewan chuckled softly. Don't get worked up, Jinghui. How can I not be worked up? If Viper was easy to kill, Uncle Quan, Hao Wen, and I would have handed over the old plaza to him long ago. Even with all of us together, there's no guarantee we could take him down. And if we fail, do you really think any of us would survive his retaliation? But Chen Xuewan just kept that cold smile, his eyes unwavering. After Zhou Jinghui's outburst, Chen Xuewan finally spoke again, his voice calm. Jinghui, this all depends on us. I wouldn't have come to you if I didn't have a plan. If you help me, Viper will be taken care of tonight. Zhou Jinghui frowned deeply. He knew Chen Xuewan was always calculating, so maybe he really did have a plan. Still, the thought of Viper's madness made him shake his head. I can't do it. It'll help you with anything else, but not this. How about this? Just name your price. I'll give you the money if you let my wife and kid go. I want nothing to do with you and Viper's feud, okay? Chen Xuewan let go of him and leaned back on the sofa, his smile turning icy. Jinghui, are you messing with me? If Viper isn't dead by tonight, my brothers and I will either die here in Pingcheng or be forced to run. You think your money is any use to a dead man? Let me warn you, if I die, your wife and son will go down with me. Zhou Jingwei's face went pale. He gritted his teeth and was silent for a long time before finally speaking in a low voice. So what exactly do you want me to do? Let me tell you, my men aren't nearly as many as Viper's. If it comes to a fight, we don't stand a chance. If you're hoping we'll all go down together, you'd better forget it. Chen Xuewan looked thoughtful, a cold smirk on his lips. Don't worry, this is between me and Viper. My people will make the first move. All I need is a little help from you. Zhou Jinghui was left speechless. Seeing Chen Xuewan so confident, he couldn't help but wonder, did he really have a plan? He fixed his gaze on Chen Xuewan, his eyes filled with curiosity. A confident smile played at the corners of Chen Xuewan's mouth. Last night, I took out 2 of Viper's most trusted men. Right now, he must be sending everyone he has to hunt me down, desperate to tear me apart. The moment I show my face anywhere, he'll send his men after me. A glint flashed in his eyes. That means there'll be gaps in Viper's defense. Sees a perfect chance for me to strike. Zhou Jinghui frowned, his tone skeptical. Chen Xuewan, this plan is way too rough. Do you really think Viper is that stupid? You think just showing up is enough to lure his men away? Besides, you only have 5 guys. Even if you teamed up, you couldn't take him heated. What makes you think you can win? That's exactly why, Chen Xuewan said with meaning. I came to you, Hui. Zhou Jinghui's expression changed instantly. You want me to send my people to help you ambush Viper? Forget it. He shook his head, deadly serious. You know what Viper is capable of. His crew is full of maniacs. Even if I help, there's no guarantee we'll take him down. If he escapes, he'll be as good as dead. Chen Xuewan remained calm and spoke softly. Hui, I told you, I don't need you to go all in. I just need your help drawing Viper's men away. What do you mean? Zhou Jinghui was caught off guard. Chen Xuewan explained, the plan I just mentioned is only for show. Even if I appear in public and Viper sends people after me, he won't send everyone. He'll still keep at least a dozen men close for protection. With just my 5, there's no way we can get to him. Zhou Jinghui nodded in agreement. That's exactly how he would play it too. That's why, Chen Xuewan said, lowering his voice, I need you to step in. I want you to tell Viper that I approached you to join forces and that we're planning to take him out tonight. Tell him everything about my plan. What? Zhou Jinghui stared in disbelief. What exactly are you trying to do? Chen Xuewan's smile widened. You tell Viper my plan, and then pretend to work with him to draw me out. Tell him that if he pulls all his men away, he's sure to catch me. Then you send your people to help him deal with me. He'll be so focused on revenge, he'll take the bait. That way, he'll be left unprotected. Zhou Jinghui was stunned by this elaborate scheme. He had never imagined Chen Xuewan could come up with something so meticulous. After a long silence, he looked up and asked, do you really think Viper will trust me? We barely know each other, and there's bad blood between us. Would he really risk putting his life in my hands? A faint smile appeared on Chen Xuewan's lips. I have a way to make him believe you. Zhou Jinghui was taken aback, thinking to himself, can Chen Xuewan really change Viper's mind? Curious, he asked, what's your plan? Chen Xuewan smiled lightly, speaking with ease. Unless something unexpected happens, Viper will soon find out that I've taken your wife and child. Zhou Jinghui's expression changed instantly, his heart tightening. If even Viper knew about this, then he'd trust me even less. Chen Xuewan continued, but what if Viper's people happen to rescue your wife and child? Zhou Jinghui was stunned, stammering. What? What do you mean? Chen Xuewan explained slowly. They'll make sure Viper's men follow my people and track them down to where your wife and child are being kept. When that happens, Viper will use this as leverage to force you to join forces with him against me. You, in turn, can pretend to be grateful, act like you're teaming up with Viper, and leak my plans to him, luring all his men away. This way, Viper will believe that you hate me for kidnapping your family, and that you're grateful to him for saving them. He'll have no reason to doubt your loyalty. Zhou Jinghui was dumbfounded, quietly amazed by the complexity of Chen Xuewan's plan. After thinking it over, he hesitated and said, but doesn't this plan have a flaw? If Viper rescues my wife and child, logically, you'd be scared off. If you still go after him, even Viper would see something's wrong. Chen Xuewan smiled calmly. Hui, Viper is crazy, but he's not stupid. Given your relationship with him, do you think if he found out where your family was, he'd help you right away, or would he come to you to make a deal first? Zhou Jinghui paused. Chen Xuewan was right, Viper would never do something for nothing. Hui, Viper will definitely want to negotiate first, not save them straight away. That's when you can follow the plan. Chen Xuewan patted his shoulder, his tone firm. As long as you cooperate, we'll take care of Viper tonight. The old square will be yours. All I want are those 2 arcade halls. Dianzi Wanchao will be yours as well. How does that sound? Zhou Jinghui's eyes lit up as he stared at Chen Xuewan, hope rising in his heart. Are you sure you can kill Viper tonight? Chen Xuewan smiled confidently. Almost guaranteed. Zhou Jinghui nodded slowly. All right, let's do it your way. Tonight, once Viper is dead, we're even. Chen Xuewan nodded with a faint smile. No problem. He patted Zhou Jinghui's shoulder again and said quietly, Hui, I'm serious about working with you, so don't get any funny ideas. You know I'm not someone who's easy to kill. If anything about tonight's plan changes, or if you try to cross me, I can't guarantee the safety of your wife and son next time. So, Hui, think carefully. Zhou Jinghui's face darkened, and he nodded slowly. I understand. Chen Xuewan laughed aloud, then discussed some details with Zhou Jinghui, such as having Zhou's men guard the area around Viper's snake farm, ready to ambush him, and keeping a close watch on Viper's men to make sure they were all drawn away. Once everything was arranged, Chen Xuewan got up and left. As he reached the door, Chen Xuewan suddenly turned around, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After I leave, make sure you send someone to tail me. If Viper finds out that I came here to threaten you, and you didn't even put on this little show, what would he think? Zhou Jinghui frowned, silently marveling at Chen Xuewan's meticulousness. He shot a glance at Xiao Ma. Go after him. After Xiao Ma hopped on his motorcycle and followed Chen Xuewan's car out of sight, Zhou Jinghui's expression twisted with rage. He slammed the table hard, gritting his teeth. Chen Xuewan, I swear I'll kill you. Forcing down his anger, Zhou Jinghui pulled out his phone and quickly gave instructions for that night's operation. Once everything was arranged, he slumped onto the sofa, a cold smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Xiao Ma followed the plan, pretending to tail Chen Xuewan. The car circled around downtown a few times before heading toward the outskirts. Xiao Ma hesitated for a moment, but decided to keep following, planning to stick with it for another half hour before reporting back. However, as soon as the car turned a corner, it came to a stop. Just as Xiao Ma was caught off guard, he heard Chen Xuewan's voice behind him. Xiao Ma, come over here. Let's have a chat. Turning around, Xiao Ma saw that Chen Xuewan was already standing behind him, with Li Er-yong at his side. Xiao Ma's face fell. Clearly, they'd been lying in wait for him. There's nothing for us to talk about, Xiao Ma said coldly. You keep running, we'll keep following. Once we've finished this act, I can report back. Chen Xuewan smiled faintly and signaled for Li Er-yong to step forward and take Xiao Ma's motorcycle keys. Although reluctant, Xiao Ma remembered that Zhou Jinghui's wife and son were still in Chen Xuewan's hands, so he swallowed his anger. Li Er-yong got on the motorcycle and followed Li Hao's car ahead. Meanwhile, Chen Xuewan led a confused Xiao Ma to an abandoned old house nearby, where Wang Zhendong and Li Taizhu were standing guard at the entrance. Inside, Xiao Ma was shocked to see Zhou Jinghui's wife curled up in the corner, holding her sleeping child. He hurried over to check on them, and was relieved to learn that they were safe for now. Chen Xuewan called Xiao Ma outside alone, a mysterious smile on his face. Xiao Ma, I had someone run some tests on your sister-in-law and nephew. Guess what I found out? Your sister-in-law has type A blood, and so does Zhou Jinghui. But their son? He's type B. The word struck Xiao Ma like a bolt from the blue. His face went pale, and panic flashed across his features. Xiao Ma's face was filled with panic as he stammered. What? What are you talking about? What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Xuewan's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he leaned forward slightly. I'm saying, Zhou Jinghui's son doesn't match either of his parents' blood types. He paused, staring straight at Xiao Ma's face. So what do you think? Was there a mix-up at the hospital, or? He dragged out his words, each one cutting like a knife. Or did someone make a fool out of Zhou Jinghui? Xiao Ma's face turned deathly pale. His eyes widened, and his Adam's apple bobbed nervously. Don't talk nonsense. That's impossible. His hands twisted together unconsciously, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Chen Xuewan leaned back in his chair, his tone as casual as if they were chatting about the weather. Whether it's possible or not, I'm sure the people involved know best. Then, suddenly changing the subject, he said, Oh right, Xiao Ma, if I remember correctly, your blood type is B, isn't it? The words landed like a heavy blow. Xiao Ma flinched, blurting out almost reflexively, What is that? What does that have to do with me? His voice was dry, as if something was stuck in his throat. Chen Xuewan continued unhurriedly. I met someone not long ago who knows you pretty well. He kept his eyes fixed on Xiao Ma's face. According to him, you and our sister-in-law came from the same place. Back then, you two were inseparable, crazy in love. Xiao Ma's complexion shifted from pale to ashen. His lips trembled, and he didn't say a word. Sweat beaded on his forehead, threatening to drip from his chin. Chen Xuewan kept speaking in that eerily calm tone. I heard you got into some trouble and spent a few years inside. After you got out, our sister-in-law married Zhou Jinghui. But she still remembered the old days. She even introduced you to work for Zhou Jinghui. He smiled again, a sharp glint in his eyes. But you know, Xiao Ma, you really brought luck to Brother Hui. Had been childless for years, and then, just a year after you came, he finally had a kid. Who would have thought? Xiao Mayor like a god of fertility. Xiao Ma's face turned from gray to bright red, blood rushing to his head. He clenched his teeth, forcing the words out through gritted teeth. Chen Xuewan, what exactly do you want? The smile vanished from Chen Xuewan's face. He suddenly leaned forward, his voice icy cold. I told you, I want to kill the viper. Xiaoma took a deep breath, trying to steady his pounding chest. You want me to help you kill the viper? Chen Xuewan shook his head slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Not just the viper. I want you to help me kill Zhou Jinghui too. Xiaoma stumbled back half a step, eyes wide. What? Why? Didn't we agree to work with you? His voice was filled with disbelief. Standing with his hands behind his back, Chen Xuewan's shadow stretched long in the light. Zhou Jinghui will never work with me. Tonight, he'll team up with the viper and try to ambush me. Xiaoma was baffled. He clearly remembered Zhou Jinghui agreeing, without hesitation, couldn't understand why Chen Xuewan was so sure. Chen Xuewan turned back around, his eyes cold and ruthless. The viper has to die. Zhou Jinghui has to die too. Only if they're both gone will I have nothing left to worry about. Xiaoma was dumbfounded. Had always thought Chen Xuewan just wanted to get rid of the viper and take over the old plaza. Now it was clear Chen Xuewan's ambitions went much further. He wanted Zhou Jinghui gone as well. Xiaoma took a shaky breath, his voice trembling with fear. Chen Xuewan, are you out of your mind? Even if I help you, do you really think we can take them out? He gestured with his hands. Forget Zhou Jinghui and the viper. You couldn't kill him on your own. He quickly ran the numbers in his head, including himself. Chen Xuewan only had 5 men. The viper had 50 or 60, and Zhou Jinghui had nearly 100. Compared to those two, Chen Xuewan's group was like babies facing grown men. There was no way they could win. But to Xiaoma's surprise, Chen Xuewan just smiled, eyes gleaming with confidence. I'm not crazy. As long as you help me, they're both as good as dead. Xiaoma pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? He shook his head. Chen Xuewan, you're giving me way too much credit. I'm just one of Zhou Jinghui's lackeys. How could I possibly pull this off? Chen Xuewan smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as a confident gleam sparkled in his eyes. If I say you can do it, then you can. He clapped Xiaoma on the shoulder, his firm grip making Xiaoma flinch. Do you really think I want to see Zhou Jinghui today to work with him? Xiaoma, the one I really want to partner with is you. My real plan is all about you. Confusion was written all over Xiaoma's face. His brows were tightly knit, and his eyes were full of bewilderment. What do you mean? Chen Xuewan gave a faint smile, leaned in, and lowered his voice as he revealed his plan to Xiaoma. With every sentence, Xiaoma's expression changed. Confusion gave way to shock, and then to disbelief. When he finally heard the whole plan, Xiaoma was completely stunned, his mouth slightly open, eyes wide. He finally understood what it meant to be truly cunning. Chen Xuewan's plan was full of twists and turns, impossible to guard against. Xiaoma clenched his fists, his brows furrowed deeply as he sank into thought. The veins on his forehead stood out. Seeing this, Chen Xuewan's lips curled into a faint smile. Xiaoma, is there really anything left to think about? Help me get rid of Dushu and Zhou Jinghui, and you can take your lover and child and disappear for good. His voice dropped, turning almost hypnotic. Or what? Do you really want to keep watching your lover sleep next to Zhou Jinghui every night? Do you want your child to keep calling Zhou Jinghui dad? Those words cut like a knife straight into Xiaoma's heart. His face went pale, blood draining away, and he bit down hard as his body trembled, fingers digging into his palms. Chen Xuewan saw his words had hit home and continued with a soft chuckle. Besides, Xiaoma, you don't really have a choice. If you help me, you can leave with your family. If not, he let out a cold laugh. If the truth about the kid gets out, do you think Zhou Jinghui will let you go? Xiaoma gritted his teeth, his voice determined. I'm not afraid to die? Chen Xuewan sneered, his eyes sharp as a blade. I know you're not afraid of death. But what about your lover and your child? Zhou Jinghui won't spare you. Do you think he'll spare them? Xiaoma, don't tell me you're that naive. That last sentence shattered Xiaoma's final resistance. He froze, shoulders slumping as he sank to the floor, his eyes empty. Just as Chen Xuewan said, he really had no choice left. After a long silence, Xiaoma looked up, a trace of struggle in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and asked, Chen Xuewan, how do I know you'll really let us go? Chen Xuewan smiled, taking a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it slowly. Xiaoma, you don't have to trust me. All you need to know is that you and your family are no threat to me. He took a drag and exhaled a smoke ring. Everything in this world is about interests. I want to get rid of Dushu and Zhou Jinghui because it benefits me. They want to kill me for the same reason. He leaned closer, his tone tinged with mockery. As for you, do you really think you could ever threaten my interests? Whether you live or die, does it matter to me? Xiaoma's face was deathly pale, sweat beading on his forehead. As much as he hated to admit it, he knew he really was no match for Chen Xuewan and had no way to threaten him. Chen Xuewan patted Xiaoma's shoulder, his tone suddenly lighter. Once it's done, they'll take half of Zhou Jinghui's assets. The other half, you take and leave with your family. That's my promise. Xiaoma took a deep breath, his chest heaving, excitement rising within him. If he could really get half of Zhou Jinghui's fortune and escape with his loved ones, it would be a dream come true. All these years, Head watched the woman he loved stand by Zhou Jinghui's side, watched his own child call Zhou Jinghui dad. The pain was something only he truly understood. Night after night, the helplessness and jealousy nearly consumed him. But now, he finally had a chance to change everything, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He looked Chen Xuewan in the eye and nodded slowly, his voice firm. All right, I'll help you. A satisfied smile flashed in Chen Xuewan's eyes. Then let's wish ourselves a swift victory. He patted Xiao Ma's shoulder again, and as he did, he slyly plucked a few hairs from Xiao Ma's head. Xiao Ma flinched, instinctively stepping back. What are you doing? Chen Xuewan calmly placed the hairs into a small plastic bag. Nothing. Just getting a sample for a paternity test. Xiao Ma, if anything happens to me tonight, the results will be delivered straight to Zhou Jinghui and his men. You understand what I mean, don't you? Xiao Ma's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead as his fists clenched and relaxed. He knew he was being threatened by Chen Xuewan, but there was nothing he could do. The child really was his. Don't worry. He'll keep my word, but you'd better keep yours too, Xiao Ma said through gritted teeth, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Chen Xuewan nodded with an easy smile. No problem. He pulled out his phone and quickly called Li Eryong, giving a few brief instructions before hanging up. Soon, Li Eryong returned on his motorcycle. Lai Ho drove the car, while Li Eryong circled behind on the bike, making it look as if Xiao Ma was still tailing them. Chen Xuewan handed the motorcycle back to Xiao Ma, smiling. All right, you can go report back now. Xiao Ma took the keys, his hands trembling slightly. He went inside, said a few comforting words to the worried woman, then left on the motorcycle. Chen Xuewan stood in the doorway, watching Xiao Ma disappear into the night, his smile fading. He turned back inside and addressed the others waiting for him. All right, let's move on to the next step. Take the woman and child back. The rest of us will find a place to rest and get ready for tonight's operation. At Zhou Jinghui's house, Xiao Ma had been out for more than an hour before finally returning home on his motorcycle. As soon as he walked in, Zhou Jinghui hurried over to him and asked, "How did it go?" Suppressing his anxiety, Xiao Ma replied quietly, "I followed them for over half an hour as you told me to, then pretended I lost them and came back." Zhou Jinghui frowned slightly. "Did you see your sister-in-law and the child?" Xiao Ma shook his head. Zhou Jinghui let out a sigh. "Damn it, Chen Xuewan is really a cunning bastard. I just hope Yuxia and the kid aren't suffering because of this." Trying to reassure him, Xiao Ma said, "Brother Hui, I'm sure they'll be fine. Chen Xuewan still wants to work with us, wouldn't dare hurt your family." Zhou Jinghui's frown deepened, and he gave a cold laugh. "Work with me? Humph, Chen Xuewan must be out of his mind. Tonight, he'll show him exactly what I'm capable of." Xiao Ma was taken aback. "Brother Hui, what do you mean?" Zhou Jinghui glanced at him. "What? Did you really think I'd cooperate with that piece of trash? I was just stringing him along." Suddenly, Xiao Ma remembered what Chen Xuewan had said earlier, had predicted Zhou Jinghui would never work with him. Xiao Ma had thought Chen Xuewan was just guessing, but now it was clear. Chen Xuewan really understood Zhou Jinghui. This realization made Xiao Ma respect and fear Chen Xuewan even more. The man's cunning and intelligence were truly remarkable. Sitting down on the sofa, Zhou Jinghui sneered. "Chen Xuewan, you may be clever, but you're far too arrogant. Did you really think dangling the old plaza in front of me would make me do your dirty work? Even if you managed to get rid of Viper, I'd never be able to swallow that plaza. Instead, I'd rather kill you myself, to get revenge for my uncle and cousin." Xiao Ma knew Zhou Jinghui was referring to Zhou Wanqing and Zhou Hao. Zhou Jinghui had relied on Zhou Wanqing for support, but both men had died under mysterious circumstances not long ago. Zhou Jinghui had always suspected Chen Xuewan and had been investigating ever since. Now, it seemed he was planning to use this opportunity to settle the score. At that moment, Xiao Ma finally understood why Chen Xuewan was so relentless in going after Zhou Jinghui. Both men were out for revenge. What Zhou Jinghui didn't know, however, was that Chen Xuewan had already seen through his plan. Xiao Ma moved closer and said in a low voice, "Brother Hui, so what's your plan? Your sister-in-law and nephew are still in his handsway, need to be careful." Zhou Jinghui gave a cold laugh. "Didn't Chen Xuewan say it himself? Hell, let Viper's people find out where Yuxia and the child are. Tonight, after I lure Chen Xuewan over, he'll rescue Yuxia and the child. Once they're safe, we won't have anything to worry about, and he'll be free to take him out. I've already gathered our Mennonite. You take a few guys and get them out." Xiao Ma took a deep breath and said quietly, "Brother Hui, can I lead the team to ambush Chen Xuewan? I want to kill him myself." Zhou Jinghui looked at him and laughed. "What? Still holding a grudge over those times Chen Xuewan slapped you around?" Xiao Ma clenched his teeth and stayed silent. Zhou Jinghui knew all too well how many times Chen Xuewan had humiliated him. With a chuckle, Zhou Jinghui said, "All right, I'll leave it to you. At night, take 30 men and surround Chen Xuewan. Remember, make sure he doesn't walk away alive." Xiao Ma nodded slowly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Huaj, I won't let you down." Zhou Jinghui let out a satisfied laugh and turned to head upstairs to rest. Xiao Ma watched his back, a sharp light flickering in his gaze. Inside the Digital Dynasty office at the old plaza, chaos reigned. Broken objects were scattered across the floor, and Viper sat behind his desk, his face dark with anger. Several of his men stood before him, heads bowed, clearly uneasy and anxious. "Useless. All of you are useless." Viper's veins bulged on his forehead as he roared. "Over 30 men went after 5, what happened? They walked away untouched, and I lost 2 of my own. I'm feeding a bunch of deadweights. Last night's ambush had been a complete disaster. San Yin was severely injured and hospitalized. Feng Bao was caught, yet Chen Xuewan's group remained unharmed. If word got out, Viper's reputation would be in tatters. One of his men cautiously tried to explain, Snakeage, you can't really blame the brothers for this. Chen Xuewan is just too cunning, everyone got tricked by him. Bullshit. Viper slammed his hand on the desk. Cunning or not, it was only 5 people. If you can't handle even that, how are you going to survive out there? Seeing Viper getting more agitated, his wife, Lu Jinhuan, spoke up at the right moment. Enough. Losing your temper won't solve anything. The priority now is to find Chen Xuewan and restore your reputation. Otherwise, anyone will think they can step on us. Viper rubbed his temples in frustration. I want to take them out too, but that bastard's vanished into thin air. Only a few clerks are left at his shop, the patrol team's making the rounds, and we can't even smash up the place. Lu Jinhuan thought for a moment. Pingqing isn't that big. He can't hide forever. It's better to send people out looking than just sit here. And we still need to figure out how to get Baozi back. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in. Snakeage, just got word Chen Xuewan went to Zhou Jinghui's house this morning and took Zhou Jinghui's wife and kid. The news made both Viper and Lu Jinhuan's expressions change instantly. Are you sure? Viper demanded. It's true. The man replied quickly. Someone from Zhou Jinghui's side said it themselves. He's already called all his men home. Lu Jinhuan's face darkened. Honey, could that bastard be planning to use the hostages to force Zhou Jinghui to come after us? Viper frowned deeply. Had never taken Chen Xuewan or Zhou Jinghui seriously before. One lacked power, the other was weak and timid. But if the two joined forces, things could get ugly. Venom took a deep breath, clenching his fists so tightly that the veins bulged on his face. Damn it. Zhou Jinghui has called all his men together. That bastard, does he really want to help Chen Xuewan deal with me? Who does he think he is, daring to cross Venom? He suddenly shot up from his chair, a fierce glint in his eyes. Lu Jinhuan grabbed his arm, her voice urgent. Are you out of your mind? Zhou Jinghui's wife and kid are in Chen Xuewan's hands. Right now, he's nothing but Chen Xuewan's lapdog. Going to his place now is just walking into a trap. Venom spat on the floor, gritting his teeth. Zhou Jinghui's a coward. I don't believe he has the guts to lay a finger on me. Lu Jinhuan frowned, her voice tense with worry. Have you lost your senses after all these years in prison? Sure, Zhou Jinghui's a coward, but he'd do anything for his family. And with Chen Xuewan backing him up, aren't you worried this is all a setup? Venom opened his mouth to argue, but in the end, he just slumped back into his chair with a heavy sigh. Then what do you think we should do? Lu Jinhuan stayed silent, her brow tightly knit. Venom paced back and forth across the room, then suddenly turned and asked, Where's Ding San? Why isn't he here yet? Ding San, his most trusted advisor, had barely shown his face since the incident with Tong Go. After what happened last night, Venom had sent someone to fetch him for a strategy meeting. One of his men kept his head low and said quietly, We can't reach third brother. His phone's been off this whole time. Venom froze for a moment, then pulled out his own phone to call. Sure enough, it went straight to voicemail. Furious, he slammed his phone to the floor. Damn you, Ding San. Disappearing when I need you most. Lu Jinhuan let out a cold laugh. Quit complaining. Ding San's always been a fence-sitter. He must be trying to distance himself now that you're losing ground. Venom cursed loudly. He wouldn't dare. I'll kill him. Lu Jinhuan cut him off impatiently. Enough with the threats. Let's focus on the problem at hand. If you take down Chen Xuewan, no one will dare challenge you. I'd love to, but what if I can't find him? Venom said, frustration clear in his voice. Lu Jinhuan replied in a low voice. If you can't find him, then wait and see. Don't make any rash moves. Send people out to gather information. We're safe here in the snake pit. Whatever tricks Chen Xuewan has up his sleeve won't matter. Venom nodded. He was confident about that. Just the python in the pit was enough to scare off anyone. All day, their scouts came back empty-handed. It wasn't until late at night that one of the men burst in, excitement written all over his face. Brother Snake, we've got something. Venom sat up straight. Did you find Chen Xuewan? The man shook his head. But we found Zhou Jinghui's wife and kid at an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Even his driver is there. Lu Jinhuan's eyes lit up. Are you sure? Absolutely. The man replied firmly. Lu Jinhuan pressed on. What about Chen Xuewan? Was he there too? The younger guy shook his head, indicating he hadn't seen Chen Xuewan or his 5 men. It turned out those were just a few new recruits Chen Xuewan had stationed there. Lu Jinhuan was silent for a moment before asking, How did you spot them? The younger guy replied, We've been watching both of Chen Xuewan's arcades. Around noon, one of his men suddenly left and didn't come back for about 2 hours. We thought he was acting suspicious, so we kept an eye on him. Then, a little after 6, he went out again, and we quietly followed him. Turns out, he bought a bunch of takeout and headed toward the outskirts. We tailed him all the way and finally found Zhou Jinghui's wife and kid out there. That guy was actually delivering food to them. Lu Jinhuan seemed thoughtful. Viper spat on the ground and cursed. Damn. So we didn't even see Chen Xuewan. That guy's really sly. Don't guard the hostages himself. just leaves one of his men there. What a sneaky bastard. Lu Jinhuan's expression remained calm. After a long pause, she suddenly looked at Viper and said quietly, Viper, I think our chance has come. Viper was taken aback. What chance? A faint smile appeared on Lu Jinhuan's lips. The chance to kill Chen Xuewan. Viper looked confused. Huh. Lu Jinhuan leaned in and explained in a low voice. Chen Xuewan took Zhou Jinghui's wife and kid so Zhou Jinghui would help him deal with us. That means Zhou Jinghui probably knows exactly where Chen Xuewan is hiding, right? Viper scratched his head. That's possible. Lu Jinhuan nodded and continued. So, if we want to get rid of Chen Xuewan, the best way is to use Zhou Jinghui to do it for us. Viper's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, You mean, we grab Zhou Jinghui's wife and kid, and force him to work with us? Lu Jinhuan shook her head with a smile. That's the general idea, but it's not quite that simple. Viper was puzzled. What do you mean? Lu Jinhuan smiled faintly. First of all, we can't rush in and take Zhou Jinghui's wife and kid. If we snatch the hostages, Chen Xuewan will probably hear about it immediately. Everyone knows how cunning he is if he finds out the hostages are gone. Hell bolt, and it'll be even harder to track him down. Viper nodded. That's true, you're right. Lu Jinhuan went on. So for now, we leave the hostages where they are. Since we already know their location, we have a bargaining chip. Let's talk to Zhou Jinghui first. If he agrees to work with us and helps lure Chen Xuewan out, then we can help him get his family back. That way, we not only take care of Chen Xuewan, but we can also squeeze something out of Zhou Jinghui in the process. It's a win-win, isn't it? Viper burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, that's a great plan, me wife's the smart one. He hugged Lu Jinhuan excitedly and kissed her, then said eagerly, Let's do it. Send someone to keep a close eye on Zhou Jinghui's wife and kid, but make sure not to tip them off. And get in touch with Zhou Jinghui, I want to have a word with him. An hour later, Zhou Jinghui arrived at the location where Snake had arranged to meet him. He opened the car door and slid into the passenger seat. Under the dim glow of the interior light, Snake's face looked especially grim. Before Zhou Jinghui could say a word, Snake got straight to the point, bringing up Zhou Jinghui's wife and child with a hint of smugness in his eyes, as if he already had the upper hand. When Zhou Jinghui heard that Snake had found out where his wife and child were, he finally felt a weight lift off his chest. He let out a long breath and a subtle, meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Brother Snake, you finally found my wife and kid, Zhou Jinghui said, leaning back in his seat with an easy tone. Looks like Chen Xuewan's plan is going smoothly, huh? The words landed like a heavy blow, catching Snake off guard. His brow furrowed sharply, and a flash of panic crossed his eyes. What plan? Snake's voice was noticeably strained. Zhou Jinghui gave a small, knowing smile and calmly explained Chen Xuewan's entire scheme. As he spoke, Snake's expression shifted from sullen to shocked, and finally froze in utter disbelief. Damn that Chen Xuewan. Snake suddenly slammed his fist against the steering wheel. That bastard's so damn cunning. So, he deliberately let my guys find your wife and kid. Snake cursed again and again, his words filled with anger and a barely concealed trace of fear. I swear, I've never seen anyone as devious as him in my life. Snake was on the verge of losing it. He never imagined every move he made had been anticipated by Chen Xuewan, as though he was being led by the nose. At this moment, his fear of Chen Xuewan had already surpassed his anger. Zhou Jinghui sighed, admitting that if Chen Xuewan hadn't told him himself, he could never have imagined how meticulous his plan truly was. After venting his frustration, Snake took a deep breath and stared at Zhou Jinghui with eyes as sharp as knives. So, Zhou Jinghui, what do you want to do? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Jinghui's mouth. Brother Snake, I've told you everything about Chen Xuewan's plan. Don't you know what I want? He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. I want to work with you to take Chen Xuewan out once and for all. A glint of excitement flashed in Snake's eyes. He could hardly wait. Fine. Tell me where he is, and I'll take care of him right now. Zhou Jinghui shrugged, drumming his fingers lightly on his knee. Brother Snake, Chen Xuewan is a master at playing dirty. There's no way I'd know his exact location. He paused. But we can work together to lure him out. How? Snake pressed, eager for a solution. A sly smile crept onto Zhou Jinghui's face. Everything Chen Xuewan's done has been to draw your people away from you, so he can sneak into your house and kill you. His voice dropped even lower. Tonight, play along, send your men away. When you're alone, Chen Xuewan will come for you. That's when we team up and finish him off. Simple as that. Snake studied Zhou Jinghui, his brow slowly furrowing, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Send all my men away? Wouldn't that leave me wide open? Zhou Jinghui leaned in, his voice barely above a whisper. Brother Snake, fortune favors the bold. If you want to kill Chen Xuewan, you have to take some risks. He looked Snake right in the eye. Besides, with your skills and the way your place is set up, are you really afraid of Chen Xuewan and his 5 guys? Snake shot Zhou Jinghui a cold, skeptical look. He wasn't worried about Chen Xuewan's men. What he feared was Zhou Jinghui turning on him at the critical moment, taking advantage of his vulnerability. Sensing Snake's hesitation, Zhou Jinghui spoke softly. Brother Snake, before anything happens, you're definitely going to have your people get my wife and child to safety, right? as long as they're in your hands. Do you think I'd dare double-cross you? At this, Snake let out a quiet breath and his tense shoulders relaxed a bit. Zhou Jinghui's words had put his doubts to rest. As long as he held Zhou Jinghui's family hostage, Zhou Jinghui would have no choice but to follow his lead. All right, we'll do it your way, Snake said through gritted teeth. Tonight, we'll lure Chen Xuewan out and finish him. Zhou Jinghui nodded slowly, giving Snake a meaningful look. His voice dropped to almost a whisper. Brother Snake, just a word of advice tonight. Send as many of your men away as you can. I don't know if Chen Xuewan has planted anyone around you. If you don't drive everyone away, he might not show up. If he doesn't appear, our plan will fail, and it'll be much harder to catch him in the future. Viper fell silent for a moment, then nodded slowly and said, no problem. After discussing a few more details with Zhou Jinghui, he left in a hurry and returned to the Electronic Dynasty. As soon as he got back, Viper ordered all his men out, shut the door, and began discussing the matter with his wife, Lu Jinhuan. After hearing the plan, Lu Jinhuan frowned slightly, thinking it was a bit risky. She paused for a moment, then offered her own suggestion. How about this? Tonight, I'll take some people and kidnap Zhou Jinghui's wife and child myself. I'll watch them personally, so even if Zhou Jinghui wants to make a move, he won't dare. A glint of approval flashed in Viper's eyes. He patted her on the shoulder and said, that's the best way. With you keeping an eye on things, I have nothing to worry about. He always had doubts about others, but never about his wife, Lu Jinhuan. Once everything was settled, Viper called Zhou Jinghui to tell him to proceed as planned. As night fell, at 8 o'clock, both Viper and Zhou Jinghui were ready, waiting for Chen Xuewan to show up. Meanwhile, in a remote ancestral hall in a small village on the outskirts of Pingqing, 3 men sat inside. Chen Xuewan, Wang Zhendong, and Li Taizhu were speaking in low voices when suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle engine echoed outside, headlights flickering. Chen Xuewan recognized the sound and said quietly, Houzi and Eryong are back. As soon as he finished, Lai Ho and Li Eryong rode their motorcycle into the ancestral hall, carrying large bags, with a burlap sack strapped to the back. Li Eryong set the bags down and said quietly, time to eat. He opened the sacks one by one, revealing piles of food. Li Taizhu immediately grabbed a bag, pulled out a chunk of pork, and started wolfing it down without hesitation. Wang Zhendong took a lunchbox and chatted with the others as he ate. Chen Xuewan walked over to the motorcycle, patted the burlap sack, and asked softly, is this everything? Li Eryong nodded and untied the sack. Yes, just like you asked. Take a look. Chen Xuewan opened the sack, revealing a pile of odd-looking iron tools. Some looked like sheets covered in barbs, others like sharp blades, and some were cylindrical rings lined with razor-sharp spikes, all giving off a deadly vibe. He inspected them carefully and nodded in satisfaction. That's enough. All right, let's eat. The 5 of them brought the food inside and ate in silence. Lai Ho had bought enough for 10 people, but thanks to Li Tiezhu's appetite, there was nothing left when they finished. After the meal, Chen Xuewan took a deep breath, turned to the others, and said quietly, brothers, tonight we're going head-to-head with Viper. If we win, we'll take over the old square, and the Electronic Dynasty wealth and power will be ours for the taking. But if we lose, we might not make it out alive. He paused, looking each man in the eye. Before we go, I'll ask one last time. If anyone wants out, now's your chance. Without hesitation, Li Eryong stood up. Wenzi, life or death, I'm with you all the way. Lai Ho spat dismissively. Come on, if I was scared, I'd have run long ago. Why would I wait until now? Li Taizhu didn't say anything, but quietly stood by Chen Xuewan's side. He wasn't good with words, but his resolve was clear in his eyes. Wang Zhendong stood up, paused for a moment, and finally looked at Chen Xuewan. Wengu, I've never achieved anything in my life, but following you makes me feel like a real man. You treat me like a brother, and I have nothing else to give you, so I give you my life. Chen Xuewan smiled and reached out his hand. Good brothers. From today on, the 5 of us will share wealth and glory, and face life and death together. Li Eryong, Lai Ho, and Wang Zhendong all reached out their hands and shouted in unison, wealth and glory, together through life and death. Finally, Li Taizhu slowly put out his hand too, and the group burst out laughing. Silly Zhu, you're always a step behind in everything. At 11 o'clock at night, Viper received a shocking piece of news. Someone had spotted Chen Xuewan and his 5 men in a small town 30 kilometers south of Pingqing. Viper immediately sent his subordinates, ordering them to rush to the town and hunt down Chen Xuewan's group. The operation began at once, and without any hesitation, Viper returned straight to his snake farm. Outside the snake farm was a concrete road running along the lake, and on the other side of the road was a dense forest. Dozens of people were quietly lying in wait among the trees. Xiaoma and his team were positioned there, waiting. Viper glanced at the shadows hidden in the woods, and, seeing that Xiaoma and the others hadn't been exposed, felt slightly relieved. Without lingering, he headed straight into the snake farm. As soon as he entered, Viper walked directly to the snake cages and opened a massive python's enclosure. The python slowly slithered out, its body shrouded in the dim light. Viper didn't linger, but turned and went into the inner room, pulling out his phone and dialing Zhou Jinghui. What's the situation? Has Chen Xuewan arrived? Viper asked, his voice low and tinged with anxiety. On the other end, Zhou Jinghui sounded heavy. I just called him and told him about our plan, but he's extremely cautious. He told me he's already stationed his own people in the town. Only when his people confirm your men have arrived will he pay attention to what's happening there and show up himself. Viper raised his eyebrows, clearly annoyed. So basically, unless my men go to the town, Chen Xuewan won't reveal himself? That's right, Zhou Jinghui sighed. Viper, you know this isn't your first time going up against him. He's especially careful when he broke out of prison. Even the Pingqing law enforcement couldn't find him for 3 days. What are you planning to do? Viper's expression darkened further. Damn it, Chen Xuewan really is slippery, hiding in his shell like a turtle and never showing his face. Zhou Jinghui replied calmly. You've seen what he's capable of this time. Don't try anything reckless. The most important thing is to draw him out. Viper took a deep breath, a trace of unwillingness flashing across his face, but he quickly regained his composure. Fine. If he's being this careful, he'll do it his way. Are your people ready? They're all set, Zhou Jinghui responded. Viper hung up and immediately issued orders to his subordinates. Head to the town now. Chen Xuewan has started moving, keep a close eye on him. Then Viper called LV Jinhuan. Are Zhou Jinghui's wife and kids still safe? When can we act? He asked, his tone now steadier. LV Jinhuan replied quickly, don't worry, everyone's here and we're watching them closely. Chen Xuewan's men are just small fry. As soon as Chen Xuewan shows up, he'll grab the hostages right away. Viper let out a long breath. LV Jinhuan was the only person he could fully trust, and the tension in his chest eased a little. An hour later, Viper's men finally arrived at the town. At the same time, Zhou Jinghui got word that Chen Xuewan was indeed making his move. Zhou Jinghui quickly shared the good news with Viper. Upon hearing this, Viper broke into a cold smile, his voice filled with excitement. He finally took the bait. Chen Xuewan, you bastard, I've been waiting for you to walk right into my trap. The Viper lounged in the dimly lit living room, the tip of his cigarette glowing and fading in the shadows. A cruel grin twisted his lips. His giant python hadn't eaten in half a month, and now coiled restlessly inside the iron cage in the back room, flicking its tongue, its eyes wild with hunger. Muttering to himself with a touch of madness, he said, damn it, my snake is starving. Zhou Jinghui, I probably won't even need your men tonight, I could kill them myself. He broke into manic laughter, his voice echoing around the room like a predator ready to hunt. Zhou Jinghui, my men are already outside. He continued coldly into the phone. Chen Xuewan is a slippery one, might have some tricks up his sleeve. My guys are just there to make sure he doesn't get away. Whatever it takes, he's not leaving here alive tonight. He laughed again, his voice almost venomous. Of course. Tonight, I'll feed him to my python. Ha ha. On the other end, Zhou Jinghui took a deep breath before asking, what about my wife and kid? Don't worry, the Viper replied, his tone suddenly calm and confident. My people are nearby. As soon as Chen Xuewan shows up, they'll get your family out. I guarantee their safety. Hearing this, Zhou Jinghui finally relaxed. All right, they'll wait for your call. After hanging up, the Viper stood and walked into the inner room, pulling 2 long knives from an iron cabinet. He wrapped white cloth tightly around their handles, gripped them in both hands, and returned to the sofa. Smoke curled in the yellow light as he sat silently, eyes fixed, waiting for his prey to arrive. At midnight, 3 motorcycles stopped about 2 miles from the snake farm, their headlights going dark. Hidden by the night, Chen Xuewan and his 4 companions Li Eryong, Lai Ho, Wang Zhendong, and Li Taieza quickly stashed the bikes in a patch of bushes. They slipped into the woods, treading softly on fallen leaves, weaving through grass and branches until they reached the edge of the snake farm. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Xiao Ma and a group of dozens lay in ambush, eyes fixed ahead. The stillness of the night was suddenly broken by a faint sound nearby. There's movement over there. Looks like Chen Xuewan and his crew. Someone whispered. They peered through the darkness, and, sure enough, saw Chen Xuewan and the others. Ma, what now? Should we take them out? A subordinate asked quietly. Xiao Ma sneered and waved him off. Are you out of your mind? This is between the Viper and Chen Xuewan, not us. If we jump in now, we'll just tip them off. What if Chen Xuewan runs? Who's going to answer for that? He lowered his voice, but his tone was firm. Brother Hugh's orders are clear, let them go in first, let them fight it out. When they're both spent, then we make our move. Everyone nodded in agreement. For them, waiting to reap the benefits was the smartest play. By now, Chen Xuewan and his men stood at the snake farm's gate. He eyed the pitch-black entrance, then turned and whispered, you all remember what we talked about? Li Eryong, Lai Ho, and Wang Zhendong nodded repeatedly, while Li Taiju simply stood at Chen Xuewan's side, his gaze steely. Chen Xuewan checked his watch and spoke quietly, it's time. Monkey, pick the lock. Dongzi, send the message, tell our guys to get ready. Keep it quiet, no noise. Lai Ho nodded, crouched by the gate, and quickly pulled out his tools, working skillfully at the lock. Wang Zhendong slipped aside and sent a message on his phone. Moments later, Both men returned. Message sent, Wang Zhendong reported, waving his phone. Locks open, Lai Ho whispered. Chen Xuewan nodded in satisfaction and gave the order. Let's go. He led the way into the snake farm, the others following closely behind. In the shadows, Zhou Jinghui's men watched and snickered. Chen Xuewan's only got a handful of guys. He's got guts coming here to face the viper. I heard that python's starving. Chen Xuewan and his crew are probably snake food by now. Their laughter was low, their voices gleeful at the coming chaos. Xiao Ma, however, frowned and said quietly, keep watching. He'll call Brother Hui. He stepped aside and quickly dialed Zhou Jinghui, reporting, Brother Hui, Chen Xuewan's inside. On the other end, Zhou Jinghui was elated. Excellent. He finally took the bait. He'll call the viper, now have his wife start the rescue. You keep an eye on Chen Xuewan. If he manages to get out, make sure he never leaves alive. Got it. Xiao Ma nodded vigorously. Understood. He hung up and returned to the group, his voice low. Stay sharp. Brother Hui says we play it by ear. His men looked confused. Weren't they supposed to just take Chen Xuewan out? Xiao Ma didn't bother explaining. He just kept his eyes fixed on the snake farm, a complicated look in his eyes. That night, the trap was set and danger lurked in every shadow. Whether Chen Xuewan would make it out alive remained to be seen. Inside the abandoned factory, under the dim lights, Zhou Jinghui's wife, child, and driver were tightly bound with ropes. Several petty thugs, recent recruits of Wang Zhendong, were lazily playing cards, the slap of paper echoing off the worn wooden table. Suddenly, a cell phone rang, shattering the heavy silence. Cheng Yong, an old acquaintance of Wang Zhendong, glanced at the caller ID. It's Donga, he said, nodding to the others. You guys keep playing. He stood up and walked toward the corner of the factory, making sure to put some distance between himself and the others. What's up, Donga? Cheng Yong asked in a low voice. Stick to the plan, Wang Zhendong replied, his voice short and firm. Got it. After confirming that the others were still absorbed in their card game, Cheng Yong quietly moved over to the cement pillar where the driver was tied. Don't make a sound, he whispered, quickly cutting through the tape binding the driver. Huij asked me to get you out. There are too many eyes right now, so we'll switch your knots to slip knots. Once they've fallen asleep, take his wife and child and get out. Remember, Huij promised keep them safe, and there's a million waiting for you. A glimmer of understanding flashed in the driver's eyes, and he nodded firmly. Cheng Yong skillfully retied the ropes into slip knots that looked secure but could be pulled free easily. After finishing, he returned to the card table, acting as if nothing had happened. As the thugs remained absorbed in their game, several shadowy figures slipped into the factory grounds, moving like ghosts through the darkness. They made their way straight to the room where He Yuxia and her child were being held. One of them made quick work of the lock, prying it open in a matter of seconds. Inside, He Yuxia was curled up in the corner, clutching her child. The door swung open suddenly. She gasped, about to cry out, but a deep male voice spoke. Don't be afraid. We're here to help you. She eyed the strangers warily. Who are you? At that moment, a familiar figure stepped forward from behind. It was Lu Jinhuan. Finally, He Yuxia saw a face she could trust. He Yuxia recognized Lu Jinhuan immediately and couldn't help but pause in surprise. Why is it you? A confident smile played at the corners of Lu Jinhuan's mouth. Relax, my husband and yours have teamed up tonight to take down Chen Xuewan. I'm here with backup to get you out. Let's go. She gestured briskly for He Yuxia to follow. He Yuxia's nerves eased just a little, but she still eyed Lu Jinhuan warily. Just then, a group of thugs guarding outside heard the commotion and rushed over, only to run straight into Lu Jinhuan and her crew. Seeing the scene before them, the thugs froze in unison. One tall, thin guy tried to muster some courage and stepped forward, his voice forced and tough. What the hell are you doing? Do you even know who we work for? Listen up, our boss is Chen Xuewan. Before he could finish, one of Lu Jinhuan's burly men darted forward and landed a fierce kick, sending the thug sprawling to the ground. The man howled in pain, curling up defensively. Chen Xuewan? Please, the henchman sneered, towering over the thug, his voice booming. We're with Viper. The name dropped like a bomb. The thugs went pale instantly. They all knew Viper's reputation. Even Chen Xuewan had to tread carefully around him. Lu Jinhuan swept a cold, disdainful glance over the trembling group. Chen Xuewan's done for tonight. If you idiots don't want to die, get the hell out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. The thugs exchanged terrified glances. Someone bolted first, and the rest scattered like startled birds, not daring to utter another threat. Lu Jinhuan and her group burst out laughing as they watched the thugs flee in panic. With no time to waste, Lu Jinhuan led He Yuxia and the child quickly toward the factory exit. Just as they were about to leave, He Yuxia suddenly remembered something and grabbed Lu Jinhuan's arm urgently. Sister Lu, my driver was taken too. Please, can you help get him out as well? Lu Jinhuan nodded, then signaled to one of her burly men, her eyes giving a subtle cue. He understood immediately, nodded, and hurried back inside to search. It didn't take long for the man to find the driver tied to a pillar. He swiftly undid the rope securing the driver to the post, but deliberately left his hands bound. half dragging him outside. This was exactly what Lu Jinhuan had implied earlier. On the surface, Viper was joining forces with Zhou Jinghui against Chen Xuewan, but Viper's ambitions went much further. He planned not just to eliminate Chen Xuewan, but to use this opportunity to extort Zhou Jinghui as well. With Zhou Jinghui's wife and child in Viper's hands, he now had the perfect leverage for negotiation. Before setting out, Lu Jinhuan had already instructed her men to keep a close watch on He Yuxia and her child after rescuing them. Once Chen Xuewan was dealt with, Viper would use these two as bargaining chips for further gains from Zhou Jinghui. The driver noticed his hands were still tied and immediately grew wary. He wasn't stupid. Clearly, they had other intentions. But he didn't let anything show, quietly following along. In reality, the knots on his wrists had already been tampered with, turned into slip knots that he could loosen at any time. He guessed this might be Zhou Jinghui's backup plan. Outwardly, Zhou Jinghui was working with Viper, but in truth, he had already bribed some of the kidnappers to loosen the restraints, so that at a critical moment, he could help rescue He Yuxia and her child. Everyone had their own agenda as Lu Jinhuan led the group with the hostages straight to the snake farm. No matter what schemes were at play, the most crucial thing tonight was the fate of Chen Xuewan. Only after dealing with him could the next moves be made. Now, they were heading to the snake farm, ready to confront Chen Xuewan together. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.